Oh, very polite gentleman there.
Hello.
Oh, mate. Ah, somebody else.
Was it?
There's a different guy earlier.
There was more than one of us.
Oh. No, he said to come back about the drone.
All right.
I don't know what he was going to check. Some police officer or...
Yeah.
Is that you?
No, I'm not a police officer.
Oh, he said there's 2 police officers on site.
Are you recording me at the moment?
What do you mean?
Are you recording?
I'm not recording you. I am recording today. Yeah.
You're recording me then?
Well,
So
technically you're on record now, yeah,
So you
technically.
should be telling me.
Oh,
So you should be telling me you're recording me before you actually make a conversation.
why is that?
Because probably
Hello.
Not very good, is it?
Oh, it's raining, isn't it?
you should be telling me that you're recording me.
I don't think that applies to me, my friend.
Anybody?
It's exempt.
Why are you exempt?
Anyway, can we...
Why are you exempt from telling
from
anybody?
GDPR,
Yeah.
exempt from that.
Are you? So
Yeah.
So you must be the only exempt person in the country then. Is exempt.
No, there are certain exemptions when
And
filming.
What are they then?
One is public interest.
Yeah. So is this public interest?
Not you specifically, but the
Yeah.
general video today has been, yes.
So why are you recording me? Why are you not telling me you're recording me?
Because I don't have to.
Well, I think you do.
I'm not here to have a conversation with you. Well, I don't know if you're the right person. I've came in
Right, go on.
to talk about the drone. The guy earlier said he's going to check with
Yeah.
some officer who may be working here today, come back and let me know the score. So I've been down, I've done a little flight while I was waiting,
Yeah.
came back, obviously got another flight to do
Yeah.
when it stops raining. So
Right.
he said to come back in about half an hour. It's been about an hour, so
All right.
I just thought I'd pop in and...
All right. So as far as I'm aware, this is all private land, and you need permission from the owner to take off and
Yes,
land.
we went through that.
Yeah.
My theory to him was if I go down on the bridleway by the bridge,
Yeah.
if I stay there and I fly over from there, that's what he was unsure of.
Yeah.
I thought I was okay lawfully, but he was unsure.
No, you're not. It's a permissive path.
Right. What's that mean in terms of...
Well, you should know if you know the law.
Well, you're using a word there which I didn't use.
Well, the landowner has given permission for it to be used as a path.
Right.
We can take that permission away from anybody.
Okay.
So we've got authority on that path. All right.
But,
And if we,
it is.
And if we decide, or we've not decided, but there's no drones flying over here because this is private property.
you can't restrict the flying over. It's a case of where it's from, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, but if you're flying over crowds or private house,
The first part, I don't intend to go over the market.
Yeah.
There's no need... I'm not interested in that.
right, so where are you flying at?
House.
You can't fly over a house.
Over the house, round the house,
You don't have the owner's permission to
the
fly
tower.
over the house.
and the river.
It's all private.
My friend, I get it's private here on the land,
Yeah.
but the airspace is public.
Yeah, but you're flying over public.
What do you mean?
And you should be blowing out faces if you're flying over public.
Oh, from the drone, you won't see faces from the drone. No. Like, that's
Well,
too
we
high.
need to see that footage, and we'll decide
Sure, if you want.
if you're breaking any GDPR laws.
Well, it won't be because there's an exemption, but I can show you. I can show you.
What's an exemption? You're telling me there's an exemption, but
Okay.
what's an exemption?
When I came earlier and I spoke to some people down there, not this guy, they objected to the drone. They tried to stop me.
Right.
So that is public interest. Because if another person comes and says, "Hi guys, I'm going to fly my drone today from the main road,"
Yeah.
they need to know, don't they? They need to learn
Yeah.
the people that come in. So the video is like an education to people watching of what happens if we try and fly the drone in an area where
I can understand.
it's a grey area, right?
If you want to go on the road, but I guarantee if you fly over this house, you won't be in line of sight of the drone, will you?
It depends where from. From the
Well, that small-sized drone,
yep.
there's no way you'll see it from the road. There's no way you'll be able to see that drone from here.
The aircraft, the road was a example.
Yeah.
The bridleway down there is where I'm going to fly from today. But I mean, generally, people can fly over from public, can't they? Where public is for them to determine, right?
Yeah, but then you're going into privacy laws.
Oh, what you about, mate?
Then you're going into privacy laws, aren't you?
No.
Yes.
Why?
There's no point saying no.
I know I'm
You are.
right.
Your privacy laws.
Hold on, let me show you.
Me coming into your house and taking pictures of your actual house. You look out the
I get
window.
it. But
There's people in this house. This
So-
is a house. Somebody lives in this house.
okay, but it has public access today,
Yeah, but
meaning there's a lower expectation of privacy for that person living in the house.
well, it's not. No, there isn't.
Because I'm not going into the house.
But you're flying
In
over
fact-
the house. You're
Over.
looking into windows.
I didn't say that, did I?
Well, how do we know you're not?
Shall I show you how high I was earlier? You can judge from that then yourself whether there would be. There we go. It's an example.
Yeah.
That's quite low, to be fair. If I go, oh, wrong one.
Well, there you go. There you go. You're breaking the civil aviation rules out already.
That's probably as low as I
You've
went.
just
Why?
admitted.
Go on.
You've just
That's
admitted.
probably about the height.
You've just admitted
Go on.
that part there was pretty low.
I'm allowed to go as low as I want, mate, but I'm
No,
saying
you
that's the lowest I went.
You can't go as low as you want.
Of course I can.
You've been a
Granted,
drone-
if I was here, it'd be a bit stupid, wouldn't it? But
well,
above roof height is generally the.
no. What is a legal?
Are you happy?
Legal height.
Or-
What was the legal height? No, I'm not happy.
That's pretty much how close I've been.
Yeah, but they're on to private windows.
Can you see anything through the windows?
I'm not looking
No,
at it.
you can't, can you?
Well, irrespective of you can see it or not. You cannot point it.
I've explained to him my body camera is on all day.
He doesn't have. Apparently, he's exempt from telling us anything.
No, I just turned up and he was right here, so I said hello, and he said, "Is your body camera recording?" I said, "Yes, it is."
Yeah, but
In case something happens,
as soon as you
Which-
but as soon as you speak to me,
Yeah.
before we even have a conversation, you should be telling me. I must warn you that you're being recorded.
the thing is, my friend,
It's really simple. You
go on.
You can record without sound, and you can record sound without pictures, but not together without asking permission or letting us know. And you are
I've
not.
never heard of that one, my friend. I've
Yeah,
heard of
well,
GDPR where
That is GDPR.
you need to
I'm
know if you're being
quoting
recorded
GDPR
and you need to know how to get a copy of the footage.
And
Yeah.
you have not informed us, have you?
Yeah.
So how do we get a copy
Did you
of the
inform
footage?
me? Did you inform me that you're recording me?
For my video today,
Did you inform me that I was being recorded?
No.
Right. So let's start with that. You're flying a drone over a private house.
can we focus on the drone? Because the recording of you is nothing to do with the drone. I'm here for the drone. Like,
Right, how do we get a copy of that footage then?
if you wanted a copy of that,
Yeah.
you could request it
Okay.
from the data controller, which would be me.
Right.
However, as the exemption applies, I would just reply to your email saying the exemption applies.
What exemption?
Public interest.
Right. Well, if you give me your details then, and we'll write to you.
It's not for me to give you that.
You just said
If you feel like you need a copy,
Yeah.
and you feel like I should be abiding by GDPR,
Yeah.
you make the necessary investigations when you see the video, if you
No,
see the video.
Before the video goes out, we'll write to
But
you.
hold on,
How do we get a copy of it then?
you're presuming
Yeah, but how do we get a copy of this video?
I do not need to provide you access to that.
You do, as
Because
a data controller under GDPR.
Yes,
You do.
Usually, that's correct. If you had a body camera on or the CCTV here, that's correct.
You keep
Yes.
changing the rules here.
There's an exemption. I fall under that exemption.
What
Public
exemption?
interest. Okay, let's start again. Can I fly the drone over the house?
No.
Right. Lawfully, I can.
No.
No,
We just told you no.
it's an example. There's the public interest. I'm saying I can, and you're trying to say I can't.
Well, okay, what public interest is there then?
A drone flyer may want to fly his drone over this house. He may come along, let you know, and you say no, and he walks off and doesn't do it.
Exactly.
I'm showing him that it can be done lawfully, and that you guys need to know it can be done lawfully. Public interest.
Yes.
That's
You're
it.
not doing it lawfully, though, are you?
How am I breaking the law? If I fly over this, well, I have flown over the house.
Yeah.
How have I broken the law? What have I done wrong?
By looking at private windows,
I just showed you the video.
and you've just shown me it, and you've just admitted that you are a bit low.
No, I said here I was low.
Oh,
As in, that's the lowest I went.
so we want a copy of that video. We'll take your details, and we'll get our marketing and department to write to you.
Well, that's
and
gone
ask
bad, isn't it?
for- Yeah. Yeah.
Do you guys have any preference on the music that I put with the drone footage? Any particular
We'd like to see it first. Before
like
you,
vibe,
we'd
like
like to
horror,
see- We'd like to
thriller.
see it first.
or more of a like a what do you call it? Like a
We'd like to see
Beautiful, friendly kind of
We'd like
music.
to view the footage first.
right. I have
you-
showed you a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Which
So we're going to take your details. Yeah. And then our marketing
think-
suite will write to you.
I think
Yeah.
it's unreasonable to take details. Do you think?
I think it's totally reasonable. It's you that's asking.
Do you want us to stand in there? You
sure.
guys are getting wet, aren't you? I can see your head's getting wet.
I'll get a pen
No,
and
I'm not coming in. I'll just stand here,
I'll
just
get
to
a
save
pen
you
and
getting
paper.
wet,
I'll get
guys.
a pen and paper and I'll get your details, right?
I'm not happy about that
Right.
because I don't need to provide you details. I've came in to let you know what I'm doing, which is more than most people do.
And we said you can't do it.
But I can do it lawfully. I can.
Well, I'll take your details.
Is
then,
there a
okay? Well,
are you in
go-
charge?
Well, go 50-50 then. I'll take your details. All right?
And I can fly the drone.
Confirm your details. No, you've flown the drone.
No, I've got a third. I've done two. I've got one last one when it stops raining.
Well, we're telling you not to fly drones.
But I'm saying I want to. I can, lawfully. So I came in to kind of tell you guys I can do it. I want to educate you today that drones over this house are allowed to happen. You know that. You were nice earlier.
I'd like to think I'm nice all the time.
You know it, yeah, but you've came back out and been a bit a bit, you know.
You're actually flying a drone above a private property. Now, if you want me to give you a personal example, I would be incredibly unhappy if somebody was flying a drone across my backyard when my wife is sunbathing. This weather, maybe not.
That's an example. This is a public open building.
It's not a
public grounds.
It's a private house with
there
a
are
private garden.
People here, my friend.
It's a private house with a private garden where a private family stays, and they're entitled to their privacy.
They are.
You are not entitled to take pictures of them.
Have I taken pictures of them?
You have with your drone.
The drone's been above the house.
It doesn't matter.
Of course it matters.
It doesn't matter. You are taking pictures of private property with your camera.
That's allowed. Come on, David. You know better than this. I haven't came in to argue with you, but I'd like to fly my drone for the third time.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying you can't do it.
Okay.
That's it.
If I do crack on and...
You can't do it without permission. You've not been given permission. The bridle way is permissive. You're effectively breaking GDPR regs by not telling me you're being recorded.
Privacy exemption, my friend.
I don't accept your privacy exemption.
Okay, I'll
by all means, you head to Mr. Google. I don't accept it.
I'll show. Wait, you don't accept it as a public interest?
I accept the fact that a family here is entitled to the privacy of their own home.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
So why are you taking pictures of it?
Just for your information, I'm now recording this conversation. Okay?
Oh, thanks for telling me. How do we get a copy of your footage? Is there an email address?
Right to Chatsworth House.
No rules.
Marketing Street. What's your name?
I don't think I'm going to give you any details, mate.
Why?
I don't need to. What for? What are you going to do with it?
Well, we've got to apply for a copy of the footage. So how do we do that then?
Okay, I believe I'm exempt, so therefore I'm not going to give you access to a copy of that.
Well, I don't believe you're exempt. So you're going to give me a copy of
I was going to show your colleague that I am actually exempt. Can I show you?
Right.
I'll try and show you. I'm not sure how easy it will be to find, but hopefully quite quick. But I believe I'm exempt, so I'm not going to give you these details and then down the line think, hold on, I shouldn't give him those details.
So we can agree to disagree.
It's too late then, isn't it?
We think you shouldn't be recording on a drone.
I'll just phone the police, mate.
All right.
You ring the police?
We think.
Did you say calling the police?
Yeah, it was. He wants to phone the police.
Why is he calling the police for?
We think you shouldn't be flying drones, okay?
All right, mate.
And you think you should be. So we agree to disagree. We have told you our point of view.
I'm happy to talk to you, mate, but if he's calling the police, I'll just wait for them, because he's escalating, isn't he?
Right, we can cancel the police.
Yeah, cancel the police.
Right. Well, so what's your name? So
GDPR.
we can get a copy of the footage then.
Why is it you're focusing on the footage? I'm focused on the drone.
Yeah, I'm focused on the footage of the drone.
But the drone...
is making footage of a private property. And you're taking off the private property.
But even if I did take off on private property, which I didn't, what's that got to do with GDPR? And you're requesting a copy?
Well, you've not got permission to fly on private property, have you?
But GDPR applies to people, right? So if I captured your image, then you could be entitled to a copy of your image.
Yeah.
But the drone...
But how do we know you've not captured anything in the house?
Well, but you don't know that. So
exactly. So we want to see the footage then.
Okay. Point being, I'm exempt, mate. I'd like to prove it to you, but
how do
know.
How do you prove it?
I'm going to stand over here.
How do you prove it then?
Well, the exemption is there by law. I'm going to show you the.
If you can't prove it to me today, then you shouldn't be flying.
There are many exemptions to general data there.
Yeah.
Right, and then scroll down to there, national or public interest. You see it?
Yeah, so what is this public interest?
The public interest is you're restricting illegal activity, or trying to.
No, it's not.
I know you're not going to physically stop me, but you're trying to stop me.
As far as we're concerned, it's not lawful activity.
So there's an education here to take place, isn't there? Be it by me or by the police, I don't know who. But
well, what I suggest you do is you go away, right? We'll do our homework, you do your homework, we'll write to you, asking for a copy of this footage.
But I've done my homework.
Well,
and I'm here to conduct my lawful activity, and if you're not aware of that...
Clearly you've not done your homework, because you don't even tell me that you're recording straight away.
I'm here to do the drone.
Exactly.
The drone is legal to take off from the public pathway.
It's not.
Go over the private property and land back on the public pathway.
But you're over private property.
Yes.
Do you fly over people's houses?
I don't really fly in residential areas often.
So what's the difference between this house and your house? Apart from the size.
Quite a bit. My house is not open to the public.
Now, neither is the private side of this house.
No, but parts of it are.
Yes, but you're filming on the private side.
Why am I here? Why are you here?
You're filming on the private side.
I don't know where the private side is, do I?
Well, then you should do your homework first, then, don't you?
Whereabouts is it? And I can let you know if I've flown near
I'm
it.
not telling you. If you want to find out where you can fly drones, you write to our marketing department.
Okay.
All
But
right?
do you understand that the airspace here is publicly open, so anybody can fly over?
And you've admitted to me, and you've shown me the footage, that you're below the 200 metres height.
Did I mention a number? No.
No, because you probably don't know.
I said to you, when it came on the screen, it was quite low. I said, that's the lowest I've been there.
Well, that is low.
It was out here, behind the car
Well,
park.
you're still low, and you're still above the public, aren't you?
It wasn't above the public, no, but
It was above the public.
the drone was probably where that coach is.
You're still, because you don't know where the drone's going to drop, do you? If it drops.
It may well have been over where people can go, yes.
Well then.
Lawful.
So,
It's lawful.
it's not lawful.
Over a crowd is illegal.
This is a crowd.
I don't think it would be classed as a crowd here, but I haven't gone over them for that reason. That it's not safe.
So a market, Christmas market's not a crowd. So you wouldn't say this is a crowd?
In terms of drone law, I would say no, but I didn't fly over those people anyway.
What is the drone law? What the drone law?
There's no number specified, but a group of people that can't quickly move out of the way.
And I would say this is a crowd. This,
Yeah,
Yeah.
here now is getting... I wouldn't fly over these people,
so that's the second.
Personally, I
law-
wouldn't-
that's the
I wouldn't fly
second
over
law you've
people.
breached it.
but I haven't flown over there. Why are these people here?
I've seen the footage. You have flown over here.
Did I turn the camera down?
Doesn't matter. You're still flying over.
The drone was probably where that coach is now.
Give me your details.
I'm not going to give you the details, I'm afraid, my
Okay
friend.
then.
I'm going to go back down there.
You're not flying the drone.
I'm going to take up there
No. You're
and
not
bring it
flying
up,
the drone because
bring it across.
it's private land. You can't fly. There we go. It's a stalemate, okay? You're not giving me the details.
But the public
You're
interest is there now because you're trying to stop me doing this, mate. Why are you trying to stop me?
Because it's a private house. That's all I'm saying. It's a private house, and you're over crowd.
I haven't been over the crowd.
You've shown me the footage. You have.
Was the camera pointed straight down?
It doesn't matter where the camera's pointing. It's the fact that the
I'm
drone
saying
is over.
if the drone, if the camera would have turned down vertically, it wouldn't have been here.
It doesn't matter where the camera's.
Of course it matters.
It's where the drone is. If
Exactly.
That drone drops out of the sky and lands on the crowd.
My point being, if the camera's facing forward,
Yeah.
you're going to see the house. If the camera would have been pointing down, it would show you where the drone is above. Right? The drone was not above here. It was probably over there by the coach.
And you're still above the crowd.
Because when you look on the video,
that drone could drop anywhere.
it does look a lot closer when you look at the video. That's what I'm saying.
I'll tell if you're not giving the details.
I can't give details because
Right.
it goes against what I do. Okay?
Well, you're the data controller, and for us to get a copy of this is the duty manager, by the way,
Hello. How you doing?
and we're all being recorded. I'm recording him, he's recording me.
Having a recording match.
We want a copy of that footage.
Yeah.
And how do we get it? We go to you to get it. So I'm asking you for your details, so we can have a look at the footage.
If the video is ever made public
Yeah.
and you see it, there is contact on there for you to request if you want to do that.
All right.
However, I believe I'm exempt.
Well-
But there is a contact on there.
Well, that's where we're different. We believe you're not exempt. We believe you shouldn't be flying over the house because it's a private
Okay.
house. You shouldn't be flying over the crowd, which I've seen, and you shouldn't be flying over without our permission.
The crowd
Yeah.
is wrong, but the rest of it, yep, that's true.
Okay then. So I'm asking you not to fly today.
What's your view on this?
So we don't accept drones at Chatsworth without our prior permission and approval, and then they are our own for marketing purposes.
I've said to your colleagues, I don't know if you've heard, I'm going to launch it, and I have launched it already today from the public bridleway. Not here, I'm not going to do it here. So I'll be physically on public land, access, whatever you want to call it.
It's a permissive path.
The drone will go up and across. That's essentially what I'm getting at.
It's a permissive path, and you cannot fly over the private house. There's parts of this house, yes, that are open to the public.
Yep.
There's parts of this house that are private, and you don't know which
If
are
you tell me
private.
where to avoid, I can avoid
I'm
that.
not telling you. If you want to find out which are private, you're right into Chatsworth.
And you get our permission.
But
But you've not got our permission, sir. So that's the end of this conversation.
I don't mind the conversation finishing, my friend, but I am going to launch the drone down there.
Right, can you give me your name then?
We're in a stalemate here, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to give a name because
So why would you not do that?
how will it help you if I do that?
Why would you? Because we're not happy that you are refusing to accept our processes and procedures regarding the drone.
Yeah.
And that is that we don't accept drones over the house or the private gardens or the private households.
Chatsworth House cannot restrict what flies over. That's the long and the bottom of it. The long and the short of it, sorry. And I'm here to fly the drone, but I am also here to, if you restrict it, which you're trying to let you know that, you know, it can happen. Anybody can do it, as long as it's lawful. That's the thing, it's lawful.
And you've showed me three parts of the footage.
You are a police officer, aren't you? You're talking like an officer, you are.
You've showed me 3 parts of the footage.
Sorry, don't mind me.
Hi, I'm
Dave,
sorry.
can you speak to my colleague? You've shown me 3 parts of the footage that
Yeah.
are unlawful.
Yeah.
You've not.
The crowd,
First of all, the crowd.
you don't know where the drone was at that point, but the rest of it,
It was above there.
no, it wasn't.
You should show me. I'm not going to.
And it was nowhere near this busy when I was here. I'll tell you that. Why wasn't it earlier? For that reason.
All of a private house,
Yes, it was.
okay, which is looking into private windows.
And is that a law being broken there? It's not a law
Yeah,
being broken there.
privacy law.
Is it illegal?
Yeah. And you've not told me that you're filming me when I first encountered the conversation.
So your issue is mainly the GDPR, isn't it?
Yeah. And you're breaking it all the time.
Do you agree with that?
Right? And when you
Or-
drive in, there's a sign saying no photography for commercial use.
I did actually see that, but I didn't drive in today. I walked in
Right.
across the hill.
So
I
you were-
did see the sign.
So
like
you
that.
were aware of the sign then?
So photos of the house are allowed, no matter where.
No?
So what about if I go and take a photo of wherever this private part is? I don't know where it is, but what if I go and take a photo of there? And you go, oh, he's taking a photo of the private part.
Oh, what's
So yeah, it's true.
So what's the issue?
Oh, hello.
I don't get it.
Oh my
If
god.
there's no issue, we look at, if there's no issue, after we look at
This is the G-Force RS,
showed you some of
and
it.
this is a futuristic looking e-bike if ever I've seen one. It's got a big motor, amazing looks, and magic
public,
suspension.
Reasons.
Hello, welcome to the EVRC, and we are on the very lovely looking, futuristic looking
You're not going to give it to me.
G-Force RS e-bike, which is a nice,
No, but you're in a
powerful
work capacity now, so you should probably
e-bike.
give me, yes, that's in the
that
first
on
name,
the
but
website says
if I give
250
you my
watts,
first and
but
last name and
further
what's the
down,
address,
if you
what-
dig a bit, 1,300. I think that must be like a peak
If I give
though,
them that, that's
obviously.
quite
The
private
motor is
details,
most
isn't it, right?
likely
No,
one capable of handling
But I'm not taking their- I'm not taking
750
their name and
watts
address, am I?
sustained.
Come on.
It's a very chunky looking e-bike.
I think we're going
And I think the headline is probably... Whoa, hello.
No, we're not going to give you permission to fly a drone
The
over
magic suspension.
over private
Because
parts of the
rather than
house or
having
the house.
2 suspension forks at the front and then 1 little diddy thing at the back,
That's our policy.
it's got
I
2
know
at
you
the
can't
front,
give permission.
but it's got
I know you
4
can't, like,
springs
permission, but you could
at
say,
the back.
you're on the
So
public land, you
apparently
can't
it's
fly that.
really, really comfortable with 80
Then another
millimetres
drone
of
might come and
travel,
you go, well, we can't stop
which is
you,
like
rather
8
you don't do it.
centimetres. That's quite a lot of travel, that is. Now, if you're missing
Well, they'd
my
have to find that, wouldn't they? For
lovely
me,
face at the
right away,
moment, I'm just charging
in my
the
head, it's
360
public
camera
accessible
because
path.
it was not working.
It said public pathway on
And
that,
it was
on the wooden
absolutely
stick.
dead because for once I did not charge it for some reason.
Agree to disagree today.
Yeah.
So that'll be joining us shortly once a bit of juice gets into it.
And you leave the land.
So yeah, it's true.
I don't mind leaving.
Well, hello.
I only came in to talk to
Don't
you.
fly anymore.
I have to do one more flight. We've got 2 batteries done, 1 left. I'll show you.
Listen,
So it wants to go
Hold up.
past really quick.
No, but covered a long way.
MS51 SJS.
So I've used 2 of
And
those.
then they want to go
I've got 1
really
left.
slow over
20
here.
minutes.
I don't know why they pack like so much if they want to go slow anyway.
that's where we stand.
Weird. So anyway, safe to say that this is
And if
not
I
like
just go
a
and
fully
quickly do
legal
one more flight,
e-bike,
what
is it?
happens? What
Which is
consequences?
why, once again, we're in Birmingham,
I don't want to piss you
Alabama.
off, but I've got to do it.
So it has got a twist
It's covered a long
throttle
way.
on the right.
I've done-
It's got some very nice flared
Am I working for?
hand grips. So they're cheaper kind, but I'm glad that they're flared anyway. Right, first little test of the suspension.
However long.
Because
to
of
do
course
something,
it's got
and you,
20-inch fat
interrupted
tyres as
halfway
well, 4
through.
inches wide. And to be fair, over all these cracks on the road,
Monetisation on the internet, probably. If it goes
I'm
out,
not really feeling a thing. I mean, I know I'm going over
I
them,
would earn money from it, yeah.
but wow, it is nice.
If it
That
goes out,
front
you'll see.
suspension is lockable, as you'd expect, and
If you see the
doesn't
video,
seem
if it goes
to
out,
like
then
clang and bottom out, which is good.
I'm so keen
And it
on getting
doesn't
my
make a
details, I don't
horrible
get it.
clicking sound when you come back to the top.
And if they don't agree with this,
Yeah, but
I think that's the front suspension here. Lock it off.
you can contact me.
Hang on. Oh, it's already locked.
I'm getting tired of this conversation,
why.
my friend.
All right.
There you go.
Because you keep asking for my details again and again and again.
And here we are.
It's annoying me a little bit.
At
This
the
gentleman
first
hasn't been
test
too bad.
of the bike. the hill climb.
Maybe
Let's
why
bring
he's
my
manager,
face
but-
into it, hopefully.
I get you saying no.
It's going to help you.
You dickhead.
No, but I get you saying no,
SD
because you have to
card.
say no,
It's not a
but-
problem. That's because I put it
Absolutely.
into this one.
You haven't made any
No, it
unreasonable
is.
demands. The
No,
details is a bit far from me.
No, I didn't leave it on the side. It is in there.
I don't need your details if you leave. If you decide, you know,
Right, we're
why
back.
you cannot take a third drone footage.
Luckily, this.
Because I came in to do a flight. The 2 batteries have been. I'm just getting my camera out for the. I've done 2 in the sun. It started to rain, so I thought, well, while it's raining, I'll go in and let them know. Because he said, come back in half an hour. Came back. This gentleman was here to talk to me, and now the sun's back out. I've got 1 left to do. I didn't manage to get it all done with the 2 batteries. It's a big place, isn't it? A battery only lasts 20 minutes, so it was.
But all of this conversation.
Not being rude, I'm just going to go on. Going to get a shot at that in a minute. Do they land here or? No. I thought it was an army one. It's not. Yeah. So the flight, when I edited it together, there's a few parts missing. I haven't got. The 3rd battery wasn't, enough to do that.
What have you not got?
Just certain areas I haven't flown around yet.
Which areas?
Well, probably everywhere, but nowhere. I've done here.
Yeah.
Probably going to be by the river, by the gold window area. You know where that is?
Gold window?
Like right at the far end of the house from here,
No. That's above that.
where the light show is on the end. That spot. Batteries don't last long, so I've done. What I've got. Got a bit left. It rained, so I thought I'd come in, have the conversation before I do the last one. That's it. But if you're not going to
Allowed you.
understand that I can, then I'm going to have to just go and do it anyway. But I don't want to be interrupted or have drones taken off me or anything like that. I've had it happen.
Well, you give us your details. Then.
I can't do that, mate.
You can't fly.
You give me your name and address, and I'll give you mine.
You've got my name. You don't need my address. You've got my name. You don't need my address. But we need your details so we can look at the footage.
I can show you it now if you want.
I don't want to see it.
No.
It's not my decision what's going up and what's not.
Okay.
It's our marketing department to do that.
If I leave the land and go on the public bridleway by the bridge, is there going to be an issue? Am I going to be bothered again?
You cannot fly a drone over Chatsworth House and film private areas. So if you go over the land and over the path and fly your drone in the distance over the fields over there, well, that's nothing to do with us.
No, but you know what I'm going to. If I know why I'm here, right? Come on.
So
I'll go down by the bridge
this
and I'll launch.
decision is not going to change.
What I'm getting at is, if I go and do it anyway, I've explained to you it's lawful, but you're not willing to sort of accept that.
In your view, it's lawful. And our view.
I can show you if you want.
No, I'm not.
I can show you the law on the CIA website.
Yeah, but as far as we're concerned, you're flying over a private house.
That's allowed to happen. It is. I could fly over your house if I want to, but
Under privacy
there'd be no
law.
reason to.
And I can ask for your details.
If I go off the land, down there by the bridge, public pathway sign, I go there, I'll take off there, bring the drone across, what will happen? I don't want to go and do that, and then you guys come running down to me, and, I'm flying then, aren't I? I can't talk, really. You're not going to, do anything silly, is what I'm getting at.
We're not going to get anywhere.
You've done what you
Why
can.
don't just leave the land?
Well, I have a conversation with you at the moment, but I'm saying to him, I'm going to go now,
Yeah.
but I am going to launch it when the weather's a bit better. Okay, now. You're not going to come down and grab me or anything like that, right? I want to make sure. Because if I go down there and that happens, I'll wait.
All right, you wait.
So it'll be finished?
It's going to be a long day for you.
Why is it going to be a long day?
You'll be waiting a while. So,
What do you mean?
Need to make that decision. We're not going to give you permission to fly
I know you
that
can't give
over the
permission,
house. So
but if I go and crack on, it's not going to have dire consequences.
then
You're going to come in.
flying a drone over Chatsworth without our permission, and we don't.
I'm okay with that risk.
And if it gets uploaded on YouTube,
Of course it will.
we'll be hearing from our market.
Of course it will, if I get some decent footage, but it goes in your favour.
What for?
It makes the place look beautiful. It's great.
The place doesn't need drones.
We have our own marketing team that deal with that.
Okay. I'm saying it's not a negative if the video goes out. It's only going to be a positive.
It's not in our eyes.
Are you a marketing expert?
No?
So,
Are you?
no, I'm not marketing expert, no.
There you go then.
But I guarantee you the footage will only go in your favour. It won't go in a negative way. I know that much.
Well, we'd like to see it before it goes out.
Okay, I've showed you a bit. Didn't have to.
Our
I did.
marketing would like to see it. And so if you give me your details, I'll pass on to your marketing and they'll get in contact. Yeah.
I'm going to go down there now. Okay.
See,
No, but you keep on repeating it. I don't want to drag it out.
and you
know.
keep on.
I'm going to go out on the public pathway where I believe to be public.
Keep on deflecting that
Yeah.
direction.
You said I'm going to.
Every time you're wrong, you keep on deflecting.
I'm not wrong, my friend. I'm exempt from the GDPR.
Yeah.
You can fly over private property all day long.
And I would like that footage that you've got of me as well.
There's an exemption to that. Public interest. You're trying to restrict a lawful activity at the moment.
It's not lawful. And in our eyes, it's not lawful.
You may believe it to be unlawful.
And you believe it's lawful, and I don't.
Call the police for some advice. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I will do. But if you give me your details,
I don't need to because I know that it's
Right.
lawful and I know there's a public interest here, so therefore I know I'm exempt.
okay.
Sorry to decline that for you.
Okay.
I'm going to go now.
All right, we'll agree to disagree.
I am going to be by the bridge. I'll be about 20 minutes, half an hour flying, and I'll be finished. And after that, I'll be gone anyway. That's it. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. And nice to meet you. Okay? Bye.
now starting to see them start to rise and indeed back to acts of this.
Looking for the ultimate bookshelf speakers to elevate your audio experience? Meet the Edifier R1280T powered bookshelf speakers, a perfect functionality, style, and performance fusion. Whether you're a music enthusiast, movie lover, or gamer, these speakers deliver exceptional audio clarity and studio quality sound, making them ideal for any setting. Plus, their elegant wooden enclosure adds a touch of sophistication to any room. One standout feature is the versatile connectivity. With dual AUX inputs, you can connect two devices simultaneously, your smartphone, TV, or computer, without the hassle of switching cables. The 13mm silk dome tweeter and 4-inch full-range driver unit ensure precise, natural sound reproduction, providing an immersive listening experience that's hard to beat. Adjusting the audio to your liking has never been easier. The Edifier R1280T comes with intuitive controls, including a remote for volume adjustments and side panel knobs for fine-tuning the bass and treble. Whether you're in the mood for thumping bass or balanced mids, these speakers have you covered. Ready to transform your audio setup? Click the link below to buy the Edifier R1280T on Amazon now. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe for more professional reviews of top-tier tech products. Your next level of entertainment awaits.
There you go. Let's see the Oscar nominations. I saw Amelia Perez apparently has a nomination in every category known to mankind. They're inventing new categories just to nominate this film. And I have heard nothing but bad things about it, by the way. I have not heard a single compliment from a living, breathing soul for this movie. I don't know anything about it aside from some really cringe clips I saw from it, but I have not heard any.
It was a lot of work, and as you know, I felt that we shouldn't have had to necessarily be here. Could have been done, a lot of work. Could have been, it would have been over. We wouldn't have inflation. We wouldn't have had the Afghanistan disaster. Wouldn't have October 7th with Israel if so many people were killed, and you wouldn't have a Ukraine war going on. But with all that being said, I think it's bigger. It's bigger than if it were more traditional.
Only the second time in history.
Yeah.
I do think that it's more substantial that him winning, like if he had won in 2020, it wouldn't have been as big of a deal as him coming back and winning again in 2024. I feel like obviously that was like a huge game changer, massive.
But he didn't have consecutive terms.
You know, he did win.
Well, they say it's historically bigger. I don't know about that. But I can say it showed us a couple of things. It showed us that the radical left, their philosophies and policies are horrible. They don't work. You look at crime, you look at what's gone on at the border, you look at what's going to happen to crime. I mean, the crime that's going to happen. But
yeah, I think as soon as they start showing that there's like these people that are illegal immigrants that have committed, like, again, like that guy got arrested 17 times. How does something like that happen? And so, yeah, absolutely. Because like as soon as you make that, as soon as you make like the public aware of that, they're gonna lose their fucking minds.
I think we got there just in the nick of time, but we still have you covered better than anybody. We have terrorists in our country by the thousands. We have murderers in our country by the tens of thousands. We have numbers that came out, 11,000 people that murdered are now free and walking around in our country.
Gotta get them.
Of them, I think 48%, they say, killed more than one person, and they're walking around. They came out of jails from other countries. And, you know, people, they've emptied their jails. I would, if I were the president or prime minister or something of another country, I'd empty my jails right into America, into the United States. Why not? And
why not?
And many of them did it. If you look at Venezuela, their crime rate is down now 78%. Because they took their street gangs and they moved them into the United States. And you're seeing that in Colorado and Los Angeles and other places, and we're going to take care of it.
So did Biden really say to you when you came up to the front of the White House, welcome home?
No, did somebody say that?
I read it somewhere.
I don't know, maybe he did. I really don't know.
So you left him a letter. It was funny with Peter Doocy, and Peter said, oh, Mr. President, did Joe Biden leave you a letter? He did leave you a letter.
He did.
And you had left him one, but you've never disclosed either one of them.
Well, a lot of people
now would be a great time.
You know, it was interesting. A lot of people thought it was sort of like a setup with Peter Doocy and myself, and I have a lot of respect for Peter. But he just asked me a question about the letter, and then I remember that, you know, it's like a custom. You leave it right in the drawer of that beautiful desk right alongside of us. And so I opened it up, and I actually gave the letter to Peter.
And did he got to read it?
I guess. I haven't.
You don't know.
The content president. All right.
Yeah, I just sent it to him a little while ago.
All right. Before we get into, there's so much substance. You are inheriting a lot of problems, a lot of things that actually scare me, and I want to get to all of that. But I will get to all of that.
All solvable problems.
I agree.
They're all solvable.
Not easy.
With time, effort, money, unfortunately. But they're all solvable problems. We can get our country back. But if we didn't win this race, I really believe our country would have been lost forever.
If Trump bans microtransactions, I wouldn't even care if he becomes dictator. Is that it? So, like, that's really where you draw the line? It's like, just please, bro, get rid of these pre-order bonuses. Like, you can do whatever you want, but you just have to. It's so annoying, man.
There are moments, I mean, when you think of what they threw at you, and I know you signed this declaration about no more weaponization.
Yeah.
And we know that the preemptive pardons came up on Joe's way out.
I do feel like if Trump had lost, it would have been a massive, like, it would have been kind of like the COVID era level of like censorship and like tone policing and like speech control. I think it would have become the norm.
We're facing a civil trial, a criminal trial, conviction, sentencing. Jack Smith, D.C., Florida, Fonnie Willis. I mean, you fought through all of that to get back right here in this office. What people don't know is over there's a little red button you push. You scare people. People think it's the nuclear button, but it's really, you know,
something else.
It's you use it for a different purpose. But the question I have, it was, at any point, did you doubt you would be back here?
So it's a great question. It's something I don't think about. I never really thought about it. I don't think about, gee, will I be back? I just do it. I get it done. I get things done. I'm good at getting things done, and I set my mind to it. As you know, we had a great election in 2016. I had a much better election.
Pardon Snowden.
In 2020.
Wait, what was that?
In 2016, I had a much better election in 2020.
Man. What if the logic for him running for his third term is that he technically already won his third term in the 2020 election? So, because he was able to win a third time, now he can run a fourth time to serve a third time? See, guys, do you remember what y'all said about how I was crazy about this? And then 2 days later, you got people writing up fucking constitutional amendments for this.
And
yeah,
if I didn't have that
you can
election,
only
I
do 2
wouldn't have
terms.
run. If
That's
I
what it says.
Thought that I didn't get the number of votes, and it was reported that I got almost 75 million votes, and that was their numbers. That wasn't the numbers. That was their numbers.
Right.
That was more than anybody has gotten in history. Any sitting president had ever gotten. And you lost. Had I gotten like 50 million, 40 million, or 60 million, I would never have run. But that was like a poll. So, but I had a different attitude. Too big to rig.
Poll came out just in the last 24 hours by Insider Advantage. That's Matt Towery. He nailed 2016, 2020, and 2024. Great pollster, as you know.
Right.
And he gave you a 56% approval rating. He also said of Congress, and I had a town hall with members.
People like winners, right? And at the end of the day, I think that people that don't like Trump can at least respect the fact that he came into office and he did a lot of the things that he said he was going to do. And I think that people like, so this is going to be like, this is a philosophy thing. But I think that at the pinnacle, power and virtue are the same thing. And so, and the best example of that is God, right? I mean, look at Old Testament God. Kind of an asshole, right? But he's God and you worship him. And so I think the closer that you can get to having absolute power and being able to execute that power, the more that you'll have people that will implicitly trust you and implicitly support you.
Was at Congress last night that 70% of respondents want Congress to unite behind your agenda.
I watched that show. It was a great show, and you had some great people.
People saying Trump is God. Just think about it a little bit more. Think about other parallels. Think about other people that have been like very popular in, you know, any country. Think about the way that they exercise their power, and think about what the type of effect that had on their population and how it caused people to respond to them. And you can think about it cross-culturally, because I think that that's probably the best way, in my opinion, the best litmus test for whether something is like a core human functionality or not is whether people that were like in, you know, completely different places in the world back in the day came to that same conclusion. And I think that they did. I do. I think that they did. And I find that to be very interesting. I think it's an element of human psychology that's not explored a lot.
Background. I know every one of them, and they're really patriots. I just saw the love, you know, as the speaker, who is doing a terrific job. The speaker is answering questions, and I saw the acknowledgement and the love they had. And those are tough people behind him. You know, these are not easy people.
There are others that are tougher.
I said, well, I don't know. This is a tough group if they want to be. They're not, nobody much tougher. But they're very unified. I think they're going to do a great job.
But they have a small majority. You went through over 200 since we've got here. And we have breaking news today that we'll get to in a minute. And especially as it relates to the border and some other issues. But you're going to need to do some of these things legislatively. You will probably play the largest role in uniting them both in the House and Senate. Reconciliation, the Senate has very strict, rules governing how they can do it. Do you, one big beautiful bill, two bills, do you care at this point?
I don't care as long as we get to the final answer. I like the concept of the one bill. I guess I said one big beautiful, and that's what everyone faced. Actually, it's sort of a nice
I could
sound
assume
to it.
that he said that, yeah.
But I do like that concept. It could be something else. It could be a smaller bill and a big bill.
Right.
But as long as we get to the right answer. Now, I will say that Los Angeles has changed everything.
That's pragmatic, yeah.
Because a lot of money is going to be necessary for Los Angeles, and a lot of people on the other side want that to happen. And
North Carolina, too.
Fast. Well, they don't care about North Carolina. The Democrats don't care about North Carolina. What they've done with FEMA is so bad. FEMA is a whole other discussion because all it does is complicate everything. FEMA has not done their job for the last 4 years. I had FEMA working really well. We had hurricanes in Florida. We had Alabama, tornadoes. But unless you have certain types of leadership, it gets in the way. And FEMA is going to be a whole big discussion very shortly because
I think it's kind of crazy for me to see how much some things were being mismanaged. Like, because, I mean, even as somebody who's, generally distrustful of, government and stuff, it was shocking for me to see how much things were just totally fucked. It was on purpose. I mean... yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say that. I wouldn't really say that, but maybe.
See the states take care of their own problems. If they have a tornado someplace, and if they let that state. Oklahoma is very competent. I love Oklahoma. 77 out of 77 districts. And that's never been done before. I did it 3 times. I mean, think of it. 3 times. Never been done. Ronald Reagan had the record, 56. 56 out of 77. I got 77 out of 77. So you have to love a place like that. I love Oklahoma. But you know what? If they get hit with a tornado or something, unless you have certain types of leadership, it gets in the way. And FEMA is going to be a whole big discussion very shortly because
I think it's kind of crazy for me to see how much some things were being mismanaged. Because, I mean, even as somebody who's, generally distrustful of, government and stuff, it was shocking for me to see how much things were just totally fucked. It was on purpose. I mean, yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say that. I wouldn't really say that, but maybe.
See the states take care of their own problems. If they have a tornado someplace, and if they let that state. Oklahoma is very competent. I love Oklahoma. 77 out of 77 districts. And that's never been done before. I did it 3 times. I mean, think of it. 3 times. Never been done. Ronald Reagan had the record, 56. 56 out of 77. I got 77 out of 77. So you have to love a place like that. I love Oklahoma. But you know what? If they get hit with a tornado or something, let Oklahoma fix it. You don't need... And then the federal government can help them out with the money. The FEMA is getting in the way of everything, and the Democrats actually use FEMA not to help North Carolina.
It makes no sense.
So I'm stopping on Friday. I'm stopping in North Carolina, first stop, because those people were treated very badly by Democrats. And I'm stopping there. We're going to get that thing straightened out because they're still suffering from a hurricane from months ago. and then I'm going to...
Yeah, I remember seeing the photos of that, and people's houses were floating around. All kinds of crazy shit was happening. Yeah, it was a shock to see it happen. It really was. Like, I was amazed. Yeah, is he going to dismantle FEMA? I feel like in a lot of cases, the best solution isn't to dismantle something, but it's to functionally dismantle it. So, like, you just remove all of the people that were in charge of decision-making. Like, there are a lot of things that are good systems that are run by bad people, and so you just get new people, and that's it. Yeah, reform it, exactly. Yeah, that's the whole, and I think that was the, like, the whole idea of, like, oh, drain the swamp, right? That was kind of what people wanted. I don't think people want to see the government dismantled, or they want to see a lot of government regulation and regulatory agencies completely removed. I think they just want to see them working efficiently and not, in some ways, seemingly oppositional to people. A floating house and $600? I think it was $700, but yeah.
Then I'm going to go to California.
Will you meet with Gavin?
I don't know. I haven't even thought about it.
750.
But Gavin's got one thing he can do. He can release the water that comes from the north. There is massive amounts of water, rainwater and mountain water that comes due with the snow, comes down as it melts. There's so much water, they're releasing it into the Pacific Ocean. And I told him, it's a political thing for the Democrats. I don't know.
I played the tape. You said it to him in front of him in 2018.
I said it to him in front of the media and everything else, and nobody talks about it. The media never picks it up. You put it out. I was so happy.
The thing about this is that, like, I almost don't even believe Trump with this, because it seems like how could it possibly be that simple? How could they possibly be fucking up on that level?
The whole thing is due with the snow. He can release the water that comes from the north. There is massive amounts of water, rainwater and mountain water that comes due with the snow, comes down as it melts. There's so much water, they're releasing it into the Pacific Ocean. And I told him, it's a political thing for the Democrats. I don't know.
I played the tape. You said it to him in front of him in 2018.
I said it to him in front of the media and everything else, and nobody talks about it. The media never picks it up. You put it out. I was so happy.
The thing about this is that, like, I almost don't even believe Trump with this, because it seems like how could it possibly be that simple? How could they possibly be fucking up on that level? And so, like, I don't really entirely believe that, because it's just so ridiculous, it's impossible to believe. You question a chosen one? Well, I mean, this is the way that I always look at things. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And it's like, are they really that dumb? Like, there's no way, right? I mean, it's got to be more complicated than that.
See that tape, because some people said, is that possible? They have water coming down from the Pacific Northwest, which is a lot of water. So much water that they'd have to let some of it go at some point. They don't need reservoirs. They don't need any. They're spending all this money on these reservoirs, and they're fake reservoirs. You know, they're
the reservoirs were empty. The hydrants didn't work, and they're not practicing the science of forestry, which is
the sprinklers didn't work in the homes because they had no water. Think of it. We have sprinklers. Think of it with no water. They didn't have any water. The fire hydrants, believe it, hard to believe. The place has sprinklers. It's nice, but you don't want to lose this office. By the way, how do you like it?
It's well, I'm glad. It's great to be back. I'm not going to lie.
You know, I've had the biggest people in the world come here, and they come into the Oval Office, and they just look, and they want time to look. They're looking around. George Washington, Honest Abe.
One day maybe we can do a tour. We had a conversation, and maybe I shouldn't disclose this, but I will. And it was after the 2020 election. And you asked me a question, and we've known each other for 30 years, so we have a friendship and we have a professional relationship.
Moving on, all right.
And the question you asked me, maybe in the end it will be better that if I came back in 4 years. And we talked about
the content president. There it is. And to be fair, it is a better story. It was.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. In this one, Michele Membe. I looked up the pronunciation in my pronunciation dictionary, wasn't there? I found a video on YouTube talking about this. It's like some sort of mythical beast, like a Loch Ness monster or some shit like that. And I found some dude saying the name, so I'm just assuming he got it right, and I probably already got it wrong. But this is Congo's living dinosaur. It's not. Dinosaurs aren't alive. I mean, they kind of are, aren't they? Unlike sharks and like... not dolphins. What am I thinking of? Crocodiles. Completely different from dolphins. Aren't they like dinosaurs or something? Anyway, that's what we're talking about today. Thank you, Ilza, who wrote it. I'm going to read it. That's the format of the show. Let's jump in. So tomorrow... Oh, we're starting off with a quote, sorry. Quote. So tomorrow we disappear into the unknown. This account I am transmitting down the river by canoe, and it may be our last word to those who are interested in our fate. That's what Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote. Didn't Sir Arthur Conan Doyle write fiction? It's like a brontosaurus, down the spine and tail. According to some storytellers, it also roars aggressively when approached by humans. Others claim that the beast is silent, making no sound at all, which doesn't make a lot of sense, as all animals make sounds. Some are just quieter than others. Is that true? Do all animals make sounds? I never really thought about it, but I guess so. I'm trying to think of an animal. My kid would be so disappointed. I'll tell them about an animal, and they'd be like, what sound does it make, Dad? And I'd be like, doesn't make a sound. And my daughter would be like, no. Anytime she doesn't believe anything, she's like, no, are you just joking? The best time to see Michele Membe is during the rainy season, as it appears when the rivers rise and then leave, presumably going downstream. When the rivers fall, where it spends the dry... My kid would be so disappointed. Are you just joking? The best time to see Michele Membe is during the rainy season, as it appears when the rivers rise.
Hello and welcome to BBC News Large Park Hour. And so let's get this report on all the latest.
Further north, the town of Westport in County plenty of them cancelled. Issued across the island. That means on both sides of the Irish border, all schools are closed. Many businesses are allowing staff to work from home. The emergency services say the vast majority of people are staying inside.
We're really thankful that the public have taken that public safety advice about trying to stay at home and reduce their travel. So we'll continue to reiterate that advice around, don't travel unless you absolutely need to.
Pictures like these show what a storm of this magnitude can do. In County Tyrone in Northern Ireland, farms and houses have suffered damage. And in County Down, this leisure centre in Bangor has taken a hit from the extreme gales. After a morning of disruption, the scale of the destruction will only become clear after Storm Éowyn has blown through. Chris Page, BBC News.
Well, let's get out there on the ground. I hope to speak to Ben Schofield, who's in Manchester, in a moment or two. But let's first go to David Wallace-Lockhart, who's in Scotland. And David, I was looking at the pictures only an hour or so ago. It looks pretty rough where you are.
Yeah, it is, and I'm in Glasgow, but in South Lanarkshire, not a million miles from here, we have had winds of over 100 miles per hour recorded. And for a bit of context, we're actually shielded by quite a big building where we're currently standing, but about 50 yards up the road, there was a group of people just a few minutes ago. One got knocked over by the wind, their hat came right off and straight into the River Clyde, which, when you look at it, is more like the sea today than it is actually like a river. And this particular bridge that's over the Clyde, you can actually look, it's got plastic sheets as part of its roofing, and we've been watching as some of them have actually got ripped off. So that's giving you a sort of sense of the kind of damage that this storm is already doing, the kind of strength of wind that we're seeing. Now, there's been disruption. There's no trains today across Scotland. We're not actually going to have trains until at least midday tomorrow. That's even though this...
thoughts on Hassan calling your community Nazis? I did see that. So 4chan is right. You are a Jew.
My Jew brother.
I do want to make one thing
Shalom.
abundantly clear. I'm German.
Oh, what the hell?
It's the opposite.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no, what the hell? Oh, what the hell? He's the enemy. He's the enemy. He's the enemy.
These are the types of things that you say when you're being a little too edgy. Your entire community is going to turn into fucking Nazis. It's going to be infested. You have opened up your environment to Nazis. You're courting Nazis at that point. That's what you're doing.
The thing is that I found it to be kind of odd that Hassan would say that, considering that recently at least, I'm pretty sure the score is 1-0. We know one Nazi that was watching my stream and then stopped watching it. He was unhappy with the way that I covered something. But no, I don't really take any of that seriously. I'm sure that like Hassan has people that are like terrorist sympathizers that are like in his chat and his community too. And it's not necessarily his fault. It doesn't mean that he did that himself.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods.
It just means that whenever you have an environment where you're talking about things that are really emotionally charged.
These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way, just so you know. These fucking musically gifted individuals.
And so, like, you have people that are extremists that take refuge in more, what I would say, like, generally, like, more moderate communities.
I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
And I think that's what happens in a lot of cases. But anyway, no, I don't take any accountability for that. No, I don't think that I really create a safe space for Nazis. I mean, I don't really think so. I think it's a ridiculous claim. It's a ridiculous accusation.
When you're being a little too edgy. Is it Lofi?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way! Oh my God, dude, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
So this was a video that was linked to me, and apparently I'm in the video. I don't know why. The video is called "Most Disgusting Rooms on Twitch."
XQC's room is a mess. It's on LSF. Didn't he just move? It looks like one of those gaming hubs on 4chan back in the day where they used to compete to outgross each other. So they'd be like cum tributes and a lot of like cigarette ashes, old meals, spills, urine and poop stains and shit.
I don't think that's like, I don't remember that. I remember just, it was post, remember the fucking the threads, post your battle station. And I'm pretty sure in my original video, even referred to my setup as a battle station.
Battle stations, that's what it's called. 4chan battle stations. Let's take a peek.
Okay.
This is a cool little piece he's got back here.
It seems... Oh. That's not even a big deal. Like, everybody acts like this is some massive fucking problem. That's probably only like a week of garbage, number one. Number two, it's all in the same place on the floor. You could clean that up in 5 minutes. Less.
It's a beaut.
It's totally fine.
I love streaming from a dumpster.
Holy fuck, man.
It's not a dumpster, it's just that part of the room is where the trash goes.
Wow. He makes it sound like it's not him that did it. It's like, wow, a burglar came in and left all of his McDonald's bags on the floor.
Yeah, man,
unbelievable.
this is messed up.
Bro,
huh?
I can't believe this.
It's right, yeah.
Does he like black out when he's eating McDonald's and forget that he throws it on the floor, so he's always surprised that it's there in the morning? Like, how does that happen? Like, he seems as surprised as I am.
Yeah, I've had that happen.
Like, he just disassociates the second he has a Filet-O-Fish. Eyes roll in the back of his head. Just starts littering.
No, it's like, I've had this happen, like, in Wendy's. You go to Wendy's and you eat all, you go down, and, like, I'll lay down on the floor over there and eat Wendy's. And then I'll pass out on the floor after I eat, like, all my fries and nuggets. And then I'll wake up and I'll forget that I went to Wendy's, but then I'll remember that I went to Wendy's. And then whenever I remember that I went to Wendy's, I'll remember that I got a small chili at Wendy's. And since they usually serve those at like molten hot temperatures, it's still warm and I can eat it after I woke up. So like, it's actually not that outrageous what he's saying.
So it's not his whole room, it's just one spot.
Yeah, exactly. It's one small part. It's not even that
like,
bad.
It actually seems like the room itself is somewhat kempt.
Yeah.
Like, there's even a giant projector here.
Exactly, it's totally
and
fine.
there's this, like, Allspark or Tesseract. I don't really know what this apparatus is, but that's pretty cool. It's just his area. Like, he came in here like this tornado of filth and just vandalized one spot in particular.
That's all. Yeah, everything else is totally
What's the point in cleaning? It's just gonna get dirty again.
Exactly.
You know, as the Power Rangers say.
To be fair, my room is still pretty clean. Like, I will say, the only reason why I cleaned up my room is that I was just always fucking annoyed with there being garbage everywhere. It was fucking annoying. Like, that's it. Show us? Okay. Give me a minute. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna just do a zoom out, alright? Here we go. The entire room is clean. Let me show you. Full cam. The whole room is clean. There are some drinks over here. This is literally like 2 days worth of drinks. 2 days worth of drinks. That's food from a night ago. And that's it. Everything else, totally fucking clean. Yeah, I think that's, I feel like that is very, very fucking clean. Wendy's bag, that's because I went to Wendy's today. I was eating my food whenever I started to stream. Yes, there's a Wendy's bag because I went to Wendy's today. What are we gonna act like this is, what are you guys, too good to go to Wendy's now? Get the fuck out of here.
That wasn't as bad as I would have expected, to be honest. Like, it doesn't seem like there's many spills. Just like a little Coke here. Here, let me go back in.
I wonder if he's gonna look at
Yeah, so
my
just like a
old
little
one.
Coke stain there. Is there any other,
There's
like,
nothing.
big
It's nothing, man.
sticky areas? No.
Nothing.
So it looks like he just has like a drink corner and then an everything else heap.
Yeah.
Is this all from the same place? I don't think so. This is McDonald's up here, and this is Score.
I don't know what
Scores.
that is.
I don't know that spot.
I think some of these are. I think that bag
Asmund
is
vibes. Does Asmund have a disgusting room as well?
Oh fuck! Here we
This
go.
is so yucky. Like, that's inviting so
Oh,
many
fuck.
bugs
All
and
right,
shit.
all right,
Like, I
here
already
we go.
freak out because of little fruit flies.
Here we go.
This is just inviting the unknown, like opening a portal to hell.
Oh,
doesn't he have a bin? Well, I'm sure there's a garbage can. Oh, in fact, I think it's right here. It's just, it's working overtime.
Bro,
It's at capacity.
I'm telling you, like, you could clean that up in like 2 minutes. 2 to 5 minutes, that shit could be cleaned up.
It's doing all it can just to stay alive. It's fighting for its fucking life. He's only been there for 2 weeks. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, a lot of people see trash. I see a story. I can basically carbon date. No, carbon date's the wrong word. I can like track his calories through his trash here. Like I can see what he, how his digestion's probably going. Yeah, it tells a tale. It's got personality.
Let's see.
There, let me see Asmund's room.
Oh, all right.
But like I said, I expected that to be worth.
Look.
See Asmund's room.
It automatically fucking. It auto completes. The first fucking option. Look at the suggestions right there. It's not even hiding it. There's 2 of them. That's how bad it was.
But like I said, I expected that to be worse than with the way people hyped it up.
Yeah.
But maybe it will be in a month. We can do a checkup. Asmund Gold's lair. Wow, this looks awful. Oh my god, this looks bad. This actually looks so much worse. I feel like I'm looking into like a gas station's dumpster.
Tervetuloa pommijätkien pariin.
3, 2, 1!
Ilotulitetta, dynamiittia ja tynnyreitten heittämistä.
Kyllä, tää on ollut tosi suosittua tuolla YouTuben puolella nämä videot. Tästä kun porukka laittaa jotain kiinareita tuonne kattilaalle ja lennättää niitä, niin kokeillaan mekin sitä totta kai.
Se on muuten ihan totta.
Joo,
näkee niitä videoita, missä joku pistää jonkun saakelin pienen sähikäiseen niin kuin kattilaalle. Ja näyttökertoja 10 miljoonaa.
Sitten mä oon nähnyt semmoista, joku pistää dynamiittia auton alle ja sitä ei kato juuri kukaan.
Älä muuta sanoa. Mä en tiedä mihin toi perustuu. Varmaan siihen, että porukka tavallaan haluaa vaan niinku semmoisen simppeleitä juttuja.
Niin no, mutta tänään on simppeliä.
Ja on myös simppelit jätkätkin paikan päälle.
Kyllä.
Mutta tosiaankin tänään keksitään vaikka mitä. Meillä on tulossa pientä papattia kattilan alle. Sitten tulee myös tynnyrin heittoa ja Lauriin oma keksimä spesiaali suoraan Tampereen sydämestä, nimittäin 1000-kiloinen teräskauha, minkä alle tullaan laittamaan X määrä dynamiittia pienellä peno lisällä.
Kyllä.
Toihan toi Finnish Space Program, että koitetaan heittää tavaraa tuonne kiertoradalle, niin se on ollut sellaista hyvää hommaa. Ja mietittiin, että mitä heitettäisiin, ja noi autot ei oikein kestä lentää, ja muutenkin asiat tuppaa hajoa. Niin jotain tämmöistä isoa ja kestävää, niin kauha.
Mulla tulee täällä tämmönen kuule 60-grammonen buumi, eli tää on sitä nopeata välähemmassaa, eli sama mitä oli Thunder Kingeissa aikoinaan. Ja, niin tässä on melkoinen mötikkä. Ja
It's only a game, so put up a real good fight. I'm gonna be snickering you tonight. I'm playing for my...
Don't like you people.
Big breaks. This
Submerged underwater. Breaker. Hands on your buzzers. Right. First answer is the one I have to accept. Have a go at it. If you get it wrong, early bath. What is the largest country in the world? Andy.
USA?
It's Russia.
Oh.
Still, not the USSR, Russia is still the largest country in the world. So you're through, Nina. Andy, you're out, son. Come on, Paul and Andy. How you doing? First one, see the leapfrog? Yes. Shows you
It
human,
happens.
see, mate.
It happens.
Andy, you all right?
Yeah, fine.
Good. Ready for a trick shot?
I'll give it a go. Yeah.
Oh, I'll hold your horse for you. Okay then, mate? Yeah. And can you play snooker?
Nope.
Oh, good. Neither can John.
Ooh.
There you go.
Okay, Andy, well, if you get this, you can have this waistcoat and this tie to match. Unlucky. Right. This is the Evel Knievel shot. We've put the black on 3 pieces of chalk, put a line of reds. What I'm going to do is striking down on the cue ball. I'm going to jump the cue ball to hit the black to send it over the reds and into the corner pocket. What you're going to do, I don't know. Okay, trying to pot the black.
John, do you know what, mate? You are getting a cult following. I can see you now. Round the universe, Salford University. You're a king now. I can see you now. Doctorate stuff. Doctor of trick shots. Fantastic, eh? What about that? You know where you have to start? Bottom of the ladder, doing this one, you win this prize.
And the winner of our trick shot tonight, Jim, can celebrate with his big, great magnum of champagne.
Too hard, so let's give you this ramp to run up.
Yeah, throw that at it.
So what you've got to do here...
Did you hear about the Irish Evel Knievel trying to jump over 42 motorbikes in a double-decker bus?
No.
Yeah. That's it, that's the joke, that is it, that is it.
Well, what happened?
Well, he got halfway across and someone rang the bell.
Okay, Andy, don't be frightened to it. You've never played before, have you?
No.
No, I can see that. Where did you tie your horse up? No, come on.
Yeah.
Aim up the middle of that ramp. Don't be frightened of hitting this. Hit this.
Hit it, hit it, hit it.
Hit it hard.
Absolutely.
Hello? Hello? Yeah!
Trick shots as well, Andy. Fantastic. Well, that's your little magnum of champagne, your big break trophy. Well, there's one way of doing it. That'll count, wouldn't it?
Oh, well, I said pot the black.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's gonna be one of them nights. Let's set the rest of them up. Okay. Okay, what's okay? Also, are you all right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, right. You got a call. Pick.
Heads or tails?
Tails never fails.
Tails wins. You're right.
First or second?
Second.
Second. Go and have a sit down then. All cowards are, all cowards. Now then, first, you've got to answer the questions. You've never done this before, have you?
Yeah, Junior Big Boy.
Oh, Junior, oh, this is grown up. They're bigger balls, aren't they? Big money. Go on, have fun. Come up with me, Nina.
Okay.
Okay, Paul, so you remember the table. Just to remind the viewers at home, the numbers on the balls are the value in pounds. Keep your eyes open for the double pockets. The £60 pink into the pink pocket indicated on the screens at home, double up to £120. The more money, the more chance of getting to this week's final. Ask you to make your break.
Okay, Nina, if you don't know the answer, just shout at me and we'll pick an easy one.
Okay, Paul, the only thing I will say that if you do miss, you've got to wait for Jim to give the okay to carry on. You've got 90 seconds. It will start the next time you strike the cue ball. Miss Red.
In the X-Files, what's the... who's mould... Oh, forget it. Play.
Carry on.
Brain don't work, son.
We're off and running. £10.
Great programme, though, the X-Files.
£70. £80. £140.
That funny run suits you, John, somehow.
£150. Miss Black.
If you have appeared on BBC TV's Mastermind, but not one, can you appear again?
Yes.
You can.
Carry on.
I wouldn't worry, though, Nina.
Misread.
Oh. Which former Alfie's and Pet actor has also starred in Spencer and Crocodile Shoes?
Jimmy Nail.
Correct, play.
Carry on. Misread.
Oh, on Christmas Day 1995, were there riots? On which Sydney beach was there riots? Famous beach.
Bay.
Hold it.
Bondi Beach.
Bondi Beach.
Carry on.
Correct.
£160.
Yes.
£220. Paul Hunter scores £220.
220. Okay, Peter, you take the table. Down, didn't you?
OK, Peter, £220 to beat. Ask you to make your break. OK, Peter, that was an excellent safety shot. The time will start the next time you strike the cue ball.
I'll get a red question, shall I, Pete? Ready?
Yeah.
OK.
Well, he might float this in. Misread.
How many years will the Queen have been married on November the 20th, 1997? Big anniversary. 50 it is, yeah.
Good answer. Carry on, Peter. £10. Nicely on the £70 black. That's £80. £90. £160. 220 to beat. £170. This black, you're in the final, but keep going. Let's get as much money as we can. 35 seconds to go. Yes, good shot. £240.
Tricky shot, this one.
Misread.
Which film won the 1996 Oscar for Best Picture?
Forrest Gump.
No, it was Braveheart, wasn't it? No. In May 1996, did sacked prison chief Derek Lewis receive 220 grand or 500 in compensation for losing his job?
500.
No, it was 222,000. William Perry plays American football for the London Monarchs. What's his icy nickname? Icy.
Fridge.
Peter Hepburn scores £240.
Happy day. Well, there we are. Winners there, our blue team, £220. Great attempt on your first time. Enjoy it.
Yeah, brilliant.
£220 for you, Nina. All right, enjoyed yourself, love, and you've got your trophy.
Fantastic, yes.
All right, well, take care of yourself, love. Keep your fingers crossed now. It's final time. Let's see how he gets on. All right, Paula. Come on, Pete, have a go. You have to break them up, then we do some questions. All right, Paula, many questions as you can. You get five right, you get 5 red balls off. Pot the whole lot, 1 minute, 30 seconds. We all know this by now, so let's check out the prizes.
Any reds left on the table tonight, Jim, and our winner can swim away with this underwater compact camera and Walkman. Pot the yellow, they can also enjoy their morning coffee, freshly made in this espresso coffee maker. Or if the green is clear, they can get fit on this electronic exercise bicycle. A luxurious West End weekend is the prize for downing the brown. While with the blue gone, they have a choice of CDs to play on this mini stereo system. Sync the pink and they can produce a polished performance with its video camera and edit suite. Finally, pot the black to clear the table and win the mystery star prize.
OK, here we go, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Good luck, Paula. Your time starts now. Which royal was once BBC Sports Personality of the Year? A girl.
Princess Anne.
Correct. What is the name? Well, Hunchback of Notre Dame. What's his name?
Quasimodo.
Right. From which planet does Superman come from?
Krypton.
Right. What colour is Riesling wine? White or red?
Red.
No, it's white. A bar mitzvah is a coming of age for which...
Jews.
Correct. Stop the clock. We've got 4. Hang on there. Bar mitzvah is for Jewish people, coming of age. What one did you get wrong? Risling's white, isn't it? So,
Leave that one and leave that one.
Riesling?
Yeah,
White, yeah.
Others away.
You sure you don't want the one?
Lovely
I'll
white,
leave that one.
crisp,
Oh,
sparkling.
you just roll the pen.
White wine.
Okay, good thing. All right. We've taken 4 off, you've got 2 reds. After each red, you must go for a colour, then the colours in sequence. Hopefully, you'll finish up potting the black, win the Mystery Star Prize for Paula. You've got 1 minute 5 seconds. Wish you the best of luck. The time will start when you strike the cue ball. Good, we got that tricky one out of the way. Pot it if you want, Peter, I'll get it out quick. Okay.
Right, that's first prize. Underwater camera and a Walkman. You get to keep that. That's a red prize. You've got that anyway. This is now other prize.
Okay. Good shot.
Please welcome your host for Big Break, Mike Reed.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely evening. This is going to be a different video than a lot of the videos I've done on this channel. I usually am a bit more excited for it. I did this video already and then my file was just complete corrupt garbage. The audio, the video, everything. Don't know why, it's just garbage. I was able to use Whisper and Speech Note to get a transcript of it, so you may see me looking at the screen every now and then. I feel like I got everything out exactly as I wanted the first time, and I don't know how to really reproduce that. I don't usually read from the screen, but you may see me do that from time to time because I've already done this video. If anybody has been watching this channel for any length of time, you probably understand that I have a deep and fundamental disdain for influencer culture and where it has gone. I believe that there is a lot of rot on this website, and I believe there's a lot of rot within influencer culture in general. I did a video about this with Brand Safe Influencers with Marcus Brownlee last year, where he did this greenwashing interview with Apple, not asking a single difficult question, not challenging any of what they were saying, and just allowed this complete pile of garbage to be fed to 15 or 18 million people. I did a video on Christmas Eve talking about what I think it takes to be a real influencer, and I told the story of somebody that inspired me. This video is going to be, I would say, part 3 in that series. I made a community post about Linus from Linus Tech Tips, and I went over a lot in that post that bothered me about the way he presents himself and the actions that he takes. And I stand by what I said in that post. I stand by all of it. And I wanted to do a video that goes over why. What sparked that post was a video that I saw, and it was a video where the title had changed 3 times. It also presented some items from Steve at Gamers Nexus that bothered me. It would have bothered me regarding virtually anybody. Steve is essentially here is just an example. But so there was a video that he made titled, "Is Gamers Nexus Ethical Journalism?" And then he changed it to Linus email Steve, and then he changed it to Linus and Gamers Nexus ever be friends again. Now, people with a certain personality type will do this, where you go from being very confrontational to, oh, let's be friends, to this weird emotional manipulation. And I don't like that. I've experienced that for 17 years of my life, and I know it when I see it, and it just kind of, it just twists something in the pit of my stomach, where somebody has a dagger in one hand and a handshake in the other. I don't like that very much. And in this video, he was discussing Steve's coverage of him, and he was putting the word morality on the screen from a dictionary, and he was saying, kind of implying that Steve is not moral because of how he covered what Linus had did. And I believe that he successfully shifted focus from his own actions and his own lack of morality onto somebody else. And one of the things that I'm going to be going into in very great detail in this video is that it's not only Linus that I'm aggravated at. I'm considerably aggravated at Steve from Gamers Nexus for a number of reasons. One of them here is that he has allowed other people to choose the yardstick by which he's measured, and he never takes that yardstick and tries to measure the people who are applying that standard to him. He has accepted the premise of assholes in many ways. He has changed the way he acts as a result of it, and I'm going to go over how I think that should change. So in that video, he's discussing Steve Burke's video, where he's talking about a company called Honey. What is Honey? For those of you who have not followed this, it's a company that creates a browser extension that is closed source, that tries to find coupon codes for you and then input it when you're checking out on a website. So if you've ever been to oldnavy.com, sketchers.com, newegg.com, any website where you buy stuff, you usually see a little box where you can input a discount code. And sometimes you can get free shipping, sometimes you get 5% off, $2 off, whatever it is. It's annoying to look for these coupon codes because when you Google for a coupon code, 99% of them don't even work anymore. The websites that have these are mostly spam garbage filled with ads, the kind of stuff where you'd really want to have a condom on in your web browser before you visit them. And after you spend 20 minutes searching, you're lucky if you can even get $5 off. So it's nice to have an extension that finds these things for you. This company sponsored a lot of different YouTubers that were very large and very famous to promote this product. And a lot of YouTubers spoke about it, including Linus. A video came out demonstrating that this company is one giant scam. What they were doing is they were stealing affiliate revenue and commissions from people on YouTube. So when you click a link in my video description that says Hacko T30KN, that link is what's called an affiliate link. It lets the vendor know that you got there from my video, and what they'll do is they'll give me 1 or 2 or 4% of what you buy on that website. So if you buy the Hacko soldering iron, I'll get something. If you say, you know what, Lewis is an idiot, I'm going to buy a Weller instead, I'll still get the 1 or 2% commission because you sent me there. So you buy this $40 soldering iron tip that you saw me use because you like it, and I'll get 50 cents or $2 or something like that. That's the way it works. They were actually editing and changing this link without letting you know, or the creator know. They were doing this in secret, not being open about it, and they would steal the commission. So the criticism in the video that came out, or at least the heavy implication in the video that came out on this company, is that there were YouTubers that knew that this company was scamming people, and they did not come out and say this company is scamming people. They just kind of dropped them as a sponsor without really saying anything. It was one of these things where it's like, I'm going to do this really high visibility video discussing this company on my main channel, and then when they wind up being a scam, you know, people kind of mentioned it on Twitter, and influencers kind of knew about it already, and there's this forum post over here that, you know, like 1% of the people that watch my channel post on, so, which we'll get into this. What bothered me about this thing. So Linus took money to advertise a service that he admits he learned was stealing from people. And Linus's defense in several of his videos has been that I thought they were only scamming these people. I didn't know it was scamming the people that I advertised it to. Like, I only thought it was scamming them, not you. You know, and also the defense was something along the lines of his image. People would be mad at him if they for suggesting that they uninstall a browser extension that made Linus less money. Anytime I suggest that you look at one of these videos where he said something, I highly suggest that you listen to the entire video yourself. One of the things I've noticed over the past several weeks is that when listening to a Linus video, many people see this as kind of that Yanni Laurel thing that came out many years ago, where two people can listen to the exact same clip, the exact same quote, and they literally hear different things. And I'm always going to tell you, go there and listen to the whole thing. I'm going to quote sections, but by all means, listen to the whole thing so you can decide for yourself. And it seemed like he was worried about how he'd be perceived and how he'd be torn apart. So I'm going to quote one of these videos. And I quote, "If I told everybody, uninstall Honey, an extension that supposedly gets them a better deal because I wasn't making enough money from it, do you really, honestly, ask yourself, truly, do you think that would have gone well for me?" So Linus is asking his viewers to ask if they think it would have gone well for him. And my first thing, what makes me want to punch my monitor, is that it's not about you. You gave up the right for it to be about you, or your image, or how you think you'd be perceived when you took their money to advertise a closed source browser extension to all of your users. It's not cheap to advertise on Linus's channel. I don't know how much he got paid for making that video, or how many times Honey paid him. I have no idea. I'm going to take a guess that it was more than free. I'm going to take a guess that it was a considerable amount of money. So this is one of the things that goes back to a video that I did about 9 years ago about something I learned from one of my good mentors, Dino, when I was 19. He had a saying, it's, if you're going to be the bitch, you be the whole bitch. Or very similar to what Eddard Stark said in Game of Thrones. He who set the sentence must swing the sword. Or in this case, he who takes 10 or 20 or 50 or $500,000 or whatever to advertise a scam on his YouTube channel must then use that same YouTube channel to tell his audience when he learns that they are a scam. Like, I don't hear him saying, I was dangerously concerned about the data privacy of those users. I don't hear him mentioning that their privacy policy says that they will keep your data for 10 years and that they collect that data and they use it to target ads at you. And above all, the big elephant in the room here is just when later on he gets mad that there's context that was added. I'm going to add that context, and I'm going to show you why I think it makes it even worse. People who are willing to scam people that are worth tens to hundreds of millions of dollars might be willing to scam people that are worth nothing. I'm just going to throw that out there, that if a company is so brazen that they're willing to steal from people who are worth 10 million, 100 million, or $300 million, because there's some big creators that sponsored this, they're probably, if they're going to steal money from people at that size, they're probably also willing to steal data from the guy that bags groceries at H-E-B. Linus, if he wanted, could afford to hire a top-tier law firm. He could get Quinn and Emanuel on retainer if he wanted to sue these companies and bury them for their misdeeds. And they went after him and still stole from many others. If they're going to steal from people like that, why wouldn't they steal from somebody like you or I? Why wouldn't they steal our data? This is a closed source browser extension. It sees everything that you're doing in your browser. It knows your name because you are checking out on these websites. It knows what you're buying because it can see. It knows the political websites that you go to. It knows the videos you watch. It can build a total and complete profile on you. And God only knows what they are doing with that data. There's a lot of talk on the context that was missing from Steve's video, the additional part of the video clip that he didn't play. And that's what people are really hinging on here. The context that Linus is referring to is what he explained during this January 4th stream. So I'm going to read you the entire thing. 4 years ago, if I'd said, uninstall this extension that gets you a better deal, people that say ad blocking is piracy and that it circumvents compensating the creator, watch how predictably the chat is going to blow up and say that's totally different. It's not totally different. It's related though. It's very closely related. I'm spreading the word for the smaller creators, but that argument doesn't save me here. And it's not going to save me if I tell people to uninstall this extension that gets them a better deal so that small creators can get their affiliate revenue. Are you kidding? There's just no way that I can make that video and I don't have hanging from the nearest tree. I mean, now that we figured out that honey is harming the consumer, obviously, but again, we didn't. I don't know how many times I have to say this. We didn't know about that. We didn't know anything because we didn't say anything because we didn't know. We didn't say anything because we didn't know about that, and we had no reason to. And that's another thing. Like, we don't shout it from the rooftops every time we stop working with a sponsor, and neither does anybody. That is such a weird, bizarre expectation that some people have. Do you expect the NFL to, like, replace Monday Night Football with a 3-hour special about not using Surface tablets anymore when their sponsorship ends? Of course not. We stopped working with a bunch. We've stopped working with a bunch of sponsors because of getting about how they have had bad experiences with them. We didn't, shout it from the rooftops. We just stopped working with them. And the problem is that Linus is such a good parasocial relationship and an actor that people are all defending him for fucking them. So Steve actually did do something very wrong in his video by not including that context. And I agree that that it's wrong because that context makes it even worse. So first things first here. So you're kind of comparing, informing your audience about the fact that this company is scamming people with making a 3-hour video. You know that that's bullshit. This is a false dichotomy, and this is done to escape responsibility and accountability, which is part of what I say Linus always does. And every time he does this, he tends to go from being the victimizer to being the victim. It was one of the top voted comments, or in the top voted comments in one of the last apology videos he's done. I don't know, I've lost count of this stuff, where people were making the point that, man, it always seems like one of the top voted comments was, Linus has always talked about how companies respond to criticism and tells you a lot, and always the victim, never the victimizer. So I want you to think about this statement for a moment. I thought it was screwing them. I didn't know it was screwing you. Imagine I have somebody in my house during a barbecue and then my wallet goes missing. I have a hidden camera inside my house and I check it and it shows that Bob stole my wallet. My neighbor has a barbecue the next day and I don't tell my neighbor that Bob stole from me or warn him because I'm afraid of how that'll affect my image and how people will react to it. I'm concerned about how that would go for me. And let's say that he finds out that somebody paid me $20,000 to $60,000 to say that Bob's a good guy. This is the level that Linus stooped to. And this motherfucker has the gall to put the word morality on screen and read the dictionary definition of that shit to criticize Steve Burke. Steve Burke ain't perfect. He's a flawed man. But get the fuck out of here with that shit. These people that pay you this much money, they're not paying this much money for you to have a fucking forum post made. They're not paying this much money because they read a tweet by somebody that you know. They're paying this much money to be in a high visibility video. In another video, he's talking about how there was a post on our forum about this that somebody made on our forum, and somebody else had made a tweet about this, and there was a Medium post. I had no idea that Honey did this. Do you know why I don't know that Honey did this? Because I don't read your forum. I've seen your videos before. I don't read your forum. I don't read random Medium posts and Twitter blogs. This company paid you for a high visibility video. You know damn well that these people are not paying the same amount of money for a temporary shout out on your forum because your forum has less than 1% of viewership, most likely, of your YouTube channel. I'm just taking a guess there. And that's one of the things that pisses me off here, is that this man that has no standards and no ethics is now going to come out and look at this ungroomed, nerdy man in a t-shirt who builds computers on the internet and tests GPUs and hold him to the standard of a fucking Columbia University PhD journalism student that went on to work at the Financial Times. And if he falls short in one way, well, you didn't do it right, so you shouldn't be criticizing me. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You have Steve so fucked up over this. I look at his website. I look at how he's changed, how he publishes things over the years. This is called accepting the premise of assholes, that you must be held to the highest standard, but they can be held to none. If you're going to be the bitch and take their money, then you got to be the whole bitch and announce on the same motherfucking channel that you posted that ad, that you learned that they're a scammer. It's not about you. It's not about your image. You gave up the right to care about your image or be concerned about your image or how it would go or how it would be perceived when you took their fucking money. How about you let me decide if I want to use a closed source browser extension that's made by a bunch of scammers that has access to all my personal data so I could save $2 fucking when I check out at oldnavy.com? How about you let me decide that for myself instead of having concern for your fucking image over my well-being? I don't care if there was a Twitter post somewhere saying that this was a scam. I don't care if there's a forum post somewhere saying that this is a scam. You took the money to post this shit on your main YouTube channel, and you get paid this much money to post shit on your main YouTube channel because it's high visibility. I don't want to see that shit where it's page 1 for the misinformation and page 28 and little text in the fine print at the bottom when you do a retraction and, oh, look, I did that already and I kind of, I was afraid about my image and I thought they were only screwing this group of people. I had no idea that people who were willing to scam people worth $100 million may scam my users as well. Do you expect the NFL to replace Monday Night Football with a 3-hour special about not using Surface tablets anymore when their sponsorship ends? Of course not. That's a false dichotomy. What you've done is you've taken a legitimate criticism from the audience. You have then compared it to something that's completely different to make the audience members who criticized you look ridiculous so that you can deflect accountability and responsibility. That's a 90-second short. You don't have to do a 3-hour-long retraction, you manipulative fuck. That's some bullshit. That's bitch shit right there. What you're doing is you're deflecting accountability and responsibility. You're avoiding it, and then you're twisting what people are saying in your audience to something ridiculous to make them look ridiculous when they don't have to. That's bitch shit. That's child shit. That's not being a grown woman or a grown man. That's being a child. I don't respect that. You know damn fucking well, Linus, that nobody was asking for a 3-hour retraction or for you to stop your programming. They were asking you to do this. You turn on your camera phone while you're waiting in line at the bank or after you wake up or while you're on the toilet and you do this. Hey, everybody. We were sponsored by a company called Honey. They create a browser extension that allows you to save money by taking discount codes and implementing them automatically when you check out on websites online. We recently figured out that their entire business model is based on scamming content creators by stealing their affiliate revenue and stealing their commissions. If you want to keep using this browser extension because it's working for you, by all means keep using it. I'm not here to tell you what you do with your computer. I just wanted to let you know this, and I felt like we needed to disclose it because I'm concerned that a company that is brazen enough to steal from people worth $10 to $100 million might also be willing to do nefarious things with data from people that don't have the money for a law firm to go after them if they do something screwy. This browser extension has a privacy policy where it says they keep your data for 10 years. It is closed source. Browser extensions can see almost everything you're doing in your web browser, and they admit that they're collecting your data and saving it for 10 years. And because it's closed source, we can't really know what it does. If you want to keep using it, by all means, keep using it. But in the interest of full disclosure, I needed to tell you this so that you understood the full implications of it. We're going to try and vet our sponsors a little bit better in the future. My bad. Thanks a lot. I'll see you in the next video. Shit takes 2 fucking minutes, and you could have done that on the goddamn toilet. And you're comparing it to a 3-hour-long fucking retraction? Are you serious? And you're pretending that you would have to stop doing your content and program for this? That's a false dichotomy, and that's bitch shit. Because that's the type of thing you do when you want to avoid accountability and responsibility. I am very mad at Steve Burke for not including that context in the video that he did. He should have included that clip, because that clip is very important. It demonstrates just how far you'll go to scrape the bottom of the barrel when it comes to caring about your image and how it'll go for you over the well-being of your viewers. This is why I called you an actor in the email that I sent you. I'll include a copy of that down below. Somehow you managed to shift the focus from not disclosing the actions of scammers because you're more interested in your self-image to whether or not Steve Burke included the last 15 seconds of a clip that makes you look even worse. All these people are saying, why didn't you play the whole clip? Steve didn't play the end of the clip. If you had their context, you'd see that he was right. It's like, the context makes this worse. Like this, how fucking stupid does Linus think his viewers are? Really? You're comparing doing a 45-second retraction to canceling your entire programming to make a 3-hour video. How fucking stupid does this man think you are? You know what's sad, knowing Steve personally? Do you know the reason that he left that context out? He left that context out because that context makes you look worse. And this video was not supposed to be about you. But you always manage to make shit about you. Go figure. He left that out because leaving that context in, where you make that ridiculous false analogy to a Monday Night Football game being canceled in a 3-hour traction, when all that was necessary was a 90-second video, makes you look like a manipulator. When you say, I mean, who's always announcing when they stop working with their sponsor? Well, how about you? You announced when you stopped working with your sponsor right here. And then you kept working with them anyway. And you're probably going to say, well, that video was in the pipeline, so what about this? This was like 8 months later. Look at this, Aces, sponsored by Aces. He did not want this video to become a referendum on you, and he knew that if he left this clip in, this literally makes you look worse. How about you want to talk about right to reply and why didn't you contact him? If you actually lived up to your own yardstick, which is what I tell Steve to do to you all the time, he better start doing that. If you actually lived up to the yardstick by which you were measuring Steve, you would have contacted Steve and say, hey, why didn't you include the rest in that video? And he would have said, because it makes you look like a fucking idiot, and I didn't want that video to be about you. And I hope Steve Burke understands this. He went out of his way to try and live up to your yardstick. He actually wanted to avoid more confrontation with you. And what happened as a result of that is he got more of it. So he needs to understand that he needs to stop accepting the premise of assholes. I hope Steve learned the very important lesson that I've been trying to tell him for a really long time. You cannot accept the premise of assholes. Do not let people who hate you choose the yardstick by which you are measured. You take that yardstick and you measure them to see if they live up to the standard they want you to. And if they don't, you take their yardstick, you break it over your knee, and you shove it up their ass. I did a video on what it means to be a real influencer, and it might do you some good to watch it. The man I talk about in that video was willing to have his reputation dragged through the mud for years if it meant there was even a 1% chance of making the life of a few kids in the ghetto a little bit better. You're not willing to be honest with 14 million people if it gets a little bit of dust on your shoulder. You're not the same. And then you leverage that parasocial relationship you have with your audience so that they're actually running around defending you for not being fully upfront with them. You are an influencer. You're a bad influence because you're influencing people to not take accountability and responsibility for their actions. And now this man that has no standards and no ethics is gonna come out here and look at this fucking ungroomed, nerdy guy in a t-shirt who builds computers on the internet and try to hold him to the standards of a Columbia University PhD journalism student that went on to work at the Financial Times. And if he falls short in a single way, well, you don't have the right. You didn't give me the right to reply. You did this wrong. And then he puts the word morality on screen and starts reading the fucking definition of it to imply that this guy, like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. That is called accepting the premise of assholes. That Steve must be held to the highest standard, but Linus should be held to none. And I don't accept the premise of assholes, and I've yelled at Steve Burke about this. You are allowing other people to choose the yardstick by which you are measured, instead of taking that yardstick, trying to measure the people who are using it on you, and then saying, it seems like you don't care about this. Get the fuck out of here. I've been reading Steve's website over the past year, and if you just look at the language he's using, he has gone so far out of his way to try to sound like somebody from the fucking professional law review instead of being who he is. A guy that reviews GPUs, a nerd that looks at GPUs, benchmarks them, and goes over when companies scam people and puts the receipts on the screen. That's who Steve is. That's what his audience wants him to be. Steve's core audience doesn't want him to type up shit that looks like it came from the fucking Columbia University PhD School of Journalism or Law. That's not who he is, but you guys have twisted him into that shit by using this different fucking yardstick to measure him. And he actually fell for the premise of assholes, and he's doing that. And I've been telling him, you gotta stop that shit. He's got a section of his website where he's actually split up every company he's gone into and right to reply, no right to reply, didn't comment. Like, I have never in my life seen this shit. He has literally redone his website to accept the premise of assholes. This entire thing makes me sick because no website does this shit. When you go to Bloomberg.com, sometimes the news page will say, we have contacted Senator XY fuckface to ask for their reply or what they think of this. But a lot of the times they comment on people and they talk about people and they cover news stories where there's no reaching out to the person because they don't have to, because this is a meme. This is a standard that is being applied to Steve Burke, a fucking nerd that reviews graphics cards, that half of the time is not even applied to real journalists. This entire page is a case study in Steve accepting the premise of assholes. He spent time rewriting his website. He spent time changing how he speaks, who he is, how he writes, so that he could hopefully measure up to people that will never accept him, that will never listen to what he have to say. This is like the home policing shit. When people say, I'd support right to repair if only if Lewis wasn't saying it. But then when Nathan Proctor talk about it or Kevin O'Reilly talk about it, they brush it off. And when I talk about it, they go, okay, I listen, but I don't like it because it was him. It's tone policing. You're accepting the premise of assholes. You're changing who you are. You're changing how you act. And you're not supposed to do that for people that hate you. If this page is not replaced with a picture of Mr. Clinton within the next 2 hours, I'm flying over to North Carolina and pouring more water on your server than my clients do on their MacBooks. Get this shit out of here. Right to reply. I keep hearing about this. The right to reply. Why didn't you give me my right to reply? Right to reply to Linus means right to spin a story the way I want it to be spun. It means right to PR. See, right to reply is for something like this. Hello, Senator Rossman. I'm Jake calling from YBS News Network, and we'd like to get a response on this idea that you have fucked a pig and cheated on your wife. Huh? Where'd you hear that? Black Mirror, Episode 1. No, see, that's a television show. Now, I wasn't in that show, so no. Thank you, Mr. Rossman. That's all print. Right to reply is about bullshit, false allegations that have no evidence. You guys have never cared about this in the past on my channel. For 13 years, you never cared about this when I go over a story. When Charlie Brown goes in front of the Washington State Senate and says that if you go to an independent repair shop, you may get TikTok installed on your phone. And then it gets found out that one of the companies that he represents, Samsung, which was on their website, was actually pre-installing TikTok on people's phones. You don't ask me why I didn't call up Charlie Brown and say, hey, Charlie Brown, it looks like from objective evidence in your own testimony that you lied to the Washington State Senate. Would you like to put a PR spin on that for your own audience? That's not how this shit works. When Kerry Kadolshish at NHTSA decided that she was going to ignore a judge for 2 years that was asking for input on the Massachusetts ballot initiative for right to repair, and she ignores them for 2 years. And then one day after this comes into law, she decides to send a letter to every automotive manufacturer telling them to ignore this law. And I point out the fact that several years ago, before she went to become a top regulator, she was working at a firm that lobbied on behalf of automakers. None of you asked me to call her. None of you got mad that I didn't go, hey, Kerry, automotive industry lobbyist from several years back. It looks like you ignored a judge for several years. It looks like there's a record of that. And then you sent a complete pile of bullshit over to every automaker asking them to ignore a law that was passed democratically via ballot initiative and approved by a judge. Would you like to explain why you did that? When Sarah Faye Pierce from AHAM shows up to a hearing in Nebraska and then says that magtrometers and microwaves may explode if this law gets passed, none of you complained to me in 7 years and said, why didn't you give her a right to reply? Why didn't you call her and say, hello, Miss Pierce, it looks like you made up a word that doesn't exist, and then said that this magical fantasy item called a magtrometer may explode. Can you explain why you lied to the Senate in Nebraska? And can you explain why you made up an item that doesn't exist? And can you please provide a citation for why it explodes? Please put a PR spin on that for your audience before I explain it. Like, that right to reply is a meme here. It's right to PR. It's right to constantly have some sort of bullshit little nitpicky detail that I can use to spin a story in my favor. It's disgusting. It's being used as a method to avoid accountability and responsibility. And I have watched Steve Burke change his entire fucking website. I've watched him change the way he presents things. He changes the way he talks. He changes the way he writes because he's accepting the premise of...
They're documented migrants that went through the process of documentation with the Customs and Border Patrol. Like, they did the proper... They went through the proper protocols.
First wave of U.S. troops arriving at the southern border. Part of President Trump's plan to crack down on immigration. Chief White House correspondent Mary...
Good morning, George. While immigration was central to President Trump's campaign, and this morning his administration is eager to show he is following through, signing a flurry of executive orders, sending troops to the southern border and highlighting ICE raids. Along the southern border this morning, signs of President Trump's long-promised crackdown on...
I would love to see Canada be the 51st state. The Canadian citizens, if that happened, would get a very big tax cut. Many of the things, you'd have better health coverage.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
And Donald Trump promised...
First state. The Canadian citizens, if that happened, would get a very big tax cut. Many of the things, you'd have better health coverage.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
And Donald Trump promised that he would bring your costs down right away. And he revoked Biden's policy to lower prescription drug prices or to make it so Medicare can't negotiate itself for prescription drug prices. That's not cool.
Well, that's because, and say it with me, he doesn't care. In fact, Donald, why don't you just say it with us? You don't...
They wanted to take care of... Yeah, but Sean, they wanted to... I don't care.
As President Donald Trump's first week draws to a close, my God, it's only been a week, one thing is clear. He has no intention on following through with the immediate campaign promises that his voters allegedly cared about, such as he claimed he would end the war in Ukraine day one.
Mr. President, when you're back here in Davos next year, will there be then a peace agreement with Ukraine and Russia by then?
Well, you're going to have to ask Russia. Ukraine is ready to make a deal. Just so you understand, this is a war that should have never started. If I were president, it would never have started.
Said he would lower grocery prices. They've actually gone up, but he'd rather talk about Biden not pardoning himself.
A bunch of losers. Joe Biden has very bad advisors. Somebody advised Joe Biden to give pardons to everybody but him. They wanted to take care. Yeah, but Sean, they wanted to. I don't care. They're yelling at me. This is more important because right now the economy is going to do great. I want to know about I'm here, so the economy. But you have to understand, he had bad advisors on almost everything. It's like in the old days when the Secretary of State said he never made a correct decision on foreign policy. Joe Biden got very bad advice.
He's been through. And instead has actually focused most of his attention on issues that even his voters don't care about, according to post-election polls, and even oppose in certain cases.
In a word, they think it's a terrible idea. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Pardoning for the January 6th protesters. Oppose it. 64%, about 2/3 of Americans oppose it. Just 30% favor it. And more than that, this Ipsos poll asked, should he prioritize it to be like the first thing he does when he gets into office? Just 1% say it should be Trump's top priority.
Orders, you would agree that it's never acceptable to assault a police officer.
Sure.
Right? So then if I can, among those who pardoned DJ Rodriguez, he drove a stun gun into the neck of a DC police officer who was abducted by the mob that day. He later confessed on video to the FBI and pleaded guilty for his crimes. Why does he deserve a pardon?
Mr. Trump, I ask you as a supporter and a voter, how in the hell is having Canada and Greenland and renaming the Gulf of America going to save me money on my grocery bill and my taxes?
One particular area, the cost of living for Americans, he appears hell-bent on actually making life more expensive, especially when it comes to healthcare. On Monday, Trump signed a sweeping order aimed in part at reversing several Biden administration executive orders on healthcare, including efforts to lower the cost of prescription drugs for people on Medicare and Medicaid, enhancing the Affordable Care Act and increasing protections for Medicaid enrollees.
Many Medicare and Medicaid patients tonight are concerned that President Trump is now signaling that he is not going to work toward lowering the price of prescription drugs, which was a signature goal of the Biden administration. President Trump, as you remember, signing a flurry of executive orders yesterday. One of them reversed an executive order from President Biden that directed government agencies to figure out ways to lower the cost of prescription drugs. Well, we spoke with the executive director of an organization that fights to protect Medicare patients. He says Trump rolling back that executive order sends a clear message.
We're talking about one of the first acts of the administration is coming in and saying, HHS don't find ways to lower people's prescription drug prices on Medicare. That is a very clear indication of the path forward that this administration is going to take.
Well, look, I think that people were frustrated in this election about inflation. They're frustrated about affordability. And what I have seen this week from Donald Trump is a lot of circus politics and not a lot of action on behalf of the American people. What they're doing right now is they're getting ready to cut Medicare so that they can cut taxes for the ultra wealthy. A lot of the same folks who were at that crypto ball that the Republican operative on this side was just talking about. Donald Trump took executive action this week to make it easier for pharmaceutical companies to raise prices on prescription drugs for American families, and that's not good. Egg prices are skyrocketing this week. They're up to $9 a carton in some states. I haven't seen or heard Donald Trump do anything about that. He's already broken every promise he's made to the American people. He's not doing anything to get grocery prices down. He's not doing anything to make housing more affordable. What he is doing is a lot of sideshow stuff, bringing together podcasters and crypto guys and the ultra wealthy. He's not doing stuff for the regular folks, the American people, and that's a huge problem.
So-called initial rescissions order, according to the Trump White House, is aimed at Biden policies that they say are, quote, deeply unpopular and radical. Let's check in on that, shall we? One Biden effort overturned by Trump, for example, had directed Medicare to...
So Wall Street is dumping Elon Musk. That's the subject of today's video, and check out this headline. Wall Street banks prepared to sell billions of dollars of X loans. That refers to Twitter, which is Elon Musk's company. And the question is Elon Musk, Tesla, and now Twitter going bankrupt? Is this why Wall Street is dumping this stuff? I'll try to go over this the best that I can. It is very complicated. It's very important because it intersects in many facets of our culture, our politics, our markets, our finances, everything. And start with this. We talked about this. You guys saw my last video. This is Jamie Dimon calls Elon Musk the Einstein of our time, said they are reconciled and hugged it out. And basically in public, right, you tell one, oh yeah, that Elon Musk guy, he's so smart. Oh yeah, that Elon Musk is Einstein. Oh, we figured out all our differences. But then behind the scenes, they're preparing to dump all his loans. Basically what it is that, right, when you loan someone some money, that person promises you, hey, I'm good for the money. The problem is, though, is like, what if you're not good for the money? Meaning that, let's say Tesla is sinking, right? Because you're pissing off all of your fans, you're pissing off people all around the world, and you got Twitter, advertisers are leaving you, right? And then the Wall Street has to pretend that like everything's fine. And so this is where the charade comes. They have to pretend everything's fine over Twitter, everything's fine with Musk, and then you can dump all the loans, all the money that Musk owed to you to other people. Do you see how this game is played? And that's why Jamie Dimon would come out and say, oh yeah, we hugged it out. But no, they're actually preparing to dump all these debt. When we talked about this before, and I can't remember, it might have been like 3 or 4 months ago, I made some videos on this stuff. But basically they were saying this was like the worst deal, indebted deal since the great financial crisis 2008. They're talking about the Twitter deal. The Wall Street bankers even had to like not take their bonuses and stuff like that. They were laying off people. This was a massive deal. It involved a lot of money. You have a lot of foreign money coming into this thing. It is pretty crazy, and it makes kind of makes sense if you understand that Musk has really rotated. He knows that Tesla is sinking. Does he say that stuff publicly? No, of course not. He doesn't even talk about Tesla anymore. He talks about other stuff. But these are the kind of things that you pay attention to. Don't necessarily pay attention to what people say. Pay attention to what people do, and Wall Street's dumping you. It doesn't look good. Now, on top of that, this is actually kind of interesting. There's been rumors that, maybe Musk will be the front runner to buy TikTok, and I'm just like, with what money? But it also kind of makes sense too when you think about how, Trump's trying to get foreign money, right? So this is where things get convoluted. Because also people don't like each other. These people are essentially all trying to ride on the same ship. They're all a bunch of criminals and thieves. And on top of that, they asked someone recently regarding, remember Trump announced that whole Stargate thing with the Sam Altman guy, made a video on that. You guys can watch that one. When asked, hey, why does Musk say you guys don't have enough money on this thing? Trump said he hates one of the people. That's referring to Sam Altman. I know it's complicated. I'm going through a lot very quickly because these things are all tied together. But if you wanted to understand a simplified version of what we're talking about is the way these people operate, be it Musk, be it Trump, be it Sam Altman, whatever, it's all about selling you this hype dream, this hype product, okay? You get Wall Street on board to pump it with you. Then you borrow money based on your hyped dreams, hype product. You live on lines of credit. And then this is where the sort of, how can I say, flashing lights appear is when they're like, we're not sure if this guy can pay us back with his line of credit. And then they start dumping, right? They want to essentially move that line of credit / loans to other people. So that's sort of why this is important to watch right now. And this is sort of why you look at this kind of story. Let me read a little bit of the details so you guys can understand what's going on here. It says Wall Street banks are getting ready to sell a big chunk of debt holdings in X, the social media platform controlled by Elon Musk. As Morgan Stanley bankers have reached out to investors ahead of the planned sale next week of up to $3 billion of debt. The bank and other banks, they got Bank of America's involved with this, Barclays, and that was back in the Twitter thing. The thing that's really funny, because Morgan Stanley always leads these kind of stuff when they talk about the Twitter deal. The analyst, his name is Jonas over there. He's the biggest pumper of Tesla on Wall Street. Adam Jonas is his name. And it's no wonder because Elon Musk, essentially Twitter, they owe the most money to Morgan Stanley. So of course they're going to keep pumping this stuff up. So if you guys, again, if you understand this, they pump up stuff. They try to make stuff look better than it is in order to sell it to other people. That's how Wall Street functions. It also says here, let's see, this is kind of interesting. Yeah, to sell the debt, bankers will have to convince investors that the company's financials have stabilized. Musk's recent rise in power and alliance with President Trump have seemed to help change the narrative around X's fortunes, right? So from their point of view, right, I'll just be honest, from their point of view, there's like, okay, we all know that Musk is involved with the oligarchy, involved with corruption. We're going to tell investors, hey, Musk is tight with the president. Hey, you're going to get, that TikTok acquisition. Hey, you're going to, have a lot of great traffic over at X. And this is where it's an interesting thing because I think you can make that case. I'll be honest with you, you can make that case. Whether or not that, is actually the reality, whether or not being close to President Trump, who's a felon, is a good thing. That's up to opinion. But this is part of the game again. As you try to, what's that word to say? Put lipstick on a pig. That's another way to put it. But it's funny when you read through the stuff. And this is also says here, investors have been reaching out to banks and have indicated interest in buying the company's debt. Okay, so some people are interested in buying this thing because they believe the company's financials are on an upward trajectory. One of the people said in a January email, and this is where it gets interesting, Musk pointed out the company's growing influence and power, but said finances remain problematic, referring to X. Quote, our users' growth is stagnant, revenue is unimpressive, and we've barely breaking even. So that was an email from Musk to, I guess, some people or at X. And this is where, and that was in January, so that was pretty recent actually. So this is where you get discrepancies where some people are saying, well, we're thinking about investing in Elon Musk because, we've heard that the company financials are on an upward trend. And then an email, right? And this is why you want to look at everything. What this is from the Wall Street Journal said that Musk is saying growth is stagnant, revenue unimpressive, and we're barely breaking even. This is a fantastic, crazy drama that we're watching. Then you got this on top. I know, yeah, there's more. Tesla to recall 1.2 million cars in China on safety concerns. We had a very similar thing that happened in the USA as well. So it's happening in China. And this is important because it shows that these sort of defects are not just in just one group of cars. It's like, frankly, all the Teslas, because this would be the Shanghai plant. I think he's got, if I remember correctly, I think there's a plant in Germany, a plant in China, a plant in America. If there's another country involved, you guys can let me know. So I don't know if there's been a European recall. The same thing. It's something problem with the rear view camera. It just doesn't work. And it's always something with the Teslas. It's funny because they did a refresh recently. And the problem with these things is they integrate a lot of the functions of the car into their screen. So it ends up becoming like a phone in a way. And for some people, maybe they like that. For me, I still want physical buttons. I still want a gear shifter. I want a physical thing to, turn my turn signals. I don't want to have to like swipe my screen to go into reverse. It's like, it's not that practical. If anyone is driven this kind of stuff, I just want to be able to, drive a car. Ultimately, I wouldn't be shocked if, well, actually, I take that back. I know they did announce it. Their new robotaxi thing. They're supposedly not going to have pedals or a steering wheel. I was just making a joke how it's all going to be screen, but actually that is their plan, to be able to, drive your car all with the screen. But in fact, in that situation, it's going to be, we're going to have the robot drive it and you can't do anything. It's Tesla. I mean, what do you expect? On top of that, Musk is, and this is sort of like part of how this plan is integrated here. They want to kill the penny. So kind of what I think is going on in Musk's point of view is like, okay, I'm partnered with Trump. How can I cut regulations so, people don't go after me for faulty products? How can I cut government spending and then divert it to my companies and save myself? And how can I, distract people like, hey, we're going to save you, I guess, $179 million or something like that on the penny or whatever they're going to save. This is part of the game. And then part of this, top of that, is how do we keep getting money into that? This is an interesting one today. Headline: you can own Elon Musk's SpaceX, but at what price? Basically, now there's these ETFs out there if you want to invest in SpaceX, because it has been going to the moon. I'll be pretty frank. This is real. Your Bitcoins, your Teslas, and your SpaceX have all been going up after Trump became president with Musk. And so that's kind of why Wall Street's trying to dump right now. They're trying to, everything has been going up. That's true. But this is, if you had to ask me in my opinion, I think it's all a crazy bubble. I mean, I think it's obvious. But you have to, again, put lipstick on a pig. On top of that, and again, all this stuff is connected. If you want to understand the markets, Musk, Trump, etc., the SEC revokes unpopular banking rule that blocked Wall Street banks from adopting crypto. So what is going on with this? So before, I guess, banks, when you put, Bitcoin and crypto on your balance sheet, you had to classify it as liability.
Yeah, let's see the Oscar nominations. I saw Amelia Perez, like everything apparently. Oh, here, look, yeah. Best Picture and Best Actress being two of them. Best Picture nom. Didn't it win Best Picture at the Golden Globe or something? Or am I misremembering? It won Best Musical.
Hello. Thank you so much for joining me today. Subreddit where There's this phenomenon on the internet where Americans think that everybody else on the internet is also American. And, well, this is basically proof of that. Let's do it. Twin hemispheres, it says. Why can't I make and watch TikToks about it being summer here without Americans flooding the comments with, no, it's winter. It's December over here. Okay. I think that one is honestly just because a lot of Americans are stupid. A little bit myopic, you know? A little nearsighted. Like, I guess the distinguishment I'm making here is that as opposed to them necessarily thinking everybody is American, which is true, this is about that. It's still propaganda. Same-sex marriage is visible. Okay, we're talking about let me just read this. We're talking about the country. Okay. Breaking. Georgia officially bans LGBT propaganda, same-sex marriage, and gender reassignment surgery. Damn. I'm confused. I thought same-sex marriage was legal federally since 2015. No? I'm not gonna lie. If the Georgia flag wasn't there, like the country's flag, I probably would have been the one leaving this comment. And I'm just admitting that, you know, because Georgia, oh my God. I mean, I guess I'm going to try to make an excuse for myself. I mean, it's really not an excuse. It's just reality is over here in America, when you hear about Georgia, about 999 out of 1,000 times, we're talking about the state, not the country. So that is, I mean, that one would have got me too, without the flag being there. But with the flag being there, I mean, it's a little bit, yeah, you know. Yikes. What continent is Georgia in? Like, is it? It's not a European country, or is it? I don't think so. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I didn't know exactly where Georgia was, to be honest. So what continent is that, Asia? The intersection of Europe and Asia. Okay, I get that, but which one is it? I guess it's just both. It's just listed as both. I didn't know you could be both. All over the world. I can already see it's just a map of the USA. Oh my God. All over the world. Look at this. For those who want to see Ariana's popularity. Who's Ariana? Oh, Ariana Grande. All over the world. Here it is. Oh my God. That's really bad. Oh my God, that's so bad. Hold on, is this for real? I almost want to go check. I'm gonna go check and make sure that there's not like, maybe he posted pictures of all the continents? Am I giving him too much credit? Nope. You know, I tried to, I tried to make some kind of excuse. Oh my God, it really is here. And surprisingly, it's not deleted yet. For those who want to see Ariana's popularity all over the world, here it is. And it's just the United States. Holy shit. That's bad. Maybe that's why the subreddit Airheads, you know, you just swap 2 letters and it's Airheads. Got permabanned for being underage. Hello, man. May I please know why I was banned? You're a minor. Goes against sub rules. Please consider that I do not live in the U.S. I am of age 20. And in France, where I live, majority comes on 18. That includes buying any nicotine and tobacco products. I can prove my majority legally. Okay, so this is some kind of forum about cigarettes or alcohol. As I have not received any response, I would like to notice that the sub-rules that would theoretically set the majority to 21 for some reason you are referring to are non-existent. Therefore, I would like to refer you to the Reddit's user agreement. This is kind of difficult to read, I'm not gonna lie. The age of majority in your jurisdiction. There you go. Unban them. I'm actually kind of curious about just, like, how did this Reddit even know how old this person is? Like, how would it know how old you are? It's kind of creepy. But, of course, this is a great example of US defaultism. There you go. 21 is the legal age to drink alcohol, obviously, right? Everyone around the world experiences the same time of day. That's not even true here in America. Drake makes Sorry, guys, I'm being dyslexic today. Drake makes music for people who follow billionaire mindset accounts on here. You tweeted this at 5 in the morning. He certainly has a hold over you. I'm in the UK. And they keep responding. What? 5 a.m. is 5 a.m. Don't embarrass yourself any further. Sorry, that was the wrong accent. 5 a.m. is 5 a.m. Don't embarrass yourself any further. He still lives rent-free in your head. 5 a.m. is 5 a.m., lady. It doesn't matter where you're at. whether you're in the Europeans or communist China. If 5 a.m. is 5 a.m., don't try to tell me that it's normal to be awake at 5 a.m. in the UK, okay? I'm not stupid. Candy. Okay, Kinder Eggs. Dangerous candy. Okay, Kinder Eggs. If it is illegal almost everywhere. I'm so confused. Last I heard, it's only illegal in America. I could be wrong. I don't actually know. But that would be the vast minority of the world, actually. Not almost everywhere. Fresh off Instagram. Why didn't he just decide to speak American English instead? Why do you choose British English in your videos, not American? Gee, I don't know. What do you think? What could possibly be the reason for that? Let's think for 3 seconds here. Critical thinking. Okay, because I'm British. Oh! You know, that makes sense now. That's why you have that accent. Everyone has accents except Americans. How stupid can you possibly be? I mean, even here in America, there's like 3 or 4 distinct accents. Last year on Twitch, I randomly watched some American guy playing Sonic. He said, "Hi, I'm American. Don't know if you could tell." And someone in the chat said, "She could probably tell from your accent." And he said, with zero irony, "Not really. Americans don't have an accent. We're the only ones without one." I mean, even if you were that stupid, really just that arrogant to think that the way you speak is like the normal default way to speak English, wouldn't they be able to tell you're American because you don't have an accent then? You know what I mean? Like, even if we go with that, mate believed he had no accent, and it was just everybody else who has accents. Wow, it's like the Earth is the center. I don't get, like, even here in America, there's very different accents. No words. Oh boy, this is from TikTok, so you know it's gonna be good. Is it really that hot even in winter in Australia? Another reason to never visit. Who the hell says that? Another reason to never visit Australia. Who wants to visit there? Australia is part of the southern hemisphere. It's summer right now. You know, that was a nice way to tell him that. But isn't America in, like, the middle of the earth? Oh my god. I just predicted that. America's the center of the earth, guys. And the earth is the center of the universe. What are the chances? Anyway, so like the middle hemisphere? The middle hemisphere? So everywhere else copies? What are you saying? I'm so confused. I can tell. Oh my god. At least there is some justice with the hearts. You see, they got 1,000 likes on both these, and this moron got 60. That is scary that there's 60 people that like that. British woman posts on Instagram saying Dutch theme park. That. British woman posts on Instagram saying Dutch theme park is cheaper to travel to than Disneyland. Americans are confused and throwing fits. I mean, this is... Who would throw a fit over that? First of all, obviously that makes sense just because of travel. Duh. But beyond that, Disney World is, like, wildly expensive. Wildly. So I wouldn't doubt it if it's even, you know, less expensive, just the tickets. Alternative, how much did you waste flying, food, and hotel? Disneyland should cheaper and closer? Oh my god. What? Oh my god, dude. Okay, I didn't even comprehend that. Like, I didn't even foresee that. They're saying, how could it be cheaper to fly to Disney? Oh god, most of the world doesn't live in the US. What? It's Amsterdam. Why are even comparing it to United States makes zero sense. Just trying to fly a family there and accommodations alone far exceed any Disney theme park day expense period. Right, because every piece of content put on the internet is for Americans. So obviously you have to consider how much it would cost for Americans to fly there. I'm not comparing it to the US at all. I'm comparing it to nearby Disneyland Paris. Oh my god, I didn't even consider that. I didn't even consider that, like, they're comparing it to the Disneyland. I didn't know there was a Disneyland in Paris. I know there's one in, like, China. I'm not, like, a huge Disney fan. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest. I feel like that I can get a pass for that. Because, yeah, maybe that's, but that's getting very defensive here, huh? Okay, I didn't know that. It looks really cute, but not really cheaper for us in North America. No shit. We'd still have to fly and find a hotel and such. But I was going on vacation there. I would definitely spend a day. But you didn't say Disneyland Paris. You only said Disneyland. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah, they are throwing fits, huh? Oh, my God. My audience is almost entirely UK-based. Imagine that. I make content for my UK audience. Rude. If you are in the UK and you see this, you immediately appreciate I'm not comparing a park in the Netherlands for a park in California. I mean, I wouldn't see a problem with comparing a park anywhere in the world to any other park in the world, you know? But that does make more sense. You're comparing it to the Paris one. But you've made the mistake of thinking the only people who are ever going to see your posts are only in the UK or Europe. Who does that often? Most often on the internet. Makes a mistake thinking that only people from their country are going to see their posts. I don't know. Probably not people from the UK. So just because... So just remember that the time you make a post, you have to be more specific. How about you shut up? How about they can do whatever they want? It's their Instagram. Okay, now I'm getting triggered. I think that means it's time to end it, guys. That's when I end it, is when I start to... I got too deep in the weeds there. I'm now triggered, and I need another break, okay? But I will do more of these, of course, because I have to. It's my obligation. It is Cross-Eyed Bear, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys had a great day. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Bye.
Stay there. Stay away from me now. Get on the ground now. Get on the ground now.
Get in your car and drive away.
I will save you. Get in the ground now.
Thing.
Police officer with a taser. Police officer with a taser. Police officer. Taser, taser, taser. More patrols now comes. I've got a male with a knife. I've tasered him once. More patrols to my location now.
Drive now. I can't hear you. That's me blocked.
He's making off on the road now. He's got a hoodie on. He's got headphones on.
You leave your gun to us all the time. Get in there. This is my address. Hi, my name is...
Stay away from there. Get on the ground. Yo! I've been framed! Right.
The big storm, Éowyn, or whatever you want to call it. I don't even know what you call it, but I tell you what you call this. This could be a lot of games postponed. The Mora. Welcome back to Fog Football. Ibrox is taking a beating here, as seen in the footage, but obviously Rangers don't play at Ibrox this weekend, so I think this roof problem would probably be resolved by the next Ibrox game, which of course is against Union St Galoise. But there is talk potentially that Celtic's game against Dundee tomorrow. That was the team they're playing. I completely and utterly forgot. Obviously Celtic drew 3 each of them a couple of weeks ago, but now it looks like this one could seriously be in doubt due to issues at Celtic Park. Now there is another game that's also postponed. I believe Arbroath Gayfield Park has suffered the brunt of this, which is not good. You want to see all these games go ahead, but I think we're just, you know what? I think we're lucky, to be honest, the fact they hit on a Friday. Because if it hit the Mora, like, I don't think there'd be one game on across Scotland. I mean, maybe up north, because it's not really that bad. But it wasn't that bad in the afternoon time, but then also, I mean, I bet with everyone, I can't blame them. So, yeah, inside Celtic Park has been, I mean, banners have fell, it's hit a few seats. You've also got high winds causing damage to the exterior of Celtic Park, but again, capital games the Mora, I want to see. Celtic are due to stand being written in because, like, the staff are currently unable to fully assess the extent of the stage with them. Dundee, reality is hopefully it has been called off. Celtic could be Hearts B against East Kilbride has been called off tonight. I mean, no real surprise there. And then tomorrow, yeah, I mean, there only is one game that's actually postponed. But I would kind of be shocked if it's the only game, if I'm being honest about it, folks. But anyway, your first and below. Big bit of drama here.
What's up, guys? I'm Chase Brogan, and original hardware like the N64 I have right here, or I mean, you can go out and get one of these. This was sent to me by a viewer, and honestly, it looks incredible here, but I'm going to just end up sitting this on my shelf over here where I collect a bunch of different N64 cartridges because the graphics on here are insane. We've got Diesel on here, we've got Kevin Nash as Kevin Nash, we've got him in the Outsiders getup, we have him in a Wolfpack shirt on here. It looks incredible. It's a nice addition to my collection, but I don't recommend that as the way to play this game. Download it for free, add it to an EverDrive 64, or just simply play it right from your PC. But we're going to dive into it today. We're going to see what it has to offer. Two of the most important features on here for me is that it actually adds some WWF roster into the game. So now you can have The Undertaker versus Sting in WCW NWO Revenge if you want to. This also has a black and white NWO Sting, and it also has Ric Flair added into the mix. If you remember back to the original game, Ric Flair was actually in the middle of a lawsuit with Eric Bischoff, and he was left out of WCW NWO Revenge. So my all-time favorite game does not have one of my all-time favorite wrestlers in it. Hopefully he doesn't look like he did in WCW versus NWO World Tour, but we're going to find out. Let's dive into the game. All right, guys, so here we are loaded up into Virtual Pro Wrestling. Pay-per-view options, Scott Norton, Pro Sting. Open for. We got Kidman in here. Next versions of that. Jim. Up again. Monday Nitro. Let's dive into it. Because I've always wanted to have some WWF guys in here so I can have
What, my shirt? Do you like it?
They've got to be screaming right.
All right, you ready to go?
I didn't know we were going anywhere. What is that?
What, my shirt? Do you like it?
They've got to be screaming right now.
What are you talking about? You don't like my shirt?
No, I like it. It looks great.
I'll change.
No, don't change. You'll be the safest person. You'll have two airbags in front of you at all times.
Hey!
Can you breathe?
Barely.
Why? Why is this shirt doing Hey!
Do you like it? It's a new trend.
It's not a trend. That's gotta hurt. Take these off. No, we're taking these off.
I'm not slut shaming, but I've got a friend. She's the only woman I know to have completed Tinder. I don't like slut shaming. I mean, the concept makes no sense to me because it only looks at one half of the ledger. Slut shaming looks at the body count, the number of people.
Installing a LAN network socket for the bedroom. Previously, setting up LAN cables required.
Okay, welcome to Shot of the Day. Making it more fun, guys. Adding some more balls. The rules are, but if one goes in, guess what? It stays in, except for the black. Okay, that pocket. All right, got to get the black back in there. It makes it hard. I'm going to go for off the jaw and hit it. Okay, play these shots with top spin. And boom. Okay, welcome to Shot of the Day.
We move. Ball it towards the right. Lovely, Fifi Kun. Run, big man. Run at them like the wind. Go. Go. My.
We move. Bullet towards the right. Lovely, Fifi.
See, the whole goal of HMD is to make phones that stick around. And after selling more than 400 million devices in the last 8 years, HMD has decided, as they should, that some people can indeed be trusted with a screwdriver. And apparently there's only one screw between us and the internals. With 13 screws gone, I can poke my SIM card tool into a hole near the cam screw that leveraged off the rear panel, and the screen basically falls away from the phone body. If you remember to unplug the right ribbon, of course, which is literally the ribbon on the right side. The peace of mind knowing that a screen repair only costs $99 and doesn't void your warranty is priceless. For reference, an iPhone screen replacement from Apple costs about $380, which is almost the cost of a new phone, and I'm sure it's priced like that intentionally. I think it's safe to say that I've never had a smartphone come across my desk, go through my tests and tear down, and still come out the other side with its warranty intact. At least not until now. The HMD Skyline and Fusion are a massive step forward for humanity, and in a world of greedy CEOs and rising costs across the board, it's just really cool to see a company do something that benefits the average Joe. See, the whole goal of HMD is to make phones that stick around, and after selling more than 400 million devices in the last 8 years, HMD has decided, as they should, that some people can indeed be trusted with a screwdriver. And apparently there's only one screw between us and the internals. With 13 screws gone, I can poke my SIM card tool into a hole near the cam screw that leveraged off the rear panel, and the screen basically falls away from the phone body. If you remember to unplug the right ribbon, of course, which is literally the ribbon on the right side. The peace of mind knowing that a screen repair only costs $99 and doesn't void your warranty is priceless. For reference, an iPhone screen replacement from Apple costs about $380, which is almost the cost of a new phone, and I'm sure it's priced like that intentionally. I think it's safe to say that I've never had a smartphone come across my desk, go through my tests and tear down, and still come out the other side with its warranty intact. At least not until now. The HMD Skyline and Fusion are a massive step forward for humanity, and in a world of greedy CEOs and rising costs across the board, it's just really cool to see a company do something that benefits the average Joe. See, the whole goal of HMD is to make phones that stick around, and after selling more than 400 million devices in the last 8 years, HMD has decided, as they should, that some people can indeed be trusted with a screwdriver. And apparently there's only one screw between us and the internals. With 13 screws gone, I can poke my SIM card tool into a hole near the cam screw that leveraged off the rear panel, and the screen basically falls away from the phone body. If you remember to unplug the right ribbon, of course, which is literally the ribbon on the right side. The peace of mind knowing that a screen repair only costs $99 and doesn't void your warranty is priceless. For reference, an iPhone screen replacement from Apple costs about $380, which is almost the cost of a new phone, and I'm sure it's priced like that intentionally. I think it's safe to say that I've never had a smartphone come across my desk, go through my tests and tear down, and still come out the other side with its warranty intact. At least not until now. The HMD Skyline and Fusion are a massive step forward for humanity, and in a world of greedy CEOs and rising costs across the board, it's just really cool to see a company do something that benefits the average Joe. See, the whole goal of HMD is to make phones that stick around, and
Look
after
at ways
selling
to
more
lower
than
drug
400
costs, including
million
whether to
devices
impose a $2 monthly out-of-pocket cap on certain generic drugs. But while Trump's move signals that the incoming administration are unwilling to move forward on any policies laid out by its predecessor that sought to help lower prices across the board, something that Fox News The 5 host Jessica Tarlov pointed out to the usual radio silence response when her MAGA-loving colleagues are dealt with a dose of truth.
But when the judge says, you know, this is what the people voted for, some of it they absolutely did not. And Donald Trump promised that he would bring your costs down right away. And he revoked Biden's policy to lower prescription drug prices or to make it so Medicare can't negotiate itself for prescription drug prices. That's not cool.
Where is that? Where is that?
It's Look in the list.
Well, show me.
What do you mean?
There's
I have
more to that issue.
And listen, it's not like Trump is doing this and then turning around and has the gall to say to Canadians they should be happy to join the US because of the stellar health we did.
A nation. Also, they've been very nasty to us on trade. Historically, Canada has been very, very bad to us, very unfair to us on trade. So we'll see how it all works out. I would love to see Canada be the 51st state. The Canadian citizens, if that happened, would get a very big tax cut, tremendous tax cut, because they're very highly taxed. And you wouldn't have to worry about military. You wouldn't have to worry about many of the things. You'd have better health coverage. You'd have much better health coverage. So I think the people of Canada would like it, you know, if it's explained. But just to start off, they'd have a massive tax cut.
From
and
this
they'd
day
have a lot
forward,
more
our
business
country will
because that would
flourish
let business
and be
go.
respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
Don't underestimate the danger to the world if Trump is re-elected this time around. I'm anti-Trump. I would like to send my warmest congratulations to President Trump on his...
Have to be nice, right? But I actually think he's very nice. I think he ran a great race. He did very well. It's very early, but he's popular, and I'll be seeing him, and I'll send you regards. Who are you with? Who are you with?
GB News in the UK.
Okay, good.
But would you rather Nigel Farage had a bigger role?
Well, I think Nigel is great. I mean, I've known him for a long time. He had a great election, too. He picked up a lot of seats, more seats than he was allowed to have, actually. They acknowledge that he won, but for some reason you have a very strange system over there. You might win them, but you don't get them.
As the USA and the world celebrate Donald Trump's inauguration, this was UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer during the night on his return from giving more of the British taxpayers' money to Ukraine for the next 100 years. And yes, it's hundreds of billions. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt. But before we get into the destruction of the Labour Party and its incompetent leader, Keir Starmer, a sub to the channel would be much appreciated.
Of support for one another in times of war and in times of peace, and we don't have a seat at the table.
Yes, I don't understand the details of this, so we'll wait for government perhaps to clarify. But you're absolutely right that the United States is our closest security ally. And as we've discussed on your programme many times, the world is getting far more dangerous, far more unstable, and we need to be close with America to deal with the challenges that are coming over the hill. I've just been commenting this week that 2025 will be the year of grey zone warfare. We're going to be attacked left, right and centre.
If we were using our brains and being honest, it's clear that Keir Starmer is not in charge and probably dislikes the UK. To make things worse, he has been trying to screw Trump during the American elections. But before you think two-tier Keir might redeem himself in the eyes of the Trump administration, know that such a possibility is a very distant reality. Yet Keir Starmer's exclusion from Donald Trump's inauguration has become a hot topic in British politics, with many expressing outrage over the Prime Minister's absence. While Starmer's critics argue that his actions against Trump, including comments from other Labour figures, likely led to the snub, the decision is seen by many as a reflection of his failure as a leader. People believe that as the leader of the UK's closest ally, Starmer should have been invited, but his strained relationship with Trump has overshadowed the special relationship between the US and Britain.
And it is pretty embarrassing for Britain to have the special relationship that we have, and everybody knows we have it, with the United States of America, but Donald Trump has seen fit not to invite Sir Keir Starmer, no doubt because of his views on Donald Trump, no doubt because of David Lammy's sayings on Donald Trump, maybe indeed because of Sadiq Khan's protestations about what a horrible man Donald Trump is. You know, you can't mess around in politics and pretend that you're in a student union, because otherwise you end up being left on the outside of all of the good stuff that's going on. And next Monday, when Donald Trump is inaugurated as the 47th President of the United States of America, I consider it to be a massive stain on British history.
The situation highlights the growing divide between the UK and the US, with many seeing Starmer's exclusion as an embarrassment for Britain. Some suggest that his refusal to align with Trump's policies and his outspoken opposition may have alienated him from the US leadership. The public's frustration is palpable, with many viewing Starmer's actions as weakening the UK's standing on the global stage. Beyond the political fallout, people also point to a broader concern about the UK's place in the world. With global instability increasing and growing threats from adversarial nations, the need for strong ties with the US has never been more crucial. Yet, the current government's handling of foreign relations, particularly with China, is seen as insufficient, with many arguing that Britain is increasingly isolated in this new geopolitical era. Starmer's
nasty rumors about you. Do you have any idea what they might be? So you're a lesbian. Right, Chastity? So I'm gonna ask you one more time. Are you a lesbian? Tell me what's in there. What do we have here, Chastity? What's this? What's this?
I don't know.
Ooh, look at that pussy. Look at it. Lick it. Lick it. Yeah, show me what you do. Strap on? Dildos? Ropes? Vibes?
I don't know.
Vibrators? And your little friend Remy? Naive little. We can teach you. Don't tell your parents. Admitting. Hold your legs back. Just like that for me. School. Take care of you.
Do not fight. Do not fight. Give me that fucking ski. Give me the ski. Give me the fucking ski. Take that. Don't fight back. Open it. Open it, yes. There you go. Put a rock in the mouth. Don't fight. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on. Shut up. Shut up. To breathe? Yes?
Shut the fuck up.
Yes?
And open your mouth and use it. Open.
Open your mouth and use
Open.
it.
Open your fucking mouth. Open and shut the fuck up. Open.
I'll give you something to think about while you suck those cocks. Open your eyes. I'll give you something to think about.
Your knees.
Open.
We're gonna get some milk.
Yeah.
What did you come on?
What did you
Get on.
Tell me when it's done.
Not even while you're coming. Capacity jump. We can do that.
Because I think you have the perfect hands to fist.
Conclusion from the inauguration serves as a stark reminder of how far Britain's global influence has diminished under his leadership.
A little note on Trump, I suppose, before we start on what's going on here in Downing Street. We have yet to see or hear the Trump-Starmer conversation. Many people saying to me that, you know, everything's fine, the relationship's absolutely no problem at all. The fact that, you know, Starmer wasn't invited to the inauguration doesn't matter. But it kind of does, because he's already behind several world leaders who will have had conversations with Trump. So, you know, there used to be the race to be the first person to talk to the new president. He's already lost that. And who knows how long it's going to be before Trump deigns to have a conversation with him.
Yeah, I mean, the really interesting thing is that most White House, there's not a lot of access, but a lot of influence, i.e. that you know, you can't really get to them. Once you can get to them, you can influence them. The reverse is true with Trump, which is that there's lots of access, not much influence.
Yeah. The strained relationship between Keir Starmer and Donald Trump is becoming increasingly apparent, as many are noticing the lack of communication between the two leaders. Starmer's failure to be invited to Trump's inauguration speaks volumes, especially when compared to other world leaders who have already secured their meetings with the incoming president. People believe that this marks a significant diplomatic snub, highlighting how Starmer's stance has alienated the UK from one of its closest allies. Trump's approach to foreign relations, focusing on business interests, tariffs and national security, is clearly at odds with Starmer's policies, which many see as ineffective.
His name keeps coming up in the frame. Not very sure whether he's going to be welcomed with open arms by the White House and the new teams in there. And now suddenly Ed Miliband's brother, David Miliband, is offering very generously to solve the problem by stepping into the ambassador's shoes himself.
Well, there's that tact and charm which almost won him the Labour leadership. Look, I think that, you know, David Miliband has been spotted a lot around Westminster in recent months. You know, I bumped into him myself, actually. Yeah, walking around. So he's been having lots of meetings. Now, of course, he's the head of International Rescue, not the Thunderbirds theme, but the International Aid Charity in Washington, which earns a fortune.
Yeah.
The public is also frustrated by the government's failure to address critical issues, like the economy and immigration, which they view as being mishandled under Starmer's leadership. As Britain faces a potential economic downturn, people feel Starmer is out of touch with the needs of the nation. With many viewing the current government as disconnected and ineffective, there's a growing sense that the country is being led in the wrong direction. As Trump builds alliances with those he trusts, including figures like Nigel Farage, many feel that Starmer's leadership is only pushing Britain further away from global influence.
We've got a story in the I newspaper saying that former Foreign Secretary David Miliband has been lobbying Sir Keir Starmer's Downing Street team to become the UK's ambassador to the US, given that Lord Mandelson now might be in trouble because Trump doesn't want it.
No. So Number 10 were very clear about this. I was in the briefing on Monday, and they were very clear about this, Mike, that they supported Lord Mandelson. They think he's an excellent candidate, that Donald Trump will value his expertise, considerable expertise, and that they see that Donald Trump will approve.
The strained relationship between Keir Starmer and Donald Trump continues to play out, and people are noticing. It's evident that Starmer's leadership style doesn't align with Trump's straightforward and bold approach, which is a significant factor in why the UK's Prime Minister isn't receiving any invitations to Trump's inauguration. Despite the diplomatic importance of the US-UK relationship, Starmer's views and statements against Trump, like those of his allies, have pushed him to the sidelines. People have expressed concern that Starmer is too out of touch with his inability to calm situations or lead effectively, leaving him with little influence.
You know, I think we all should be worried about this. This is not a good thing. Nobody celebrates there not being a good relationship between the UK and the US. It doesn't do us any favours.
I mean, you know, on the face of it, he's moved the Churchill statue back into the bust, back into the White House.
It should be a good relationship.
It should be, but also Donald Trump is a clever guy, and he will make Starmer work for it. Is my suggestion. And it may well be that Mandelsel ends up getting the job, but Trump wants to put him through the ringer first, and he wants to make him wait, and he'll probably wait for him to.
The public is furious, especially as Starmer seems to miss key opportunities to navigate these tense relations, while others, such as Nigel Farage, have managed to establish a more favourable standing with Trump. The situation isn't just political, but affects Britain's future economic interests too, as Starmer's government struggles to offer the bold leadership and partnerships needed in these uncertain times. People are questioning whether this lack of rapport with global leaders will hinder Britain's role on the world stage, particularly when strong diplomatic relations are crucial to addressing global challenges like trade, security and climate issues.
Welcome along. So today, Prime Minister Keir Starmer held a press conference about the Southport atrocity, and personally, I think it was appalling. He 100% confirmed that, whilst he was saying stuff like this...
The disorder is intolerable. It is incapable of justification. It's clearly racist. I won't shy away from calling it what it is. Far-right thuggery. To those who feel targeted because of the colour of your skin, I want you to know that this violent mob do not represent our country.
He knew that Axel Rudikabana was in possession of a jihadi terror training manual and that he had a biological weapon in his bedroom.
Keir Starmer's press conference on the Southport tragedy has left the public outraged, with many questioning his credibility and integrity. During the event, Starmer repeatedly tried to defend his decision to withhold critical information about the perpetrator, Axel Rudikabana, including the fact that he had a jihadi terror manual and a biological weapon in his possession. While he justified the lack of disclosure as necessary to avoid prejudicing the trial, people argued that his actions only fueled further distrust. Why, they ask, was it deemed too risky to reveal this information in July, but perfectly fine for the police to disclose it months later, when the murderer was officially charged with terrorism? The inconsistency in Starmer's statements has raised more questions than answers. Critics accuse him of gaslighting the public, pretending to safeguard justice when he was actually hiding the truth.
Do you now regret blaming the far right for all those protests last summer? Was it a far right issue, or were some people entitled to be concerned and upset, not the rioters?
Responsibility for the violence lies with them that perpetrated it. I was in Southport the day after these terrible murders. I was acknowledging and thanking the frontline police officers and ambulance who had been at the scene.
Right, so that's a no then, isn't it? So knowing everything we know now, he'd do nothing differently. I think that's a concern, isn't it? We're going to have an inquiry into this now.
People are particularly upset over Starmer's rhetoric, especially his labelling of the Southport rioters as far-right thugs, which many believe prejudiced their cases before they even went to trial. His contradictory approach to justice has left people doubting his commitment to fairness and transparency. This situation has worsened public trust in Starmer. How can the public believe in a leader who appears to selectively release information depending on political convenience? People are calling for Starmer to be held accountable, with many demanding the release and compensation of individuals wrongfully jailed for merely protesting and speaking out about the situation. Starmer's mishandling of this crisis seems to have sealed his fate, and the public is left to wonder how much longer he can remain in power.
By gas that we were burning. So if we're going to be using this stuff, and yeah, we'll keep trying to find, new technologies and all the rest of it, but why not produce it yourself? And that's really what Trump's saying. And we're saying pretty much the same thing.
I've never understood, listen, you lead a political party, I'm nobody, but this is what I don't get. You've got patently a government that are trying to screw the farming community to go bankrupt, to nick their land, to build wind farms when we know there's not enough wind in the United Kingdom, whereupon, you idiot Starmer, you're going to have to import oil and gas, liquid gold that we've got under the ground.
On January 22, 2025, Nigel Farage appeared on Talk TV to slam Keir Starmer's handling of the Southport attack, calling it one of the biggest cover-ups he had ever seen. Farage criticised Starmer for failing to acknowledge the terrorist nature of the attack, despite clear evidence, including the perpetrator's possession of an Al-Qaeda training manual and chemical weapons. Farage argued that by not being forthcoming with the public, Starmer allowed misinformation to spread, leading to increased unrest. According to Farage, this created a vacuum of frustration, especially as the Prime Minister refused to call the attack a terror incident, even after it was proven to be one. The public has been left furious, with many expressing their anger online. They pointed out that Starmer's actions may have prejudiced the trials of those involved in the riots by labelling them far-right thugs before they had their day in court.
So yes, I'm going to bring you on to today, and I watched it with goosebumps. I did the show. I was on the school run this morning. Listen to Mike, and the difference between a man who, yes, has had his issues, Donald Trump. There are certain things that none of us would agree with, but what that man did was he grabbed the pulse of the British public, which is what I believe Reform is doing brilliantly. And then this morning I listened to that dreary, reactive, not proactive lawyer, and was thoroughly and utterly uninspired. I want to talk, if I can, about these dreadful, dreadful stabbings in Southport. I'll take you back to July. You were accused of stirring up online conspiracy theories. You were called Tommy Robinson in a suit over the comments that you made. You posted a video on X.
There was a strong call for accountability, with people demanding an inquiry into Starmer's role in pushing for arrests based on misinformation. The frustration doesn't stop with Southport. Many are also angered by the government's ongoing reluctance to address the issues of grooming gangs and the way it handles issues that affect the working class. Reform UK supporters, like Farage, argue that the current system is broken and they see him as a potential leader who could bring the change the country desperately needs. People are calling for a new direction, urging others to vote for Reform UK as they believe the mainstream political parties are failing them. The call for radical change is clear, with many people rallying around Farage and his party as the solution to the country's issues.
I see you on the social media with your gaming rigs. You don't know how to stay humble, but I do. And it's all thanks to my friend Ahmet from ABK Case. His humble computer cases will take your ego from Elon Musk to Keanu Reeves in 2 weeks flat or your money back. But what exactly is humble about this? I mean, he certainly isn't referring to the quality. At $330, it's among the pricier options for cases, but it looks and feels top-notch, deserving of the premium, and besides, if you don't have that kind of money, his store features a wide variety of designs for as low as $110 US. I mean, pretty good for a small-time entrepreneur and a local metal shop taking on the big players in the case market. Maybe that's what he means. So you just stand there mute, I guess. Okay. He says his cases are handmade and powder-coated, and unlike some random dropshipper, I was not able to find his product on AliExpress, and he has hundreds of satisfied customers if his Etsy reviews are anything to go by. So I can't wait to build my humblest computer ever.
Starting with these gold-plated fittings.
These look sick, but they don't really say humble, do they?
No, but neither is this segue to our sponsor.
Ugreen, with its 12th gen Intel processor, expandable 8 gigs of DDR5 memory, integrated AI smart assistant, and more. There's a lot to love about their NASSync DXP 6800 Pro. Stay tuned to learn more or check it out at the link in the video description. Our relationship with Ahmet got off to a bit of a rocky start when we overpaid for our humble case by about $50 on eBay. When we reached out to him through Etsy and asked, hey, what the heck is up with that? He explained that that's just because of eBay's higher seller fees. Since we were in contact, we followed up with, hey, who the heck are you and why are you making these cases? And the story's fascinating. He let us know that he currently operates in a small machine shop in Turkey where he's been making his own PC cases for about 4 years now. In that time, ABK has expanded their lineup to include wall-mounted cases like this one and even some open concept desktop cases. The configuration we went with includes 2 large cutouts on the top for radiators, as well as, well, I don't want to spoil it. Let's show you guys how it goes together. We're going to kick things off with this Maximus Z790 Hero motherboard from ASUS, which comes in at a modest $550 US.
Not quite 1%er yet.
No, but you're definitely in the single digits. Look, in fairness to us, Ahmet says this computer was, and I quote, made to hang computer parts on the wall and enjoy a magnificent view. Well, gosh darn it, if that's what it was made for, then EK did the right thing, hooking us up with all these gold-plated fittings.
I'm going to stop you right there, Linus. We recorded this video a few weeks ago and used a bunch of parts from EK. Since filming, there have been allegations of mistreatment from EK's staff and our friends in the industry. We hope we can remove this disclaimer in the future. But now, back to the video.
Boy, did they ever send a lot, though. We're going to use as many as we can.
No bends.
No bends.
Every bend will be a fitting.
We're going to be scuba diving safe.
Okay.
Because we're not going to get the bends. It's a scuba diving illness. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter.
Okay, well,
it's not funny.
Stop saying them.
Never. Oh, shoot. Is that a GPU block?
That's a mono block, baby.
Wait, for what?
The motherboard?
Well, you also have a CPU block.
Yeah, you get to pick. I think we should go mono block.
Oh, okay. We were gonna go with a Core i9-13900K, 8 performance cores, 16 E-cores, boost clocks of up to 5.8 gigahertz, but then we thought, that's not humble.
No.
So instead, we've gone with the 14900KS, the fastest chip in Intel's lineup. It turbos to over 6 gigahertz under extremely specific circumstances. This is not nearly as monoblocky as I was expecting it to be. In the old days, you'd have motherboard monoblocks that covered the whole friggin' thing, including the chipset and whatever. This is just the CPU and VRM, so this is not too much work to install.
Stop, you're gonna break the board.
I am so confused right now. Look, it goes down on a threaded nut.
Oh, get the nut shot. Or if this goes well, maybe I'll water cool my computer for my AMD upgrade.
No, I forbid it.
Why? I got drawn.
You didn't. Did you really?
There we go. Beautiful. Look at us screwing together. Sorry. Does this go here?
No.
Where? Here? No, here. Boom. Done.
No.
Oh. Isn't that worth the install of the mono block?
Oh, yeah.
It looks great.
Oh, my God.
Look at how blinged out these ones are.
Didn't you tell me that some of these are like fake ones?
Yeah, the chrome ones. They're just dummy sticks.
Oh.
But we wanted the visuals of the chrome. We're still going with 248 gig sticks here. I believe they're at 6,800 mega transfers per second.
So these are some pretty fast 48 gig sticks then?
Yes, they are. This is a good time to point out the tolerances, because sometimes these indie case manufacturers can really struggle with getting all the tolerances lined up. So it'll be interesting to see how the motherboard screws down.
Not great. Look at this one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's pretty crooked. Also, I couldn't help noticing that these standoffs are so short that the backplate actually kind of interferes with them. There's a bit of a spring action here. Wait, I have a question for you. How did we not go with G-Skill Trident Z Royal?
They haven't made DDR5 yet.
Really?
Yeah, they've only made the DDR4 kits.
Oh, because that would have been the humblest of all memory.
You could have actually gotten it like gold to match the fittings.
Everyone knows that the Royals are known for their humility.
You're gonna notice we have 2 SSDs here, Linus.
Humble.
Yeah, reason being is 1, we wanted one that we could water cool, obviously, to match the theme.
Humble.
But number 2, we couldn't actually put it in any of these SSD slots.
Right.
Because when we mount our riser to our GPU, it would block.
Right.
So we're gonna put our water-cooled SSD down here.
And then our high-capacity Humble SSD.
Up at the top here.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm putting on the power button right now. Things are a little DIY, but I like the style.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
On.
That would be on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off.
On, off, and off, and off, and off.
Off and 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 off.
The next day.
Man, would you look at this? It looks great, but are you pumped?
Not yet.
Are you?
I see where you're going with this stupid joke.
I think this is going to look absolutely sick between this gorgeous quantum surface radiator from EK and wow, is that a nice looking res pump combo.
It actually fits in the radiator slot.
This is going to be as humble as a computer could possibly be. We've even gone with the humblest of fans in the wrong size. Damn.
Are they?
I mean, are they 120 millimeter? Because those look like awfully large boxes for 120 mil. That's okay. Making mistakes is how we stay humble. Are they small and they just come in really big boxes?
I'm hoping.
Maybe they just have the humblest boxes.
Can't just call everything humble.
Yes.
Oh, they are. Okay. Oh, I was really worried.
Wow, these are heavy.
They're solid metal.
Orientation-wise, I'm kind of feeling fan cables down. Do these? Oh, they got daisy chain.
Oh, sweet.
Not as elegant as the Lian Lees. It's just with a cable, essentially. But it still looks really clean.
Speaking of which, though, I'm a little concerned about the airflow behind the case if we either have to push or suck through. So I did bring 3 more fans that we could put push-pull config to help lift this radiator just a little bit more. If you think it's needed.
I don't think we need it.
Then let's not do it.
We've got all this ventilation all around here.
Some even at the top here.
And you would be surprised how little space a fan actually needs above it to suck and blow air. So I'm thinking we're going to go pushing air in. It's not ideal for maintenance, but it looks better. And what's more humble than doing whatever it takes to look better? That does look beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, no, beautiful's not quite the right word. What's the word I'm looking for? Humble.
So on the ABK website, in the area up here where we're putting our rads, they actually just had this like acrylic panel here that wasn't full of anything, had no liquid, had no tube outlets.
Oh, that's his whole new thing. He's got an acrylic cutter now and he's going to make his own reservoir.
Yeah, I think that's what it's teasing.
But he doesn't yet.
Doesn't yet. So we thought we'd put this in one of these spots. But the problem, as you'll notice, the pump kind of would hit the wall. So we actually stole some standoffs.
So we got a drywall saw
We did not cut a hole to make
in the wall.
No.
I mean, that's kind of an Elijah solution.
What we actually ended up doing was we took these standoffs. We're going to use these to help prop this up so that way our pump doesn't end up hitting the wall.
We ended up going with this pre-Waterblocked 4090 from Inno3D called the iChill Frostbite. It's got 24 gigs of VRAM, it's flipping fast, it's super clean looking. Well, it's a little dirty, but it's got a clean look to it. For mounting, we're gonna need a couple of brackets. Oh, where are the brackets? Oh, you have brackets.
This is the support bracket, because it's gonna have some sag on it.
Sure is. Wow, is that ever heavy.
To get the PCIe bracket, they're actually installed on the underside of this case.
Oh, good, how convenient.
Yeah. This is where all the extra mounting hardware is for all the stuff. These are the posts for the plexiglass, the power supply. It's all just screwed into the back here.
Neat. Nice. Now, does it come with a PCIe riser, or do we just BYO?
BYO. We had to bring our own.
Not great for the price.
Crap, this riser's so long.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Here's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
Just leave it.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, see, not so bad. We'll just kind of flatten a little bit back there. So go ahead and plug that into the bottom of the card, and I'll just take up whatever extra slack we have.
Okay, stop. Okay. Stop.
You have it lined up. How are you not able to put it in?
I don't know. Oh, I didn't unclip the PCIe clip. Okay. Oh, shoot.
What?
We didn't put the sag bracket on first.
Why?
We need to.
Why? We can get in there. Just give it a little...
no, stop. Oh, my God.
Is that supposed to happen when you spring something in?
I don't think so. Is the other half in there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
We're just going to turn it into a 632 hole. And we're just going to drive that in there. And it broke off.
No, no, no.
After just half a dozen extra steps, we're back to where we started, with an M3 threaded hole. I do take shortcuts sometimes. And sometimes they end up being long cuts. But you know what?
Are we having fun?
Exactly.
No, I'm actually asking. Are we having fun?
Exactly. Nice. I do want to check out the power supply at some point, but I want to figure out our loop order first.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
We've gone with the RG Thor 1600 watt titanium, and I know what you guys are thinking. 80 plus titanium efficiency, a 10-year warranty, that's not humble. But don't worry, we've got a plan. We've replaced the stock cables with these gold and silver cable mod ones with their Pro Series cable combs. Humble. Oh my God, come on. It's too shy and humble.
You can't just call every part humble.
Yes, I can. When you're humble like me, you can do whatever you want. It's actually kind of funny that we started out building a humble computer and it built a humble us. So this is why I always come back to water cooling. It's a pain in the butt. Like,
this is gonna look really good.
I know, right? And humble.
Do you know how much these fittings cost? Would you like to know?
I would guess a humble $12 each.
Damn, bang on.
Really?
Yeah, they're $12 each.
I'm really good at guessing this kind of thing. It's one of my most humble skills. I think we're gonna have to do some bends. I don't think there's any avoiding it, yeah.
Oh.
I think we should do a 90 here.
Okay.
Then a fitting.
Okay.
Then a straight. Then a 90 here, then a bend.
Okay.
That's the way.
Okay, yes, Dad.
I prefer Papa. I've told you that.
No, you've actually said you prefer Daddy, but...
I have said neither of those things. We are joking. Yeah, you're a kid to me.
So calling him Dad's appropriate then.
Mm-hmm. I prefer Daddy.
Yes, Daddy. Wait, you have to put fittings in this?
Yeah.
I thought the two...
That's why I said, like, this, and this was going to be a bit much.
That looks amazing.
Okay, that's gonna be a long run. That run might be too long. Right there in the middle of the span.
So dumb.
Oh, wait! There's one thing I forgot. This. Not humble. Can you get me a more humble stop fitting, please? Want to learn to bend tubes?
Sure, I guess we are now.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
So what we want to do is we want to heat up the tube kind of evenly around, not just in one spot because then things get a little kinky. Oh, yes. Okay, two things. One, do not lose any of these O-rings.
Okay.
It will leak all over the place, big mess, everyone dies. Number two, you got to note the depth that it goes into the fitting.
Okay.
There, see that? Now it's in.
Oh, okay.
So now, noting how deep it goes into the fitting, we got to figure out where we want to cut it off to in order to achieve the height that we want.
Got it.
Collar goes there. So this is a potential problem. When you have really short runs, the collar can't really sit on the bent part because it's not round anymore. So realistically, about there is about as short as you can reasonably go.
Okay.
There you go. You did your first hardline run.
I mean, you did it.
Yeah. You in the sense that, like, you were there.
Okay.
It's like working with Dad, you know?
Yes. Oh, whoops. Sorry, Dad.
This extension is so stupid.
It's a $30 bling attachment.
Humility attachment.
Oh, sorry. Stay humble.
All right, you bounce on it this time?
Sure. It's time. Oh, shoot. Oh. It's going like a sag because it's so heavy.
Look at that run, though, okay? Is that sick or what? God, I can't believe how humble this computer is.
What is this?
What's what?
Why are they the same height?
Doesn't matter.
Once again, this PC has now claimed 3 people it's making humble.
I feel very humble right now.
There you go. Wiring is complete, almost.
What are you doing?
Well, I need the SATA power for the pump.
That is not a humble cable.
I don't know where the rest of the cables went.
Close your eyes. Search for your inner humility. And the cable location will reveal itself to you. Okay, open your eyes.
Do you see it?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm calling that good enough.
Good one. Ooh.
I know, this should be a little shorter.
Ooh, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, all right, fine. Yeah, I gotta take this off. I would say acknowledging your own stupidity.
Pretty humble.
Very humble.
Yeah.
Damn it!
Okay, go do writer's meeting.
No! I want to finish this run. How about you do this one, Elijah?
Okay.
So basically, it goes up and over, so you can use this piece for that. Just put a bend right in the middle.
Okay.
And then just adjust your length until you're high enough to make it over to here with a bend. That's gonna be the saga, you guys.
Okay.
Elijah doing 1 bend in this machine.
Well, 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Why is that tube so short?
Because I'm doing just a little bend here.
Yeah, okay, so if you do it with a really short tube, you're gonna be really hard on yourself, because
this is the one you told me.
It's gonna be very hard to not heat the entire, okay.
It's the one he told me to use.
Here, let's use this one. This will be
Ow, it's hot.
And then you just do a little, ooh. Cool. Here, blow on it. You've never done this before, have you?
No. All right, let's pull this sucker. Ow, it's really hot.
I swear there's a reason we keep him around. Whoa, that's pretty cash money right there.
You know what? It's a little high, but I think I'm okay with it.
Proud of you, Elijah. Is what I would say if I was proud of you.
Oh my God. I am really nervous about doing this bend. Does that look good, Glenn? What do you think, buddy? Wow, no response, thanks. Okay, I'm really confident now.
That's not terrible.
It's not terrible. Oh, look at this. Look at this. This looks sick.
He still doesn't get it.
Sorry, what am I missing?
You're not being humble.
Oh, God.
If you're doing this at home, kids, put paper towel around the areas you want to protect.
We can lay this back down.
Supposed to be watching for leaks, Elijah. What the hell?
Oh, what the f? Oh, I'm trying to plug in the fans.
No, we can't lay back down. We can't fill it like that.
Hit the power switch.
And then we turn it on and hope that nothing explodes.
Hoo-wee! Look at that humility!
Okay.
It's the humblest of computers. It has no working power button. Did it accidentally get unplugged?
No, unfortunately, the wires that are inside that little connector didn't get folded correctly.
I see.
So the connector started sliding off. When we tried shoving it back on, it just fell apart.
Okay, so we have found a couple of quality issues as we've made our way through the build, but the good news is that we have a humble motherboard with a humble power button right there. And that's no harder to reach than that if we're being realistic. This is up there, my man.
It looks...
Well, it's not up there yet. We're gonna put it up there on the wall.
Yes, we are.
Oh, that looks sick. Does it leak?
No.
I don't see anything. Wow, that looks flippin' awesome. Okay, so Elijah, is this the part where we fix Jake's nonsense on this run here? It's too long here and too long here. Comes off the thing like that.
Do you want to judge my 2 bends?
I'd love to.
This one and this one.
That is really, wow, what a radius you've got there.
Yeah, to be fair, I have no excuse. It was my first bend.
Guys, you got 1 word to describe this computer. What is it?
Humble.
See?
What's 1 word for black and gold? Humble.
Brilliant.
I don't know, lean
We
it.
need a desk?
Yeah, we'll
maybe?
drag a desk in after.
Oh, okay. Is that what makes the setup humble? There's no desk, or?
No, it's made to look at, not to game on.
Right.
Now, normally, you'll actually notice there's 3 almost like nail cutouts, as if you were to like hang it like a picture frame.
Right.
I didn't trust that on our fake studio walls.
Right, that's fair.
So I had logistics mount this piece of 2x4 that's got a little slit in it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna give that a go.
One thing we didn't anticipate, you can see the wood right through
Oops. Oh, yes.
Wow. Don't draw attention to it. It's good, it's good. We gotta fire this up.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Whoa.
Wow.
That is humble.
Yeah, it is. Oh, we need a humble chair.
Oh, that one.
Okay.
Well, you have to sit back and admire. It looks so good.
It's the perfect angle. Who needs to look at the monitor when your PC looks like this?
Let's go.
I mean, 60 FPS on these settings is pretty wild, dude.
Yeah, it's humble time, baby.
Do you see these guys dodging into the car? Oh, wow, that one guy ended up under it. And he gets up?
What a tank.
Are you kidding me?
Holy. Be humble.
Watch him get up again. He got up again. That's not humble, buddy. Okay, how about this guy? How about this guy right here? Look at this humble white suit. Bet. I love this machine. It definitely needs 2 rads and then a pump res combo right there. But I gotta give props to Amet. The design, actually solid, pretty easy to build in, pretty intuitive. And while there's definitely some things that he could do better, now that I got a closer look at the powder coating job, it could be quite a lot better. Overall, I kind of love it.
Looks really good.
It's a really great layout.
And again, they have all the different layouts as well. So if you don't even want this size, they have some that are about half as big. So you can do like a mini ITX version.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be humble, but it'd be something. Just like this humble segue to our sponsor. Ugreen. Their NASync DXP 6800 Pro data management solution is fully loaded with a 12th gen Intel processor and 8 gigs of DDR5 memory, expandable to 64 gigs. This, along with 2 10 gig network ports and 2 Thunderbolt 4 ports, means this puppy is fast. With 2 M.2 NVMe bays and 6 SATA drive bays, you can reach a maximum storage capacity of 140 terabytes and compromise nothing when it comes to speed. And it's easy to manage your files with their dedicated NAS app. Plus, their onboard AI makes reorganizing your photos quicker than ever, even if you're offline. You can search for pictures by text and use smart recognition to create photo albums based on your criteria. So check out the Ugreen NASync DXP 6800 Pro at the link down below and save up to 35% until May the 9th. If you guys enjoyed this video and you want to see a Hardline 2 Big build go not as smoothly, why don't you check out the Pro versus Noob Challenge, where I was given a 2-hour time limit to Hardline cool and build a computer. Also, I was given some defective parts, so that was interesting.
Sorry, Dad.
It's Daddy.
Oh, hey, you got it on camera.
Gaming PC with brand new parts was 4 years ago. And if I'm being honest, it kind of sucked. It wasn't my fault. I mean, at that budget, I could only afford the lowest card in NVIDIA's GTX gaming lineup, and I paired it with the lowest chip in AMD's Ryzen 3000 series. And even with those compromises, we ended up blowing the budget, and we were stuck running at low to medium settings at 1080p. Well, not anymore. Intel has changed the low-budget gaming computer scene with the release of their $250 Arc B580, thanks to this GPU right here. Everything that you guys see on the table is brand new hardware and came to a total of $540. Okay, we still broke the budget, but we broke it by less, and if you're willing to put your trust in some brands that we've never heard of, you can get the same performance as us, brand new, for $500. Let's start building. But not until after I tell you about our sponsor, Green Man Gaming. They are running their holiday sale until January 10th, including big savings, like 20% off Helldivers 2, 74% off Red Dead 2 Ultimate. Sorry, you didn't put Redemption in there and I got confused. Red Dead Redemption 2 Ultimate Edition, and even more award-winning games, like God of War Ragnarok. Head to the link in the description to find out more about the sale, and stick around because we're going to be browsing Green Man Gaming and having you guys help us pick some games to test after we finish our build. Let's not waste any time and jump right into our CPU of choice. I mean, at this kind of budget tier, I'm using the term choice a little bit loosely here. Let's have a look at the CPU that AMD was willing to give us at a price that we can afford, the Ryzen 5 5500. See, here's the thing. AMD doesn't really make new Ryzen 3 processors for the retail market anymore. We did find some relatively current ones, but they were OEM only and not accessible if you're building your own PC. The good news is that by choosing an older Ryzen 5, we're still getting pretty good bang for our buck. We get 6 cores, 12 threads, boost clocks to 4.2 gigahertz, and AMD's somewhat aging, but still quite potent Zen 3 architecture. This cost us $79 and, thankfully, includes a cooler, meaning that we don't have to spend budget on one later. As for our motherboard, well, I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I'll be finding out in real time if this was a good choice. We literally fired up PC Part Picker and sorted low to high. The ASRock A520M HDV Micro was still a whopping $70. How is it that even cheap motherboards are so expensive these days? And what are we even getting for features here? Let's do an unboxing, Andy. Old school unboxing style. We get 2 SATA cables. Ooh. An I/O shield. Ooh. Man, that's not Halloween. Why am I doing spooky voice? Okay, we got a manual. Let's see. No words. We get an M.2 screw, button battery safety notice, and we get the board itself. I am expecting this thing to be... I actually don't know what I'm expecting. Am I expecting it to be basic because it's the cheapest motherboard on the market, or am I expecting it to be decent because I paid $80 for it? No, $70. Either way. Oh, you know what? Actually, compared to the budget boards of my younger years, not bad. Lost your mic? Oh, did I? Oh, that's hilarious. I bumped the table as I was walking around it. I managed to snipe my mute button. Check that out. That right there, my friends, that's skill. All right. So we get actually what looks like probably either a 3+2 or 4+1 phase VRM design, which makes sense that it would have somewhat decent VRMs on it, given that it does have socket AM4 and technically it's compatible with even some pretty high draw chips. We don't have really any cooling for it, but hey, at least it's not one of those boards where it has the through holes
on the
for
Real
cooling,
Link client.
but then just doesn't come with a cooler because
enter
it's
the
a top-down one. So you look at it and you're like,
by choosing corresponding grids.
clearly the idea was to put cooling on here. Is that because it needed it or because it was aesthetic? Hard to say. We only get 2 DIMM slots, but that is pretty normal for a lower end board. And honestly speaking, on modern platforms, most of the time, I probably wouldn't use all 4 DIMM slots anyway. We get a couple of PCIe slots. That one is at least full X16. And we get M.2, which is nice to see. 4 SATA ports, USB 3, but no Type-C. A couple of USB 2s. Actually, a pretty complete overall package. Oh, woo, I/O. Oh, wow. Wow, you get some modern stuff. Okay, you get a handful of USB 3 ports, gigabit LAN, audio jacks, but oh man, you get some retro stuff on here too. To go along with your HDMI, you get DVI-D specifically. You get VGA, PS2 for that classic keyboard you're rocking, and a couple of USB 2 ports. Frankly speaking, not bad. Like, there's nothing here from a gaming standpoint that I'm looking at going, oh no, I will simply not be able to play my games. Yeah, as long as it runs stably and doesn't have any serious problems with it, I think I'm actually okay with this. Now, Elijah, you did mention that there were some cheaper boards.
Correct. We actually found some on Newegg for as low as $43.
$43?
But they...
Okay, there's got to be a reason we didn't choose them. Let's go ahead and let's fire up the old fresh egg. The old not aged, fertilized and hatched egg. It's new.
I got it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, components and storage. Come on over here, Andy. Let's find the cheapest AM4 motherboard we can. I want one that's in stock. I want one that's sold by Newegg, and I want one that is brand new. Discount, current promotion. What the heck is useful links? Combo up savings, warranty. What does warranty mean? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's cool. You can select the warranty thing. Availability, discount. Dang it, where is it? I swear, I found this before we started the stream, and now I can't find it anymore. I want a not refurbished one. Sort by lowest price. Do you know how to find that? Wait, no way. Elijah?
Yes, sir?
The cheapest thing they have is $94 now. What the heck is going on here? Seller?
Are you on Canadian or are you on?
No, I'm on .com.
Oh,
that is actually not what I was expecting to happen here.
It's kind of funny because remember the brands of those boards were brands we didn't recognize, and we kind of made a joke in script review that they might vanish in a week?
Yeah.
I guess those brands vanished within the week.
No, there's no way. There's no way. We're going to find it. We're going to find it. Do you have a link to the boards?
Not from those cheap ones, no.
Show more. Okay, oh my goodness. Look at some of these brands. There's Hohengager. You see this, Andy? We got Hohengager brand. We've got Ecomhoper.
I found a 50.
We've got MFHZPOK. Oh, hold on. I think it's this one. I think I got it.
Yep, that's the same one.
Dude.
So it's actually gone up in price.
It's gone up in price. Huananxi. Oh, I have Andy. Andy, help me.
I don't, no, I can't figure out the time.
All right, well, it's $56 now for one of these. Oh, dude, that would only save us like 15 bucks. Hamburgers. All right. Well, anyway, we're going to see if we can end up under 500 bucks. Either way, let's go ahead and get our CPU installed here. In case we don't find it was $43 before. Okay, for those of you who have never seen how to install an AM4 CPU, this is going to be a treat. So you lift up the arm, you do the thing. Oh yeah, there you go. Got that triangle right there. Delicious golden triangle. Would you eat golden triangles breakfast cereal?
Oh yeah.
Because I think I would. I'd be super down for some golden triangles. I think that's a pretty promising cereal name. All right, while I get this cooler installed, oh my God, where did you find this cooler, Elijah?
It was in the stockpile bin.
It's so dirty.
I grabbed the one that was on top. The one you would get would be much cleaner.
Yeah. See, the thing is, a lot of our CPUs are either samples from AMD, which don't come with coolers, or they've been kicking around long enough that we've lost all the packaging and coolers and accessories and all that. So this is just a random AMD stock cooler. Yours would probably look a little different. Dan, I think the script calls for me to do, or the plan calls for me to do a merch message right about now.
Yeah, sure. I've got one
any merch
for
messages
you
yet? Should I explain what they are? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Merch messages are the way to interact with our live streams. All you got to do is go on lttstore.com. We've got a lot of great stuff that you can check out there right now. You can back order one of our precision screwdrivers and bit sets. You can pick up a regular screwdriver. We've got lots of great clothing and apparel, t-shirts, hoodies. I think the cargo pants are out of stock. Whatever. The point is, we've got lots of stuff, and just add it to your cart, and you'll see a little box to leave a merch message for the stream. It'll go to producer Dan, who will forward it to me or throw it up on the stream or forward it to someone else internally who can answer your question. Basically, he'll get you an answer. Sometimes his answer is, frankly speaking, not great. It's just whatever he can quickly type up when he's going through the flurry of merch messages. But hey, at least you get something in return. You get acknowledgement from Dan, and you get your order in the mail, which is better than a lot of sort of throw money at the screen streamer things. So that's how merch messages work. Dan, do you want to show them how a curated one works?
Sure. Hey, LDE, does Intel, with their Xe2 graphics, potentially make the cut and shift things for NVIDIA HQ to make them change their path?
I don't know. I really don't think so. I think that if I'm NVIDIA right now, I am looking at Xe as kind of like an interesting sideshow. Because like all you got to do to figure out where NVIDIA's priorities lie is follow the money, right? So I forget the exact mix right now because I haven't looked at it in a little bit, and it's not the kind of thing that keeps me up at night. I'm not an NVIDIA shareholder. But what I can tell you is that there has been a big shift in their revenues between what used to make them a predominantly gaming, and also professional visualization company, to what they are now, which is a predominantly enterprise compute company that has a gaming arm. Right now, Xe2 is not any real threat to Intel's enterprise ambitions. And so I just think they're probably looking at this, kind of going, okay, well, this is a thing that exists and we're aware of. I doubt it's going to result in any kind of significant shift in strategy at NVIDIA. With that said, NVIDIA has gotten to where they are by being ruthless competitors. Sometimes when it just like doesn't even matter, when they could totally just let someone else have a bone, they're like, no, I will have all the meat and all the bones and all the broth and all the vegetables, and everyone else can have nothing. And that's gotten them to where they are today. So you never know with NVIDIA. They might just ignore ARC, treat it as a complete non-threat. I mean, Intel is currently a ship without a captain even. How can you take them that seriously? But they also might just go, someone else got a morsel. Let's crush them! You never can tell with those guys. This mounting bracket is stuck, and I'm doing my best to stall for time while I fix it, but I'm having a very difficult time with it. The arm is stuck too high, and it won't come down low enough to grab the thing. Dan, do you have another merch message to help me stall with? Nope. Oh, good.
One just came in.
Oh, nice. Wonderful.
How do you know if you're in love?
What? What kind of, wait, what? Is that a real merch message? That's not. You made that up.
It'll pop up on the screen in a second.
No way.
It's from Bradley.
Nobody sent that.
There it is.
Oh, it's real. He can't fake
SOM, which has heaps.
Good evening, everyone. My plan was to not discuss the whole situation right now any further. Like many of you, we wanted to keep this whole thing from dragging out. So we said our piece. Steve from Gamers Nexus wrote a manifesto that could probably be best summed up as "No You," and then it was done, or so we thought.
Shortly before Wancho, Louis Rossmann released an hour-long hit piece, and in a now-deleted comment, Steve mentioned he had seen the video before it went live, making it clear that, at the very least, he was involved in reviewing this video before publication. When other creators reached out to us in support, we explicitly discouraged any escalation. Good evening, everyone. My plan was to not discuss the whole situation right now any further. Like many of you, we wanted to keep this whole thing from dragging out. So we said our piece. Steve from Gamers Nexus wrote a manifesto that could probably be best summed up as "No You," and then it was done, or so we thought. Shortly before Wancho, Louis Rossmann released an hour-long hit piece, and in a now-deleted comment, Steve mentioned he had seen the video before it went live, making it clear that, at the very least, he was involved in reviewing this video before publication. When other creators reached out to us in support, we explicitly discouraged any escalation, while Steve... Good evening, everyone. My plan was to not discuss the whole situation right now any further. Like many of you, we wanted to keep this whole thing from dragging out. So we said our piece. Steve from Gamers Nexus wrote a manifesto that could probably be best summed up as "No You," and then it was done, or so we thought. Shortly before Wancho, Louis Rossmann released an hour-long hit piece, and in a now-deleted comment, Steve mentioned he had seen the video before it went live, making it clear that, at the very least, he was involved in reviewing this video before publication. When other creators reached out to us in support, we explicitly discouraged any escalation, while Steve seems to be doing the opposite. So here we are, more or less forced to... Steve asked me to direct any... Much, much shorter this time. Here we are, more or less forced to... While Steve... While Steve seems to be doing the opposite. So here we are, more or less forced to respond yet again, but we'll keep it much, much shorter this time. Steve asked me to direct any further communications about his ethical breach and persistent defamatory statements to his lawyer. As I clearly stated before, I don't have a lawyer involved, and I don't want one involved. I wrote last week's address myself with feedback from my team, and this much shorter wrap-up will come from me as well. The core issue has not been addressed at all. Because of ethical and process errors, Steve published false and damaging information about a competitor. Right of reply matters both because it is essential for accurate reporting and because scandal travels much faster and is a lot stickier in people's minds than the, oh, oops, never mind, that comes out when the allegations are found to be false. There's actually a good thread on the subreddit that you guys can check out. That is not the visual for it, but that's fine. The point is that this is so much worse now. Faced with the unavoidable fact that he got it wrong and caused a bunch of damage with his actions, Steve has outright refused to apologize, correct, or retract any of his false statements. That's next level, man. I am extremely grateful that so many of you are seeing how misrepresentative the original reporting was, both around the Billet Lab situation and around the honey thing. And I want to applaud the maturity of the folks, many, many folks, who have come out and said, hey, I'm sorry that I raised a pitchfork while I didn't have the full story. I'm still deeply saddened by the virality of Steve's first video. Because of that, many will never hear the truth, a fact that is worsened by Steve's ongoing refusal to issue any corrections or retractions in spite of the fact that his reporting on me contains clear, objective errors and misquotes. So in summary, Steve's response shows that his standards for himself fall far short of the standards he holds others to. And look, dude, stealthily removing the word journalism from the GN Patreon changes nothing. This whole thing is getting, quite frankly, kind of pathetic. Even my, and I quote, terrible response to the original hit from the GN Patreon, and look, dude, stealthily removing the word journalism from the GN Patreon changes nothing. This whole thing is getting, quite frankly, kind of pathetic. Even my, and I quote, terrible response to the original hit piece acknowledged issues on our side, laid out a path forward, which we have taken. I'm so proud of our team. And it included words like, no excuses, I need to own the mistakes, and sorry. Steve's response contained no such introspection and no better path forward. His mask is now truly off for anyone who used to appreciate him for his ethics and objectivity. As it turns out, he only cares about those things when it's convenient. On that note,
Just because somebody's running a masterclass in deflection and misdirection, that doesn't mean that absolutely everything they say is wrong. So the last thing I'm going to do today is what you guys rightly expect of me. I will meet my faults and my errors head on. I'm sorry that I used unprofessional language, and if I ever said this, truthfully, I don't recall it, but if I did, take that back 100%. I'm sorry, and I will work to do better. So where do we go now? I don't know, guys. I see your calls to end the drama, but I can only control my side in this. My team and I have issued corrections and retractions where needed. We will continue to do so. There's a couple fixes that we need for the 5090 video. They're pinned under the video. We're getting all of that sorted. Meanwhile, the other side is spitting on our olive branch, lawyering up, publicly attacking my credibility with no indication that it will end, and now seemingly colluding with other creators to smear me in public. I don't want to play this stupid game anymore. There are only stupid prizes to be won. So, yeah, I think I've said enough for now. Obviously, I'm aware of Rossman's video. We alluded to it earlier. And I have some idea what it's about. In the lead up, he was corresponding with me, but I don't think now's the time for that. Right now is the time to hang out with awesome people who matter. And that's you guys. Welcome to the WAN Show, everyone. We've got a great show lined up for you guys this week. Some game makers hope that Grand Theft Auto 6 will cost up to $100 at launch. And, oh man, if we want to shout out creators who are doing awesome work, and, you know, make sure we're getting some views for $100, everyone. We've got a great show lined up for you guys this week. Some game makers hope that Grand Theft Auto 6 will cost up to $100 at launch. And, oh man, if we want to shout out creators who are doing awesome work, and, you know, make sure we're getting some views for guys that are just incredible, good people, Bitwit / Kyle, his CES 2025 coverage is up, so I want you guys to go check that out. He's kind of had a pretty rough couple of weeks, to say the least. What else we got this week, sir?
Wow, I had time again to prep topics. A student built an open source laptop in 6 months, and it's actually really, really cool.
It's like
the video's awesome.
We've talked about... Oh, sorry, I'll save it.
And GPU news! Something really big happened this week, and it was a graphics card.
Yeah, why don't we talk about that?
Please.
The show is brought to you today by Squarespace, Notion, and Oh Snap, along with our wrap partner dbrand and our chair partner Secret Lab. Why don't we jump right into, how about student builds open source laptop in 6 months?
I like it.
This is actually the coolest thing. Why don't you run us through it? Because you might think, hearing that, like, oh yeah, but like, it probably sucks.
No.
What if I told you it didn't?
Sick.
Okay, go. So
I'm probably going to butcher the name, but it's Anion, I think. It's ANYON_E. The specs are a 4K AMOLED display. Didn't skimp there at all.
Sure.
The second I saw that, I was like, oh, we're serious. Okay.
Sure.
16 gigs of DDR4 RAM, an RK3588 SoC, which has an 8-core ARM processor with GPU and NPU, which he points out in the video, an M.2 SSD of some capacity, Wi-Fi 6, a 62.9 watt-hour battery, which came out to about 7 hours of battery life.
Sick.
Brian Huang, hope I said that right, sorry. A senior in high school, mind completely blown, made an open source laptop from scratch he called the Éowyn. I think it's Éowyn. I originally read it and thought it was anyone, but then in the video I think he says Éowyn. Because
whatever, I'm just going to call it the super cool laptop that I can't believe a high school student made. How about that?
We're not going to show the video here because you need to go watch it, but we'll talk about it a little bit.
And Dan will link it in the chat for you guys.
Yeah, because AMD and Intel don't just give you, CPUs and documentation. He instead went with that Rock chip processor. And honestly, where he really hooked me in the video was diving through the specs of that processor and why he wanted it and things he's going to do for it and stuff. Very, very cool. A very expensive and complicated part of building a laptop are the I/O interconnects. So Brian went with the Friendly Elec SOM, which has heaps of I/O on board. We actually used the same board to make a DIY NAS last year. The next problem,
yeah, that thing is so cool.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah. The next problem was the display. You can watch the video, but it was a huge pain in the butt.
Yeah, that's the TLDW.
This is where, because he didn't skimp out, because there was an option.
Yeah.
He could have just got an external laptop display, mounted it permanently, and then USB-C'd into the laptop and been like, don't worry about that.
And that would have been way easier, because the thing about mobile display standards, and I really, I know I love the finger quotes, but I especially love it here, is that they are the kinds of standards that nobody seems to be able to agree on, and it can be as simple as the connector looks right and the receptacle looks right, but if you plug them in, it just straight up won't work, and getting your hands on the wiring diagrams or anything can be an absolute nightmare. So working with EDP displays is super not the easiest thing in the world.
Couple corrections already, my bad. Apparently it's Éowyn E.
Cool.
That makes sense. And it's Byron, not Brian. I'm going to use dyslexia as my excuse there.
That actually works. It is spelled right in the doc.
Yeah. I don't know. I just read it wrong.
Nice.
But yeah, the display portion was crazy because honestly, when I first saw it, I assumed he was just going to go that route, right?
Yeah.
Just use the I/O.
Yeah, that would be easier.
Make it easy.
Yeah,
but
sad Magician in chat says calling that a standard is saint-like generosity. Yeah, it's a mess.
But yeah, the display portion is super cool. He also designed the entire power system to allow for charge and discharge of the batteries. In total, it has 62.9 watt-hours of battery capacity and 7 hours of battery life.
Okay, that is so cool. Handling lithium battery charging and discharging safely, especially, is not a high school project. That's so cool.
This was a little above and beyond, I think. But he went ahead and made his own wireless keyboard with Cherry MX low-profile switches and custom 3D printed keycaps. That's where he's just having fun.
When you have few levels of skill, then you gotta flex it.
Why not?
You gotta flex it, brother.
Byron then designed his own CNC'd aluminum chassis and got it anodized. The hinge for the screen uses framework hinges. That's cool.
Conveniently available. Shout out Framework, investment disclosure framework.
Yeah.
But just making parts available for their laptops. Love to see it.
All said and done, it boots up faster than his M3 MacBook. He does a drag race near the end of the video. It's cool.
So cool.
I doubt the same actual performance, but it boots up quickly, which is sick. And there's a line in here that says, I suspect Apple had a bit more of an R&D budget. Yeah, fair enough.
This is a note from Alex Clark from our team. He says, seriously, watch the video. I learned things about how laptops are made, and I think I have, and I'm going to editorialize here. I agree, Alex. An above average understanding of laptops.
Yeah, I learned a lot to the point where I'm planning on watching the video again because there was parts in there that I thought were really interesting and I want to absorb it better.
Okay, now our first discussion question, I am hijacking this completely because you and I have talked many times about building your own laptop and how it kind of used to be a thing.
Yep.
You could buy a bare bones laptop and you could pick a socketed CPU and RAM and storage. And in the case of the one that I DIY'd for myself for first year university, you could configure it with alternative battery packs. So I had a caboose ass battery pack that stuck out of the bottom of my laptop and actually put it up at an incline. No, not that one. That was the Acer Aspire one, that extended battery I got later. Sorry, no, this one came out the back straight. It was an M5NE, bare bones Asus laptop. Anyway, and you and I have talked about it, and we've kind of talked about how that's dead. Everything is so integrated now that building your own laptop is dead, will stay dead. The fact that companies like NVIDIA are actively hostile towards it by trying to kill the MXM mobile graphics card standard over and over and over again at every possible opportunity makes it dead.
Guess not.
Except
someone's senior high school project is just going to demolish that.
Except here's something that I didn't see coming. Instead of having modularity, right, and a generic chassis and socketable CPUs and socketable RAM and socketable storage or slottable storage or whatever, right? So we saw all of that go tightly integrated, and we lamented
the death of a DIY laptop. But then it got so much more integrated that now you could take a full system on a chip or system on a module in this case and build a chassis around it, and holy crap, you can build your own laptop again. And now that Windows on ARM is a thing, theoretically, like you could run like full fat freaking Windows and hand it to someone and have them not even notice, right? And okay, eventually someone would probably notice. They go to run an app that the emulation doesn't work for or whatever else. But I'm just saying, like, this could be a computer that you could hand to your auntie, and she could just use, and you freaking built it.
Yeah.
This is so cool. I didn't see this coming.
And honestly, like, yeah, you don't have crazy GPU power. Like, he's talking about some of the limitations. He played, this isn't in the notes, but I'm just trying to remember from last night. So I might say some things that are slightly wrong because I watched this video. But he was playing Minecraft on it. Like, it can play, and I know, Minecraft plays on your phone. But it can play games.
So what? That's so cool. That's where the hardware's at now.
A big flex for him, as far as I could tell, was the NPU more. I don't feel personally like he really made this thing as a gaming machine. And not every device that you have has to be a gaming machine. He's got that NPU in there. He can do some AI stuff with it. That's cool. It's highly functional. A lot of like what I use, like my work desktop. My work desktop just needs a functional CPU and some RAM. Like, I'm in the browser all the time. But does it play Crysis?
Oh, this is so cool. Second discussion question. Should we throw some money behind a V2? At the end, we're listed as one of the inspirations for the project.
That's sick.
I mean, sure.
He did shout out the NAS in the video.
That's so cool. Yeah, no, I mean...
The SOM.
Yeah, Dan, do you mind just throwing a...
We don't know if he wants that.
Yeah, we have absolutely no idea. And he might not even want to do a V2. I mean, it's clearly...
Might be moving on to something else.
Clearly a super talented kid. I'm sure he could figure out something else cool to create. But like, I would absolutely be down to do like a small sponsorship. Or, I mean, even if he's just like, yeah, could I just like get a mod mat and get a bunch of like LTT gear or
sick.
like whatever else, or dude, yeah, sure, cool.
This is awesome. I'm pretty sure I commented on the video. Like, this is the type of stuff that I really like finding on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like, this is the like little rewarding nugget that YouTube's like, you watched a bunch of garbage that I sent you. Here's the thing that you want now. I really hope he keeps making content of some kind.
Or just keeps making cool stuff. Like if someone like an Apple or a Dell or Framework.
Dude, somebody's got to pick this guy up.
If somebody picks this guy up, then I want to see him. I want to see him create something amazing. Dan, if you could just fire it over to, I think Sean C is handling like sponsorships and stuff like that. So just fire that over there. That I consider it greenlit for us to do something if he wants to do something.
So cool though.
Yeah.
I think the video, especially because it's his second video. I think video was hosted really well. I think he has creator chops. He can go that route. Or if like a Framework or someone else wants to pick him up, this dude's gonna kill it.
What do you want to talk about next?
My next one was the GPU stuff. Man.
Really? Oh, okay, sure.
Well, we can jump into something else.
You haven't talked about GPUs enough this week? It was a pretty exciting week. That 5090 review was thick.
Yeah.
Like I think it's 22 or 23 minutes long or something like that, and not a dull moment at all. Like, I was doing script review with Adam. I ended up reviewing probably about 80% of the script before I went in for my procedure, and then they finished up the rest when I was in the Twilight Zone. And I was going through it with him. I'm like, good Lord, dude. Like, a lot of the time, my job as an editor is to cut. Just cut. Keep it focused. I mean, I talked about this at length on the Colin and Samir podcast, but like, what is our point? Don't waste the audience's time. Like, all of these things are so important to the way that we create content and the way that we communicate our message, whether it's, is this GPU any good, or, how do you scrapyard board together yourself like a cheap gaming PC? The $69 gaming PC is making a return.
Nice.
And it's better than ever. Pretty exciting.
Anyway, you're doing it right now?
We were shooting that.
Interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is that's my job, is to go through and edit down for clarity, for conciseness. I think I ended up adding word count because I was just like, oh my goodness,
this is dense.
There is so much here, and I applaud anyone in the audience who managed to make it through the whole video, because the thing is, there's a ton of nuance in it, and there's a ton, like, I watched it back twice, actually. Once to review it for release, and then that was at like, I want to say like 3 in the morning or something like that. So I got the call and I'm like, oh God, I had my laptop next to my bed because I knew it was coming. I'm like, okay, yeah, here's a couple notes, and then once again when I was in my right state of mind, and what I noticed about it was, good Lord, was the cognitive load of watching that video high.
Yeah.
Because you had to not only just like kind of listen to us say, yeah, this is good. You had to listen to our opinion about whether something was good or bad or somewhere in between. listen to the nuance and the explanation for why that opinion is not black and white. Because, I mean, we talked about this a little bit, I think, last week, you know, fake frames versus real frames, that whole conversation. It's complicated, man.
It was before that, but yeah.
It's complicated, man. It's not as simple as like high FPS number, more better, more gooder, or low, more worser. Like we had that one chart that kind of we kind of like dropped. It's almost like this like we put this chart on the table that all of a sudden has 4x multi-frame gen on the same chart with the regular 5090.
Yeah, that one was nuts.
And one of the things that in spite of being not in a very like good state of mind because it was in the middle of the morning, one of the things that I noticed, I was like, dude, we've got to like highlight more that this is MFG, and that's kind of our point, is that this is clearly ludicrous and not comparable to everything else that's here. And so it's one of those videos that I really enjoyed. It made me think and understand, even though like I'm kind of having to put myself back into if I hadn't already script reviewed and looked at NVIDIA's materials and all of those things. But it made me think and it made me understand better. And I thought the thing that stood out to me the best was what an incredible job the team did in spite of my relatively minimal involvement. I did review most of the script. I did work on titling, intro angle. I obviously hosted little bits of it, including, by the way, I have zero recollection.
Sponsors bought that. Really?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We have an exclusive on Floatplane, like a behind the scenes of me having my procedure done, which I guess we can talk about a little bit more later. But watching this back is wild, dude, because I'm just like...
I haven't seen it yet.
You know I don't drink and I don't drugs, so I don't have any experience of watching myself do something that I
don't remember.
Absolutely... Like, I've definitely watched myself do stuff I don't remember because it's a video from 17 years ago or whatever, but it's different. It's like watching myself do something that I don't recall, but yeah, that seems plausible enough. Whereas here, I'm behaving in a way that is just... It's me, but it's like... it's loopy me. Anyway.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was watching it back. I was telling Yvonne, man, I'm pretty funny when I'm high. Anywho,
oh man. Did she appreciate the humor?
I mean, she was trying to wrangle me and also make a video and like keep me safe. So I think she was a little stressed, but I think after the fact maybe. Anyway, what I was going to say was, what an incredible job the team did putting that together. That makes this place feel less like Linus and more like Media Group.
Yeah, I had a weird... In watching it, and I don't know if this is going to land with everybody, but it landed with me for whatever reason. In watching it, it felt... Oh, man, I don't want to pay fan service to this idea. Not in quality. It felt incredibly higher in quality, to be very clear. But it felt old LTT-ish, because you intro it, and then we went to people that were specializing in that at the time.
Yep.
Because that's what we used to do.
Yep.
For GPU videos, when I first started hosting GPU videos, I didn't also host the video. Linus would intro it and talk about the features, and then I would jump in and talk about the benchmarks. That's how we started. So jumping in and having it go like Dan, for instance, talking about the AI part, because Dan does AI things, and like all the David talking about the DLSS stuff because he just made a video on Force DLSS and Indiana Jones.
This is
like all these things are just like, wow, this is really cool.
This is what the vision has always supposed to be. Dude, Oliver
killed it.
Killed it.
Like
he did such a good job.
I got to that section, I was just like, wow, like this is really pro.
He absolutely killed it.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. I am having a proud dad moment.
This was very cool.
For real.
This was really
cool. And it's one of those things where I sent this message internally already. So I'm not saying anything that any staff won't have seen already, or if they didn't see it, then I'm glad you're seeing it here. But what I said was like, this is the vision. This is what this company is supposed to do when absolutely everything is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and I'm going to step in, and Linus kind of said my line in the intro, but there was errors with it. Most of them were pretty minor. There were really good stuff. We're working on fixing them, and they're pinned in the comments.
Yep. And we've never claimed
the video was fantastic, and we're going to have some amount of problems.
Yeah, we've never claimed to be perfect, but what we will do is we will keep doing better.
Yeah.
We will keep working hard. We'll keep doing better. And
the error rate will not be zero. We're going to have some amount of problems until the end of our time. But that's just, we'll keep working on improving.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Super cool.
I'm
super
very
exciting.
happy with it.
We managed to pivot the discussion to GPUs and not actually talk about the GPU at all. Instead, we just patted ourselves on the back for 6 minutes. So do you want to talk about the GPU at all?
What's in these notes here? The 5090 reviews are out. I watched a bunch of them. Super interesting. Just like I expected, a lot of people took different angles with it, tested different things. This is a generation that I'm going to say, again, go watch other people's reviews, go read other people's reviews, go do whatever, right? It's very interesting. The whole story is not out there, even with all the reviews that are out there, in my opinion. I think this is going to evolve and show its head more over time as these different technologies are used more, as we're able to see it in more scenarios, stuff like that. I also think as the continuation of card embargoes come, we'll learn more and more. But yeah, it's super interesting. Reviewing GPUs is changing significantly because of all these AI software features and everything else. But anyways, AMD RX 9070 is delayed. It is apparently launching March 2nd. The company cites software optimization for FSR4 as the two reasons. Good old brain. The company cites software optimization and FSR4 as the two reasons why it most likely decided to delay the launch of RDNA 4.
Did you see some of the ad campaigns that went live? Like in
Really?
like non-North American regions that were like, oh, Radio 97, let's go.
That's rough.
Yeah, I mean, honestly though, this is one of those things where it would be really easy for us to dogpile on them and go like, oh, AMD software not ready, AMD this, AMD that, but like, good. Let them cook.
Yeah.
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 Like, some of the leaks that I've seen seem to indicate that this is going to be a really valid card. Like, it might not appease every possible buyer at every price tier, but it looks like it will be, hopefully, a really valid option. And if that's the case, then let them cook.
Yeah.
Get it done.
Yeah.
And then when it's done, let's have a look at it, and hopefully it's awesome. And
I support the delay for sure.
yeah, because I mean, here's the thing. Like, I'm rooting for everybody in the GPU space. I'm rooting for Intel, obviously, who's been bringing it at the low end. I'm rooting for AMD, who has been the only force, even remotely, sort of, keeping NVIDIA honest. And I'm rooting for NVIDIA, too. Because I want better GPUs, and you need that competition. I don't want anyone to be in a completely dominant position because that's bad for the whole industry and it's bad for the consumer. So this is exciting.
I will also say, in support of them delaying, what I heard from the team all week was that the driver in the card, everything felt very stable. So it wasn't a problem, which I appreciate that. AMD's vice president and general manager of the Ryzen CPU and Radeon Graphics division explains more in this tweet. This one. I really appreciate the excitement for RDNA 4. We're focused on ensuring we deliver a great set of products with the Radeon 9000 series. We're taking a little extra time to optimize the software stack for maximum performance and enable more FSR4 titles. We also have a wide range of partners launching Radeon 9000 series cards, and while some have started building initial inventory at retailers, you should expect many more partner cards available at launch. And then there's some indication that late January was the initial plan for the RX 9000 series launch. It's possible that AMD might also have wanted to see how NVIDIA's RTX 5070 Ti will fare when it hits the market in February. Now back to NVIDIA. NVIDIA removed the hotspot sensor for the 5090s. Video cards reported on this, and Der Bauer spoke about the issue in a recent video and reached out to NVIDIA for comment. NVIDIA first told him that the new RTX 5000 series GPUs now report memory temperatures instead, but this was already possible with earlier cards, including the RTX 4090 and RTX 3090.
Yeah, I thought that basically happened once we got temp probes in the memory chips.
I think so as well.
Okay.
After further probing, they reportedly told him that API changes mean that the hotspot temperature is no longer accurate or relevant for gamers, but didn't go into further detail. This
is something I really don't like. I mean, it's one thing if they, want to put a disclaimer on it or something like that, but clearly NVIDIA saw fit to put that sensor in the chip at some point. And as someone who has personally relied on Hotspot to diagnose issues in the past, I really don't like this. I shouldn't say all. I mean, technically the 8800 GTX had an IHS on it, but functionally speaking, all GPUs are bare die chips. And if you have even the slightest mounting error, they can not only run a little hot or not perform properly or whatever, but they can cook themselves. And like if there's an area where there's like an air gap, which will act as an insulator, and so when you have the hotspot temp, it tends to be, from my experience, a little bit more sensitive to a slight mismount. And it can make it, and if you see a huge disparity between the die temp and the hotspot temp, it can indicate a mounting issue. So you can kind of quickly get the card pulled off, get the cooler remounted, and then get back to it.
I don't have a lot of experience because I was out of the testing game for all the generations that had hotspot sensors.
Yeah.
But they seemed cool. I don't know what this comment is necessarily about, but I'm going to just go for it.
Sure.
First, the 5090 die size itself is huge. So so the temperature you'll see reported by tools such as GPU-Z will be an average across the die, meaning the temperature recorded won't be the same across the entire surface. It's just the average. Moving on, NVIDIA shows off a weird prototype. A Titan design, which some people have been calling a 5090 Ti, with PCB on the that.
No, yeah, 5090 Ti. I thought this was rumored to be more of like
I think there's a different rumor about a 5090 Ti that I saw.
Yeah, no, this was a 40 series / Titan prototype. Okay, so
yeah, this is not what I thought.
I think we talked about this on WAN Show, but I just want to say, this is pretty cool. This leaked like ages ago and was the first indication that we saw that, at least to my knowledge, it was the first indication. It's one of the first indications that we saw that NVIDIA was considering an unconventional PCB design for an upcoming card. And this was rumored to be like a 4090 Ti or like a 40 series Titan card of some sort. And yeah, there we go. So it put a vertical PCB in it so that it could make much more effective use of the shape of the GPU to blow air up this way. Okay, so they're blowing air up this way. I mean, the idea is pretty simple, right? If you've got a flat thing and you're blowing air against it, you are effectively working against your own cooling fans. And you can do things like you can angle what you're blowing against so it kind of goes this way, and you can lift the heatsink stack off of the PCB so it can kind of make its way out and through and around. But at the end of the day, you're blowing air into a flat surface, which is going to significantly harm your ability to cool your fin stack. So this seemed like a really cool way to tackle that by, here you go, putting the card on a little like daughter PCB, and then you can see here the frame for where the cooler is, just kind of blowing through it like that, and then using some combination of like heat pipes or vapor chambers to move all the heat out into the fin stack. When this first leaked, it was like, whoa, that would be super cool, I guess. But like, good lord, our GPU is really going to go to 4 slots thick.
Yeah.
And it seems like NVIDIA did the same introspection.
Yeah.
And was
the
like,
other way, kind of.
Could there possibly? I mean, if we're going to do this daughter board thing anyway, could there possibly be another way? And
floating in the middle was a wild move.
And
very cool.
The answer is yes, and I think it's so cool. I don't know why the 5090 surprised me so much, because if you go back to some of their older designs, especially their dual GPU designs, like do you remember the 7950 GX2?
I mean, yeah.
This thing was flipping wild. Look at this thing. Here we go. Let's pull up some images. Look at this thing. This thing's cray-cray. So it's got the main PCB here that plugs into your PCIe slot. And then it's got a built-in SLI bridge, which if I recall correctly is like back here somewhere. And then it's got a second 7000 series GPU on here. And then you can actually, it has an SLI finger still, so you can run quad SLI with 2 of these. Or
I didn't know that.
At least you could have.
That's crazy.
Could have back in the day.
That.
Yeah, that thing was freaking wild. Okay.
I knew it was 2 sandwiched. I didn't realize you could. I mean, it makes sense, but I didn't realize you could just buy 2 of those.
Okay, Dalxy here brings up a really interesting conversation that I'd love to pivot to if we kind of think we're done talking about the cool.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, essentially the conclusion is this generation is wild. Go watch everybody's video if you have time.
Yeah, cool. So Dalxy asks, at Luke at Linus, can we bring back SLI for the 5090? Lol. Okay, here is a wild take that I'm sure is going to get clipped out of context and get me canceled.
Not again.
The 5090, for NVIDIA's most affluent gaming customers, the 5090 is a great value.
Oh, no.
Here, wait for it. Think of the 5090. I mean, there's no process node shrink, right? So you could kind of think of it as 40
Ti,
more like kind of
4090 Ti plus.
An extension of the previous generation with some extra stuff bolted onto it. And if you think about it that way, well, for the people that are like, yo, bring back SLI, what are you better off with? A second 4090 or a 5090? If all you're going to get is about 30% more performance, wouldn't you rather have it for another 400? Wouldn't you rather have it for another $400 compared to another $1,600?
All right, I don't even think I need to misquote you to get you canceled for that. I think
I'm leaving. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, have a good one, Dan.
Bye.
I'll give you a reference.
Anyway, but kind of back to serious.
Yeah.
You're associated.
For the people out there that were buying, 2 3090 Ti's, which was the last card that supported SLI, or going even further back, for the people that were buying, 2 2080 Ti's or, two Titan Blacks or whatever in SLI. Honestly, I think I'd rather have a slightly bigger monolithic GPU that consistently gets me better performance than one that will occasionally nearly double my performance, but more often than not run at the same performance for double the power consumption and microstutter all over the place. I guess what I'm trying to say is, no. SLI isn't coming back, and that's probably an okay
But
or
we sure
even good
can
thing.
put more transistors on this chip.
But with that said, it's not that NVIDIA has completely abandoned high-speed interconnects between their GPUs. Like, if anything, NV72, like their data center stuff, is doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on what they started with SLI. It's just that now, in order to build that high-speed connectivity into the GPU, in order to have it operate fast enough that those GPUs can act as one, it takes up so much die area and is so, therefore, expensive that it makes no sense to build it into every single consumer card, knowing that only a tiny fraction of the people who Luke just mocked for being willing to spend much more for a slight performance gain.
Well, it does depend. I think it was said well in our video, right?
Sure.
If you're using money to make this thing, then sure.
No. I was talking about the SLI argument. Like
Yes.
the same people who would go and spend double for that. Yeah, I'd much rather they go and spend a little bit more for 5090. 100%. 100%. So for those small handful of people that are wild enough to go and do that, yeah, I'd rather they have a 5090.
This is probably what they're buying anyways.
And for everyone else, yeah, honestly, I think I would rather NVIDIA doesn't just make the thing more expensive. And it sucks, right? But the reason SLI worked was because with the old interconnects and the old bridges, they weren't that high speed. The cost wasn't that high. But as resolutions of our monitors went up, as the amount of data flowing between the GPUs increased astonishingly, it just couldn't keep up. It just couldn't do it without the cost not making any sense anymore. So that's my conclusion. No, SLI is gone, and the 5090, for those folks that would have bought SLI, I stand by this. Way better value.
AJ, not RJJ, but
yeah.
Fullplane, yeah, anyways, said instead of SLI, I would rather see the ability to split a single card across multiple users, either in VM environment or multi-user game PC.
Me too.
Isn't there that thing?
No, it's totally a thing. GPU virtualization is 100% a thing.
What's the name of... there's a particular piece of software.
Oh, I know the one, something hot seat, something, I can't remember. There's a piece of software that allows you to do it. We haven't really played around with it too much.
Yeah.
There's a...
Oh, shit. Heavily armed United States Marines have landed at the southern border. Bro, this is like the fucking, like the Halo Pelicans. Jesus. And here's another one right here. And this is they tweeting this out from the White House. I'm gonna be real, like, that's just, these things are cool. Yeah, this makes me feel better about my tax money going to the military because these planes look really cool. I mean, it's probably a waste of money, but, you know. Play the Halo music? Yeah, I guess so. Oh my God. I think that what's going to happen is that we're not even going to know that they're going to go after the cartels until it already is done. Like, I mean, the cartels, I mean, I'm sure they're badass dudes, but I don't know how many satellites they have and military, industrial complex, trillion-dollar machines. It's not even going to be close. Trump arrested 538 suspected terrorists. Yeah, and they are deporting them too. There we go. Yep. Wait. They put chains around them. Jesus. Oh, I thought they photoshopped that shit in. God damn. Makes me feel better about my tax money going to the military because these planes look really cool. I mean, it's probably a waste of money, but, you know.
Play the Halo music? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, my God.
I think that what's going to happen is that we're not even going to know that they're going to go after the cartels until it already is done. Like, I mean, the cartels, I mean, I'm sure they're badass dudes, but I don't know how many satellites they have and military, industrial complex, trillion-dollar machines. It's not even going to be close. Trump arrested 538 suspected terrorists. Yeah, and they are deporting them, too. There we go. Yep. Wait. They put chains around him. Jesus. Oh, I thought they photoshopped that shit in. God damn.
Interview of Russell. $400 compared to another $1,600.
All right, I don't even think I need to misquote you to get you canceled for that. I think
I'm leaving. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, have a good one, Dan.
Bye.
I'll give you a reference.
Anyway, but kind of back to serious.
Yeah.
You're associated.
For the people out there that were buying, two 3090 Ti's, which was the last card that supported SLI, or going even further back for the people that were buying, two 2080 Ti's or, two Titan Blacks or whatever in SLI. Honestly, I think I would rather have a slightly bigger monolithic GPU that consistently gets me better performance than one that will occasionally nearly double my performance, but more often than not run at the same performance for double the power consumption and microstutter all over the place. I guess what I'm trying to say is, no, SLI isn't coming back, and that's probably an okay or even good thing.
Put more transistors on this chip.
But with that said, it's not that NVIDIA has completely abandoned high-speed interconnects between their GPUs. Like, if anything, NV72, like their data center stuff, is doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on what they started with SLI. It's just that now, in order to build that high-speed connectivity into the GPU, in order to have it operate fast enough that those GPUs can act as one, it takes up so much die area and is so, therefore, expensive that it makes no sense to build it into every single consumer card, knowing that only a tiny fraction of the people who Luke just mocked for being willing to spend that much more for a slight performance gain.
Well, no, it does depend. I think it was said well in our video, right? If you're using money to make this thing, then sure.
No. I was talking about the SLI argument.
Yes.
Like the same people who would go and spend double for that. I'd much rather they go and spend a little bit more for 5090. 100%. 100%. So for those small handful of people that are wild enough to go and do that, yeah, I'd rather they have a 5090.
This is probably what they're buying anyways.
And for everyone else, yeah, honestly, I think I would rather NVIDIA doesn't just make the thing more expensive. And it sucks, right? But the reason SLI worked was because with the old interconnects and the old bridges, they weren't that high speed. The cost wasn't that high. But as resolutions of our monitors went up, as the amount of data flowing between the GPUs increased astonishingly, it just couldn't keep up. It just couldn't do it without the cost not making any sense anymore. So that's my conclusion. No, SLI is gone, and the 5090, for those folks that would have bought SLI, I stand by this. Way better value.
AJ, not RJJ, but Floatplane Yeah, anyways, said instead of SLI, I would rather see the ability to split a single card across multiple users, either in VM environment or multi-user game PC.
Me too.
Isn't there that thing?
No, it's totally a thing. GPU virtualization is 100% a thing.
What's the name of... there's a particular piece of software.
Oh, I know the one, something hot seat, something, I can't remember. There's a piece of software that allows you to do it. We haven't really played around with it too much.
Yeah.
There's a...
People are saying...
Someone had it at
that's
Whaleland
referencing,
at LTX. Yeah, no, it's a thing. Okay, I don't want to give away too much, but we might have a new multi-gamers like kind of thing coming. And maybe as part of exploring that again and kind of seeing what the state of things is, we could explore that as well.
I think that'd be cool.
But yes, there is some really cool slicing stuff, even though NVIDIA doesn't officially support it on their consumer cards. That was something that I actually chased Intel about a lot back in the lead up to the release of Arc Alchemist, the original Arc DGPUs. Was like, hey, if you guys made this available to consumers, I'd really appreciate that. Not because I necessarily think, the A770 is going to be powerful enough that anyone would really want to split it to two gamers running off of the same GPU, but because I would love to see some pressure on the incumbents to just make this feature freaking accessible, because there is so much that consumers can do with CPU virtualization. And I would love to see the same kind of innovative use cases be possible with GPU virtualization, especially now that they can do so much other than just, push FPS in Counter-Strike or whatever.
Yeah.
So, in conclusion, Dan, 100% it's a thing. And no, NVIDIA has absolutely no intention, as far as I can tell, of
probably not
making it accessible on their consumer-facing cards.
A bunch of people have said different names of software solutions in Philplane Chat. I don't remember which one, and I don't know anything about it, really. I just remember it was in that video of
Astor
the LAN
Multi-Seat.
at LTX.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Oh, Tim in chat says, I was the guy at the LAN. It's Astor Multi-Seat.
Okay,
there you
go. Yeah. So I was remembering him and his computer.
Did he die?
Oh, my goodness.
F.
Yeah, everyone, now, let's go. Pay respects. Dan kicks it off. Love it. Taking advantage of his lack of stream delay. This guy winning internet points like that, that's dirty pool, sir. All right, what's next, Mr. Dan? I would never be able to tell if the stream went down.
Yeah, well, that's...
No, we have a thing for that.
Oh, okay. Cool. Is it named Dan?
No.
Oh, okay.
I guess merch messages.
Okay, well, why don't we explain what a merch message is? Merch messages are the way to interact with the show. Just like Ryan A., you can head over to lttstore.com, and instead of throwing your money at the screen to send a message into the show, you can throw your money at LTT Store. In the cart, there will be a little box that will leave you a spot to type up a merch message. A merch message, it'll go to producer Dan, who will reply to it, or will forward it to someone internally who can help you out, like, say, for example, apparently Sammy, or he will curate it for me and Luke to respond to on the show. And we've got a few probably pretty interesting things for the merch message inclined to check out today. We are delaying the launch of the Mod Mat for now. We'll update you guys as soon as we have further information, but we do have some other new stuff. We're launching 4 new Labs branded items, including a zip-up hoodie, t-shirt, hat. Oh, I did not resize the hat. Way to go, Linus. Way to be ready for your own show. Fantastic. Hat and a lanyard that show that sometimes simple is best. We don't have any data to back up that claim. You will just have to take our word for it. I blame Artie. Artie wrote that. I just read the thing off of the thing. Go f yourself, San Diego. Okay. The zip-up hoodie and the t-shirt are simply black with a Labs tag. No flashy logos or outlandish designs, just quality, cozy materials. The hat features an embroidered Labs heatsink logo, and there it is, a little something like that. Oh, man. And your head will feature hat head after you take it off. And the lanyard is inspired by the Labs Phase collection that we released a few months ago with a sleek but colorful design.
I really like the Phase stuff. Do you have the lanyard here?
Should be... Oh, well, it's on the site. Do you want to pull up the site?
Sure.
In the meantime, I have another update for you guys. 7 months ago, we promised that if you got 100,000 likes on the CEO PC build video, which is here, that we would actually make this stupid poster.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
They did it.
Oh, no.
Why do they keep doing it?
I don't know.
They did it for the Rivian.
I know.
They did it for this thing.
I know. It's almost like, here, just hear me out here. It's almost like our community might be a bunch of stone cold memers. I know. This is, again, my second controversial take so far. Gonna get me canceled. Second one.
I feel like we gotta be above that.
Second one. I think they might be stone cold memers. Anyway, you can get it now at lmg.gg/hope. It is available in a small art print or a larger print-to-order poster.
I think if I get one of these and I put it behind my desk, it'll just make him like super embarrassed.
Yeah, see this right here. Really, like
we could put them over all of the windows. I'm messaging Artie.
Don't do that. Just because it sounds expensive and wasteful.
Anyway, so that's a thing. Is the art print in stock? I actually don't know.
Oh, there's like a little small one you can get.
Yeah. The small one is probably the way that most people are going to want to go. See, that's the thing. I think. Hold on. Yes. The small one is not back ordered, but the large one is like a pre-order. It's a print to order. So
I like they do the size reference. They show the small one amongst other things on like the grid. That's cool.
Okay, the last LTD store thing. I'll get this out of the way really quick. In response to this comment from last week, please sell the carabiners, like the replacement zipper pulls, as a standalone product. There's so many I want to replace. I forgot why we said we wouldn't do it. We said we were never going to do that because deforming the zipper pull to change the carabiner can damage the pull and may cause it to break, especially on low-grade zippers. It is even a risk with YKK. We don't want to be accountable for zippers breaking on a variety of random products. We are only covering breakage that happens on our own bags because of the failure of the original carabiner zipper pulls. We could technically sell them with a massive disclaimer that it could break, but, and this is Nick Light from Creator Warehouse, I think that's a massive risk and sets a horrible precedent. And I think that's right. We should create products that we can stand behind being used in a way that we can realistically anticipate that users are going to use them. Okay. Jan, hit me.
Sure thing. Hi, DLL. I'm soon leaving behind a decade-long tech career on my own terms. What hobbies or special interests would you recommend to somebody who still wants to keep their feet wet in the tech world?
Home lab.
I mean, that's not keep your feet wet. That's keep your feet like in the ocean,
drenched.
I mean, yeah, I think that's totally valid. I mean,
home labs are sick. I want to get my apartment too small. Not enough space.
You know what? I need to finish.
I have plans.
I need to finish painting my stupid bike. But like, I think painting's stupid cool. Yes.
What's gonna happen first? The bike or Final Fantasy VI?
Bike. I will beat you.
All right.
Yeah, there's no way. I know how far you are, and I know how kind of broken the balance is in the Pixel remaster. So good luck.
Wait, that makes it harder?
In my opinion, I have some strong opinions about the Pixel remaster.
You said it made it easier.
Yeah, it depends. Like, if you just use cheats, then yes, it's much easier.
Oh, I haven't cheated.
But if you try to play...
I haven't cheated and I haven't wiped yet.
Yeah, if you try to play properly, then yeah, it could be
boy howdy, it's gotten close. And I think in pushing to not wipe, I've probably done bad things with my economy.
Could be. It might not matter.
Spent money on potions and stuff.
It shouldn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah. But anywho, yeah, painting is super cool.
You should wipe. Oh my god. I meant...
No, not that. He means be annihilated. Anyway, I kind of want to...
Me after Chipotle.
Me trying to keep the show on track. Good Lord, you guys. This guy. What do people even tune into this thing for?
I don't know anymore.
It's a monkey circus.
Okay, sorry, that just caught me off guard.
So I want to get into casting.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Like I did it. I did a class once in high school, and it was super fun and super cool. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm taking up pornography. That's going to be my new career.
What? That's not what I thought.
Oh, okay. Well, what did you think
said
I was
casting. I thought you meant like game casting.
No, not that. Okay, casting.
Why
It looks like
would pornography be the next option?
Linus, don't answer that. My client has no understanding of what that means.
Perfect.
What? I was like, this is such a weird
metal
change.
casting.
What are you even going to cast? Like anno
metal
games?
casting.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so anyway.
That's sweet, though.
Yeah, I took a class in high school, metal art and jewelry, and I had a lot of fun with it. And I'm at a... Duh. Good Lord. And anyway...
Why would I have gone there?
You know what? I give up. I'm not even gonna try. You go ahead. You do the show. You want to get a word in edgewise? Have all the words.
Oh man. Okay, sorry. Anyways, you're casting, metal casting. I've seen a bunch of people have relatively solid looking home setups for that. There's cool things you can do.
Yeah. And so I don't know. It looks like a lot of fun. It looks very. Or no, I shouldn't say it looks, because I have done it before. It can be very cathartic. Like taking something from like a rough cast piece to seeing the finished product. Have you seen the earrings that Yvonne and I made?
I believe so.
Yeah, so we didn't actually do the casting for those. We just carved the like lost wax, like casting wax things.
Right.
And then they did the casting for us, and then we did all the like finishing and polishing and everything. And that was super fun. And so yeah, I'm just kind of looking at it going, yeah, that would be really fun. I need to get my stupid motorcycle finished painted. I'm so stressed about it though. I actually have made progress. I've primed almost everything now. And I think what I've discovered is that because I'm using like a candy, like a translucent coating on motorcycle parts, which are so multi-surfaced and multifaceted, that I basically took the difficulty level to 100 out of the gate, and I'm probably just doomed. And I think what I might need to do is either change my base coat color to something that can be a solid with just a clear coat on it, and I don't have to worry about getting the layering perfectly even, because I could do the hood of a car today. No problem. I could do that. But when you're working with a piece that has all these different surfaces and angles and divots and everything, getting it perfectly covered is really difficult. So maybe I should just find something else. Or if I fail again, then maybe I'll just drop off all the parts and get them painted.
I think,
but that would feel like giving up, because it would be.
Do you guys drink like pop, like cans, specifically cans of pop?
Complicated answer. I like cans of soda pop.
Okay.
And I often have them in my house. So my easiest way to control my urges is to just not have the temptation nearby.
Yeah.
So for like years and years, we just wouldn't have any soda in the house. Yeah. But because we entertain so much more now that we're moved into the bigger place, and now that we do like work functions and like badminton friends functions.
Yeah, because I knew at work functions you had them.
Like that was our whole thing. Is like why would we need a place this big if we're not gonna like bring everybody over and like hang out in the pool and stuff.
Oh my!
You know?
We call it pop up here. Whatever.
Yeah, it's called pop.
Soda.
Doesn't matter.
Coke,
Everyone
whatever,
relax.
Just leave it alone.
Relax. We're all going to be the same country soon anyway.
My point was because I believe.
Sure, fine.
No, sorry. Go
done.
for it. I thought you were done.
Wasn't done.
Go for it.
Wasn't done. The point is, we have soda pop in our house.
Soda pop Coke.
Because we entertain now, and I found myself drinking it again.
Okay.
So I would just like have a craving, and it's in the house, and I'm like. And so I started drinking it again, and like the quickest way for me to put on a spare tire is to start drinking soda regularly.
Oh yeah,
and so what I did was I tried this like bubbly thing. They're fucking awful. They're terrible. They're like the worst. It's the worst balance between like seltzer water and soda. It's the worst of both worlds.
Memories of cherry.
But
we dipped a cherry in the water.
We waved it around near a bottle of soda.
Spectre of lime. But I drank one. And I like had opened it, and you know what a cheapskate I am. If I have it and I'll finish it.
Oh, you
right?
might as well.
Yeah, I might as well. I mean, I paid for it, so I might as well drink it.
Yep.
And what I realized was I could make myself, when I go to the fridge, I could make myself take that instead. And that's the way that I'm conditioning myself to not even bother at all.
And then you don't like it.
So I stock bubbly in my fridge, and I'll drink probably a solid like 3 or 4 a week. And it's just like having it there as an alternative makes me not drink soda. So in response to your question, I keep soda in the house. I enjoy soda. 95 to 98% of the time that I'm craving a soda, I grab a bubbly and I choke it down to punish myself for wanting a soda.
I'm fairly certain I've seen people build like aluminum.
Yes, it's my methadone.
Soda pop, Coke, Dr. Pepper can crucibles where they have like a plunger and they put the can in, they plunge it down into the crucible, and they use the cans of pop as their material for their casting.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And I thought you might like that because it's like it's a way to reuse, right? So
That's
yes,
super
you
cool.
can effectively recycle aluminum cans, but you're now directly doing it, which is pretty cool. So maybe like if you were going to involve the kids in this project and stuff. Yeah. Dalxy in Full Plane Chat said I built one. They're awesome. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure this is a thing you can do.
Super cool.
Yeah.
I'm kind of more interested in making like jewelry though, so we'll see.
Yeah, fair enough.
I got one more for you.
Hit us, Dan.
I got a screwdriver in the initial wave, and it
It's not
has
really a question.
nice gloss smooth finish. However, I noticed that my second one is more matte finish. Was this a material change or a nice patina from constant use?
The truth is, I do not 100% know the answer to that. I can give you my best guess. One, yes, it does gloss out over time. Two, while we have not changed our molds for the OG screwdriver, molds do not stay exactly the same over time. They wear. We did buy extremely high quality molds from Innovation Tool and Die, Innovation or Innovative, whatever, ITD. We bought extremely high quality molds that should last for like 1 million plus parts is my understanding, but that doesn't mean that they don't change a little bit. So both, possibly, but probably we didn't change something like the surface finish. Oh, sure. More topics. What do you want to talk about, Luke? Should we talk about the gaslighty, rambling, ridiculous, full of misdirection response to our video from Airs Tech?
What?
Here it is. We did a video earlier this week on the Airs Tech.
I have to give you
Scamulet.
Keep interjecting today. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I'm
I mean,
starting to annoy myself.
It's like this is like having an out-of-body experience for me. It's amazing you haven't punched me yet.
No. The intro to this video.
Look at this face. Look how punchable it is.
This is what I was going to say, though. The intro to this video was gold.
Full credit.
It was so good.
Full credit to Alex Clark.
Yeah.
I was like...
It was actually amazing.
I was like, really, dude? Are you sure?
Oh, absolutely, really. It was very good. Thank you, Alex.
And then he kind of pitched it through. I walked onto the set, and I was like... Because I've done a lot of kind of embarrassing stuff on camera, but donning that getup, sitting in the incense...
Dude.
And he was like sitting there with... dude, the outtakes of this are so funny because I think you know I don't do accents very well.
Yeah.
At my best, I will shift between accents like the sands of the desert. Like I can't maintain them. I don't actually have any training. I don't actually practice it. So what Alex was doing was he was sitting there on set, kind of directing, and then he just had a random interview of Russell Brand. And he would just play a clip, and then he'd turn it off, and then I would try to deliver the next little bit of the line, kind of trying to mimic it. Dan, were you on set?
For that? No.
Yeah, okay. Oh, man. Oh, no, I know who it was. It was Andrew who was on set. And the reason that I wasn't sure is it was someone from the British Isles that was on set, and then we were talking about my atrocious accent. So Andrew is Irish, and having to see his face sitting there so disappointed at whatever it was that was coming out of my mouth, that was hard. nose hard.
That intro was so freaking funny, though. I
was a
saw
lot of fun to shoot.
I saw. I think. Does it allude to the intro in the thumbnail? Like, can you? Are you in that get up in the thumbnail?
I don't think so. I think we left
a
it
little
out of the
bit.
thumbnail.
I noticed in
Hold
the
on,
thumbnail.
Let me go to your laptop.
Yeah, I noticed in the thumbnail that your shirt is
yeah,
very wide and very low.
I
And
think
was
that's
like,
photoshopped.
What's going on? And I clicked on it, and then I couldn't stop watching the intro. Okay, we'll show it. The incense too. At first, I was like, did they add that in post? Nope. There's incense there burning.
Yeah.
The whole set, everything's just it's amazing.
We have a world-class team. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Anywho.
Oh, man.
Let me see if I can... Where's the... yes, okay. So, they actually... Man, when you're down, sometimes it's better to just stay down. But they apparently decided...
Yeah, they responded.
Not to stay down. So they posted a blog post debunking Linus Tech Tips' misconception about Ares devices. Good gravy. Man, this is... What is up with, people writing extremely long responses? Oh, man. The device does not block... Claim number 1, the device does not block RF signals, so it's ineffective. I mean, it doesn't interact with them at all. That's... Anyway, in short... misconception about effect. I mean, doesn't interact with them at all. That's... Anyway, in short, no. Wearing a special amulet does not make the 5G boogeyman less scarier. And also, Ares Tech, this is embarrassing at this point. You're not going to win over anyone who has even a remotely functional understanding of how electromagnetic waves work. That's not happening. I don't realistically think that any of the people that you are ripping off with your scamulet are going to be deterred by a proper explanation of why it obviously doesn't work. So why are you even talking? Why are you even Streisand affecting our video? I really think this is just such an obvious tactical error. So anyway, here I'll read through my notes instead of just talking about how this is ridiculous. Earlier this week, we posted a video on the Ares Tech Life Tune and how it doesn't do anything that the company says it does. In response, they posted on their blog debunking our claims about the Life Tune. Nothing that we hadn't previously discussed in our video was brought up, and there was no new information because we had already reached out to them as part of our process for making our video. They do bring up their EEG testing as a way that they've proven the Life Tune works, although we watched the video during research and the test seems to be fatally flawed and fully allows the test subjects to be swayed by the researchers. Did they measure a change? Yes. But in all likelihood, this was a placebo. And a placebo is a perfectly cromulent way to register a change in someone's behavior, even physiologically, yes.
Yeah, genuinely.
Now, we could spend a bunch of time picking apart their arguments, but fortunately, Reddit saved us the trouble. Ethan Falcon, PhD in physical chemistry, J.C. Calhoun, and Alundra828 have all posted about this whole situation. I think this is a pretty good summary, but, you know, hey, that's their word. That's their word, not mine. Alex, the writer's thoughts here. All I want is a simple, replicable test to show that it does literally anything. Airstech, can you give us that? It is normal for companies to show us their internal testing to demonstrate how to independently test and verify their claims. Airstech didn't give us any of that and instead just threw technobabble at us. There is, of course, a chance that, Alex says, he just didn't understand it, but we were able to figure out how the machines at ASML work, and this little amulet certainly isn't more complicated than an EUV machine. Yep. Agreed, Alex. Absolutely toasted. What else do you want to talk about? We've actually got a fair bit today. I want to talk about GTA 6. Sorry, I'm going to hijack it.
Yeah, no, let's do it.
Let's talk about GTA 6. So the headline here is some game makers hope that Grand Theft Auto 6 will cost up to $100 at launch. And let's get through the whole thing. I'm gonna blow through this pretty quick here, and then we can open it up to discussion. Industry analyst Michael Ball wrote in his State of Video Gaming in 2025 that some game makers hope GTA 6 will be priced at $80 to $100, breaking the $70 barrier and helping $50 titles move up to $60. $60 titles move to $70, $70 to $80, etc. He stated that game prices have never been lower in real terms than they are today. Larian's Michael Dowse responded on Twitter saying, "You're not supposed to say this out loud."
That sounds like something you would say.
Here's a graph of GTA prices corrected for inflation. In real terms, a $70 GTA 6 would be the cheapest ever GTA, which is, yeah, I mean, when you account for inflation, pretty interesting. Here's a graph of US prices for packaged video games. Shockingly flat. So this is nominal price. So this is what it says on the sticker. And then this one right here is the adjusted for inflation version. So it stands to reason that today 1 equals 1. And in the past, 1 equals a lot more than 1 today. Redditors were quick to point out that simply adjusting for inflation doesn't tell the whole story. That is true. Inflation is so much more complicated than just price go up. Some things do not go up. Some things actually do go down. Physical media had real costs, not just for materials, but also for duplication, packaging, manuals, shipping, etc. Sticking with the SNES example, we found an old pricing breakdown from Super Play magazine. Oh, super cool. Okay, here we go.
Whoa. Breakdown
of cost for your average game. 1% freight, 4% marketing, 1.7% duty, 4.6% developers royalty, 30% retailers margin, so that's where Valve got their number from, 15% tax, 33% Nintendo, and 15% publishers margin. Shockingly little going to the actual developer. I mean, I guess that shouldn't really shock us at this point in the games industry, but hey, there it is. So we know that from other sources that about half of Nintendo's charge was manufacturing, so about $10 of the $60 cartridge. Now, the bar to entry is arguably lower these days. Anyone can publish a game, and there is no sort of shipping and all of that. And sales are also significantly higher. In 2020, Elden Ring sold 13 million copies in its first month of release. Back in 2002, the year's bestseller GTA Vice City sold less than 6 million copies by the end of the year. The plain and simple truth is there's a lot more gamers out there than there used to be. Publisher revenue is also massive.
I'll let you finish.
Here's just casual look at the kind of revenue that these companies are doing on on gaming. Sony Interactive, Tencent, Microsoft Gaming. We'll get to it. The list doesn't include private companies like Valve, or Activision Blizzard, who reported $8.8 billion in revenue before Microsoft bought them for $68 billion. Okay.
There's a lot to unpack.
So with all that in mind, would it be a good thing if GTA 6 was priced at, let's say, $100, even though the original article from Michael Ball says $80 to $100? Let's stick with $100 for the sake of, following up our sensationalist, headline regurgitation here.
I don't suspect Rockstar exactly needs to do it. I think they are going to completely kill regardless. It might be good for other people in the industry. I think the examples of like the SNES cartridge are not necessarily fair because we have been in a predominantly digital distribution environment for a long time now.
Well, I think that's part of the point, is that is a big part of why we shouldn't have to pay for physical manufacturing and shipping that we don't have anymore.
But I think you can make that argument for a certain period of time, but eventually that margin is eaten up. We've been in predominantly digital distribution for a very long time now. It has not been a couple years.
Not on the console side. I would argue
even
that
consoles, I think, have been very predominantly digital for a while.
This generation,
most people I know are downloading stuff.
But the PS4, truthfully, I
don't know.
I don't have the number.
I don't know. Yeah,
I'd love to hear from you guys. Floatplane chat. I mean, let us know. Like,
we're gonna have predominantly PC people, but
I mean, yeah, that's fair enough. But like, man, yeah, I know 360 PS3 was the start. People are saying PS4 was pretty split.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I think it's pretty. Oh man, some of these folks. I mean, yeah, it makes sense that like our super connected
PS4 came out in
audience.
2013.
Buddy here is like, I was 50% digital on the 360, which, for our like hyper connected audience, actually makes sense.
That might not be that representative.
But like,
I had a 360. It was all physical.
I'm pretty sure that normies have taken a fair bit longer to move digital. Especially,
you think so?
Especially with the inherent advantages of physical media on consoles. The fact that you can resell them is so huge. It's huge.
Yeah, but game stores are closing all over the place.
Well, that I know.
Because they can't say, and that's not new news.
That's true. That's very true.
Like, it's been big enough impact for stores to close since pre-COVID.
Well, I think what we can agree on is that we aren't sure.
Which is at least 5 years old.
But we do know that digital distribution has been a huge thing for a lot longer than games have been stuck at around $60.
Yeah. So I don't personally think that the reference back to the SNES cartridge is entirely fair.
Sure.
I think it was fair at a point in time.
Sure.
And then game prices didn't change at all for like over a decade.
Right.
So then it stops really being fair, in my opinion. I think also, like, some people are pointing out, like, there's way more sales now. It's like, yeah, okay, but if you look at the development teams at these companies, on average, I'd say they are way bigger now. Like, way bigger now. The amount of work that is going into making some of these games is incredibly immense. So I think that's another, like, kind of yin-yang situation.
Can I throw in a pitch here? Would you support the move to $100 if it meant, hold on,
140 right now Canadian?
If it meant that we could, as an industry, move away from so many, like,
microtransactions? Yes, absolutely. I would unquestionably agree with that.
So if the excuse from the industry is that, well, we had to do microtransactions because it was the only way to run our businesses sustainably with the stagnation of video game pricing.
I don't believe they won't take that.
Yeah, I know. That's where we were headed. But you couldn't allow me to imagine a blissful future for just a few moments.
I would genuinely 100% be on board. I used to really, really like doing kind of like more difficult things in game in order to earn some cosmetic or whatever.
Yeah.
I really, really liked that. And then, like, trying to get skins in COD by doing certain things with that specific firearm was cool. And then now you can buy cooler ones, and it's like, well, I don't know. It genuinely takes away from the game for me. So if you can put that back in, that has direct value for me.
Well, they won't.
I
think we all know that's not going to happen.
I also think, as much as I honestly think a lot of this can be justifiable in regards to price increase, but to a certain degree, I don't know how much it's going to matter.
Yeah.
Looking at the economy right now, I don't know that many Canadians, honestly, that can just drop $140.
That was my next point, is that at the end of the day, they can theoretically raise the price to whatever they want, but the price is going to be whatever the market will bear.
Yeah.
And as we've seen, especially on the PC side, where the promotions go so fast and they go so deep, it's going to end up, whatever it starts at, whatever MSRP is, unless you are Nintendo, unless you are Rockstar, unless you are one of these AAA developers or publishers, you are not going to be able to draw a line in the sand and say, oh, no further. You know, this is it. This is our pricing. It's not gonna happen. You're gonna get whatever you're gonna get, and you're gonna do your Steam summer sale, and you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that, and I don't see I don't see it having a huge impact. Because a $60 game already isn't $60. A $60 game is already, $38.99 on Steam, Black Friday or winter sale or summer sale or
like 2-3 weeks
spring break sale or whatever.
Some games hold out longer, but it ends up being pretty quick.
And so, and that's exactly it. So we can have this new higher ceiling, but basically I think what's just going to happen is it's just going to go down to the price the market will bear, and that will be that.
Neither of us are claiming to really know anything about the actual economics behind this. So maybe that drop, maybe most people have crazy FOMO and buy it right away. I'm just looking around in our...
This is what was tweeted. Good gravy. Was this actually 3 years later? Okay, well, I didn't want to bring this up, but I've been put in a position where I feel like I have to. When was this? Hold on, let me check. Oh, I don't have my email open anymore. I'm pretty sure it was in 2018, though. In 2018, I was heading to Shenzhen in China for a OnePlus sponsored video. On the way over, I believe it might have been Colton. I think it was someone from our team that suggested, this was right around the time that Scotty from Strange Parts was blowing up with his rebuilt iPhone stuff like that. So someone on our team had suggested I reach out to Scotty about doing some kind of collab. Was it you? Mm-hmm. Oh, all right. Well, apparently I think you're Colton now.
Hey, nice. I mean, it might have been multiple people, but I pushed pretty hard for it.
Anyway, on the way over, I also heard from a YouTuber / content creator, because, YouTube's a bit of a gray area over in China, named Naomi Wu, who I was like, wow, this is so serendipitous. I'm literally on a plane. This is great. I'm heading right over there, who was interested in joining Floatplane. So I suggested a collab while I was there. My idea was a studio tour, because I assumed she had kind of a cool makerspace or something. She said it was at her home and her boyfriend wouldn't be around. Okay, fair enough. How about we just meet up and talk about Floatplane then? I'll be back at my hotel in the evening. We could meet there. She didn't want to, and I want to stress this. That is totally fair. There's different cultural norms. There's different thresholds for what constitutes a public meeting place. For me, I thought a hotel lobby is a very public meeting place, but everyone has a different perception. And I want to make it, while I want to make it clear that I said nothing about my room and I had no intention of doing anything other than pitching Floatplane, I respect that women, man, in the tech industry in particular, run into unsolicited advances from who are supposed to be professional contacts a lot. Now, with all of that said, hold on, let me see if I can find my thing here. This is what was tweeted. Good gravy. Was this actually 3 years later? Okay, well, at any rate, this is what Naomi tweeted 3 years later in response to a video that we posted on 3D printing chocolate. He had no interest in the 3D print mill. Really, I passed on the evening hotel visit when Linus was in Shenzhen. It's one of those, I'd really have preferred you hadn't done that because it could have been totally innocent and you could be a 100% perfectly decent guy, but I'll always question if that cost me things. My response to this was a textbook horrible response. The truth is, I am an emotional creature sometimes. The implication of that tweet was pretty clear to me. The words evening hotel visit had a pretty clear meaning to me. So I responded in the worst possible way. I said, we discussed it, the 3D printer, during our writers' meeting, couldn't come up with a good project for it for the time being, so we put it on ice. Even with the novelty factor, the chocolate printer is our second worst performing out of our last 10 videos, and it's a common thing, sad face. Then I said, also, my reputation's impeccable, so this probably doesn't even merit acknowledgement, but are you even serious right now? Video of me wrapping my other collab at night, but I guess trying to squeeze in a float plane meeting before my morning flight is an evening hotel visit, snoring smiley. By the way, I find it ironic that you've got recent tweets about the potential damage of baseless accusations. That was not a good response because I didn't do a good job of acknowledging the inherent risk in just being a woman, going anywhere. Yeah, it sucked. Terrible response. However, what I ultimately decided to do at that point was just go, okay, well, it's pretty clear that we're pretty far away in terms of what happened here. I've said my piece, which is no, and I just don't really have anything else to say. And honestly, if I open my mouth again, I'm probably going to make it worse. So I have not opened my mouth, making things worse, until now. Because in the wake of the backpack warranty saga, somehow this turned into something to do with Naomi. I don't know. It has something to do with 4chan. It's not a site I spend time on. I just don't know. And here is how the story has changed. Let me just bring this up. Imagine for a minute, a woman said, "I'm not really comfortable coming to your hotel at night," and you were professional, told her, regretted you had no other time this trip, but would follow up via email. Nope, ghosted. Men don't creep because they can have professional. So this is responding to another tweet. Okay. That didn't happen. Now we're past implications and we're into
Welcome to my channel. I'm Naomi Wu, a tech and DIY
accounts of events. So in the interest of transparency, I have screenshotted before the show my entire communication history with this particular individual. So let's go ahead
That
and...
happened through email. Was there any communication not in email?
Yes, there was some communication through not email, but that's in here.
Oh, okay.
So I say when we switch over, all right. So at some point in the trip, sent you WeChat requests, so we did correspond via WeChat. That was where we ultimately decided not to meet up. Okay? Then, when I returned, so this is 1 week later, here we go. All right, I'm back and my jet lag is better now. Did you want to have a call about this at some point this week? What day is good for you? I can walk you through the details, show you how the platform works, and hopefully get you signed up. Smiley face. Sure, if that works best. My listening comprehension, etc. This time works. If that works for you. I can chat tonight in about an hour. It is now the next day. It is April 18th at 4:45 p.m. What platform works best? Can you use WhatsApp voice? Do you still have WeChat? I have WeChat. Didn't see a voice option. If it has it.
Environment, and you know, if you know anything about it, the economic environment in Canada right now is dire. It's really rough. So it's not as as far as my understanding goes, the economic environment in the States is genuinely not as bad. So if you're feeling it down there, it's really bad up here. And
because
a lot of people that I know are just that are doing pretty well comparatively, genuinely. Like people with really solid jobs up here are not going to be dropping $140 on a game.
Well, it's compounded by the fact that our currency is taking an absolute
but that's part of it, right?
Beating right now. So anything that is imported from
One Piece.
Effectively our purchasing power has just been
so as speaking as Canadians, which is the only thing I can realistically do, this is crushing, to be honest.
It wouldn't even, he's rounding. It would be more like $146 at a straight one-to-one conversion. Like it's one of those things where I will often see Canadians complaining about the pricing on our store. It's like, why is your Canadian pricing so bad? Because our pricing is in US dollars. Our costs are in US dollars. Our markup is a certain amount above that. And then that's it. That's how much the product costs us, and that's what our markup is. So when it's so high in Canadian dollars, it's because the loonie is like in the toilet.
Stop and enjoy.
And if I just did a one-to-one conversion out of the goodness of my heart, we would be just losing money on every transaction on LTT store. That's not realistic. That's not viable.
The Wiley in Full Plane Chat said, no, Luke should try speaking as a Spaniard.
Sandra YouTube channel. Check out their.
I'm assuming it's a joke, but even if it's not, I can't imagine what the economy is in all the places around the world. We're just talking about Canada. And if you want to see some insane graphs, just look up like cost of living versus income charts over time for Canadians.
If you look at a macro trend graph, it won't look much better across most of North America. But we're having a particularly acute
let me give you a
go of it right now.
It's rough, and it's rough everywhere as far as I know. I just know that it is particularly rough out here.
Joycey says here in the UK we're not doing much better than you guys.
I heard that too. I don't think a lot of people have the disposable income to jump up to this rate. That being said, in times of economic crisis, as far as my understanding goes, entertainment stays an expense for a lot of people.
And gaming is still one of the best value per hour things you can spend your money on.
So I could just be totally wrong.
Yeah, I mean, maybe people will cut out. They'll cut out travel. They'll cut out eating out, which we already know is happening to do. When I was when I was overseas, my news feed started to slant more like British and Irish and all of that, right? And I read this just like devastating article, and I forget the exact number, which makes me feel even worse because it's disappearing, and nobody even can be bothered to remember the rate at which it's disappearing. But it pretty much was like talking about the rate at which Irish pubs are closing.
Those are easy to swap out.
And it's like terrifying
the arm is
because
overviewed. I can't imagine anyone having any complaints about this hardware for the price. The Ember B1 is being crowdfunded on Kickstarter.
Nothing.
I'm sure you're aware at this point all of
honestly,
the issues that come
I
with
don't drink.
that.
You don't drink.
No, I don't drink, but it's
neither of us are probably frequent.
But it's not just from my understanding. It's not the drinking. It's a social thing. That's your kind of your town square. You know, it's your place to go and
crowdfunded robot arms have probably the worst delivery track record of any crowdfunded projects.
Thank you. That's a really good way of putting it. It's right in the name. Public house.
Component shortages right now that are really hurting local
603 says people don't socialize like they used to. The drop in the last 20 years of people gathering is astounding.
The components the arms need will all be available. The Amber founders also have no track record on Kickstarter. But it's a lot of robot for a price that you're not going to even get close to elsewhere. So you have to weigh all that in your decision. Okay, that's my initial review of the Ember B1. I will be showing more of it. If you have any
He knows
questions,
why that's funny.
please post them in the comments.
Anyway.
And
I
I'll do
was
my
maybe
best
a little
to
focused on
answer
other things, okay?
The best
I
thing
sort of forgot
you
about
do
the
to
food.
help my
When
channel
Yvonne reached
is
out,
post
when Yvonne
links
reached out
to
to
my
him to get some dinner
videos
with
and
us,
tell your
he
friends
was
to
like,
follow me.
immediate
YouTube
response,
tends to
why,
hide my
what's wrong?
channel, so that really
And,
helps.
Like, that's partially
Sponsorship
on
options
us
are
for
in the
not
description
spending time
box.
with our friends often enough,
And
apparently.
no time I can have for everyone.
Something along
so
those lines.
If
It's
that's not
partially
in the
on,
budget, I
Luke
understand.
for not,
Just put in a good work for me
just
when
being
you
in
can.
that mindset.
And we're square.
And I think it's partially
That's
on
it
just
for
like
today.
all of us. Just
Until
getting
next
out of
time,
the habit of just
remember,
spending
if I
time
can
together.
do it, anyone can do it.
Why are we?
Seriously, though,
What's our
yeah.
excuse?
At this point, I don't know. I think it's habit forming. It takes, what is it? It takes a month to form a habit.
Hello,
And
guys
COVID
and
for a lot of
gals,
people
me
was a lot longer
Mudahar,
than
and
that,
am I
so-
going to figure out
Yeah.
autofocus off on my camera first, or is the game
No, he
industry
didn't
going to
get
make
fired. And
optimized
if he did,
PC
we'd do it
ports?
somewhere much
Yeah,
nicer
that's
than
what we're
Boston
talking
Pizza.
about today, ladies and
fired me
gentlemen.
at a
So I
nice
want to
little
start
pizza.
this
Put him
video
down
off
real
with
nice.
a little bit of positivity. Okay, look, back
Wow,
in the
that's
days
so
of early
interesting.
PC
I need to
gaming,
like
there were
pay,
some really
pay
bad
attention to
PC
where you
ports,
invite me to
okay?
go
Yeah,
eat
so
now.
if I
Not
like
early
ever
PC
invite you to
gaming, but
Gothams or
2007,
something,
2008 was like the dark
Oh,
ages.
no.
Quite literally, games like Saints Row 2, Grand
Nice
Theft Auto
last
4,
meal.
Double Agent, all released. And it
No, I
really
said,
was
yeah,
a time
sounds
where it
great,
felt
with a
like they
big
took a bunch of
smiley.
homeless
Okay, well, it was
people
right
off the
away.
street,
She
put
got
a gun
fired.
to their head and told them,
Yeah, I did
develop
follow
a
that up with
PC
a different
game,
message.
Port our,
Yeah.
port our
Being like,
slop
oh.
over to the computer. They charge you
So
full
I stand
price,
behind-
they
I
drop
stand
that
behind
crap
the
on your
vibe
system,
representation.
expecting
I
you
definitely
to
might, yeah.
actually
I get
enjoy
away
the
with the
slop
first
you were
message
given.
excuse, but
Now,
yeah.
I think
Yeah,
if you're
no,
in the PC
no.
world, all right, which by the way is becoming a
it
pretty
was,
popular way to
it was a
game now.
detectable vibe
It
for
used to be that only nerds had
Oh, I've
gaming
got a
computers,
detectable message from our
but
sponsor.
nowadays, hey,
Have you
every
ever been the
ordinary
subject of
gamer has
memes?
one. Everyone's grandmother is looking into a gaming computer
times,
to play whatever
but
they
you
want.
still want to look
It is a
professional
trendy
online?
thing.
Well, don't
And
worry.
I don't think
Our
game
sponsor,
developers and
Squarespace, helps
publishers
you
can ignore
improve your
the
online
economic
presence.
benefit that
We've been
PC
using
gaming
Squarespace
brings
for our website for
alongside
years,
selling
and it
games
is
on a
super
console.
easy to create a
But
site
see,
from
I'm
scratch.
somebody that when
Thanks
I
to their
want to play
beautiful
video
layouts
games,
and
I do
styling
play a
options,
lot of
building
them.
a site is
I
as
play them
simple as
primarily
dragging and
on the
dropping.
PlayStation,
No
because
coding
buying a
experience
PC
required.
game is kind of like
All you have to
playing
do
Russian
is
roulette.
pick a
You
template
never
that fits your
know
needs,
when the
and it'll
actual
look
gun
great
is
on
going
any
to go
device.
off, okay?
Not much
You
of a
might
writer?
one day
Well,
get an
Squarespace now has
actual
AI tools
optimized
that can
game,
help you
or
craft
most
product
times
descriptions
you might
with just a simple
experience the
prompt.
sweet bliss of an end.
They also support
But
all
ladies and
major
gentlemen,
credit cards
the
and other
catalyst
popular
for
payment
today's
methods, making it
actual video
effortless to set up your
is
online
one
store.
game known
And
as
once your site
Final
is live,
Fantasy
you can
VII
create
Rebirth.
marketing campaigns,
Now, I don't wanna
invoice
pretend that
clients,
this game
and so
is
much
a
more,
bad
all
game.
on
This is not a
Squarespace.
review of
So
the
start
game.
building your
Let
website
me just
today
give you
and
an
get
example.
10%
I
off your
like Final
first purchase by
Fantasy VII
visiting
Rebirth. I think it's a pretty expansive,
squarespace.com/WHEN.
huge game that
The show is also brought to you by
absolutely is a
Notion.
pretty solid,
Sometimes you just want to
entry
hide
in
away
this
from the
Final
chaos of
Fantasy
work
VII
because it's
remake
overwhelming.
trilogy.
But our
I've already
sponsor
played
Notion
this game
gives you
on
the power to
PS5,
organize
but when I
like you've
played it
got
on
all the
PS5,
Infinity
I
Stones.
played it on performance mode, which meant that you run the game at 60
Dennis
frames
has been given
with the
too much power.
obvious caveat that the game
Notion
looks
combines
like
your
you have
notes, docs,
fucking
and
cataracts,
projects
okay?
into
The
one space
resolution
that
is
is simple
low
and
because
beautifully
that's what the game
designed.
needs to
It's the place to
maintain
connect
60
teams
frames
so you're
per
always
second.
on the same
Now, in
page,
reality,
and
this
the
is a
fully integrated
PC
Notion
game
AI
that
assistant
is
helps you
now
work
released
faster,
with
write
some
better, and
PC
think bigger,
capabilities.
doing tasks
So
that normally take you
basically,
hours
with the
into
PC
seconds.
version, what it does
You
is
can
if
even
you have the
automate tedious
hardware, you
tasks
can
like
run
summarizing
games
meeting
at
notes
a
or getting
high
insights
enough
from
frame
PDFs
rate at
and
a high
images.
enough resolution
With
so you
Notion,
don't
you
have
don't need to bounce between
compromise
6
with
different
console
apps.
stuff.
It's seamlessly
And
integrated with
that
Google
is
Drive,
the
Slack,
reason why I
GitHub,
ended up
and
getting
more.
it. I like
Notion is used by
supporting
over
games that are
half of
especially
Fortune 500
single-player
companies,
focused,
helping
because I think
teams stay
that's
on the same
important for
page
the
by
industry.
reducing emails, cutting unnecessary meetings, saving time searching for work, and lowering costs on extra tools. Try Motion for free when you go to Notion.com/when. That's all lowercase letters, not that it matters. Notion.com/when to try the powerful and easy to use Notion. Finally, the show is brought to you by OSnap.
So this game ends
Holding
up
a phone can be challenging sometimes, especially if you have tiny hands like me.
Oh, this is awesome.
Thank you, Dan.
I feel like I live in an alternate fucking dimension.
That's why it's time for me to get a grip.
That are actually complaining
there you go.
that this is not a good
with our
PC
sponsor,
So one user writes in, the
they
PC
make phone
port is a
accessories
hot
that don't
mess.
suck.
What took them
just
so
like
long
they
to port
promised.
this thing to PC?
Here are some snap
It's
grips that they
literally
sent
horrible.
over. Okay,
Crashed
so
3 times already. Textures won't load
Oh wait,
properly.
are there more?
LODs are completely
Is there
messed
more,
up.
Dan?
Combat sometimes won't start, even if you're standing in
Okay.
front of guys. No widescreen
pretty
support, no
straightforward.
mouse cursor on the main menu. What the fuck? That's actually
Is it a
true, by the
stand?
way. Yes,
Whoa,
this is a PC
it's
game
also
where
a
the mouse
stand.
does not show up on the main menu.
Okay,
but
that's
somehow
pretty cool.
It's a amazing PC port.
The grip
Great
is also
job.
is also a stand, and yeah, Dan wanted me to show that
if you will.
that it actually
Cutscenes
rotates.
frequently just soft lock the
So
game.
if you want
Skipping
like the
cutscenes
most
also soft locks and
comfortable
crashes the game.
angle or whatever, you
TLDR,
want to
one
watch
of the worst
landscape or
ports on
whatever
the
it
PC
moves
I've
around.
ever
Okay,
seen,
that's pretty
even
cool.
by Square standards.
Crazy thin,
So I want to start off by
2.5 millimeters,
mentioning
which is
one of the
smaller than
obvious
almost any
concerns
camera
I've
bump
had.
and will
So as I'm
practically never
playing
get
this
caught caught in your pockets.
I've noticed that on my
you can even
system,
use it as a
which is no
kickstand to watch the WAN show.
whatsoever,
Wow, that's
the game
awesome.
has stuttering problems.
And
In fact,
it's
the frame rate
magnetic.
is
That
kind
means
of
you
all
can
over
use
the place.
any MagSafe
Now,
accessory
when we
mount
talk
or
about,
charger
frame rate issues
on
games
top
like
of the
PCs,
grip.
This is a first and
Or
foremost
you can
Unreal
stick your phone
Engine
to a
4 game.
PC
This is
case,
not Unreal
microwave,
Engine
or
5,
other
which has its own
magnetic
host of
surface.
issues.
Oh, good. You could.
Unreal Engine
Yes,
4
you could do
is
that if you
a
really
pretty
wanted to.
aging engine, and
The
this
OSnap
version
grip
of
works
Unreal
on
Engine
all
4 for
phones
this
and
game
looks slick
is,
with its
I believe,
CNC milled aluminum trim.
relatively
Love
customized
can be
with
a pain in the
assistance from
grip,
Epic
so
and
they have a BOGO
probably
deal
even
for
assistance
you
from
and your
PlayStation,
partner
especially
this
since they, I
Valentine's Day.
believe, helped out
Buy
with
one
the
and get
entire
one
trilogy
50%
so
off at
far on their systems. This
osnap.com/WAN
is a
or by using the
customized
link in the
version
video
of the
description.
engine. This version of the game was supposed to fix up things like lighting, for instance. On the
do merge
actual
messages.
console,
Thank
to
you,
make it
Producer
look a little
Dan.
bit better on
Hit
the
me.
PC.
Sure.
And in some cases,
In
it
the past,
does
AMD
look
and NVIDIA
better
competed
overall.
across
There are
every
scenes I
price.
remember in
Now
this
each
game
price
so
point
far
is segmented
that
by a
just
brand:
do look
Intel
better
Low,
than what I
AMD
remembered
Mid,
on
and
the
NVIDIA
PS5.
High. Does the
Even in
consumer benefit
quality
from
mode.
this, similar to
So,
how cars
yes, in
are?
that regard, there
Well,
are
the
some
thing about
actual
the
enhancements.
automotive space is that
But that's
at
where it
every
kind
price
of
point
ends.
there is
So this
competition.
version of the
Like
game
even if you're buying
basically has what I
a
would
$2
consider
million
to be some serious
hypercar,
stuttering issues. Now,
you
when
could
you start up
choose.
this game
You
on
could
PC,
shop
it
with
does push shader
Pininfarina.
pre-calculation.
You could shop.
And the thing about it is, when you're on a console, this step is
Ferrari,
unneeded because
Lamborghini.
consoles
You
are the
could
same
shop
hardware
with
no matter what
Rimac. You
box you
could
buy.
like you've got
So the
you've actually
shaders
got
are all
an entire
calculated, and you
smorgasbord
ship
of
with the
options
actual
for
game
like
on the disc.
ridiculous
With the
hypercars.
PC,
And
it's
then at the
different.
low end,
Shaders
things
are
are super
effectively
competitive
tiny
and are
little
only going to get
programs
more
that all
competitive
have to
as
be
China
basically
continues to
compiled
export more
because of different
inexpensive
pieces of hardware.
EVs.
So you have a different piece
When
of
you've
hardware
got
in your system than I do.
like
so generally when we fire up a game,
semi-monopolists almost at each price band.
In fact, most games in general
I think
will
the
just
argument that
calculate
you
all of
have
their
competition
shaders in
gets
the
a lot
beginning,
weaker.
and
Now
it'll take
NVIDIA
somewhere around
does
like
compete
5,
across
10, maybe
more
even
than
15
one price
minutes.
bracket. They
But
do
once that step
ultra
is
high
done,
end,
you can basically
ultra
play the
high
game
end,
all the way through without
ultra high end.
If you don't do this,
And
anytime you come across
that they
something
also
new
do
in a
high
video
end
game,
and
whether
like
it be a new
mid high.
effect,
And then
shader to
AMD is
calculate,
competitive,
you
and
will
I would
notice
say
something
like the
known as
high end
shader
down to
pre-compilation
the
stuff.
mid range, especially if you go
sites like
back and
Digital
look at their sort
Foundry,
of previous
a lot of
generation products that they
performance
used to fill the
channels
gaps
have covered this
sometimes.
kind of stuff,
Intel, meanwhile,
where no matter
low-end
how
only.
good your hardware is,
like
you
low
will
end,
encounter stuttering.
but gaming
So
is what
while
I would
that
describe Intel
aspect
as, because
seemingly
low
is
end
alleviated
used to
here,
mean
it
like
really seems
$60
like this game
GPUs that are
has a
used as
real
a
issue
display
with
out.
things like
I mean, the
traversal
ARC
stutter,
B580
with
is
just
still
stutter in general. I mean, even walking around
$250
opening cities like
GPU.
Calm,
Let's be
or
real,
just
this is a
any
gaming
place
card.
in general,
But
you'll
it's at the
notice
low
that
end
game's
of the
frame rate
like
will sometimes jump from
legitimate
100 frames
modern
all the
current
way down to like
generation
80, 70,
gaming cards.
60 frames at times.
No, I
And
don't
again,
think the
it's
consumer
not
benefits
just
from this until
hardware on
we
this
have
computer. I
more
ran this on a
direct
Mudabox
competition.
in my system
At least
downstairs,
not
which is
enough.
a totally different set of hardware, AMD card, Intel processor.
Linus.
What I've got on my gaming
No
rig is
other
an
videos
AMD
on the Tonight
processor
Show
and
comes
video
close to the number of
and even
views
despite
yours
the varying
has.
hardware differences,
Not even
I
Bad
still
Bunnies.
come across
Why
the
do you
same
think that's?
type of stuttering
What
no
do you
matter
think that's a
what.
sign of? We
And
would
I
like
was
to
kind
hear
of
your
looking
comments.
forward to this because
I think that is as simple as me being YouTube native.
They were running around and playing the
like
game just
where
fine.
are you going to
However,
find
I feel like the person
Bad
that Steam
Bunny's
Deck verified
audience?
this
You
might
are going to
actually
find
have
it.
visual issues. Like,
I don't.
might have vision
I honestly
problems.
don't even know
Because
what the
playing
most
game on the Steam
popular.
Deck, even
Yeah,
in the
sure.
opening section, will
Spotify
still
for
have
sure.
the same
But I was
level
going to
of
say like
stutter
even like
present.
social
Traversal
media
issues.
platforms.
The
I don't know
game
what's most
will lurch
popular in the
around in
Latin
its
world.
frames. So yes, unless you're comfortable
But
with actual
you
stuttering,
know, on
no
those
matter
platforms,
what, then I guess it's
I'm sure I'm going to be getting 26 views for every million that he gets. Like it's a completely different. We're running on different tracks
developers
essentially.
put the
And
effort in to make the game
I'm
as
going to
good
perform
as the
best
console
on
version,
YouTube.
okay? Anything
I'm going to
less
kill it on
should
YouTube,
not be
and
fucking
anywhere
tolerated,
else
okay?
I'm
You
gonna
guys
struggle
pay
by
premium
comparison.
top dollar
with that
to play
said,
video games.
you
pay the
credit
same
to
money
their
a
team.
console person does.
Credit
Why are you not actually treated the same?
Jimmy
So
and
it's not even just the
Bad
stuttering
Bunny
that's an
himself,
actual issue.
and I did
The
a pretty
features
good
that
job
this
too,
game
even
provides
off
are
YouTube.
limited as well. For instance,
Especially the
it
clips with the
basically gives
glasses.
you only
Actually,
one
was performing
actual
really
real
well.
upscale.
Yeah.
Like
Okay?
on
Or
Do you mean the
Facebook,
color changing
it gives you
glasses or the
PA,
screen?
which
on
you shouldn't
Facebook,
use in video games
dude,
unless
that
you
segment,
want
I think it actually
blurry,
includes
smeary
both of
messes,
those.
okay?
That segment
it gives
is
you PAAU, which is
performing
like Epic's version of like
cray,
upscaling, which does a okay
and I
job.
think it's actually doing
And then
pretty
it
well on
only gives
Instagram
you
as well, which are
DLSS.
both platforms
Now,
where I
again,
am
I
not
thought this was an NVIDIA-sponsored game, but it isn't, because NVIDIA hasn't even released drivers for this game yet, which is really shocking.
They upload
this is
so
Final
much
Fantasy
stuff.
VII.
That's another thing too. Is a lot of the time it's hard to evaluate how successful one of their clips was in the first week, because you'll have stuff that will over time go viral. Like there's clips on the Tonight Show YouTube channel that have 100 million views.
The Indiana Jones
We've never uploaded anything with 100 million views.
So it is a version of DLSS.
So you've got to give them time to cook.
And it doesn't even come with extra features like frame generation,
especially
if you wanted
5-ish plus
and
years
looking
ago,
into the system specifications for this, a lot of people were complaining that they weren't able to run this on their GTX 1080s because,
and
I guess,
like I said, I think I did a great job.
Card, even though the game does not do
you've
ray
also
tracing,
got to just
doesn't
understand that it's a completely different.
Doesn't do frame generation.
It's a completely different model. It's like a scattergun,
which doesn't even have things like
AMD
FSR or Intel XeSS. Because fuck it, why would gamers?
They're not optimizing for the YouTube platform at all. And we threw our weight behind it too. Like we made sure to throw social promotion after it.
So for instance,
to give ourselves the best possible chance.
This game has some real issues that go beyond stuttering.
Yeah, there you go.
For instance, randomly as I'm playing the game, if I go into the pause menu, which opens up a different location for the main characters to basically stand in the
this is wild. I can't even find the one that performs really well. There's one that has like millions of views or something. These are not them.
Can you scroll down a little bit? I love that you guys set that photo in.
You will literally find out moments where people complain about this moment, like broken sequences as soft lock the game and everything stays still, not allowing you to move or exit.
The other ones are just they're so serious, so professional.
Yeah.
And then it was just like, wide Linus.
Our backup was sad Linus.
So it was a bit of a half measure backup.
Yeah. We wanted to put them very firmly in a corner of we can publish a meme picture or we can publish a meme picture.
Oh my god. Galaxy's right, dude. Make another poster. You should do wide Linus as a poster. No text on it even, just huge Linus face.
No, we did some like meme products with that in the past, and honestly, I regret it. I wish we didn't do it.
Okay.
The people who bought it, they seemed to like it. It didn't actually sell that well. Like I was opposed to it in the first place. It didn't sell that well, and more importantly, I want LTT Store to be.
I think you were doing like
serious.
the sequin pillows and stuff.
Yeah,
we
also did a desk pad.
I didn't like those
or we
either.
did mouse pads as well.
Yeah, but that would have been white background, wouldn't it?
No, we did like Linus face, like Linus selfie, the wide one. We did that as a mouse pad.
I gave one to my dad.
Yeah. Yeah, and
he hates it. He has to have it turned away because Linus scares him.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't want us to become like Redbubble, you know, like first party Redbubble store.
No, yeah, I genuinely thought a poster of it would be funny. I didn't like the sequin pillows either. But yeah, anyways.
I want LTT Store to be taken seriously. Linus 2025. Also LTT Store. Well, I can't do anything about like Elijah making promises.
Technically you can.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I mean, once it's out in public. Well, okay, but I shouldn't. Like I think that's the strength of our organization though, is that we allow fresh ideas.
I don't disagree with this. I'm just saying.
We encourage fresh ideas. And sometimes those fresh ideas are just sort of awful, and we live with those consequences.
They can come out moldy.
It's the curse of growing as an organization.
Yeah, Dan160 in Floatplane chat says, at Linus, we are still your boss. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right?
A weird thing is, like, you think about how connected you are to the company, right? You have a lot of feelers and a lot of things that are going on. You definitely don't know more than half the things that happen in a week at the company.
No.
Like, not even close.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't anymore. You got 100 people, presumably, like, working an entire work week. Like, these are
more than that when you count the contractors and remotes.
Even though, you know, in the grand scheme of things, you know, compared to the kinds of companies that we are talking about, right? We're talking about an AMD or an Intel or an NVIDIA or whatever else. Like compared to these behemoths, we are tiny peanuts, but these are still unfathomable numbers on a weekly basis. Let me just do the math here because it's 40 hours a week per person. On a weekly basis, we are doing 4,000 hours.
How are you supposed to keep up with that?
Of work. Like it's on the one hand, sometimes you look at sort of the organizational inefficiencies, you go, it's a bloody miracle we can get anything done. And then on the other hand, you look at some of the things that we accomplish and you go, holy crap, how is this even possible? This is incredible. Sometimes in the same meeting.
Yeah. That's actually pretty common.
Yeah. What else we got?
Yeah, let's maybe do one more. Hello, LLD. I'm looking into getting a 5090 and possibly doing a giveaway for it or a system when I launch my PC-themed card game later this year. Any advice on hosting a giveaway or things to consider?
I will say this. Hosting a giveaway is not something that we have found is a particularly effective promotional tool. We've had some really good success with charity auctions. Those have done really, really well in terms of resonating with our community.
That makes sense.
But the thing about giveaways that we've found is that you think, man, I am making one winner. Nice. I am making one lucky winner.
Yeah.
What you're actually doing, because people are mostly self-centered, which makes sense. And I mean this in the context of compared to strangers. I think that if you talk to the average person, they are probably extremely generous.
If their buddy wins it that they know,
they'll be stoked.
Yeah.
But everybody else in the pool is not their buddy. They're just a stranger, and they would much rather have it for themselves. So what effectively you've done is, if you have 1,000 entries into the draw, is you have created 999 losers.
N-1, yeah.
And that's it. That's their experience with your brand. That's their exposure to your brand. You might get people just like signing up for the giveaway, but I doubt that they are going to have any kind of long-term affiliation with you or your brand. And I have personally not had great experience with just like doing giveaways to, you know, promote a thing we're doing or whatever else. It hasn't been very effective for us. Some brands still do it though, and clearly they're getting some kind of ROI, like AMD. They are really into doing the giveaways as part of AMD Ultimate Tech Upgrade, just as a way to kind of drive engagement. Although I do think a lot of the time stuff like that pretty much comes down to like a team trying to create a KPI that proves that somebody interacted with the media that they sponsored. So it probably comes more down to that, like, hey, here is provable, demonstrable evidence that this piece of content we sponsored, this AMD Ultimate Tech Upgrade, was viewed and people interacted with our brand, even if the giveaway itself has absolutely nothing to do with, you know, what their desired outcome is. Like it's mostly an exposure campaign. AMD exerts functionally zero force on the content of these videos. All they ask is that there's an AMD product in it, and you guys, like, you know, in good faith, don't completely freaking ignore it. That's all from my understanding. That's pretty much all that they ask, plus the giveaway call-outs.
I used to stream a bunch, and when I did that, at one point in time, my stream was almost functionally a giveaway stream. I would buy Humble Bundle keys, and other people in the community would buy Humble Bundle keys. We'd pile it, we'd give them away. And it got to the point where we were giving away so many keys, because I was like almost trying to buffer against this whole you're just making losers thing, that it started making losers anyways, but the losers it was making were people that only won one game versus other people that won more than one game. And it got to a point where it was just like, this is toxic. This is just stupid. So we stopped. And then I converted my whole stream to almost effectively charity streaming for like 2 or 3 years, and we raised, like, I think in the end over those years we raised over $100,000 for BC Children's, and that was cool, and that community was really cool. And then I moved and stopped streaming. But
sick.
But that was the correct pivot, is basically what I'm saying.
Oh, Graham's a nice guy. Okay, what's next, Mr. Dan?
More topics.
Oh, we get to do more topics. Woo! We have been bamboozled. Bamboo Labs, maker of some of the most popular 3D printers for home users, has announced a security update in which they update their limiting third-party tool access, for example, certain slicer programs. Bamboo claims this update will ensure only authorized access and operations are permitted and mitigate risks of remote hacks or printer exposure issues. We talked about this a little bit last week. The 3D printing community quickly became outraged by this, worried about the long-term effects, such as that this might allow Bamboo in the future to restrict filament types, add a possible subscription. They also raised many more concerns. Bamboo did put out a response titled, "Setting the Record Straight About Our Security Update," in which they denied the claims about some people's future concerns, like restricting filament or possible subscriptions. But they don't seem to have addressed, and they said that this is security related only, but people are basically still super not happy about it, and I think this is a pretty unnecessary stain on their reputation. I'm gonna leave this to the people who kind of understand the tools that they're using and the impact better before I wade too deep into it. But I will say the reputational damage has obviously been very, very high. As someone whose household almost exclusively uses the Bamboo Handy app already. Yeah, I know, right?
It's a great name.
It's not going to impact me until they like screw it up even more potentially, but I definitely want to throw my support behind our brothers who want more open tools. Samsung has quietly removed Bluetooth connectivity from the Galaxy S25 Ultra's S Pen. This change takes away Air Actions, which lets users open apps, navigate through galleries, or use the S Pen as a remote camera shutter. Over the many years that I used a Note 9, the camera shutter remote control was probably my most used feature with the stylus.
People talk.
It really sucks. There's not really a lot that I can offer you. That blows. Obviously I made that investment into HexOS to make it hopefully easier for kind of techie people, but not necessarily, networking command line people to have like buddy backup and cloud backups enabled really easily on DIY hardware. But that particular feature is not rolled out yet. Hopefully I'll have exciting news to share in the future, but for now, not much.
Yeah, I take my most important files to the cloud nightly. Let's see, what else do we have here? Hey DLL, how is the glow-in-the-dark holding up on the Taycan? Is it just as strong as when the wrap was first applied? How long does dbrand expect it to last?
It should last as long as pretty much any glow-in-the-dark thing that you have, which is to say that I believe the effect does fade a little bit over time, but no, it still works pretty good.
Do you still charge it like when you leave your house?
No, that was a really cool and fun project, and like looks really cool when you first pull out of the garage. But realistically, there's enough. If I was somewhere else, it would be super cool. But there's enough light in my area that within probably like 5 minutes, you can't make it out too well anyway. So I was like, okay, well, this is kind of an obstacle in my garage.
Right.
And besides, I have some other cool plans for those black lights. I want to take them to Smash Champs and set them up in the lighting grid, or not grid, but in the side lights for the courts. And I want to do like disco badminton, like
cool.
disco bowling.
Yeah.
So yeah, the nylon shuttles do fluoresce, at least the Yonex ones do. And
sick.
So if we could maybe put a fluorescing top transparent coat over the court lines. The tape on the nets also fluoresces already, so that could be freaking cool.
That's sweet.
It was not the kind of thing we'd do all the time, but it was like once a quarter or something, doing like disco badminton night or something. I think people would come up for that.
Yeah, I suspect it would be pretty popular. You might be able to do it more often.
And then I would do it over on the LAN party side, so that if we wanted to switch out the house lights and turn on all black lights for the LAN, then we could. Which I think would be pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Get some Chauvet hex bars in there. It'll be fun. I've got a couple more. Yeah.
I assume that's a really cool light.
Yeah, they're like the moving head things, and they swing about in clubs and stuff. Hi, LLD. First time buying from LTT since I started watching you in 2020. I'll be traveling for the first time to Tokyo. What would be your must-see shops or sites and favorite meal and drink?
Ooh, it's not in Tokyo, but my highlight for sure was when we took the Shinkansen to the Deer Park in okay. When I travel with my family, I'm not really like a travel guy. I'm just there to like help wrangle kids and make life less stressful for everyone else.
People are saying Nara.
Nara. I do whatever. So I just like, I go where I'm told to go and do what I'm told to do. And, Yvonne and the kids, they like do lots of cool stuff, and that's super cool. But Nara was really great. So that was really cool. I'm sure you'll get lots of great recommendations, by the way, in, the float plane chat. But in terms of my recommendations, sure, Deer Park. It's pretty sick. Not in Tokyo, so sorry about that. The Mario Kart, go-karts on the street thing's overrated. I'll say that.
Yeah, I kind of always assumed that.
Yeah, just whatever. I'm here.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Tech Napoleon, Lafreniere, and I guess Dan. Linus, what's the last video you've fully written which wasn't a challenge video? Also, what are a few projects or videos you've canceled?
Last video fully written. I don't know. Canceled projects. Cancel things all the time. I honestly do not remember. It's going to be a lot easier for me to try and figure out this last thing I've written one. Oh no, not title contains. Why don't you have Luke do one in the meantime, and then I can try and bring up a list of videos. And then
only one left. Only one left. Hey, DLL, I broke a $4,000 printer at work due to poor documentation from the manufacturer. Are there any things you broke or damaged because of this?
No, but what I can say is that we at Floatplane, as in I think actually most of the teams at this point, have found and corrected software documentation for other companies before.
Nice.
I can think of, honestly, quite a few right off the top of my head where we'll be like, hey, this thing doesn't work. We're following your documentation. Here's all the details. We think it's like maybe this other way, and they'll get back to us and be like, that documentation is wrong.
Cool.
Here's the stuff.
Cool,
blah,
cool,
blah,
cool.
blah. It's like, oh, cool.
Cool.
I'm so happy we spent all that time trying to figure that out. Turns out, even massive multi-billion-dollar companies make mistakes.
They do, because it turns out they're staffed by people, and people they do their best for the most part, I think.
For the most part.
There was one that I accidentally archived. It was something about how to help people like set up parental controls and stuff. And honestly, the best advice I can give you is stay out of it. Let them figure out their stuff, and if they're not willing to put in the work, then you shouldn't be giving them tech support on how to manage parental controls, because at the best of times, they're an absolute cluster bomb. They are terrible. I still remember spending like an hour trying to figure out how to join a Minecraft Dungeons game with my kids, in spite of the fact, because they're minors and I'm not, in spite of the fact that I am literally set up as the parent in our family unit.
You'd think that would allow it.
So annoying. Okay, so yeah, let me get back to your question. So here's our dashboard. Celebrity Tech Scam, that's Alex. Nintendo Switch 2, that's David. $20,000 server, that's Jake. Ray tracing is mandatory now. Oh, that was a team effort, but I think it was Adam that got it across the line. Every RTX 5090 at CES, that was collaborative. My new TV sucks again. This was written by me, and Alex's sections were written by him, with a little bit of me kind of laying out which beats I wanted. Unreleased AMD thing, that was me. First to game on the RTX 5090, that was me. I've never been this angry and confused before. This was... who did this one? I believe this might... oh, this was Ploof. SteamOS, this was Jordan. Let's see. Let's find a not CES content piece that I wrote start to finish. Mom needs a tablet. Wife threw a gaming thing. We have a really talented writing team. And they do a lot. AMD upgrades are very so you could kind of think of those as being largely kind of written by me, but also like not really written in that sense. This I wrote a lot for. I wrote a ton of notes because I was the tester for the project, and Jordan used some of my notes verbatim in the final script, but ultimately he was kind of tasked with operating in the role to kind of get it over the board. Yeah, let's see. I think probably the last one... oh, D-Rand? I don't know. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, very like kind of written by me in the sense that I was there. Jake did a great job of the HexOS reveal. I think probably the last one that I wrote start to finish would have been the Equinix tour. Yeah, let's go with Equinix tour. Yeah, there it is. So this one, I basically got briefed by them, wrote it, hosted it, and then came home.
That's all I got?
No, that's all I got.
That's all I got too.
Yeah.
That's all we got.
That's all we got. Hopefully next week is a little less ridiculous. What are the odds?
I think most betting sites would not say favorable.
40-1.
Interesting. What about the Magic 8 Ball? What does the Magic 8 Ball say? There's got to be a web Magic 8 Ball. Magic 8 Ball, come on. Here we go. Ask the 8 Ball. Here we go. What is your question?
Type it, dude.
No, you just ask. Oh, look at the ads on this site. Good Lord.
Wow.
Okay, so hold on. You just, oh, okay. Sure. So, will next week's WAN show be less ridiculous?
There you go.
So this is Linus mode. You can't see the ads. Here we go. You may rely on it.
Oh.
All right. Well, we'll see you again next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Bye.
So Bernie, a lot of people might not be fans of Bernie. I know obviously there's a lot of people in my chat that are like Trump supporters or right wing. I feel like if he was president in 2016, we'd be in a better place now. It's impossible to know if that's true. Maybe I'm wrong, but you know, at least this guy actually campaigned and fought for civil rights back in the 60s. It's documented. There's pictures. So this guy's the real deal. You can disagree with him, and I disagree with him on some things. So Bernie, a lot of people might not be fans of Bernie. I know obviously there's a lot of people in my chat that are like Trump supporters or right wing. I feel like if he was president in 2016, we'd be in a better place now. It's impossible to know if that's true. Maybe I'm wrong, but you know, at least this guy actually campaigned and fought for civil rights back in the 60s. It's documented. There's pictures of him. So this guy's the real deal. You can disagree with him, and I disagree with him on some things, but he's the real deal.
I was at the Trump inauguration yesterday, and needless to say, I disagree with much of what he had to say. But what really struck me, however, is not what he said, which was not surprising given his rhetoric, but what he didn't say. What he didn't say. The simple truth is that Donald Trump gave a major speech, the first speech of his second presidency, and ignored virtually every important issue facing the working families of this country.
See, what Bernie's talking about right here is actually incredibly true. And I think it's one of the big issues is that things like illegal immigration and DEI are damaging to working people in like an abstract way. But like, yeah, like the price of eggs, housing prices, like these things, the direct effects, I feel like oftentimes people get too distracted by identity politics. And I feel like identity politics, this is my conspiracy opinion, is that I think that after the popularity of Occupy Wall Street in like 2011 and 2012, there was a conscious effort by what I believe to be like media elites to, and this is total conspiracy, by the way, total conspiracy. There was a conscious effort by media elites to try and shift the narrative.
This is the game of your lives. We're one game away from promotion, and I need you all to lock in. And I said, listen, I ain't worn one of those things since 2003, and I ain't had any kids yet. These are the only fans who deserve a win in this league. They've travelled a long way.
There's not a race war, there's a class war.
Did he say what
and poor people are losing massively.
How crazy is that? Our healthcare system is broken.
Yeah, bang, have that. That'll do well on my page, you know. Next up, some toes before a goal. What the hell is this guy doing? Yo guys, it is your boy Niran here, and you are watching FTW. This of course the series where I bring to you the best and more frequently the worst of what football has to offer during the last 7 days. Before we get into this one, we'd really appreciate if you guys subscribe for this one. YouTube's stupid these times, it doesn't actually tell you when half the people you watch actually upload anymore. The easiest way to know when FTW is out is to subscribe, so we'd massively appreciate it. What's been kicking off in the world this week? Well, Donald Trump's inauguration was recently, so I'm sure there were no concerning or problematic political incidents.
Weren't affected by Trump's executive action.
After taking a break from sending XXX messages to an AI bot on the website that he's ruining, Elon Musk found the world's smallest fancy dress mustache and took it as a sign. Still a better sign than the one he's throwing up here. And here I was thinking that a picture of Bevo and Luke Bennett was the worst thing I've seen this week. Yeah, Reban TikTok, to be honest.
I thought it was true. I didn't see the community note.
Listen, I'm sorry, man.
And so, yes.
But then
on his head again.
He was wearing a hat this week, so he couldn't peel his own.
And don't, I mean, if that's it, exactly.
Man City's midfield got the top speed of a Honda Civic's gear.
Yeah, because I read this like 5 times. I never saw that information.
is right. Not one word in his speech on the high cost of prescription drugs. We have 800,000 Americans who are homeless, and millions of people spending 50 or 60% of their limited income on housing. We have a major housing crisis in America. Everybody knows it.
Bro took 3 screenshots.
And Trump, in his inaugural address, did not devote one word to it.
In Trump's defense, he did sign an executive order to have a couple of different departments look at the cost of living issues for average people. But I feel like it was such an abstract. Bro took 3 screenshots. That I don't think anything concrete.
无论是在他们的职业当中，还是在跨界的擂台上，其实就是这样，要不断的去努力。
Now own more wealth than the bottom half of our society.
Yeah. Bro took 3 screenshots.
这样子，无论是在他们的
Oh no! The power scaling in this is crazy. Oh my god. Oh no! Yeah, what the fuck?
But Trump had nothing
oh no!
about the growing gap between the very rich and everybody else. And maybe
oh no!
That's because he had those 3 people, the 3 wealthiest people in our country, sitting right behind him at his inauguration.
Yep.
And I should add that those 3 people, if you can
oh no!
which really is unbelievable, saw their wealth increase by more than $233
oh no!
billion since the November election. How's that? $233 billion increase.
Oh no! That's crazy. Jealous? Yeah, I'm a little jealous. Oh no! Yeah, what is this? Wow, Bill Gates behind 4 presidents? Hey, oh no! Like, this has been a problem. All of this have been a problem, and government money being involved in politics has been a problem for a long time. It's not like this is a new problem. But just because there's new faces doesn't mean that this isn't an old problem. Not at the scale, there's a lot.
No wonder they were sitting right behind Donald Trump at his inauguration. They couldn't be happier. During his inaugural speech, Trump did not have one word to say about how we're going to address the planetary crisis of climate change. The last 10 years have been the warmest years ever recorded, and extreme weather disturbances and natural disasters are taking place all over the world, from Los Angeles to India, across Europe to North Carolina. Not one word from Trump about climate change, except, of course, to make it clear that he intends to make this horrific situation even worse with drill, baby, drill. Just drill. In the coming...
I think that climate change is also a really big problem. I do. Who remembers the Ice Age? So this is the logic that I use, and I know that some people are going to disagree with this. But if you light a cigarette in a room, it's going to smell like a cigarette. If you're driving or walking down the street and somebody's having a barbecue, you can smell that somebody's having a barbecue. If there's enough pollution in the city will be polluted. Based off of that extrapolation, there is theoretically a certain amount of cigarettes or pollution that would occur that could cause a global level problem. I can't see how you don't come to this conclusion. I can't see how you can't, how people don't come to that conclusion. It doesn't make any sense to me. How do you not come to that conclusion?
Months and years, our job is not just to respond to every absurd statement that Donald Trump makes. Our job is to stay focused on the issues that are of importance to the working families of our country, and in fact are widely supported by the American people. Let me just mention a few. Yes, healthcare is a human right, and we must join every other major country in guaranteeing healthcare to all people through a Medicare for all single-payer program.
I completely agree. I don't necessarily think that healthcare is a human right, because I feel like whenever you have a right to somebody else's labor, that creates a problem. It's like a pseudo-slavery. But this is a semantics issue. I don't really think that it matters. My point is that I agree with him on this issue ultimately. I do. It's a benefit? Yeah. The government pays for it? Well, everybody pays for it, right? With taxes. I hate the term that healthcare is a right. I have massive universal healthcare supporter. It's just a bad phrase. We're the richest country in the world and we should have universal healthcare. Yeah, exactly, right? And so, like, is that a weird complexity that I'm saying that, like, I hate the idea of saying that healthcare is a human right, but I agree with the conclusion of what he's saying? I just don't like that language, that's all. And so, yeah, I feel like this is a huge problem, too. But the money? Yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money. Like, I mean, I have to pay 7 figures in taxes every year. Like, yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money to do. Absolutely. So you raise taxes, that way people can pay for it. Like, that's the whole point.
Care is a human right. Yes, we must take on the greed of Big Pharma and substantially lower the cost of prescription drugs in this country.
True.
Yes, we must build millions of units of affordable housing and low-income housing. Yes, we must make sure that all of our young people have the ability to get a higher education by making public colleges and universities tuition-free.
I don't know how they can make it free and then not have everybody go. Like, I don't know how you can do that. But, you know, like, I agree with something like that in principle, but, like, I don't know how you could actually apply that to, like, a realistic outcome. See what other countries do? Yeah, you select the best. I think that creates other problems. I do, grades. Well, either way, like, it's a minor point.
Yes, we must work with the global community to combat climate change by cutting carbon emissions and transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel and into sustainable energy. Yes, we must pass legislation to raise the absurdly low federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour to a living wage of $17 an hour. Anybody works.
I don't think that would work, right? I mean, so 17 times 40 times 52. It's only $35,000 a year. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the problem, so, like, better than 7? Okay, I mean, like, look, my point, I don't even think it's a bad idea, but what my point is that I feel like in so many countries, or not countries, in so many cities, that even $17 isn't enough. I feel like, yeah, even then it's not enough.
40 hours a week in this country should not be living in poverty. Yes, we must pass the PRO Act and make it easier for workers to join trade unions and grow the trade union movement in America.
You guys want to learn a fun fact? Some of the workers in an Amazon warehouse in Canada, they unionized, so Amazon just pulled out of that entire area. Yeah. In Quebec, yeah, they just pulled out.
Yes. In order to help fund the needs of working families in this country, we must demand that the wealthiest people in this country, including those individuals sitting right beside Donald Trump at his inaugural, start paying their fair share of taxes. Yes, We must end a corrupt campaign finance system, which allows a handful of billionaires to buy elections and move us rapidly into an oligarchic form of society. Bottom line, as we enter the new Trump presidency, we have got to remain focused. We cannot panic. No matter how many executive orders he signs, and no matter how many absurd statements he makes, our goal remains the same. We've got to educate, we've got to organize, we've got to put pressure on Congress to do the right things. And by the way, with Republicans only holding a 3 or 4 seat advantage in the House, we can stop them time and time again if we are organized. Finally, my friends, we have got to fight to create an America based on economic, social, racial, and environmental justice. That's what we've got to work on. Let's go forward. Let's do it. Thank you.
I would love if Trump, like, this will never happen. I would love if Trump could bring Bernie Sanders a little bit into the fold and have him work on some of these initiatives for housing. I think it would be like a tremendous public service. Because he knows it probably better than anybody. Like, no way. Well, I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna happen at all. But I just think that it would be a good thing if it happened. I'd be very happy if it happened. Yeah, like, I feel like he has some good takes. It could be of great help. Yeah, that, I mean, like, again, just because somebody's in charge of something doesn't mean that you agree with everything that they say. But I think that what Bernie's saying is his focus are on things that people do really care about and that they do really matter. How much is Bernie worth now? Let's say he's worth $1 billion. He's still right. What he's saying is just as true. And he's not worth $1 billion. But even if he is, it doesn't matter. That's not the point. Dumbass chatters. Well, I'm just saying, right? Bernie has been the smartest person in for 40 years. I think he's been the most realistic person. And, yeah. He cares about his money or fuck. Bernie doesn't know how to do anything. He just wants stuff to happen. How are millions of homes going to be built? Well, how do you think? Like, you start working in that direction. That's why I would say yes. How do you, well, we can never do that. I mean, like, where do you even begin? Well, I don't know. You start by probably buying the land, figuring out where you're going to build them, looking at different places, and then you start building them. You lay foundation, you build a frame, and then you, like, it takes time. It does. Obviously it does. We need discussions and action? Yeah, I think so. But anyway, increase inflation by building housing, that's the solution from leftists? Well, I don't know. But either way, I think Bernie brings up a lot of very, very good points about this, and I wish more people took him seriously. I think that partisan politics has divided people in too much of a negative way, and I think that Bernie Sanders has been one of the voices for reason for a long time. I was a big supporter of Bernie Sanders both in 2016 and also in 2020, and I think that in a lot of cases there are all the Democrats and all the Republicans that are collectively not representing you, the people, and I think that there are instances of Bernie Sanders being the only one who is, in my opinion, representing the people. And so, yeah, that's it. Reddit hates Asmongold. What is all this? This is crazy. I go inside and I walk in and I look around. I don't know where the f*** I am. The people, there are 2 receptionists there. They were like, all right. And then I come in there and I'm like, okay, do you guys have a bathroom? And they're like, sir, you know, are you a resident here? And I'm like, no, I'm waiting to see somebody. She's like, okay, okay, yeah, no, it's down there, it's over there, and so go over the bathroom, go over there. And I'm like, okay, sure. And so I use the bathroom, everything's fine. I walk outside because I want them to see me. Within 30 seconds of me walking outside, the employee is, he locks the door What is this hair?
They're like, all right, quick, he got out. Hello, Internet. So, because you guys loved my Windigoon videos so much, I thought I would do a little bit more of a controversial creator today, and that is going to be Asmongold. Now, a quick disclaimer, I actually really do like Asmongold, and here's he has a chat that will both agree with him and fight him on pretty much every opinion he has.
That is so true. Oh god, that's so true. Holy fuck.
Yep. Gold's chat in a lot of ways is the exact opposite of an echo chamber. And honestly, it's really similar to my Discord. I have a political compass channel. And it is like a 65-35 for either being center right or center left.
Well, I let a lot of people have. I let people have opinions as long as they're not like something that's bannable, right?
I actually don't have anyone who's too crazy out there. Now, of course, people post their meme results or whatever, but that is what I really like to see, not according to Reddit though. But anyway, already starting this video out a little controversial, I know. It becomes a little difficult to like people who are as popular as he is and does the content that he does without getting a good mix. But I mean, the Kamala Harris and Trump debate, he did a poll at the end and it was like pretty much 50-50. And of course in the...
Was it? Yeah, you know what? I think it kind of was. Now that I think back on it, it was somewhere around
like
there,
JD Vance debate, it was 90-10, I think, for Vance. But even people like
JD blew him the fuck out. Like, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, he totally did.
Like Pirate Software have a favorable opinion of him. Like I said, I like entertainers pretty much at the end of the day above all.
Yeah.
And him and especially his chat are quite entertaining to watch. But anyway, before we begin, like, comment, and subscribe. Join the Truly Based Discord, and I'm gonna link my subreddit down in the description also from now on. And if you like my channel and like what I do here, please consider donating me a coffee on either my Patreon or YouTube membership, and I will shout.
I used to have the $1 one donut
until the end of time. Now on to the post. Now, if you didn't think Reddit was bad enough, we are going to one of these cesspools of Reddit itself. Fucking r/Hassan Piker.
What I find to be really funny about this is that I've watched Hassan's stream, and basically everybody that's banned in Hassan's stream comes to my stream to complain about Hassan. And I think that there's a lot of people that go from my stream and they get banned in my stream, and then they go can't complain about me in Hassan's stream. It's insane.
Never been here. 150k comrades and 109 Marxist chads. Holy shit, dude. Hassan Piker is the fucking CEO of Kool-Aid. Save clips of Asmongold being a racist, demonetizing piece of shit in case they are. But unlike Asmongold, I'm not going to apologize for saying it. The culture in the Middle East is...
Oh, jeez. I am not getting in trouble for this again. We're moving on.
We live in that region. And I do think that most of the time, a lot of great and innocent people just find themselves in the wrong environment and are practically forced to have a lot of immoral ideas. So no, I don't hate Muslims or Arabs, as I look at everybody individually. But like I said, I do notice a pattern. Their governments have perpetuated such an awful system, and it doesn't seem like it's going to change anytime soon, unfortunately. But I wish them the best, inshallah, brother. And the most ironic...
Seems like Saudi Arabia actually is changing a lot of shit. But
part about them calling Asmongold racist is if I ask like pretty much any Hassan Piker gooner what their thoughts are about Jewish people, I am sure I would get some pretty racy answers, let's just say. Every day gets more right-wing. And what's funny is, if you actually watch Asmongold, which I know none of these people do, I would consider him actually a little bit more left-wing than anything. He is a professional fence sitter, but when it comes to like,
Let me address this criticism, okay, about being a professional fence sitter. Maybe it's not worth it to jump off on one side of things if the argument for it isn't good enough. Maybe you don't need to do that. You don't need to align yourself and have a strong opinion on every single issue and get angry and super emotional and vitriolic about every single issue. It's not mandatory, it's not necessary, and I don't think it's healthy either. I think that I have a lot of very strong opinions on tons of things. The people that call me a fence sitter are mad because I'm not agreeing with them.
actual policy, I would say he's pretty left-wing, to be honest.
Yeah.
This is absolutely insane. OMFG. These people are not like us. Inferior culture, immoral culture. This is racism 101, like holy fucking shit. Nah, bro, this is observation 101. Let's be honest.
This was all the other shit.
Peak culture, ignore the cockroaches, garbage food, no water, bleeding gums, anti-woke games, terminal.
I drink water every day. Also, if you go and you look at a Dr. Pepper can, the first fucking ingredient is carbonated water. It's just bullshit. It's more fucking bullshit.
Online, no humanity or empathy.
Oh, that part.
Yes, please draw more demonetization cultural axis. What a brain dead take. Now, this is such a stupid fucking argument. You can't criticize how one person who is quite extreme lives and say that this is the culture that they represent. Now, Based, isn't that what you're doing? Nah, bro, I don't follow a book whose main character's second wife is 6 years old. Sorry. We are not the same. Asmongold's culture is living under cockroaches, mold, and misogyny. I have a feeling he would be in opposition to preemptively killing him for having Al-Qaeda primitive culture. What the fuck is this? He's making an excellent...
Al-Qaeda. That's the idea that basically there's a bunch of rednecks that think the exact same as the Taliban, but they hate the Taliban.
Case for the inferiority of American culture?
Yeah.
See, I don't really understand this.
Yeah, I know what that is.
He doesn't overspend. In fact, he doesn't flaunt his wealth in any way whatsoever. All he does is make his money and keeps to himself. And yeah, you may not like his opinions, but he doesn't try to stop you from having your opinions, which is something that absolutely can't be said for things like Sharia law. Isn't this the guy that gets mad about gay people in video games? Yeah, no, like, none of these people watch his content, and they never will.
Well, they've seen a few clips, right? They've seen a few clips, and this is usually what people do, and I see this happen. This happens to me a lot, is that people will oversimplify what I say and then turn it into, like, something that sounds stupid, and then make it out like that's what my intention was to begin with. Like, that's, I feel like it's very, very common that people do that. Short, out of context clips. Yeah, exactly.
So they're just gonna believe whatever they want to believe. Shooting illegals is based, Asmongold. I remember watching this video. I actually really liked it. TLDR, Asmongold agrees with everything the politician said, including that some cultures don't mix part. He also calls not shooting them a privileged opinion. I don't understand why this is such a controversial opinion. No shit that some cultures just don't mix. If one culture believes it's okay to marry off 13-year-olds and another one doesn't, one side is gonna have to fold. Assimilation is necessary regardless of where you go. But at the very least, you have to pretend to so you don't get arrested or something. And I agree with this too, because you don't know who's coming into your country. They could be a terrorist and be...
I don't know, like, I think that there's a lot of, like, and this is what happens, and it's happening right now with, like, the immigration thing, is that there's a lot of emotional blackmail that happens that's related to the immigration topic, where, like, they'll post pictures of, like, people crying, and this is supposed to be, like, an argument to, like, let illegal immigration happen. I think it's super, super common. And I think the problem is that there's enough people that get swayed. Weaponized empathy. Yeah, I think it's super weaponized empathy. Like, massively. And it's been happening already, right? I mean, and you can see it, like, I could just pull it up real quick and find it. Because I pulled up some comments that I was going to look at about this myself. And let me see if I can find it real quick. Fuck, where'd it go? I think I scrolled down too much. That's how people trick people? Yeah, where is it here? Fuck, maybe I didn't find it. Yeah, basically, oh no, he's crying, quick burn the Constitution. Yeah, there we go. And I think that's what happens, is that people try to turn things into being, like, emotional. Oh, that's something else. And people try to turn things into being emotional so that you don't have people thinking about it logically or, like, rationally. Because, like, yeah, obviously, like, with any policy like that, there's going to be bad outcomes, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it.
Because you decided, oh, it's more important, right, to let them and they go fucking kill a bunch of people. Well, I guess as long as...
And I think that's the reason why that you have so many people that hyper-focus on these, like, illegals that kill people. Because obviously, I mean, like, if there's a lot of illegal immigrants, there's going to be some that kill people, right? Is that you're basically fighting fire with fire. because like the emotion of, well, let them in, they're suffering, is like you can counteract that because it's like a moral argument, and you can counteract that with a moral argument of, well, they're hurting people whenever they get let in. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? And so, but like to me, I don't really think that there's a lot of them they're killing people. Like it's probably like super fucking uncommon, but of course it happens.
It's all good, right? Get the fuck out of here. The quintessential conservative NEET who laughed at cops beating up student protesters is also a racist piece of shit. I'm shocked. Hasn't Hassan literally streamed laughing at fucking cops randomly dying to people who were obviously bad? No abuse or anything, just...
I feel bad because, like, the truth is, and this might get people upset, is that I think Hassan is also a victim of what I'm a victim of a lot, where, like, people will take things that Hassan says out of context and then act like that's what he said. And so, like, I try to be honest and fair. No, yeah, but I guarantee you if people... What I'm saying, okay, all right, I'm never gonna get through to you guys. That's my viewpoint. That's how I feel about it. Okay? There's a degree of solidarity there because I'm like, oh, this is happening to him. Yeah, I know what that feels like.
Getting shot out of nowhere? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah.
Asmongold's latest politics arc really is a major loss for the culture. Loss for the culture. All right, comrades and Marxist chats. As a former trade worker, I can't tell you how many normies listen to this man. His...
Yeah? Is that right? There's a lot of them, huh? Wow. Wow.
Reach is huge. I genuinely don't think he started all this with bad intentions, but this right-wing racist turn he's taking is going to further indoctrinate thousands. Holy shit, this guy is saying this on the r/Hassan Piker subreddit. We have lost any and all self-awareness. The incel Gamergate crowd has been growing in Asmon's subreddit for years. It's a shame all these insecure men found comfort in that dirty gremlin.
Well, the reason why a lot of people do is because they can relate to me and they agree with what I'm saying. It's really that simple. I don't even think that a lot of people relate to the way that I live. And I think that that actually is a way that kind of, because I don't know, like, what's the word for this? I live a very eccentric life. Maybe that's the word. People always want to turn it into like something else. But the fact is that, and it makes it to where like people just listen to what I'm saying rather than, you know, like kind of like who I am in a way. And I do think that a lot of people pay attention to it. Absolutely they do. Yeah, humble life. Yeah, exactly. And also, you can only call people incels and gamergaters and all this stuff for a certain amount of time until people stop taking it seriously, and I think that's what's happened.
So Asmongold shits on incels all the time. What the fuck are you talking about? He is not their friend. Imagine thinking that Asmon, who hasn't showered in years and lives in filth, is the superior race. Did he say this? I don't think he has ever said this before. Here's a plot twist. Asmongold pushing back against racism. What a plot twist. 2.2k upvotes. Oh, and we're back on YouTube drama. Oh my god. I'm saving r/Hassan Piker for another day. But anyway, on to the comments. Gotta be honest, this made me laugh pretty hard. What is it? Ain't no way bro making a comment of racism after what just happened. Wouldn't that make me an expert? See,
this is one thing people need to fucking realize. I know every fucking racial slur. I've been on 4chan for 20 years. I am an expert in this. I know this better than almost fucking anybody. That's why people get banned for stuff in my chat that nobody else notices except me. And maybe 2 or 3 other people. That's it. Yeah, I played Halo 2, if you don't believe me. And so anyway, I know it's better than anybody watching too much Trump. Well, okay, all right, there are some people that are as much as me. But in general, yeah, I think that I call this stuff out sometimes too. And how are you okay with being a 4chan that long? That's like radiation poisoning? Well, I don't know. I mean, I can read something and it doesn't immediately brainwash me. Definitely.
You know the arcane lore of racism? Yes, I know a lot of these things.
This is why I fucking love him. Holy shit. You gotta respect the realism, especially compared to like Hassan Piker, who's a fucking what is it, a wine socialist? What's the word? The multi-millionaire socialists always make me laugh.
Yeah.
The mold toxicity is starting to clear, I see. Asmongold apologized on his channel, then immediately backtracked on his Reddit community. The vibes and feel of the stream recently has been a lot more intense, and a lot of that is my fault. Yep. If you think that means my first stream back is going to be playing Dustborn and promoting Sweet Baby, I think you'll be very disappointed. I'm not changing anything other than trying.
Were you there for the awful boxy times? Yeah, I was.
And yeah, he definitely.
That was when.
This Glitterbomb's Dell Optiplex is not only a real product you can actually buy, but it's just a small part of an entire hidden in plain sight industry of refurbishers who seem to be bulk buying retired office PCs, dazzling them up, and then offloading them to wannabe gamers. I have so many questions right now. Are people actually buying these? Who are the companies building them? Is it possible that they're a legit good value? And why is it taking so long to tell you this message from our sponsor?
The Ridge. It's time to ditch that bulky wallet because the Ridge wallet can hold up to 12 cards, comes with a cash strap or money clip, and is available in tons of colors. Check them out at ridge.com/Linus now and save up to 40% through December 22nd.
The treasure box first popped up on our radar and a back-to-school flyer earlier this year. But other than having a little chuckle about the creative idea of throwing glittery lipstick on pig computers to blow away dead stock, we didn't pay them much attention. That is, until we saw them in the next week's flyer, and the one after that, and the one after that. And then, upon further inspection, we realized these things are everywhere in some shape or form. Amazon, Walmart, Newegg, Best Buy, some site called YouBuy, based out of the country of Jordan. Now, most of them aren't explicitly marketed as gaming PCs, but given the aesthetic and the imagery, it's pretty clear what market they're going after. And truthfully, why not? We've shown multiple times that a cast-off office computer with some strategic upgrades can be an unbeatable value for budget gamers.
Don't worry,
these are too. So to find out, we bought a couple of them, starting with the best treasure box brand unit that we could find. 4th Gen Core i7, 32 gigs of RAM, a 1 terabyte SSD, RGB lighting, and a fully licensed copy of Windows 10 for the low price of just $300 US.
That's not even true.
What secrets will we find inside
there have been a lot of people who have asked us to
I actually really like the way they've done this finish. I assumed it would be like spray bombed or something like that, but it actually appears to be like almost like a grip tape type of texture. It looks pretty good in person. It's not sticking very well here, but you gotta give them credit for being completionist about it. They not only do the top and front, but also the sides and bottom. Actually looks kind of sharp, doesn't it? Oh wow, that is the genericest memory ever. Just bare dims, no stickers whatsoever with SK Hynix packages on it. It even looks very clean, like almost too clean, to the point where they might even be sourcing this stuff new. That doesn't make any sense. I would think, given that it's older, there is so much used DDR3 on the market that they wouldn't bother to source new sticks, but it might be as simple as they're just peeling the stickers off whatever it is they happen to find and then throwing them in to genericize them. Why would they do that? Because then they would have difficulty claiming warranty from whoever they're getting these sticks from. What about our SSD? Oh, it may be a terabyte, but it is certainly nothing special. King Fast, not exactly the leader in performance SSDs.
Well, if a React video acts as a market replacement, then
mother.
You bleeding?
Oh yeah. It was here.
What about people that watch single-player game playthroughs and they don't buy the game?
Sharp,
I think that how many of you guys have watched the playthrough of a game, or you've watched a game instead of playing it or buying it?
This is great though. Even a cheap SSD can make a world of difference to the responsiveness of a system. The SSD that I paid in blood to identify turned out to be a King Fast F10 1 terabyte.
I'm not getting it.
Not the world's fastest SSD, and because it doesn't have a DRAM cache, there are cases where it could actually end up being slower than a mechanical hard drive. But With light desktop use, those cases would be few and far between, and it would be a substantial upgrade over whatever mechanical storage might have been in the system. Also, because many businesses shred their storage devices when they donate or liquidate PCs, it's likely that there wasn't anything in here in the first place.
Are we really thinking this way?
We've got a better look at the motherboard now.
What are we doing? What are we doing here, boys?
There is a PCIe 16X slot down here that could be used for GPU expansion, but because this is a slim chassis, you'd be limited to cards that are half height, but full length, as long as they don't have a bulky dual slot cooler that would interfere with your SATA ports over here. That's curious, there's an RGB strip in the front, but I don't actually see what's powering it. Oh wow, it's 2 separate RGB strips in there. Hey, wait a minute. The front of the...
And yeah, it is a big issue on YouTube. Asmongold used the R slur in a recent video title. Twitter is actually retarded. Man.
If you were a good girl, you wouldn't be getting spanking over my knee. But since you were
Oh my god.
wearing these little slutty panties,
Are we really doing this? It's not 2020. It's not 2021 anymore. People are not people are tired of pretending like they give a fuck about this. Nobody actually cares. Just stop it. Just fucking stop it. It's so annoying and embarrassing.
Like, I never cared. Yeah, people are so sensitive. Well, here's what I think is stupid. I think that, like, moron also, like, retarded is not anything that's special. Like, calling somebody neurodivergent, calling someone Asperger's, or calling someone autistic, or calling someone a moron. Like, moron used to be a term, or idiot was also a medical distinction. So, like, how is retard logically worse than these other words? Because if you're using a person's intelligence as an insult, you would, like, logically calling somebody a schizo would be equivalent to calling them retarded. Because you're using a medical condition or a mental condition as an insult. And so, like, how is it okay that you can call people schizos or crazy, but you can't call them retarded? There's no thinking to it at all. It's low IQ. Yeah, or saying somebody's low IQ. Yeah, fucking exactly. It's all, and that's just, again, this is the kind of stuff that gets me in trouble. Yeah.
That's a good idea. I need to do that. Are we supposed to be shocked? Nope, just reporting the news of this bigot's actions. It isn't news people still use ableist slurs. I'm going to go on a limb and say that most people don't hold them to the same standard as racial slurs. That is to say, you're much more likely to see them come up in conversation than a racial slur, speaking from experience. As you guys
depends
know,
on where you live.
I say retard all the time, so I couldn't give less of a shit. And I think it's one of those words that transcends its meaning. As in, people don't actually think of, like, autistic people or mentally handicapped people when they say it. It's just another word for stupid, you know? But maybe I'm just a retard. This guy unironically said that Metal Gear has never been political and is pissed that—
No!
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Is this
200 updates? How does this get 200 updates? What is this?
People still remember what the games are about. I'd be shocked if he wasn't ableist. A game about shadow government playing democracy and a group of veteran soldiers opposed to the institutions that left them scarred is political. Now, I think people start to become very reductive when they start saying things like, everything is political, or this game is political and it wasn't a problem in the past. But I think the true issue is how lazy it's become. In the older
People don't have a problem with politics in games. People have a problem in politics don't need to be in games, and they're put in there anyway. And also, there's a lot of cases where the truth is that the reason why people have a problem with politics in games is that they don't like the politics that game is trying to push. Like, people don't have the same viewpoint. Like, for example, Metal Gear Solid was a criticism on the military-industrial complex.
Are you learning something?
Yes.
What are you learning? Give me another thing you're learning.
I will do what you told me to do.
Right. When you're being punished, right?
Yes.
You don't have to do what I tell you to do when you're not being punished, right? You're just here as a guest, right?
Yes.
But when you come into this room to be punished, there's only one person in charge, right? Who is that?
It's you, sir.
When should you speak?
When you ask me to speak.
That's right. Okay. Let's let that sink in now. And then we'll ask a little more, right? The other one you said? You are learning something, aren't you?
Yes.
You think that's funny?
No. Oh, no.
Okay. You don't put your hand back, right?
Yeah.
You don't put your hand back. You close the bathroom door. And you do what you're told, right? And what happens if you don't do what you're told?
I will get spanked.
Right. And if you're already getting a spanking and you don't do what you're told, what happens?
I don't know.
Don't you think the spanking gets a little worse?
Yes.
Okay. I thought that was a pretty simple question. Did you not think that was a simple question with a simple answer?
No.
If you didn't think you think it's funny? All right, we'll see how funny you think it is. We'll see how funny you think it is. We'll see about no more.
I won't question.
I can ask you 10 times the same question, and what are you going to do?
I will answer it.
You're going to answer it correctly, right? No more? Be a hairbrush, but guess what? Isn't it? Give me that hand. Give me that hand. You think this is funny? Been a wise ass, right?
No, I won't. No, it's me.
It is you. Move those feet. You think that's funny?
No, not funny anymore.
You're supposed to be learning a lesson, right? You don't want to go to the corner?
I will, but I will. Funny anymore.
Do you know where you're going to go right now?
I don't want to go to the corner.
You don't want to go to the corner?
I will, but I will.
All right. Do you want more of the hairbrush?
No.
Or do you want more of the brush?
No.
All right. You behave yourself.
Okay.
You go stand in that corner, and you stay there until I tell you to get out, okay?
Okay, yes,
Do you
sir.
understand me, young lady?
Yes, sir.
Do you think you learned your lesson?
Yes.
Let's stand in there. Listen.
you're going. It's boring.
Today I've got you to deal with, haven't I?
No.
Yes. Okay. Telling me a lot.
Ow! Ow!
What we'll do.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Do you feel like telling me now? Telling me a lot.
Yes.
Yes. You hear me?
I hear you. Ow!
Oh, that was home.
Ow!
That was home, did it?
Just had your bottom spanked. Just gave you a bit.
I got some.
It's crazy.
Not nice, and I can actually go and have fun. Right. Why didn't tell her that? You know better. Come here, Trophy. Come here. Hands behind your back. You didn't do it. Give me the book.
to my house. I expect you to behave yourself. And staying up until 6 o'clock in the morning, I am certain, is not behaving yourself in your house either. I will take that. Thank you. Hands on your head. There we go. 3 naughty little girls about to get their bottoms spanked. You. Why didn't you go first? You. I am very disappointed in you. You know better than to behave like this. You were left in charge. You were the ones who were responsible. Making sure Dorothy goes to bed and making sure you go to bed. Well, I lost track of time. Clearly. I'm so disappointed. I go off to work and leave you in charge thinking you can be responsible, and what do I come back to? Pizza boxes strewn about. It should have been a giveaway.
I was just doing what they were doing.
I try to tell you exactly how to when you were here. My vision.
Yes, Mrs. Adriana's fault.
Alright, you can stand up. Go stand over there. Move those around your waist, around your legs. Alright, girls. Come kneel up on this sofa. Dorothy on that end. Adriana. Maddie in the middle, or Adriana in the middle, either way. You're very contrite little girls. Look at me, little girls. We're gonna have a repeat of this behavior? No, we are not. We're gonna go straight to bed. Teeth brushed, face washed, in bed. Do not run in your socks. You can pull your panties up.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I'll be in 5 minutes to tuck you in.
It's Tech Linked! We got more tech news than you can shake a stick at. I won't stop you from trying, but you've been warned. Reviews of NVIDIA's GeForce RTX 5090 graphics card went live yesterday, and on the whole, reviewers found it performs about 30% faster than the 4090 without DLSS, which may have something to do with the 30% more cores and 30% more power, but I'm not a scientist. Thankfully, NVIDIA was kind enough to only add about 20% to the price. But as Hardware Unboxed points out, that doesn't save the card's cost per frame rating from its spot at the bottom of the charts. Of course, the 5090 also has that fun new DLSS 4 with multi-frame gen, which can get you absurd results like 600 FPS in Cyberpunk, as long as you're okay with some wacky artifacts. Speaking of whack, scalpers are already charging double the 5090's $2,000 MSRP. But if you still really want an RTX 50 series card, It seems like the RTX 5080 is next on the release schedule, with leaks pointing to a performance boost of around 22%, maybe. If your heart's set on the 5090 though, you should probably know that, as Tech Power Up noted in their review, NVIDIA removed the hotspot sensor from the GPU. A decision they told Der Bauer was made because the hotspot metric is no longer accurate and no longer relevant. I mean, for instance, it doesn't count AI frames at all. Intel's been doing some thinking and have come up with a pretty wild idea for making PCs more repairable and less wasteful. What if we made PCs modular? Yeah, I don't know, I just thought about it last night. Okay, Intel's blog post is actually about encouraging more manufacturers to work on modular designs for laptop and compact PCs, taking inspiration from Framework and MNT, which is great. But the article also asks the reader to just imagine an innovative approach that we call desktop modular PC architecture. It's like they hired someone from Apple and immediately sent them to the blog. Because yeah, it turns out there's nothing stopping you from building your own laptop right now, like literal high schooler Byron Huang, who built the custom open source Anyone laptop using the same ARM SoC on a module from this LTT video. Huang says Linus doing a video on it reaffirmed his decision, which is okay, good luck. OpenAI has unveiled Operator, an AI agent available now for ChatGPT Pro subscribers that will use a computer for you, which is perfect for anyone paying the $200 subscription. You probably already have ChatGPT writing all your DMs. How should I tell them I'll be there?
You could say, I'll be there.
Yeah, that's good. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman and some other guys demoed Operator in a video showing that you can click the take control button if Operator's about to buy a Cybertruck or something. Oh, don't want to do that. It's a good thing OpenAI released Operator now. It'll distract a bit from R1, an open weight downloadable model from Chinese startup DeepSeek that has AI researchers all in a tizzy because it matches the performance of OpenAI's O1 reasoning model. The catch is, thanks to its chain of thought being visible, it'll say straight up that it can't reference anything that's critical of the Chinese government. And then it'll force download TikTok on your phone. I didn't ask for this. I asked for our sponsor, Jawa, the place where you can sell your old graphics card and offset the cost of a new one. Although you might need a couple if you're eyeing the 5090, okay? All you gotta do is follow the steps on their site to get an instant quote and a free shipping label. What is this? Some kind of online marketplace built just for gamers and PC enthusiasts? Yeah, it is. No more going through the hassle of making your own listing and having to potentially touch grass. It's all online. And it's not just graphics cards. Jawa will take your old CPUs too. Just go to lmg.gg/sell2jawa or click our link in the description today. We're gonna do the quick bits now, so you can keep shaking that stick if you really like that, but it's, okay, you know, whatever. Epic Games says the first wave of third-party mobile games are coming to the Epic Games Store app on Android globally and on iOS in the EU. And to celebrate, they're bringing their famous free games program, giving away a new one each month. If developers participate in the program, Epic says they'll cover Apple's core technology fee, at least until the European Commission figures out whether Apple is allowed to charge developers 50 euro cents for every install over 1 million on third-party app stores. Epic's decisions continue to shock me, not because of Tim Sweeney's dedication to open markets, but because of what it implies about how much money people spend on Fortnite skins. I know they're all thinking, this helps developers. Aya Neo has announced their newest handheld, and it packs a cool trick. Modular controls that let you place Hall effect joysticks, 6-button micro switch pads, and even lettered face buttons wherever you want. It's even got some different screen options and optional button packs. Pretty neat. Hey, were you guys speaking to Intel recently? They got some crazy ideas. Xbox held their promised developer direct yesterday, revealing that Doom: The Dark Ages will join Indiana Jones and the Great Circle and a handful of other titles in requiring a GPU that supports ray tracing. The game is also single player only because during a demon invasion, we shouldn't fight amongst ourselves. Xbox also showed off and gave release dates for the artistically impressive South of Midnight, the brand new Ninja Gaiden 4, and Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, which makes up for its horrible name by featuring a character I can only describe as Dollar Store Robert Pattinson. I'm sold. And some users have been reporting getting stuck watching hours-long, unskippable YouTube ads, according to a number of posts on the r/YouTube subreddit. YouTube truly has gone too far. I mean, look at this person who has served an almost 3-hour ad. Wait, what is that? Skipping ads? Yeah, it seems like either YouTube might be detecting ad blockers and doing this to punish the user, or some ad blocking tools are erroneously blocking the skip ad button. Google directed Android Authority to their policy limiting unskippable ads to 15 seconds, but we can't prove that this isn't all a prank and Sundar Pichai didn't send that email and then sit snickering in his chair for a good minute. Maybe. It'll be a good minute before we'll be back on Monday for more tech news, and wow, I can't believe I just spread misinformation right to your face. It'll be 2 days, not a minute, good or otherwise. I'll try to have an apology video up before then. I won't. I did it again.
This hard drive contains 25 million pieces of malware, and this computer is about to become very, very sick. What do you mean threat service has stopped? Windows Defender is completely disabled. But I guess that's what happens when you send $500 to a faceless person named Smelly, who runs a shady network that collects, develops, studies, and reverse engineers nefarious code. So why did I do that? Because if you're trying to learn about computer security, this is probably the most valuable textbook you could find. It contains their entire repository of malware samples, research papers, blog posts from security researchers, and source code. Now, of course, it's all freely available on the VX Underground website, but the $500 isn't really for the content, it's a donation to ensure they can keep building this repository, which, wait, is that actually a good thing? Well, let's talk about that. The single biggest hole in most security systems, computer or otherwise, is trust. New malware pops up every day, and defending against it is a never-ending game of whack-a-mole that is such a constant churn of zero-day exploits and unpatched vulnerabilities that it's better to just assume the worst. That is why today's episode's sponsor, ThreatLocker, uses a zero-trust approach to security. Their endpoint protection platform works by assuming that applications are guilty until they're proven innocent, meaning that users within your organization can't just accidentally open the wrong email attachment or program installer and take down the entire company from the inside, leading to a whole bunch of really bad stuff like, oh, I don't know, maybe... The very first thing I asked when this video got pitched to me was, isn't this thing kind of dangerous to have lying around? And the answer is yes, but also no. These mostly aren't ready-to-go viruses. Mostly. And while they absolutely can wreak havoc on your system if you're not careful, you don't really need to worry about doing a lockbit on yourself and encrypting your whole drive. Part of the reason for that is how things are stored. Most executables are missing the exe file extension, so the system is far less likely to automatically run them, and everything else is in a password-protected 7-zip archive to prevent it from being automatically unpacked. Furthermore, many of these malwares are the only real damage they can do to a fully updated system is by overloading Windows Defender's threat detection engine. That's what caused the weird behavior that you saw before. Of course, many of them are still dangerous, and once you've got them decompressed and armed, all safety is completely out the window, and also macOS and Linux. Borat Rat popped up in 2022 and was referred to as a triple threat, because on top of granting remote access, it also includes DDoS and ransomware tools. This seems like exactly the kind of thing I would want to just run. Launch borat.7z archive in any run, Windows 10 or 11. This is Linux.
Yes. Would you like me to show you any run? They do sandboxing. There's so much resetting and re-imaging and everything in this project.
A fun one, right?
Oh, it's just the best.
Well, interesting at least, right?
It's interesting. It's absolutely interesting. It's also extremely scary.
I mean, it's not like you could single-handedly take down the whole company if you do anything irresponsible or careless.
Windows 10 or 11, so we'll do Windows 11 here. We will run a public analysis. It's going to start uploading the file. We have 660 seconds to do this before it implodes.
Implodes? Oh, this instance just goes away in 10, 11 minutes, no matter what.
That's correct. We're going to launch Borat.exe.
So if someone managed to execute this on your system, this is what would happen.
This right here is actually the control panel for it. So this is what the hacker sees.
Got it.
And what I want to do right now is I'm going to go build a client for this. So I'm going to go just quickly here build.
All defaults, yep.
Yeah, we'll choose an icon here. Let's give it the Borat Rat icon. Okay, so we are going to go build exe here. Client.exe is going to save into the Borat folder. And then what we should be able to do, and this works 50% of the time for me, is when we open up client.exe. So this will infect this instance.
This is what we would try to remotely execute on the target system.
Yeah, so we would try and remotely execute that, and you can see that we have done that. We've successfully infected ourselves. It's going to run it's going to run systeminfo.exe, conhost, hostname.exe.
You spit out absolutely everything that you want to know about this system.
Here is everything about it, all in just this text file here, and this will get sent to the attacker. Probably as fun as it gets is in the utilities. So we can hide and show our taskbar, hide and show our desktop.
What, just to mess with people?
Yeah. Oh, mouse is the best. Swap will swap around the left and right click.
Dude, we can turn off the webcam light?
Yep. Most webcams do work with the webcam light just kind of hardwired into the camera circuitry, but some of them don't, and that's where this is going to really exploit it. The other thing this is going to do is allow you to turn on their webcam light, basically activating their camera, but not actually have to do anything. It's just a quick way of freaking them out if they're trying to make threats at you over the phone while you try and extort them for money. FOD helper, watch how easy it is to get admin. You can see permission right here. It says permission user over on the right side. We're going to hit FOD helper. It's going to restart the client.
And
oh look, admin.
That's it, and they haven't patched that yet. Okay, what are we running on? Yeah, 2021 second half. So this is pretty old Windows.
That's good. That's really good that that's still unpatched on this version, but it's probably patched somewhere else. I've not run this for real. I'm very afraid of it.
Obviously, this dashboard here, right? There's a lot of lines.
Yep.
I mean, you could have a lot of clients, and you could just poke around in one anytime you want. What's surveillance do?
Oh, surveillance just lets you watch a little bit. You can remote shell, remote screen, remote camera, go into their file manager. You can record. You can get their network information, see what processes are running. Control, so you can send files to them.
Keylogger.
Yep. Okay. Oh, Keylogger is built into every malware these days. Malware is where it gets real interesting.
Oh, I just pick what malware I want.
Yeah, you want to DDoS somebody, you can do that, especially if you've got a lot of bots there. You can ransomware them, so if you wanted to just do a lockbit on someone, you can just ransomware them like that. There is a way in here to steal credentials for Discord. It steals the session token for Discord so that you can gain access to somebody's Discord and then
start messaging all their friends.
Start messaging their friends with your client.exe, which you've just made look like whatever program you want, because that's part of the whole builder. And this is old, but it's not that old. It's still active in some regards. Maybe not this exact version, but clearly there's still people using it.
And this kind of thing is only going to get scarier and scarier when Windows 10 reaches end of life, dude. Because so many people are going to stay on Windows 10, and it's not going to be getting security patches. Guys, patch your software.
The stuff that gets patched isn't what really worries me. It's the 0 days. There's so many 0 days, and there's so much money in this now, especially with all of those hospitals getting ransomwared. Anyway, good luck.
Practically speaking, there is no limit to what a creative attacker could do with something like Borat Rat. We haven't even touched on some of the basic functionality, like exfiltrating data, popping up text messages so the attacker can communicate with the victim. But how does it do so much? Well, a big part of it is thanks to the DLL files that are included. These DLLs are mostly feature plugins that are taken from a fork of DC Rat called Santa Rat. When you really think about it, a homeless Santa, but that's besides the point. The point is, If we run the rat in a malware sandbox, like any run, which we're using here, we can get some idea of how it's executing individual exploits. Take the FOD helper exploit, for example. How is it giving the rat administrator privileges with almost no effort whatsoever? Well, we can see that it makes some registry changes before launching FOD helper, but what registry changes is it making exactly? Searching through the VX drive, we can find the source code for it and see that it uses UAC bypass method 3 from options.dll. The source code for options.dll might be missing, but as we know, it came from SantaRat, so we can check the source code for that and see that it's modifying this key in the registry. Even if we don't have any programming knowledge, just searching our virus drive for Borat reveals several articles that summarize the threat in slightly more legible terms. How can we use this, though? Well, if we're a bad actor, now we know a way to get to a command prompt window with admin privileges, and we can exploit that. But if we're a good actor, we know to set up something to watch that section of the registry in order to avoid this issue. That is where today's episode sponsor, ThreatLocker, comes in. If we try to run this on a protected machine, ThreatLocker will block the executable, not because it's a known virus, but because it's trying to execute at all. Our ThreatLocker administrator account can now see it within Response Center, open it up in a virtualized testing environment to ensure that it's safe, and either keep it on the block list, add it to the allow list outright, or allow it with ring fencing, just in case you're not sure about the application. Ring fencing is the act of limiting what a program can do, like blocking it from connecting to the internet, blocking it from writing to the registry, accessing protected files, or interacting with high-risk applications like PowerShell and command prompt. After all, malware can't get access to an administrator command prompt if it can't open a command prompt at all. Coming back to our VX Underground drive, though, being able to pwn Windows, not exactly a big accomplishment. Windows machines get hacked every day. What about Linux? Here's the thing. Web servers usually run Linux, and there's a lot of things that are trying to target that. A WordPress server is especially susceptible to attacks, like the C99 backdoor. Ooh, is it demo time? WordPress is often used by would-be webmasters because it is relatively user-friendly, at least on the surface, and free to use, but not all of the plugins are free, technically. Because of WordPress's GPL license, all derivative works, including plugins, are required to use GPL as well. That means that they can charge money, but they also can't stop people from sharing their code. So, websites that host cracked plugins aren't usually able to be taken down by lawyers. They do, however, often serve plugins with a little something extra that might make you want to pay for plugins from the official source. They can be used to host sketchy files, they can be used to ransomware your network, and once a backdoor is installed, other malware can be uploaded and potentially executed. Want to show us how it works?
What I've done is gone ahead and just added our backdoor into one of the
most generic websites of all time.
Yeah, this is a default theme. The way that this could be kind of replicated in real world, other than just through infected themes or plugins, is also through mismanaged upload credentials. So if you've got user uploads, they can potentially make this happen. And this is what the backdoor actually looks like. So you can see that here we're going to localhost into the themes folder, and we're just running this simple PHP file. And now we have access to everything.
Wait, what? Okay, so hold on a second. So my server is serving that website.
That's correct.
And you took advantage of a misconfigured upload permission setting.
Yes.
I just uploaded this file, and I have this.
Yes.
So this could be used to do any number of things. Let's say that your website was hosting, a cool mod for something, or a cool, useful little application. I could go in and I could replace the file with something completely different, and if they don't bother to actually check the checksum that I publish on my site, although I could, of course, overwrite the checksum as well, then they could download a completely different file, execute that on their computer, and boom, they're infected.
And since everything is usually done with not the greatest encryption for PHP websites, usually, especially WordPress, the encryption on passwords is not great. You could just go in, grab the database, and then use, I don't know, your RTX 4090 at home to crack the passwords. Kind of like in the Wi-Fi cracking video.
Right, you should check out that video if you haven't seen it already. Equally scary.
Honestly, that's a little bit less scary than some of these things, because people can steal your Wi-Fi credentials, but this will allow them to do stuff to you from anywhere.
Sure, but if they're on your network, then it's just so convenient.
At least you know they're nearby, though. And that's nice.
That's true.
It means I'm not alone.
Now, PHP is a just-in-time programming language, so malware spreaders need to be a bit more creative than simply hiding it within a binary file. That's where things like base64 encoding and gzip come into play. By converting everything into unreadable text that also fits into a single line in a code editor, they can turn 5,000 lines of backdoor code into only 9 pretty lines of totally not suspicious at all gibberish. If that gibberish code gets into a publicly accessible part of a web server, either through misconfigured file upload permissions or nefarious WordPress plugins, it can be executed by anyone who knows it's there. With PHP's eval function, nefarious code can break out of the PHP container and start executing commands directly on the operating system. Now, whoa, hold on a second here, Linus. All of this seems pretty irresponsible. Are you guys really just trusting VX Underground and plugging this drive into a live system here? The answer is no, and of course not. Even though we're not using any run here like we were with Windows, our sponsor ThreatLocker would never forgive us if we just blindly gave out trust. I mean, that's the antithesis of the zero trust model. Trusting a stranger is the #1 way to get pwned. No worm or backdoor can ever match the effectiveness of a social engineering attack. So if a guy named Smelly tells you that the drive he gave you contains lots and lots of malware, you should probably believe him and take the necessary precautions. But what are they? Well, to start with, we set up our Linux machine to be air-gapped. Okay, to clarify, no system is completely immune, and it was only a few months ago that the popular compression library XZ was found to contain a backdoor, but desktop Linux is less likely to be attacked with simple automated malware. As for air-gapping, this refers to the practice of isolating a computer from the rest of your networked machines, and it can be simulated with VLANs, but if you want to be sure, I'd recommend just unplugging it. VLAN hopping isn't a huge risk these days, but it isn't impossible. Of course, if you want to step up your safety a level further, you need a malware sandbox, a virtual machine on a virtual network that is completely isolated from any other machine, and that will be destroyed the moment that you no longer need it. ThreatLocker has their testing environment feature that allows you to pass executables that are quarantined from your protected computers into their sandbox without any run's overly restrictive time limit or the requirement to make your sample public. Now, we're using AnyRun for deeper dives right now simply because it allows us to upload our samples directly, but ThreatLocker's Response Center is more than adequate for 99% of use cases. The two products, the sponsored one and the other one, actually complement each other really nicely to fill different sandboxing needs. ThreatLocker is great for production environment work, while AnyRun is better suited for noodling around. Shall we noodle some more? Hey, look, it's the chief noodler himself. What are we looking at now? Ooh, Lockbit.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick look at Lockbit. So
I'm told it's shocking how simple it actually is. That's in the script. This is super cool. Is this a paid version of AnyRun?
Yes.
Okay. Did they send that over to us?
They did.
Hey, shout out AnyRun. Thanks.
So we're doing the same thing we did with Rat. We're going to drag it out of here, and I did not password protect this one.
Tanner.
Hey, if we get infected, I don't own the company. So here we've got just some configuration things.
Local disks true. Network shares true. Ooh.
Yeah,
so I think it makes my skin crawl just thinking about something like this getting on our network. Oh, have I clarified that it's ransomware? Well, it's a ransomware if I didn't say that already.
So now we've got our decryptor. We've got password.dll. So that's the decryption password here. If it is executed through DLL, the exe version is a slightly different password. But yeah, it's
essentially here's the encryptor, and then here's the key that you can provide to the victim in whatever form you like.
Yeah, what a lot of people have been doing lately is accepting the payment from their victims and then not decrypting. So that is an option too.
That is a whole other level of.
Yeah. So if you were to run lb3.exe, and yeah, you've now lost everything.
That was quick.
It actually looks, you can set what kinds of files it looks for off the bat. So you can aim for databases first if you want, which is what a lot of places have been doing.
Going after more of a commercial entity.
Yep.
See, this is the kind of thing we cover on WAN Show, and we talk about in the news, and we discuss. But there's a big difference between, you know, sort of talking about what's out there and these high-profile attacks and just seeing how simple the tools are.
You want to know?
I could do this.
You want to know how simple some of these are? You know the WannaCry virus. That was the one that was the ransomware that was just all over the place for several years there. It got defeated when somebody went in to the source code for it, did a whole decompilation, found a line of code in there that kept calling one particular website address.
Yep.
So they decided to buy the domain because it hadn't been registered. Apparently that domain was just being used by WannaCry as a kill switch. So they accidentally stopped WannaCry. The guy ended up getting caught by the FBI for credit card fraud that he did earlier in his life, and then the judge, at judgment, was like, you know what, the public good that you've done kind of outweighs whatever credit card fraud. So if you're going to commit credit card fraud, also stop the worst ransomware attacks in history.
Of course, the groups that are executing ransomware attacks, be they WannaCry or Lockbit or something else, aren't just using ransomware. They need to find a way to infiltrate their target's organization, spread it around, and remain undetected. And many of these tasks require some level of social engineering. So what might start as a phishing attack could then transition into a rat being planted, which can then be used to plant the ransomware. Borat Rat isn't its own ransomware necessarily, but rather it's a vessel for carrying many payloads, one of which happens to be Lockbit-style ransomwares. And all of this is being accomplished by several competing groups. Some are simply trying to cash in, but some clearly have other goals in mind, as there's strong evidence that many malware groups operate as part of government entities. North Korea's Lazarus Group, Russia's Berserk Bear, and America's NSA Equation Group are just a few suspected examples. So, is this hard drive only for researchers, or could somebody conceivably use this repository to create and spread malware, possibly in an act of state-sponsored terrorism? Don't kid yourself. This is on the blacker side of gray, and the only moral justification for its existence is that, realistically, the bad guys have access to this information anyway, and by shedding light on it, we're at least giving the good guys a hoping chance to counter any upcoming threats. Security through obscurity is a pipe dream, and just like we probably upset some gas station owners when we made our video on the Flipper Zero, we're probably ruffling some feathers with this one, but we feel it's a valuable conversation to start, and one that we should keep on having. The last question you guys might be asking is, what are we planning to do with the VX Underground hard drive? Well, the first thing is to put a warning label on it, maybe even a bigger one than this, and then after that, I don't know, we've actually had some really cool ideas for videos in the past that have required us to intentionally infect a system. But providing real malware to us is against the policy of every white hat organization and person that we have ever interacted with. So we have struggled at times to create, for example, an infected system to bring to a shop for servicing. If you have any other ideas, we're open to them, but for now, we're going to fester on it for a little bit, and seeing the kinds of threats that are not only out there, but more numerous than I previously imagined, I guess we'll look into hardening our security, maybe with some help from our sponsor, ThreatLocker. If you guys liked this video, why don't you check out the time we bought antivirus USB sticks from Facebook? They were USB sticks, all right. Why would Origin PC sponsor a video where their top-of-the-line gaming machine performs like this? Well, maybe because it doesn't. Hey, there we go. That's better. The Neuron should be getting hundreds of frames per second in CS2. And ours would have if we hadn't given it to our techie friend to fix and gotten it back worse than before. Of course, it arrived from Origin in perfect working order, but, well, we'll get to that. It's a really common situation, and for many people, the next move is to prepare their wallet and head to the tech shop. If they had an Origin PC, they could just use their 24/7 lifetime support, but if they don't have an Origin PC, well, the big question is, where do you go? The service department at a big box store would surely have the processes and tools to diagnose and repair your PC, but on the other hand, maybe the veteran tech at the mom and pop shop down the road is best equipped to evict your system's gremlins. Yeah, we couldn't decide which route to go either. So we dropped off 2 identical and identically broken systems, courtesy of Origin, to compare big box versus small business. But before we get into the results, we need to know the problem. Let's take a look at the messes that we're going to be handing over.
I'm that friend everyone asks for tech support, but I don't mind helping to set up such a beautiful machine. It looks so fast. Ooh, and it is! But it's a little loud. Okay, I've watched a lot of videos about system tuning, and I know what this means. Overheating.
That is where everything went from oops to OMG. That cable that was loosened during unpacking handled communication between the PC and our cooler's IQ Link system hub. So that knocked out RPM monitoring for our fans, meaning it's full throttle at clock all the time. Now, a quick reality check before we go further. The Link AIO and fans all have temperature probes in them, so this behavior doesn't normally happen. But in general, a hub running full speed due to a loss of signal is a very common scenario and one that should be easy for a technician to rectify. Too bad our friend isn't a technician. First, they tried rolling back the NVIDIA driver to the earliest one available. Unfortunately, they did so without removing the existing driver, so not only did this not solve the problem, it created a new one. Device Manager is now reporting error code 43. Oops. Too bad my friend didn't notice. Then they ran CCleaner and started uninstalling stuff in hopes that it would help, which it did not. Friendo was running short on ideas by this point, so they dug around in the BIOS and disabled everything they could find that would cause extra heat in hopes that the fans would slow down. And for good measure, they also locked the core clocks as low as they would go. It's too bad the LTT Hat Pro doesn't make you smarter, just more water resistant. LTTstore.com. Now, as a pretty average buyer of a pre-built system, I don't know any of what my friend did, and even if I did, I wouldn't understand what it meant. All I would know is my games are unplayable, they crash, and my system is as loud as a vacuum cleaner. I would have no way of knowing, is it a hardware or a software problem, or even how to tell the difference, and I would probably be scared of damaging it any further. Now, I could contact the manufacturer, and for a brand new PC, that's probably a pretty good bet. Origin PC has scored well for customer service in our Secret Shopper series. Origin PC, what can I say? Wow. A+. They nailed it. Good. Under 10 minutes, and
bacon face mask.
24/7. A+. And they have free lifetime support. But not everybody has a brand new PC, or an Origin PC for that matter. Now, of course, what we actually are dealing with here is a software and BIOS mess and one loose cable. The quickest way of fixing it then would be to plug the cable in, clear the CMOS, and reinstall Windows. But it can also be fixed without doing either of those things if you know exactly what we did. The techs, of course, don't, so let's listen in and see what kinds of conclusions they drew, starting with the Langley Best Buy.
Hey, so I bought this off of a friend a couple days ago, and it's been giving me problems when I've been trying to play games on it. They're just running super slow, and the thing sounds like it's gonna. The receipt? No.
Did we send Chewy?
Who bought it from Origin, I believe.
Okay, I thought you purchased it from Best Buy.
No.
It's a custom made, right?
I'm not sure. He bought it and never even took it out of the box.
And it's a custom.
Yeah. Put a sticky note here with my Steam in case you need to get in there.
Like when you play games, they're lagging or they're
super slow, yeah.
Super slow.
One of the games I have, Helldivers 2, when I open it, it just crashes and it says something about the CPU being bad or something. I'm not sure.
Chewy did a really good job of both playing the ignorant customer who has no idea what he's talking about, while also putting out a nice little trail of breadcrumbs for them to follow in order to diagnose this issue. He even gave them access to a Steam account that has a specific game installed that requires AVX support, so they would get the error message that would help them reconfigure the BIOS.
We're not taking it.
Excuse me? I mean, I guess, right? Like, I can't force you to work on something. You can just be like, no, look, this job is not right for us. Maybe take it somewhere else. But we are not taking it. It's a little direct.
Because we're not working on custom build.
Okay.
Let's say pieces, what stuff like that, because we have those parts from the brand.
Okay.
Directly with manufacturer warranty.
Okay.
Fortunately, I'm really sorry for that, but we can't really.
Okay, he tried to soften it a little bit.
There's some people go memory. That's the shop nearby. They do build custom builds and stuff like that.
On the one hand, I kind of get his rationale. Look, we don't necessarily have access to replacement parts for this thing. On the other hand, if you're going to recommend that I go to another shop, can you at least tell me the actual name of the shop? Ah, the irony of not being able to remember the name of Memory something. Express, that's it. So we just got told to leave, essentially, at the first Best Buy. That can't be policy. Emily, that's not policy, is it?
No, we called them afterwards, and they told us that yes, they actually absolutely do work on like pre-built computers and also custom-built computers that they don't sell in their stores.
You know what I bet it's about? They probably saw how high-end it was, looked at the issues that we were having with it, and went, this thing's haunted, and just didn't want to deal with it. Because you make a mistake on a, $600 office box, okay, what? That's a $50 mistake or a $100 mistake. You make a mistake on a, $5,000, $6,000 Canadian dollar gaming rig. Let's move on. Drop off this time at the Best Buy on King George Highway.
Hey, what the hell is this? How big is this? So what do you want to do now?
Get it fixed, whatever it needs.
Chewy really does play the ignorant customer extremely well. He has like strong trust fund kid vibes. I've got this like crazy machine, I'll just fix it. You guys, sure, whatever. Chewy's our community coordinator, by the way, so if you ever see a reply on Reddit that's not from me, it's probably from him.
You use TV or Excel monitor you at?
A monitor.
It's an interesting question. Do you hook it up to a TV or a monitor? Unless they were trying to help figure out if we were plugged into the onboard GPU or the dedicated graphics card. Maybe?
It's a custom build or?
I bought it off a friend, I'm not sure.
What is a custom build PC? They won't look at it.
Wait, this is an interesting distinction, and I can kind of see where they're coming from, but even at this second Best Buy location, they're drawing a line between a system that was built of custom parts by an experienced integrator like an Origin PC, and a system that could be built of the exact same parts, but by the individual user. And in that case, it's not about the value of the parts and the risk of, breaking them or the difficulty finding replacements, because they're willing to work on an Origin PC. They just don't want to work on potentially those exact same parts if you put it together yourself and maybe bungled something up, because who knows, you could be trying to blame them for it if you bent a pin in the socket or whatever the case may be. They've probably run into some horror stories working on custom PCs.
Did you do a diagnosis or?
So my friend tried, but he moved just after he sold it to me. It almost seems like what he did made it worse. I don't really know what he did.
And the thing is, if you've ever worked in a tech shop, you will know exactly how common this kind of scenario is. Oh yeah, my friend or my nephew or my uncle worked on the system and I don't know what they did. And you see all kinds of wild things that supposedly techie friends and family members will do to systems. They're well-intentioned, they just don't really have familiarity with the hardware.
This is not a software issue, so it's kind of a hardware issue. We need to ship it out to the repair center. We have it.
What? You can't tell me that you know what kind of issue it is without even turning on the system? Then again, what I suspect is that they just don't want to deal with it there in the store. They want to send it to the depot, so they're just telling us anything that it takes to get us to accept that this needs to go to the depot so that they can just kind of go, oh yeah, fancy expensive system, I don't want to deal with it. I send it away to the other guys.
For shipping and diagnosis, it's $100.
Man, $100 to even start to do anything.
Do you have any important data?
That's a good question.
Okay. They're gonna call you after diagnosis. Do you want to sign up for the membership as well?
Wait, what? Sign up for membership? Hopefully you're going to fix it. I won't need a membership to Best Buy. The whole drop-off process at the second Best Buy took about 20 minutes, half of which was filling out paperwork. They did log the issues that we had with the machine, and they gave us a case ID and a phone number we could call to get updates. But we're still having a hard time figuring out exactly what Best Buy's policy is with respect to working on custom PCs versus just OEM PCs from HP, Lenovo, and the like. When we called the main line, they said no. There's no reason that they wouldn't look at a completely custom-built PC, let alone one that was built by a system integrator. But both of the stores we talked to were like, whoa, 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 when it came to working on custom PCs, and only one of them was willing to work on our Origin. Now for the one I'm more excited about. Let's listen to the drop-off at Black Lab, which you guys may recognize as the mom and pop shop that we bought all the old inventory from a couple of months ago. Keith seemed like the kind of battle-hardened technician that should be able to make short work of this, but only the results matter, and let's see what they are.
What's going on with it?
Right to the point.
So, first
Thanks,
of all,
Keith.
it's insanely loud, and I feel like that's not right.
Okay.
And it's running slow in general, but especially trying to run games, like it can't even run anything really.
Really?
Yeah.
SSD, obviously.
I'm not sure.
Huh. First thing he asks is, do you have an SSD? That makes a ton of sense. It's really interesting how the kind of shop you go to dictates the kinds of questions they ask, just like Secret Shopper. You know, Dell is asking questions like, are you buying an entire fleet of these things? Do you want on-site service? Whereas a custom builder like Origin PC is asking, what games do you want to play and what FPS do you want to play them at? So in the same way, Keith probably sees a lot of 15-year-old machines, so he wants to know, okay, is there anything obvious that's making this thing dog slow, like does it have a hard drive? And also, do I even want to work on another machine that has a hard drive in it? Wait, 10 minutes for an application to install?
You didn't even take it out of the box.
Very interesting.
What?
Yeah.
How much?
That's hilarious. Chewy doesn't know how much he paid for it.
Like 3K?
He just made up a number.
Yeah, he was moving away, so we just wanted to get it off his hands.
But it's not running right.
Nope.
That's why you want to get it off his hands. Is it good?
Yeah, for now.
So it goes into Windows?
Yes.
And then everything goes
Yeah.
anywhere. Is there a password?
Nope, but my Steam info is on a sticky note there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm going to go home tonight.
I can't believe neither of the Best Buys called Chewy on giving his Steam credentials, whereas Keith's like, yo, dude, low points for professionalism, but high points for efficiency. The whole interaction with Keith took less than 5 minutes.
Is it a 4090? You know?
I don't know.
We get to this video card is doing at 1060. I'm just kidding, man.
Oh, man. See, I don't know Keith very well, but I've spent enough time with him to know that I think he's honest enough that he wouldn't actually just swap out the hardware in someone's machine who obviously has no idea what they have. But he's also smart enough to see that this is someone he freaking could if he really felt like it.
Awesome.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take care of it.
Just as I remember him. An efficient troll. Now it's time for pickup. Chewy was sick that day, so we sent in
LTT employee
to grab the machines, starting with Best Buy.
So I just want to share the report here.
Okay.
Can I see the document that they're looking at, please?
Yep.
My goodness, we got a whole folder. Jeez.
Motherboard, the hard drive, RAM, everything is good. So this is the thermal paste.
Okay.
Wait a second. Whoa, 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 whoa. How much did I pay for this whole tube of thermal paste, of which you guys used one tiny dollop? They sold me a giant tube of thermal paste because they re-and-read the cooler. Really? How much did I pay for this? 20 bucks in thermal paste. That wasn't even the problem, you guys.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with the hardware. Just the found the overheating was causing the problem.
Overheating was the problem? No. You put on new thermal paste, you think you solved the problem, but we're about to look at this machine, and I don't think we're going to find the problem solved if they think overheating was the problem. If anything, underheating was the problem. We had too much cooling fans.
They played the game for a little while and see how it goes. They kept it on, the computer for almost like, more than 24 hours.
Okay.
To see anything happening, passing anything.
Yeah, okay.
All is good.
I'm afraid I don't really understand what they're saying. So they reimbursed me the hardware repair and then charged me almost double for software repair because they reinstalled the operating system. They made no mention of BIOS settings, no mention of the loose link hub cable. They charged me $20 for a gigantic tube of thermal paste that I think it's pretty clear from the way that I'm talking about this system, I have no idea what it is. I am never going to use. Did they even solve the problem?
You had a lot of fan. So the fan, like over the time, you will make noise.
The fans were noisy?
Yeah, because it says you had 3 here, 6.
Oh, just a lot of fans in it? Yeah.
So that is normal.
Yeah.
More fans is not more noise. Yeah, we have 12 fans, which means they should be spinning very slow and making very little noise. Oh, Best Buy, Best Buy, Best Buy.
It is very heavy, yeah?
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to carry it.
Are you managed to carry it?
Yeah, it'll be okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm gonna ask somebody to carry it for you.
To their credit, it seemed like they were offering to help him carry the system out. That's one thing they did well. But I paid $123 to fix a computer that, as far as I can tell, is not fixed.
Actually, it was a total of $209 because...
What? A total of $209? Holy bananas! We paid $250 for them to not fix the problem? Maybe they shouldn't work on custom PCs. All right, let's see how Black Lab did. Can I get the documentation for that one? About the same price though, realistically. I guess what it comes down to now is, did Keith manage to fix the computer?
Hey, I just had to pick up.
Oh, okay.
What was wrong with it?
Oh, it had to be completely reloaded.
Completely reloaded?
It was wacko, man. Those fans were just roaring. I tried everything to get them to shut up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Reloading software, all that stuff, it just didn't work. So I reloaded everything, did all the drivers again. It's awesome.
Interesting. Okay, cool. So it's all good now.
Yep. And if he has any problems whatsoever, just tell him to call me.
That's nice. Offering the follow-up.
And he did have some malware on there, so.
Malware?
Oh, okay.
Do we have any idea what malware he's referring to? Did we have logging software on there to see what they were doing? No? Nothing?
No. The best I can figure is CCleaner and WinZip.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider those malware.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
All right, you too.
Full marks for efficiency and love the personality, but I think at best, Keith is headed for a partial pass here. He says that the fans are quieted down now, and there is a way to do that without reseating that link cable, but he didn't manage to find the underlying problem, and he made no mention of any of the issues in the BIOS. So I have to say, I'm a little worried that the performance of the machine, even if the fans are quiet, is not going to be up to snuff. He also charged a little more than Best Buy did, but if he managed to solve the problem, at least solved enough that I can use my computer, then it's hard to really complain about that. God, I can sure complain about how much it costs to get service done on a computer. I could see why people just buy a new machine. Like if you have a 5-year-old Dell or something and you take it into a shop and they're like, yeah, it's gonna be 3 or 4 labor hours to reload Windows, put on drivers and get it up and running again. Just be like, oh, screw it, I'll just get a new one and then it'll just be fast anyway. And this, my friend, is where e-waste babies come from. Starting with the Best Buy PC, I am not that impressed with the condition of this computer. I mean, we dropped it off brand new, and it is so covered in fingerprints and thermal paste that I could probably defeat the biometric security of the phone of this technician. Not to mention, they left this giant, stupid service tag sticker on it. Like, why? It comes off pretty easily, so just remove it. I don't know, maybe I'm just in a bad mood and being picky because I don't think they solved the problem. Let's see. Maybe I'll feel differently when we open it up and they did a great job or whatever. All right. Get me my screwdriver. I'm talking to me. I will get me my screwdriver. How's their thermal paste job? Realistically, probably not going to cause any problems, but I'd have put on more. Especially since, like, I have plenty. Do we have thermal results for the after?
No.
Probably shouldn't have pulled this off then. Oh, seriously? You made it that easy on them? I thought you meant you were going to pull out like one of these USB-C connections between the linked devices. You pulled a freaking USB header off and they didn't notice that?
They did not.
Brother. I mean, if you diagnosed it as a software issue and you didn't look that closely at the hardware, I can kind of see how you could miss it. But you went and you did a full re on the CPU cooler, so you thought it was hardware, and you didn't check if a USB header was uninstalled. What that tells me is I'm going to press this button, and that's going to happen, which they passed off as normal. How much you want to bet Origin PC, based on the experiences we've had with them, would fix this issue over the phone in like 10 minutes? Before we hook up a monitor and see how they did software-wise, let's have a look at Keith's hardware. Also a little fingerprinty, but the difference here is that the fingerprints are in the typical carrying positions and are not made out of thermal paste, so this is probably us. Wait, where's the US? Oh, he plugged it back in. Did he plug the USB header back in?
We didn't do it.
Okay, so that's interesting. Keith is still convinced it was a software issue, at least that's what he told us, but he found the hardware issue, which solved his problem. If you do the right thing, that's definitely better than just not seeing it at all, even if you aren't sure exactly which thing you did fixed it. He took longer. He took a week compared to 3 days, and he did charge us more, but here, let's get this thing fired up. Oh, and of course my RGB is working properly now too. Now that we're posted, let's see how they did. They managed to enable XMP. They put it on the first profile, which is 6,000 megatransfers per second rather than 6,200. AVX is still disabled. Frequency control is fine though. You know what's funny to me? We've talked about this in our troubleshooting challenges before. If you suspect at all that a BIOS configuration issue is present, modern systems, all you gotta do is go into the profiles, create a profile for what they had just in case. You know, if they had like weird legacy boot settings or something like that, reset it and see if that solves the problem. And if it does, then great. You enable XMP and you're done. You don't have to dig through all the submenus to find what stupid thing their friend adjusted. There's no avoiding it, is there? We're gonna have to start a tech shop so people can have their computers fixed properly. Well, we'll see. Maybe Black Lab did great. Now that we're on the desktop, I'm even more confused. Did they really install User Benchmark and then just leave it here?
Yeah.
I did too, which is not free software. Like, you're not allowed to just use it however you want and leave it on any system you want. Oh, this is even a, oh no, that is a trial for, yeah, there's even a thing that pops up and tells me that. Probably their worst sin was that Norton 360 was not on this computer when we dropped it off. Now, the reason for that can actually be traced back to MSI, who includes Norton in their driver package bundle thing, but when you do a Windows refresh, I kind of expect you to pay attention to what I had installed on the machine and not leave anything extra on it. That seems to be about it. Now let's get this machine shut down so, our audio is usable. Let's move over to Keith's machine. Oh, Keith didn't turn off fan speed monitoring, so we get that CPU fan error when the system first turns on. That's a rookie mistake. It's even in the simple interface. That's how quick that is to fix. Oh, Keith used the higher XMP profile. And did he reset CMOS? No. AVX is still off. He's got all the frequency stuff fixed. Why not just clear CMOS, both of you? In fairness to Keith, the CPU fan error message is a lot less of a problem on these MSI boards. On an ASUS one, it'll hang until you go in and tell it not to check it. Now that we're in Windows, I see no sign of user Heaven benchmark. Okay, A, really? Heaven? Does anyone use that anymore? And B, you can't be leaving software installed on people's systems. If you have a conversation with them that goes, I put this on there in order to do this, it's really useful for this, you may want to use it, otherwise you can just take it off, it's not harming anything, then at least that's a conversation we had. If you're just leaving software installed on my system, it's sloppy. No Norton though. kudos Keith for installing the drivers properly, either doing it manually by downloading them and then installing them, or by making sure you're paying attention when you use that package and unselecting Norton for Gamers. Since we have Heaven on here, I guess we can do a quick check and see if the system's performing as we would expect. And it is casual 600 frames per second. Did they really put 4090s in these things?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Origin. You guys and your crazy systems. Now that we've run through both systems, the results are both clear and also not clear. Best Buy, they failed. They solved problems we didn't have, and they didn't solve the problems we did have, all while charging us $200 and selling us a bunch of thermal goop that we probably don't need. Meanwhile, over at Black Lab, Keith did manage to nail the fan issue, so that was the underlying problem. But what he missed was enabling AVX in order to get Helldivers 2 working, which we explicitly told him was a concern, and even gave him our Steam account so that he could check. However, I don't want to write him off yet, because on our way out the door, he did say, hey, just give me a call if anything else goes wrong. Let's see if he's willing to troubleshoot this for us over the phone or fix it for free, in which case, I'm ready to give him an A. Colin, can you call this computer shop for me and just explain the problem that we have? It's AVX related, and we can't launch Helldivers 2. Right, no, it's okay. Never mind. We found Hoffman. I can't talk to him because he'll probably recognize my voice. Okay, we ready?
Yeah.
May I ask if Keith is around?
No, he's coming back in 2 hours.
Yeah, we'll give you a call, I guess. Yeah, I want to talk to Keith in 2 hours.
Well, that went about as poorly as it possibly could have. 2 hours later. Keith gave us a call back and in about 8 minutes walked us through changing the setting. But before he did that, he did say, hey, if you bring it in, I'd be happy to fix this for you for no charge. He joked about charging us $600 for it or something like that, but was obviously joking in the way that he does. And I guess at this point, it's an A. He hit everything. Now that everything's fixed up, we should take a look at the kind of performance we should be getting from our Origin PC, and this is cool. While I was digging into that, I noticed a couple of other things that Keith got right. He installed iQ, and he installed what then was probably the latest GeForce drivers. These are quite new, even though they're not quite the newest. The reason I was poking around in the control panel was that I want to enable DSR, Dynamic Super Resolution, so we can see what kind of 4K gaming performance we should expect from a machine like this. Here's what I'm thinking. 4K, Ray Tracing Ultra, natively rendered, and then motion blur off. Should handle it, right? Maybe, we'll see. God, this game looks so good when you max it out, but it is so demanding. This is a 4090. With a Core i9-14900K, and we're getting about 70 FPS. Now, with that said, it's a really even 70 FPS, so it feels extremely smooth compared to if we had lows that were much, much lower and we were getting any kind of hitching or stutter. But when you crank it, man, is ray tracing ever heavy. The good news is, now that Keith has solved our fan problems, it's quiet. Not everybody needs a swanky LCD on their cooler, a ton of RGB fans, an RTX 4090, a 990 Pro SSD, and 32 gigs of Dominator memory. The Neuron starts at just over $2,300 with respectable specs in ready-to-ship configurations, and you can find links to their Neuron desktops and more in the description down below. But if you want one that goes this far, you can win one for free. Origin PC is giving away a Neuron just like the ones we used today with a Core i9-14900K and an RTX 4090. Winners will be drawn 2 weeks from today, and all you need to do is follow the link to Origin PC's giveaway down below and enter. Big thanks to them for sponsoring this video. While I can't speak to the experience you'll have at every single Best Buy or at every single mom and pop shop, I still think there were some interesting learnables here that might help equip you better if you or one of your loved ones who you don't feel like fixing a computer for ever needs to go through an experience like this. If you guys enjoyed this video, maybe check out the recent Secret Shopper. Origin PC makes a very small cameo.
Looks like
once
he's
again
replying
talking to
chat.
himself. Hello, Linus.
What are you doing, Linus?
I'm just making little notes for myself. I'm trying to figure out all the things that I have found so far. One thing I found that hopefully is one of our bonus objectives is our sponsor. Obviously, this video wouldn't have been possible without Intel, who is the sponsor of Tech Support Challenge. Thank you, Intel. I have no idea what the talking points are for it because we kind of forgot to mention them up until this point in the video. Probably something about 11th Gen Core being great for gaming, so go ahead and learn more about them at the link that is presumably in the description. You'll also find links for all the parts, affiliate links, and the video description as well. Now, I have found something new since you guys last talked to me. There's a SATA cable going into the motherboard that was just running up to absolutely nowhere here. And I have rewired all of the fans and their RGB cables to the Commander Pro. So this built-in fan hub is now doing nothing. And the same goes for this built-in RGB hub. Both of these guys right here are now useless.
Linus, are you worried that you're going to spend a lot of time on the RGB and make sure that all the fans are going just like perfectly, but then you try to, you know, get into real business and, you know, what you've discovered that your PC looks really nice, but, and you can fill in the blanks.
I mean, I'm not worried about, if you're asking if I'm worried about not being able to fix the PC, no, that thought had not entered my mind. I found a loose screw. There's a loose screw sitting down here in the bottom of the case. Is
you
that
don't
a
have
bonus?
NVIDIA. You don't have NVIDIA on speed dial for this one.
I don't need NVIDIA on speed dial. Okay, we have email. God, what year is it?
That's true. That's true. I shouldn't have used that metaphor to begin with. See you later.
Yeah, I'm going to return to Anthony. Hello, Anthony. How's it going?
It's going. It looks like there's nothing with the CPU or socket. That's nice. Wait, the CPU might be the wrong CPU. Damn you all.
Wait,
okay,
what?
well,
Yeah, how do you know that? Or how do you
check
think
under the
that?
CPU
I don't even
thermal
know if
paste?
Ah.
Well, I know for a fact that we are replacing things, so the precedent has been set. Now I need to check it again. Anyway, this power supply, I noticed when I was looking through the boxes here, there's no way in hell this power supply is going to power a 3080.
Wait a second. How do you know that? Did you do the math?
Like, it's a 550 watt gold. So,
I mean, hey, don't underestimate components, you know? Like, sometimes they got a little chutzpah hiding deep within themselves.
Sometimes, you got another one in the box.
Oh, yes. It seems like you're actually finding problems with your PC.
Now, somebody just left that in there. I don't know why. I don't know why that would. There's
you don't
a lot
know why
of parts,
it's here, huh?
There's a lot of parts lying around, you know, Linus Media Group headquarters here.
It's true.
Right, let's go back to Linus and see what he's finding.
All right, hey Linus. Hey Linus.
I'm back.
Wait, you heard me say that before we switched to you.
I can't tell if you guys are just kind of trying to psych me out and throw me off the case, or if I'm actually missing something huge here.
I don't think we could. I don't think even if we tried.
Yeah, although I want Anthony to win, I'm not going to intentionally make you lose.
Wait.
Oh, I mean, I don't think you have that power. I'm good. I'm good.
You're just telling Linus you don't want him to win?
Yeah, I'm telling Linus that I don't want him to win.
That's not very nice.
That's not a secret. That's not a secret. Everybody likes to root for the underdog. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I just don't root for anybody.
Alex just wants to root for the underdog. I get it.
Maybe Anthony's just a nicer person.
Whoa! He's a gentle giant, and you're more of kind of like a spicy tamale. You know?
I'm a nice person. I'm a very nice person. Look how nice I am. Watch this. I'm going to nicely fix up this computer for you guys faster than Anthony.
Yeah, whatever the customer was who sent this computer in for service, you care about them.
I'm their hero. I'm their hero.
Yeah, they accidentally... Nope, that's a spoiler.
This is not about competition for me, okay? This is about customer service. All right.
So Linus, are you going to just try and turn it on right now?
I am. I'm going to try to turn it on.
Just see what happens.
Has Anthony tried to turn it on? We can't tell Linus.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're allowed to tell me that.
Okay.
Okay.
And see what a
We're
nice
going
guy
away
I
for
am?
a second.
Respecting the spirit of the competition here, okay?
That's brilliant, Linus, and I believe in you. We'll check back in with you in a second here. Bye-bye. As he starts talking. Wait, so Anthony has not tried to turn on the PC yet, right?
No, I think that he wisely is just finding what's wrong with it, pretty much completely tearing it down, and then reassembling it in a way that he knows is going to work.
If he tried to boot the PC with those fake RAM modules, would it have? It might have gone into BIOS or something. Not even.
No, it wouldn't have.
It wouldn't have.
Nothing.
Well, I mean, that would be a dead giveaway. Well, something's wrong, but you don't know what.
Yeah.
It's better to find out. It's better. So it's a better strategy. Do you think it's a better strategy what they're doing right now?
Well, history has showed before, because when Steve and Jay were doing this in number 1 or 2, I don't remember which one.
I think that was 1.
Steve completely took the computer apart, reassembled it, and he won because he found stuff. Whereas Jay tried to do what Linus is doing, do it piecemeal-like, and he missed a couple of things.
Interesting. I mean, that's definitely the dilemma when you're doing any sort of troubleshooting. It's like, do I just go back to basics and start from scratch, or do I try to slap some duct tape on it?
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Anthony. Hello, Anthony. What are you working on now?
Right now, I'm trying to clean up the power supply cables. Particularly, I'd like to get this shroud out of the way. Yeah.
Are you, when you build a PC normally, are you kind of like a spaghetti in the back type of guy, or business in the front, spaghetti in the back, or are you like it needs to be perfect?
If I have to choose one of the two, it's gonna be business in the front, spaghetti in the back, but I would prefer it if it was clean.
Does
however,
Geek Squad have a Latin phrase about that?
I'm not sure if there's a Latin phrase about cleanliness. I mean, I'm sure there is, but
now I'm gonna Google what that phrase is in Latin.
Google what phrase is in Latin.
Business in the front, spaghetti in the back. We'll find out.
Spaghetti.
Let's go back to Linus here. Hello, Linus. How long until you try and power on?
I was waiting for you guys.
Oh,
okay.
You're waiting? The time is running. The clock is ticking. You can't
I've got
wait,
all the time
Linus.
in the world. All right. This
Whoa,
motherboard.
the confidence.
This motherboard has onboard power, but yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna find out if we get any kind of signal from this machine. The RGB is all lit up. That's something that I fixed already, proactively. I believe my fans are all either spinning or going to spin. Yep, there they go. All my fans are spinning. However, it would be pretty... Oh. Okay, my monitor wasn't on. Let's...
That's step number 1.
Let's give this the old reset-y set. Also...
Even I know about that. The monitor's got to be on.
Graphics card got pulled out while I was trying to hit
The
that
timer.
power button.
Oh, Anthony. Wait, we got to switch back to Anthony. Anthony, your timer stopped.
What?
Good gravy.
Come on.
Hit it. Oh my gosh. How long was that? No, stop hitting it. No. Oh no. Okay, wait. It might be working
We
now.
broke it all. All right, we're going back to Linus.
That's what you get for having an easy, like a linear key switch right there.
Did anyone notice? Oh wait, we'll be able to tell afterwards
Yeah.
when it actually stopped.
It'll be fine.
But we don't know how long it was stopped for, because there's a discrepancy. All right, we got it. We got it.
All right, we're back on you, Linus. What did you just discover?
Found your fake RAM.
Whoa, fake is a strong word. I mean, it's technically still RAM.
Uh-huh.
No, it's
no, it's
really
actually
not.
technically not.
Well, you're saying fake RAM. It's right in the name.
If I had called them fake modules, you could have said yes, because they're technically modules.
But they are pretty random. Just pieces of plastic with RGB, so random. Access memory.
You know what though? I like them. I'm gonna keep 2 of them.
Oh man, the confidence.
Do you think that'll cause trouble in your benchmarks?
No. No, I don't think
Yeah.
so. None
Wait,
of the benchmarks.
why would you?
Because I've already got a 16 gig kit here. This is no problem. This is no problem. All right.
Yeah,
now
but
I'm
once
gonna
you
try
open
firing
Chrome, you'll
this
be
up
done.
again.
Wait, but you don't
All right.
you don't have. I'm confused about what he's got. Does he have 4 real modules? Or only 2 real modules?
I have 2 real modules and 2 just RGB aesthetic ones.
All right,
Just
well, Alex,
like
don't say anything.
Just like was intended. Okay, that's the correct configuration. AORS RGB memory, 2x8 gig, 2 RGB infused demo modules also included. See?
Correct configuration. That's a little judgy, I feel like.
It's right on the box. It's on the back.
Do we know if this is a daisy chain motherboard? In which case, you could make an argument that you can go faster.
Wait, why are you giving him tips?
We
Alex?
don't know that. We don't know that. But what we do know is that we're in Windows.
Oh, that's good.
And I'm going to go ahead and just give it a quick... I want to have a look at the BIOS before we go any further.
All right.
All right, I'm going to switch back to Anthony.
My
See you later.
Hello, Anthony.
We're always
Again.
cutting him
Hello.
off. I love this.
So, what are you doing?
How are you?
Timer again. Oh, he hit the timer again, but looks like he fixed it. Okay.
Should I like just move this whole thing over? Like, should I like push the timer somewhere else?
You know, it's a timer. So,
All right, I'm gonna go
although
back to
actually your
Linus.
timer is kind of useless now at this point because
Yeah.
you're almost a full minute behind. So we might as well. We're just going to use Linus's.
All right, I'm going to Linus. Hey, Linus, you're back. What are you finding in the BIOS?
So far, I have found a bit of a confusing thing. It appeared as though the XMP profile was loaded, but for whatever reason, it didn't actually apply. Like it's running at DDR4 2666. So we're going to see what's happening with that. I can see that I have an MP600 boot drive. It's probably an MP600 Pro, and that's probably in the wrong slot. But I haven't dealt with that yet. I will go deal with that later. I just want to poke through and just see. I see we have RST with Intel Optane. Oh no, okay, yeah. So we've got RST. So that means that those 2.5-inch drives are running in RAID of some sort. Fortunately, I had them both plugged back in before I even tried to boot. So yeah, here we go. I've got my 2 terabyte M.2, and then I've got my 2 MX500s from Crucial.
Linus, it's pretty bold of you to assume that both drives should be plugged in.
No, I really don't think it is, given that we have RST on here. I think that's a pretty good assumption.
If you're feeling good, you know, I'm not going to...
I'm a little
know
surprised.
With the computers.
I'm a little surprised that there was nothing bunged up with the CPU. Everything's in silent mode. I don't think we get any points for silent operation here, so let's go standard mode.
Yeah, Jay could have been a jerk and bent a pin.
It's true.
I mean,
Wouldn't be the first time.
I could have fixed that though.
Sometimes he just does as a prank on people in the office.
I really do not see any problems here.
All right, well, hopefully you find one. We'll check back in a second. Back to Anthony.
Fire up.
Oh wait,
That's Anthony.
hello, Anthony.
What? Hello.
Have you found any more problems? It looks like you're doing quite a bit of removal.
Well, I'm just trying to get some space. This stupid shroud is like kind of right in my way. However, that might be enough for now. The other thing was completely unnecessary because we're not mounting anything to it. So yeah, that's basically it for now. I think I see a loose SATA cable back there, which again is blocked by this. Well, I mean, the SATA cables aren't even connected to anything, are they? We do have SSDs. Yeah, okay.
Okay. You know what? We're going to check in 1 second because Alex and I have something to discuss.
Uh-oh.
See you later.
What are we discussing?
I just wanted to check in what their progress is and discovering these errors, because I think we know that some of them have been discovered. So like the RAM sticks, the fake RAM sticks, they both found that, right?
Yeah, it seems like Linus is ahead right now, unfortunately.
Or are we not supposed to tell everyone? We're not supposed to tell everyone all the errors, but we can say what they've discovered. Okay, so
I feel like Linus is about to, well,
make some progress. Should we get back to him?
Have his computer shut down on him. But
you know, as I was going through, I realized that there isn't a ton, but it seems like Linus is making a bit more progress than Anthony. What do you think?
It does seem that way. Let's go to him.
We have to stop him. Just kidding.
So
Hello?
Linus, what have you found in Windows?
So far in Windows, I have found that my drivers are missing for my RAID controller. It doesn't appear to have slowed me down, though, because my benchmarks drive has shown up with all the benchmarks that I need sitting there on it. I'm going to go ahead and fix that, though, anyway. I also noticed that my update for Windows 10 version 21.1 is pending install. It would have been nice if you guys updated Windows before doing this.
I'm really sorry about that, Linus. Also, I had nothing to do with that. Chase? They were built a month ago.
They were built a month ago, apparently. Well, I want bonus points for finding that. I don't have GeForce experience.
Check with the manuals.
I don't know if not having GeForce experience is a.
You're the PC tech support guy. What do you mean? Maybe a user doesn't know how to install the drivers or whatever.
I just want to make sure that I have the latest drivers before I go ahead and run my graphics benchmarks here.
That's generally a good thing to do, I'd say.
I noticed that, let's see, benchmarks. I noticed Combustor is here. I don't see Afterburner. You know what? I'm throwing GeForce Experience on here. 456.38.
Oh, no. Is he going to lose some points from the chat for using GeForce Experience instead of manually?
I'm not going to lose points for that. Get real.
No, just from the chat.
It's perfectly legit.
I don't think that... I'm not commenting on whether it has any impact on your final score. I don't think it... Well... You know I don't know.
Let's check in with Anthony.
See you later.
Messy. I don't like it, but it's what we got for now.
All right, we're back to you, Anthony.
Hello.
You don't like your spaghetti messy? The only way.
Yeah, I guess. Unfortunately, the way things are, I need to make some messy spaghetti, you know?
Sometimes you gotta mess up your spaghetti a little bit, you know? That's what my grandma always used to say. She definitely did not say that.
I am not going to keep these down here if I can help it.
And so you had to replace all of the cables, didn't you?
Not all of them, but yes, all of the power cables. Yes, all of those.
Well, yeah, since you have replaced the power supply from what I understand here.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, oh, I have an update on the Latin, by the way. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Business in the front, spaghetti in the back in Latin is, according to Google, negotium in fronte, spaghetti intergo. Okay?
That sounds about right, yeah.
So maybe that'll give you some energy to you know, power through here.
Sure.
Hello, Linus.
Hi. I found
Have
that
you
my
found
Bluetooth,
anything else?
I found that my Bluetooth drivers were out of date, so I'm going to go ahead and get that fixed up. One of the first things you want to do with the machine is make sure that all your drivers are up to date. I am downloading my Rapid Storage Technology installer right now, so I'm going to go ahead and get that installed. I've got hardware info, so I'm going to fire that up real quick here and see if there's anything that jumps out of the page at me as being a problem.
Wow, sounds like you're going deep on this.
The platform is not supported. Oh,
how far away, Linus? How far away do you think you are from running your first benchmarks?
I mean, I could probably run my first benchmarks right now if I really wanted to. I'm just getting my latest graphics drivers installed here. That is now done.
Oh boy.
I'm a little confused about...
Wait a second. Chase just gave me a look. I'll be right back. What was the look?
Page for this board. I think Chase is confused because there's nothing wrong with this computer. It's like a fine computer. It just needed a little bit of TLC, a little bit of, you know, cables reconnected. I'm surprised you guys threw me such a softball here.
No, the look Chase gave me had nothing to do with you. It was just something we share sometimes.
Oh, okay. Got it. Perfect.
Yeah, it was just a personal thing.
All right. Well, that's no problem. You know what? I'm so confident that I'm going to go ahead and run a benchmark here.
That is very exciting.
Now, hold on a second.
Oh, the rules. All right. Okay, Linus, we'll be right back. It looks like you're trying to figure something out there. Give us an update in a minute. For everyone just joining us here, this is PC Tech Support Challenge 3. Linus facing off against Anthony in the battle to fix a PC that has numerous errors. Innumerable, you might say. Except you might not say that because there's a finite amount. But for anyone just joining, the rules involve them trying to fix this PC. If they miss any of the errors, they're going to get a penalty. There are some bonus challenges that I believe none of them have found yet. Is that right? There was one to do with the riser kit that we're not going to be specific about, but
yes.
So I don't believe any of the bonus goals have been found yet. Is that correct? Okay.
All right, let's head over to Anthony, actually.
And they're only allowed to use hardware at their workstation.
Oh, yes.
And then when they get into the benchmarks, they have files available to them. I don't know if Linus is going to be... he looks like he's really raring to get into these benchmarks. And I think he's going to run into one or two things that might make that an issue for him. All right. Take us away. Take us to Anthony. Alex?
Hello, Anthony. People are saying this is pre-recorded. How can you prove it isn't?
What happened today?
There was a Surface Pro event. Also, there is a liberal minority government for which we only have a couple of seats to go that we don't really know yet. What else?
For the Canadians, that'll maybe convince them.
For the Canadians, here's my watch. It says that it's 1:38 p.m. on Wednesday the 22nd. So there you go.
Oh.
Now, what have you found in the back of your case there?
Well, I found that the crucial drives, the SSDs here, they were very much interfering with the power supply to the point where I'm not quite sure how they got it in to begin with, probably with a lot of effort. So I've removed that, and I dug out the, what do you call these, 2.5-inch drive sleds for the back of the motherboard here. And off we go. Oh, I pinched a cable. That's cool. Actually, that's probably fine, but let's not do that in a tech support challenge.
Tech support challenge. We should have had a theme song.
Theme song?
Could have whipped one up real quick. Tech support.
What
I'm
now?
just gonna make one unless someone says something. Just
yeah,
kidding.
do it right now.
No, maybe later.
I challenge you
That'll be a
to
bonus
make
for the
a
people who
theme
stick around
song.
longer. Let's cut off Anthony here for a second. We'll be right back. Anthony,
hosts only.
The glass panels. I just saw someone mention in the chat that you have to use the glass panels. Are we allowed to remind them about that, or are they just?
Well, but it's the kind of thing where like this
it's
is
a rule.
This is pre-benchmarking. Like
it's true. Well, Linus is getting started. I mean, he's back in the BIOS now.
But this isn't like the benchmarking. This is the pre-benchmarking. Just see if things are working.
Fair enough.
I think it's totally fair.
So he can't. Well, if he runs a benchmark and he gets a result and he's like, look, this is my result, then we'll say, Mr. Tech Tips, not this time. You forget about glass panels.
Also, the people want us to rap battle.
That is definitely not happening.
Let's go to a puzzled Linus.
I will last one line. Hello, Linus.
You look puzzled.
Hi. I'm a little
went back
puzzled.
You went back to the Windows installation because you missed Cortana a little bit, don't you?
I am a little confused about the drive configuration here, to be perfectly honest with you. It appears as though my bootloader is on the secondary drive, and my Windows install is on my primary drive. So the bootloader appears to be on the MP600, and my primary drive is the Crucial P5 by the look of things. Or wait, maybe I've got it. I think I've got it the other way around. I mean, it's one of those things that doesn't, strictly speaking, prevent the computer from working at all, but it's not ideal. I do need to get this RAID controller figured out.
You did get it figured out?
No, I need to.
That seems important for sure. I mean,
and so how much of a performance hit would you expect if you're not able to sort this out?
0.
All right.
You're expecting a 0 performance hit?
For having my bootloader on a different drive? Yes, I'm expecting a 0 performance hit for that.
Yep.
All right. I don't know how else I can instill lack of confidence in you, except by kind of vaguely alluding to things that might hinder your performance.
Don't worry, I got this, boys.
Okay.
Oh man,
nobody's worrying.
Should I download from deviceinbox.com? Uh-oh.
Yeah, that seems safe.
Yeah, it seems perfectly safe.
Well, I'm going back to Anthony, so...
All right, see you later.
See you later. Anthony, Mr. Young.
Yes.
You still appear to be cable managing.
I'm attempting to. I'm noticing that there is a significant amount of redundancy back here.
Well, you want to make sure that the there's backups on your backups, because you never know when cosmic radiation will cause some bit flips in there. You never know.
Yeah, it's true. You want to make sure your RGB patterns are just right.
Exactly.
Several milliseconds out, unacceptable.
Yeah. No,
what?
absolutely not.
Well, if it gets out of sync. You have one fan displaying blue, one of them's displaying red.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine?
Yep.
Yeah,
that would be so
worst.
embarrassing.
That's the worst. It would basically be the end of your social life. If you had one.
Anybody who comes over to your house and looks at your PC will immediately unfriend you on Facebook.
Yeah, basically.
Oh.
So I'm just taking these out to remove the clutter.
Okay, and how are you feeling? I mean, like you're still kind of needling away at the internals of the PC. How are you?
Yeah.
How far away would you say you are from running some benchmarks? I mean, it's hard to say.
I'm not 100% sure yet. Probably, I don't know, like, give me half an hour?
An hour?
Is half an hour.
Okay, what was it? Yeah, you cut out there for a second. I'm not trying to... Oof. Oh, jeez.
Is Linus, like, already booting? Is that what he's doing? Like I don't...
No, we asked Linus the same question.
To do all this.
We asked Linus the same question. I mean, there's a plethora of issues. Whoever sent this PC in for repair did not treat it kindly.
No, they didn't.
Especially when they installed the wrong RAM sticks.
Well,
which weren't actually RAM.
That's not dangerous. It's just stupid,
Well,
it's stupid that you can do that, not that you did it.
It's stupid.
Just to be clear.
That you can do that.
Oh, yes, the people are saying to brag about how you're 1 minute ahead of Linus.
Oh. Well... Yeah,
Although
okay, I'm a minute ahead of Linus.
I was gonna say, you're not gonna be able to rely on that little sneaky little timer trick you pulled earlier twice.
I was moving stuff around, okay?
I'm just kidding. If you hit the timer again, I won't hold it against you.
All right, well, I'm going to return to Lil Sebastian.
Lil Sebastian.
Hello,
Hi.
Linus.
How you doing?
I see that you're... Like, what are you doing?
I see that you're doing something.
Oh, I want to check which are the Gen 4 capable M.2 slots.
Pulling out the map.
Yeah, I hope NZXT has it clearly labeled on here. If they don't, then that's pretty bad.
When you're pulling out the paper manual, the paper specifications listing for some things, you know that you're in a bit of trouble.
I don't know. When it's the ones that fold out like a map like that,
This
it's not
is
going to be the most
frustrating.
useful.
Very
What
frustrating.
Page? Oh,
Yeah, it doesn't.
Linus.
It doesn't say which ones are Gen 4. Hopefully, either online or it's just labeled on the board. So it's pretty clear that I believe the 2 terabyte drive is the MP. Oh no, it's not. Oh shoot, I totally clicked the wrong thing. Stop benchmark. Oh well, that's easy. Okay, so let's try this one.
What have you discovered?
Still possible they're in the wrong slots, though. I do have my games drive up now, though. So I've got my Minecraft installer and my Steam library.
Perfect. You're going to need that.
Both of these drives are definitely at Gen... Ooh, no, we do not want to update right now. Both of these drives are at Gen 3 speeds, so I just need to figure out if I have to physically swap them or if it's just a matter of reconfiguring the PCI Express link speed in the BIOS, which you guys might also have dinked with. Now, resetting the BIOS is still against the rules, right? Or did Anthony
reset what?
Resetting
you can
the
do
BIOS.
that if you want. I think it's fine.
Oh,
wait. That was not
against the rules
that
in
was
round
against
two.
the rules previously.
Oh.
I'm not sure what.
Yes,
Never mind.
I didn't hear about anything about it this time. Chase?
We'll talk to Chase.
Okay.
He's
Chase!
gone. All right, see you later, Linus. Talk to you in a second. Chase? Is he?
We
Oh,
only
you're
have
not
a
Chase.
Jake.
You're Jake. Do you know if resetting the CMOS is against the rules? It was in previous challenges. All right, he's gonna go find out.
All right, let's go to
Linus. We're not sure about this resetting the CMOS rule, so just don't touch it for now.
Sure. No problem.
Okay. See you in a second. I just wanted to check in one more time.
Yes.
Before we go back to Anthony, I just want to check in one more time on these what errors they've found so far, because now we know. Linus fixed his Corsair Commander, right? For the most part.
Yeah.
It looks like Anthony's rewiring the entire thing. They can reset the CMOS? Okay, we'll tell Linus that in a second. Oh, we should tell him now. All right, we'll tell him right now. Linus?
Yes.
Resetting the CMOS is not against the rules this time around.
Oh. Okay.
You can do it if you want to, but actions have consequences.
I know about the raid configuration. It'll be fine.
And so do I. See you in a second.
Let's let Anthony know.
Oh, well, but he hasn't even gotten to that.
It's fine.
He might be on the assumption that you can't do it?
Yeah.
All right. Anthony.
What's up?
We are obligated to inform you, because we just told Linus that in previous challenges, you were not allowed to reset the CMOS on the motherboard.
Mm-hmm.
In this one, you can.
We can.
Because in the third movie, all the rules change.
All the rules change.
Ever see Rise of Skywalker?
I have seen it.
They just threw a lot of stuff out the window. In the whole sequel trilogy. Can this start being a Star Wars stream right now?
I liked the first one.
The first one was okay.
Yeah, it was fine. It had the bones of a good trilogy that it turned out to just, they didn't get enough calcium.
I can't believe I successfully just transitioned this stream into a Star Wars stream. I love it.
Well, subscribe to Carpool Critics.
On the prequels,
subscribe to
Anthony?
Carpool. It's not Carpool Critics anymore, Anthony. It's They're Just Movies.
They're Just Movies.
They're Just Movies podcast. Subscribe today. Okay, we'll get back to you in 1 second. All right, so the fan controller, the Corsair. Built-in fan controller and the Corsair Commander. What's the difference? Is there a difference between the fan controller and the Corsair Commander?
Yes.
Or the built-in fan controller is on the motherboard?
Yes.
Oh, gotcha. Do we know if they found that?
I believe Anthony did.
I mean, it seems like Anthony's going to find everything with the amount of time that he's spending rerouting these cables and plugging them in all sorts of which ways.
What I think is going to be interesting, though, is that Linus has yet to swap his power supply, and that's where a lot of Anthony's time has gone.
That's true.
And it's going to be because he might be able to just get away with it. Like, it might not shut down.
But they're running a 3080. Linus has ran some storage benchmarks, but he hasn't run anything that's going to really, require some processing power yet.
Yeah, once that time spike comes off.
So they're gonna, because they still have to do a Cinebench benchmark.
Yes.
They have to do a Time Spy 4K stream.
Yeah. That's gonna be.
And they have to run a Minecraft benchmark. Is that correct? Or they just need to run Minecraft? They need to get in the game. You need to get into the game and punch a tree chase?
That's all?
Who came up with this?
I thought it was going to be at least a dirt hut. Can we change it to a dirt hut?
Yeah, they have to build something. They have to build a They have to build a replica of the Notre Dame chapel or something. Something complicated. Anyways, they're definitely not going to have to do that.
All right.
But yeah, I feel like in the hardware section.
Wait, Linus is pulling things out.
All right, let's check in.
Yeah,
let's check in.
Linus. Lil Sebastian.
Hi.
What are you? It looks like you're fiddling around with things you really shouldn't. I mean, that's delicate hardware.
You know, you guys say that you're not supposed to be trying to mislead me, but then you mislead me. This is definitely something that I need to do.
It's more that you're doing things that obviously look somewhat, like you could drop that drive, something dangerous could happen. I'm not going to tell you what Anthony's doing.
All right. I think I'm going to be all right. I'm moving my Gen 4 drive into the Gen 4 slot so that I can get the correct benchmark results here.
As long as you're using your fancy LTT Store screwdriver, then you're good to go.
Of course I am.
I haven't even been asked to plug LTT Store in this stream, and look at me.
Never leave home without it.
Yeah, when am I going to get one of those, Linus? I want one.
Yeah, Alex is an engineer.
Oh, this is annoying. Well, I guess this cover's not going back on. All right.
Why not?
Because it's not, because there's a heat sink. I'm not putting it back on.
You don't like heat sinks.
Besides, it looks cooler this way. Okay.
Well, you can't even see it. It's behind the GPU.
Actually, since I'm in here, I might as well fix the power button. I've had to keep reaching in to hit the hardware buttons over and over.
I don't know. That's part of the difficulty. That's part of the thing.
No, I don't think it is. I think that just putting them back is probably best. I was just waiting to do it later. I already knew they were off.
Well, how do we know that you're a real PC tech support technician if you're not willing to use a screwdriver to short pins in order to start a motherboard?
Is this a power LED? Yeah, this is. Oh, damn, the power LED was actually in right.
Just the disrespect. Ah, my mic!
All right, I'll get that fixed.
All right.
You know, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in you guys. I thought this was going to be harder.
Why do you keep saying
disappointed in
us?
Jake? I have.
Everyone on the stream. We can
Okay,
all
I found
shift
another
blame
problem.
to someone else.
I bet this isn't even a problem that was supposed to be on the thing. One of the pins in the audio header is pulled out.
Well, that's just realistic. That's just the way things come sometimes.
So I'm gonna fix it.
What's that?
But I bet that wasn't even supposed to be a problem.
Chase says that's not supposed to happen.
I get that.
You're
I
right
got
about
that attention to detail. That should be worth bonus points. I found a problem you guys didn't even know. That was in
You
here.
are gonna be promoted at Best Buy, Linus.
Thank you so much, Riley.
You're moving up.
You are truly a wise and benevolent God.
What? Chase says we've already been at it for like an hour. That's not true. 45 minutes on the dot right now.
All right.
So that's why that just shows you can't trust Chase.
Yeah, and besides, if Chase says that we've been at it for an hour, I mean, an hour is the minimum that I'm going to be billing at Best Buy anyway, so there's nothing wrong with taking the whole hour.
Wait a second.
All right, let's go ahead and flip this on.
We're
Like,
gonna
I was
check it out with
expecting,
Anthony.
I was expecting the front USB to be broken or something, or like, you know?
Well,
everything's
you
just
never.
working.
Maybe it is. We'll have to see.
I don't think so, because I'm already using it, smart guy.
Maybe at the end of the stream we'll find out it was a Mac the whole time. Talk to you in a second. See you later.
All right.
Anthony. Anthony, how's the spaghetti? Has it lost a little flavor?
It has firmed a little bit. It's cooling.
Well, al dente is actually the way you want pasta to be. You don't want it to be too pasta, I should say, for the Americans. We say pasta up here in Canada.
Yes.
Did you know that?
Yeah. So that's true. I do like some al dente. It's coming along. It's getting a little better. This is still a rat's nest, but that's basically what you get with RGB, unfortunately. There's not a whole lot I can do about that because the cables are kind of going in every direction. But yeah, that's.
I mean, it's looking pretty nice, though.
I think we're ready to get the power supply back in there.
Yeah, I do have to say, you have spent a lot of time dealing with cable management.
It has been a problem.
He's not happy about it.
I can't get at most stuff because the cables are in the way. And,
Yes, do you think that we should have given Linus larger fingers for this challenge?
Yes. Give Linus larger fingers. Let him figure out what it's like to have large fingers.
Wait, how would you? Wouldn't you want? I feel like Linus has maybe a tiny bit of an advantage with his tiny little.
Yeah, his baby hands are a legitimate advantage.
Well, baby hands. I feel
baby hands,
but I mean, it certainly hasn't stopped. Ah, you hit the timer again, Anthony. Good gravy. Okay, let's put that thing on the ground or something.
Yeah,
or put it in
let's
the
make
ground.
it a foot pedal or something.
Is that wireless?
See, that's what happens. I'm moving around, and that thing's got no resistance whatsoever. So I don't even know that I'm pressing it.
Oh, it's not a mechanical switch?
It's not a mechanical switch. It's linear.
Oh
I don't
my
understand.
gosh.
I don't understand why people like linear switches.
What kind of a PC tech support challenge is this? We don't even have a mechanical giant timer switch from a Giant's keyboard? Chase, what? Oh, he should have given... Chase is apologizing to you for not giving you the giant novelty non-linear mechanical keyboard switch.
Ah, as well he should.
And then giving you full instructions about how to use it in Latin.
What the hell?
All right, let's go back to Linus.
Whoa, Anthony's just discovered something. What?
Oh, this...
Wait, Linus is saying something, but I can't hear him on the mic. What? Okay, should we check back in with you, or are you just Are you hurting yourself in your confusion?
There's a lot of confusion right now. Yes.
Okay, we'll check back.
So wait,
with you.
what is it? I'm actually curious.
It looks like a
I don't
tangled
understand what
cable.
it is either.
Yeah, like I think at the factory they managed to tangle these up. like
oh no,
they're actually
a bit flip hit it and it got messed up, or a cosmic ray. That's what you call a fifth dimensional power supply cable. It's the intersecting with other dimensions.
It needs to yeah. So
it's the tesseract of PSU cables.
No,
all right, I'm gonna go back to Linus.
Worse.
He's doing
all
weird
right,
things.
hopefully you figure that out, Anthony. We'll be back in a second.
What are you doing?
Linus.
I have a bit of a problem. My system is not posting right now.
Oh,
really?
What did you do?
Is this graphics card here for me to use it? It's not a very useful graphics card.
Yeah, what is
that?
Wait, what
no
is that
the
graphics
answer.
card?
Where did you even get that from?
Was he supposed to have that?
It was on the side bench. It was right next to all the other stuff for the tech support challenge.
You're breaking rule number whatever it was. To only use the things on the bench.
No, I'm not. It's right here. All my other stuff's right here.
Is this a disqualification?
Absolutely not.
So it's not. But yeah,
why did you move your
for your use?
Why did you move your GPU?
I'm getting a VGA post error. And I'm a little confused because my graphics card has been working fine up until now.
What did you do before that error started?
Well, I moved my NVMe drives, but the only reason I can think that would matter is if there was some kind of like 8 bifurcation setting in the BIOS, and I didn't see anything like that. You know what I could do? Let's try another slot.
Do you think you just borked it?
I really doubt it. Moving an M.2 drive around should not really bork anything. Unless...
Yeah, but like, did you tickle the GPU in a bad way and make her go zap?
Anything's possible, but...
It wouldn't be the first time.
Seems pretty unlikely. Well, that's why I grabbed that GPU that was apparently there as a testing extra piece of hardware next to all the other hardware.
An astute viewer on Flowplane just suggested that you should have used a Gamers Nexus mod mat and included an anti-static wrist strap. So that's something to think about.
That would have been a pro move for sure.
Although we have our own mats, they're not mod mats. No, they're desk pads. They're not those type of mats.
Different.
Yeah,
Gamers
I'm
still has something on us.
I'm still getting a VGA post error.
All right, well, hopefully you figure that out pretty soon.
Extremely strange.
We'll get right back to you.
I have no clue what's happening, Linus, if that makes you feel any better.
Why are you saying it like that? I feel like there's something hiding there.
No, I legitimately just don't know what's going on. I think he might have killed his GPU.
Oh, dear. Well, good luck, Linus. See you soon. I was just going to ask, is it the power supply?
No,
because he didn't switch out the 550 for the 850, right? But that wouldn't give you a VGA error?
Because he didn't do anything that would have drawn enough power at this point for it to be an issue. So it should be fine.
Why else would he have a VGA error? Chase? Do we have any information here? But I mean, this is the nature of the game here, you know? Like we set the playing field, and then life's chaotic. You never know what's gonna. What's that? Okay. So apparently these systems were put through their paces and made sure that everything was running okay.
Well, yeah, it was running okay a couple minutes ago.
But I'm assuming that you put in the real RAM sticks before you did this. He says yes. You work on them backwards. The PC's turned around. Dad jokes. I need to stop. So this is a bit of insight for the viewers. Apparently the way that these systems were tested was they set them up completely fine. They run a ton of benchmarks to make sure everything's... Oh, looks like Linus has his thing back up. But hold on. They run the benchmarks, they make sure everything's good to go, and then they one by one break components and switch out components and cause issues. So that they know that it is possible to get it to a stable state. So, you know, the playing field's fair. To Linus?
Yes, to Linus.
Linus, it looks like you figured something out here.
Hey guys, well no, all I figured out so far is that I think my GPU may have actually died.
His GPU is not actually in the system.
I'm on the onboard graphics right now. I'm trying to figure out if I have my crystal disk mark thing figured out and that kind of stuff here. Unfortunately, I have a new problem.
What do you think could have happened?
He says. Go ahead.
I have a new problem. My Crucial P5 is now not showing up, which is not what I expected because both of my NVMe drives showed up before I swapped them between the two slots.
Oh, you swapped them because of the PCIe specification?
Yep.
I see.
So does it seem like something's wrong with like just the PCIe in your computer right now?
Yeah, that could be. And if that's the case, then it is possible that there are pins bent or tape on the bottom of like a couple of pins in the CPU or something along those lines. That is a possibility, and that was going to be one of the things I was going to explore soon.
But it is
that would be a very
but it worked
nasty
before.
thing to do. It did work before, but I don't know if it was actually working at the correct link speed. I didn't check the link speed for the GPU.
Oh boy.
Although I guess so that's a PCIe 4 GPU, but it would have had. Oh, I think I just figured it out. Never mind.
Talk to you soon.
All right.
He said, "See you later." Oh wait.
Okay, so viewers.
Yes.
What I think happened.
Enlighten us.
Did Linus reset his CMOS? So what I'm thinking happened is that that's a Gen 3 riser, and it would have reset to Gen 4 when he reset the CMOS on the PCIe slot.
Right.
So now he wouldn't be able to use that riser with that GPU because it would just not work. That's what I think is going on. Oh, but he did put it in the slot. Maybe he just actually broke his motherboard.
He put it directly in the slot. He broke his motherboard or the GPU?
He might have actually just broke his motherboard.
How do you know it's the motherboard and not the GPU?
Because there's issues with the SSDs as well. So.
Oh. And how would he have broken it? How would he have borked it?
I don't know.
You never know.
The people are saying that I'm giving them hints, but I actually this shouldn't have happened as far as I know.
Yeah, we might actually be running into a technical
like
issue
he might
here.
have actually just broke it.
Chase is giving a hesitant nod. Okay, so if Linus actually broke it.
Oh wait, we're back on Linus. So Linus.
Hi. Yeah.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at my Core i7 11700K. I had thought maybe, because I never checked actually what CPU was in here, I thought for a while maybe you guys gave me a 10th gen CPU and it didn't support PCIe Gen 4, but that is not the case, evidently.
So we've been informed by management,
yes,
stream management, that if a component is actually broken, you will get a replacement. So. Don't be afraid. Don't be worried that you're going to lose the challenge because of this.
Oh, I see.
Can I tell him that? I already did.
Okay.
Okay.
Although also, like, if you broke it, that's not excellent if you're a PC tech support.
It doesn't look good.
Do
I'll
anything.
just say that.
I was on camera the whole time. I didn't do jack.
I mean, you definitely did.
It was
jack.
when it was working, and then you touched it, and it stopped working.
No, it could be just shoddy workmanship.
All right, we haven't checked in with Anthony
yeah,
in
we
a
need
hot
to go
minute,
to
so
Anthony.
let's see you later. Anthony.
How's it going?
It's going pretty well. How are you?
Pretty good.
I mean, we're fine, but we're not in the middle of a, excruciatingly stressful challenge.
Is it?
I don't know. Is it stressful? Like, Anthony seems pretty chill.
Anthony always seems chill, though.
Yeah. It's impressive given that he hasn't booted his computer yet.
I know that you're just trying to rattle me, but I am also a little bit concerned that Linus has gone YOLO.
Gone yellow?
YOLO?
YOLO, not yellow.
Gone YOLO,
God,
and just like, yeah.
Kind of
just,
sort of racist a little bit.
What?
Did I hear you? Okay, never mind. I feel like I heard something that wasn't actually said. What are you working on right this second, Anthony?
I'm getting the power supply back in. God, these cables. I'm
Oh boy. Deep in thought. Contemplating. How many Well, I mean, I guess you wouldn't know until you start, until you fully reassemble everything. But how many errors do you think you've gotten in relation to the total? Like how many out of the total errors?
Like hardware errors?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm addressing most of them. I know that there's still the fan orientation at the top that I need to deal with.
What's up with the fan orientation?
I know that I haven't addressed all of them yet, but you know, one thing at a time. Now, will
That's
these
a great
lock?
attitude. A lot of people think they have to fix everything all at once. In with PCs and in life, and that's just not the case.
Will these
doesn't work?
In between, giving people a hard time about fixing PCs and talking technical stuff, we're gonna give some little life lessons.
Life lessons. You know, you can never have too many of those.
Like, don't go and buy a super expensive blazer when you can just find one at Value Village. Do they have Value Village in the States?
At the LMG rack. You know?
You guys know what Value Village is, though, right?
I think using context clues, they can figure it out.
The thrift store.
Good old Sally Ann.
Okay. Oh, Linus is taking out a new... All right, see you later, Anthony.
What are you doing?
I think this GPU is dead.
Did you run over to Newegg real quick and get a new GPU at the NCIX auction?
Bell brought me one, so I'm gonna give this a shot.
Bell's always looking out for us.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that we need a time delay here. So, especially with the shortages, it's normally about 2-3 weeks to get a new GPU, maybe a month.
And thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yes. Well, no.
Particularly for a 3080.
They'll RMA it for you, but she takes some time.
Oh, that's true.
I had a friend that got a 3080 and it died, or it was just DOA.
Switched over to my Zotac card here.
Bye to gaming forever.
Let's see if this puppy fires up. I'm hoping for the best. I didn't see any bent pins in the CPU socket or anything like that.
Lights.
Yeah, we got lights.
All of the lights.
That was not the issue.
But it doesn't hurt to have some lights. I know that much. I mean, it's gonna look nice, you know. At the very least, Linus, if you bricked your entire PC, at least you know, you can use it for decoration.
Now, I did change some GPU-related BIOS options. I turned on above 4G decoding, and I turned on, oh bloody hell, the name escapes me now.
Resizable wire.
Yes, thank you. Whew, I'm a little frazzled. So it is possible, however unlikely, that one of those settings is maybe not correctly implemented in this NZXT BIOS, because there should be no problem turning on either of those things with an RTX 30 series card. And it's possible that is preventing me from posting because both cards failed to post now.
So I'm going to go ahead and GPU right now?
I'm not.
No. Oh.
Trace? Switch away from Linus. Just be right there. See you later. Oh. Linus might be right.
Chase is saying that Linus might be right about resizable bar being wrong. Apparently that was not tested.
So for the previous tech support challenges, was Linus involved in? Yeah, I know. But was he involved in validating the PC? Okay. Was he gonna get bonus points for that, or it's just necessary to make it run? Wait, before we switch back to Anthony, so I think I have some answers about what they've all gotten.
Okay.
They both figured out the Corsair Commander thing. I believe they both figured out the fan controller not working.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony seems to have identified that the radiator fans are flipped. He only said, "Oh, I've got to solve the radiator fans," but he didn't
just flip them.
He didn't say specifically. Well, okay, yeah, right. He knows that he has to do that. I haven't heard Linus say anything about that.
I haven't either.
So,
but he's got eyes. He's probably figured it out.
He's got eyes, but that doesn't mean you catch everything. But we'll see. We'll check in with him. Although we can't ask him specifically if he's caught it. We need it. Can we ask the cameraman to get an angle? Not that we can. All right. See you later. And then, wait. The underpowered PSU. Linus appears to have not actually changed his PSU still.
He has not. People are saying that might have been what killed the GPU. I highly doubt it. He didn't do anything that would do it.
Because having an underpowered GPU would not kill something. Oh, Linus is back into Windows with the GPU. Linus, you're back in Windows.
Yeah, my annoy level is pretty high. It looks like resizable bar support is broken on this motherboard. It causes a no post. So here I was going for an edge in my benchmarks, and I ended up wasting like 15 minutes diagnosing a GPU that's perfectly fine on a motherboard that frankly shouldn't have the dial in the BIOS if it doesn't properly support the feature. Love you, ZXT.
You heard it here first. Fix it.
Wait, so this is this Chase's fault or is this NZXT's fault?
It would be NZXT's.
This would be NZXT's fault. It's
and
also
when I say Chase, I don't mean necessarily Chase specifically. I mean the complex of people in the background that he represents.
Yeah.
Chase is just one man.
Sorry, I'm just getting in the way of my password here.
You were part of the build team.
Okay.
Let's distribute the blame. There are at least 3 or 4 other people who are tangentially connected. Anyways,
I'm happy for you, Linus. I was actually concerned that you killed your GPU.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Now, something I'm still a little confused about is that I'm still not running at PCI Express Gen 4 speeds on this, what I think is the Force MP600 drive here.
Well, I don't think that's any reason to be angry.
I didn't say angry, I said confused.
Oh. Well, that was just preemptive. Don't get angry later. Well, so now you're on your path again, or are you still hitting some roadblocks here, do you think?
I'm still a little
Obviously,
confused.
there are roadblocks. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with these drives here.
Well, Godspeed.
Thanks.
Anthony.
What's up?
How perfect do the cables have to be?
Not that perfect. I don't have the cable guide back in.
The cable what, sorry?
The cable guide. Like the
The grommet?
No, not the grommet.
What's a cable guide?
The trough where you throw all the cables. I just removed it.
The channel.
Yes, the channel.
The chummy.
Yes,
the chummy. The chummy majig. Yeah,
the
that
technical
thing.
term I think is the chummy and jig.
The chummy and jig?
Yes, both together.
Yeah, it must be a Newfieism if it's chummy mudjig, I guess.
Yes. You put the chummy over the fish and grits.
You guys are both from...
Are you concerned at all about...
Shroud!
Are you concerned that it's not going to post when you finally get to hitting the power button an hour later?
I mean, slightly. However, I don't see a reason why it wouldn't at this point. I've already looked at pretty much all of the things, you know. There's probably something I haven't seen, though. I'm always open to looking like a moron.
So is your game plan right now to kind of like absolutely make sure? I mean, is this a Steve from Gamers Nexus strategy that he employed in the first one, where you just make sure everything is absolutely good to go off the bat before you even boot anything, and then hopefully by the end, by the time you get actually Windows running, it's like whatever sound effect you want to put in there for smooth operation.
Pretty much.
Well, it's clear that it's a bold strategy. We'll see if it plays off for him, works out for him.
Well, I'm hoping. See, what my hope is, Linus will be less thorough.
Interesting.
And he'll have to spend more time going back and troubleshooting.
You think Linus is gonna kind of go quick right off the bat and try to barge his way through troubleshooting instead of kind of like being a bit more zen about it, which it seems like is your strategy.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that Linus is gonna, mess everything up. I'm just saying that, if I were rushing, I probably wouldn't have noticed a couple of things. So,
Wait, like what?
Yes, specifically.
like the RGB thing. That wasn't obvious to me at the first because it's just a rat's nest. But the fact that I resolved to fixing that rat's nest allowed me to understand that we didn't need that much RGB.
Okay, well, I think we have some things to discuss, Anthony. We will check in back with you in 1 second. Not 1 second, but you know what I mean. Wait. Because something that Anthony just said made me think. He is taking his time. Well, I don't know if he's taking his time, but he's spending a lot of time getting these cables just perfect, you know?
Yes.
And I don't know. I don't think he's even going for aesthetics, but he's like, you know, he's trying to plug everything in properly and make sure everything's good. And he thinks that that allowed him to catch something that he might not have otherwise if he had gone a little faster. But as far as I can tell, Linus fixed everything with the cables fairly quickly.
Well, but he's missed the big one in the basement.
What's that? Oh, the power supply.
Yes.
Yeah. Wait. So when Linus goes to replace the power supply, that's going to be quite a big
it's
step
going to be
for
a
him to
large
re-cable
chunk of time.
everything.
But I am genuinely concerned, though, given that I am Team Anthony. There's a lot of software issues with this, and those take a while to tease out. So kind of stuff like, I don't think he's swapped the drives yet.
Anthony hasn't swapped the
he hasn't looked at
SSDs.
the RAID config. I don't remember what else
Did he figure
there is,
out? Well, he's got his 2 SATA SSDs mounted in the back there. They weren't mounted there before. I think they originally were in the drive cage, right?
Yes.
Under the front?
Yeah, he completely removed the drive cage because I think that the new power supply wouldn't really fit with it in there.
Is Anthony really is he going for aesthetics here? Because I don't believe that aesthetics are going to give you a ton of bonus points, right? Is that right? Oh,
no.
Chase says there's one bonus involving using IQ software and LED strips, but that has nothing to do with the cables.
No.
Oh man. Well, it's you know, this is a strategy for sure.
One thing that's going to be very interesting is that one of the problems that's with these computers is that the GPU is at 50% power, which if Linus doesn't catch it, might mean his computer doesn't shut down and he never notices the power supply. Which would be,
I didn't even put those pieces together. I mean,
which would be very interesting.
We didn't go through all of the errors that exist in the system for the audience because, you know, you're supposed to discover it as the contestants discover it, but you're right. The GPU for both of them is set to 50% power.
Yeah.
So it's up to them.
Shut down.
It was really up to them to kind of like have the knowledge that with an 11700K and an RTX 3080 and, you know, whatever else you got in the system, you're supposed to understand and know that 550 watts is probably not going to cut it for that stuff.
Yes. I think we have to go to Anthony.
Anthony.
Yes.
You discovered something.
Yes, I did discover something. I discovered that there is some additional RGB in the box. So that thing that I had to take out may not have been take-outable. However, I don't think that it's necessary.
What
so
thing are you referring to there?
Actually bother with that? What?
What thing that you took out? What is the thing you're referring to?
One of the RGB controllers.
Is there a brand name for that?
Oh my God. Is this sponsored by Corsair?
No. I just wanted to make sure we were talking about the same thing there.
Lighting node.
No. It's fine. It's fine. I got what I needed.
Is it sponsored by Corsair?
It's not. We're sponsored by Intel, though. Thanks, Intel. Love you.
Because there's a lot of Corsair stuff in here. We got a Corsair case. You got all Corsair fans. We got Corsair cooler.
Hey, they're not paying for any of this. Let's just settle down.
Well, Jake built a system, and you know he's a fanboy.
He is. Oh, I see.
So you took the Corsair RGB hub out.
Correct.
Okay.
But not the Commander Pro. The Commander Pro is all I need. Aha.
What did you say about the Commander Pro?
Pretty sure it's a Commander. It might not be a Commander Pro. It's a something or other, though.
I need to get to the bottom of this.
But it has just enough channels to handle all those fans and all those RGB. So, yep.
So, wait a second.
So wait, you're thinking of
what's plugged into your system?
Disregarding everything in your case and just installing the Commander Pro, or what are you saying?
Oh my god. Okay. This was already installed.
Yes.
That's all I need, at least for what's in the case right now. If I were to install these, then I would need to reinstall one of those hubs.
Oh, gotcha.
I may or may not do that. It depends on whether or not I think that Linus is behind. I feel like that's one of the extra tasks.
Well, unfortunately, we can't give you any information on that front. But we can check with Linus because he appears to want to say something. So, see you in a second. Hello.
You look impressed.
I got Windows updates.
You're either impressed or frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, the start menu had the option, you know, restart with updates and restart not with updates. And
you clicked the...
I said not with updates, and it was like, a good idea.
Microsoft thought that was a very funny joke you made by clicking that.
Yeah. So I misdiagnosed something earlier. I thought that I thought that the install was spread across the two NVMe SSDs, and I thought that was going to be causing some problems for me. But actually, all the boot information is on the main system drive. So the only thing I'm a little confused by now is, now that I've verified that it is in fact running at PCI Express. Oh, I've got an idea, actually. Okay, well, at any rate, it boots without the crucial P5, so now we know that for sure. I might just have to give Crystal Disk Mark more threads, because I've got it running at Gen 4 speed. I verified that using hardware info now, but I'm not getting quite the results that I'm supposed to in my randoms, random reads, and there's a sequential writes. There's a handful that I'm not getting the results I'm expecting in.
Okay. Well, you got a bit more work to do to try and get to the bottom of that then, I guess.
Apparently. The good news
All right, we'll check back in. Oh, good news.
The good news is that everything about the system from a hardware standpoint is basically at the point where, actually, you know what? Before I fire this up, I'm just going to pull that extra stupid SATA cable while I have easy access to it. So everything from a hardware standpoint is done now. And I can, whenever I'm waiting around, I can be cable managing and getting it cleaned up. I've decided not to put the cable mod GPU holder thing back in here because I don't see any reason to add an extension to this graphics card when I was already having some difficulty with it.
Well, I mean, except for looks.
Yeah, it was never a requirement. It's not in the rules. So I don't really think you can dock me for it.
Yes,
that's true.
All right. Then
all right, we'll check back in a minute. Good luck.
So
Little
viewers,
does he know, we can dock him for it.
Yeah, one of the bonuses is vertical GPU.
That's right. Well, and specifically because did you say this case comes with a built-in vertical GPU mount? I thought somebody said that. We didn't.
But you didn't. buy it.
It's an optional upgrade, and you have to buy it. Right. Okay. So that's not here, but we are using a specific cable mod, third party. Is that right?
Yes. Although I think that Anthony's very confused about this because he appears to have disassembled his GPU riser and wants to put it in the case properly. But I guess that we now know that we don't have those parts. So let's go back to him.
So, wait.
Mr. Young.
Okay.
Yes.
What are you doing?
You always come in, Alex. You always come in with very questioning energy. I feel like it's like
I'm sorry,
you're
Anthony.
judging.
How's it going, Anthony?
There we go. A little positive.
It's going. I'm a little confused.
Yes.
Which is bound to happen when troubleshooting computers.
Computers.
Yes. Is it something to do with this GPU riser?
It is.
So what are you trying to do?
I was sure there should be another one. What?
What are you trying to do with the GPU riser?
Yeah. So I feel like there almost certainly needs to be a different riser, but I don't see it anywhere.
Okay, 1 second. We need to talk to Chase. Chase, what are you saying?
Yeah, we don't want him to. Right.
Okay.
So we do not have the official riser kit for this case. All right.
Anthony, we've been told to inform you that they did not purchase the official Corsair riser kit, and that you are supposed to use the cable mod one.
Oh.
Or if you want to use it.
Do I use it?
It's. I mean, the only official goals are these those benchmark goals that we laid out earlier. So it's up to you whether you want to use the riser kit or not.
I mean, I could just as easily use this bracket to hold the GPU upright. Well, like not upright, but like in the slot.
That would be pretty funny.
Just prop it up?
No, that's not what I mean.
Oh.
What I mean is the GPU here, but this is an anti-sag bracket. At least I think it is. Maybe I don't care. I might not care.
I mean, as long as it runs, you know.
That's true.
That's a thing.
I don't see, like, if let me put it this way to you. If the customer said, "Hey, I've got this thing that I just bought to put my GPU vertically," then I'm going to tell the customer, "Hey, this is the thing that this is the thing that you just bought. You should probably return it and get the right thing."
Right.
In the meantime, let's get you up and running.
Well, you know, this is the PC Tech Support Challenge. I think you should be following your instincts on the way to tech that support. Support the tech.
Let's switch over here.
Okay, good luck, Anthony.
Linus, how was your SSD benchmark?
Great. I have slayed the benchmark.
Dragon? Oh, okay.
Did you figure out what's the problem?
The problem is that Crystal Disk Mark needs to be configured to use more CPU cores than just one for Gen 4
that would do it.
SSDs to perform their best.
Now, how is your Cinebench doing?
I don't know. We're about to find out. This is my first run. I'm not expecting it to be a problem, though. I already tuned the maximum turbo. I already reapplied my thermal compound just in case there's anything stupid there. I haven't actually checked to make sure that my pump is powered. Now that I think about it, let's find out. Yeah, it is. So everything there should be fine, but we'll know in a moment. 14,772. We're done.
Nice.
Cinebench is good.
And the minimum score is 14,600. So yeah,
Better believe it.
With that one, you are as long as you can run that with the side panel installed. That is.
Oh sure, yeah, that's right.
Oh.
All right.
He's in trouble.
That's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, the people are saying no panel. I figured that this was all just testing at this point, and
I'm assuming that you wouldn't try to submit this as a fraudulent result.
All right. I forgot. I got this. Don't you worry. Don't you even worry about a thing. All the Linus fans out there in the audience, don't worry. I got this still.
Real nonchalant attitude.
I have no idea where Anthony's at, but I'm sure I'm doing okay. And if I lose, I have NZXT as a scapegoat. Because that really should have worked.
We can always just tweet angry tweets at them or something.
If it makes you feel better, Anthony also had a red herring because Chase didn't buy a part of the case.
Didn't buy a part of the case.
Yes.
You know what?
His case was missing the entire front section.
I wish nothing but the best for Anthony. That does not make me feel better at all.
We'll tell him you said that.
Nothing but success for Anthony today. Nothing but success.
All right. We need to tell Anthony this right away. He needs to hear this direct from the big man. Anthony?
Yes?
Linus wishes to tell you he wishes you nothing but success.
Who? I didn't catch that.
Oh, okay, you just didn't hear it. I thought you were throwing shade. No, that was from Linus. He wishes you nothing but success in this little competition.
Well, I wish Linus all the best in his endeavors, both in this competition and in life.
Chat liked that one. Who? Linus, I've never heard of him. I only know the Tech Tips man.
Do you know the Tech Tips man? The Tech Tips man, the Tech Tips man.
We could go down the whole rabbit hole. All right.
So you're swapping the fans right now?
I am playing with fans right now.
All right.
Careful, play with fans in, you might get... Nope, I can't finish it. Swept, burnt, swerved is what I was thinking of because it rhymes with burned. You wanna riff on that a little bit, Alex?
Nope.
Okay. Let's
return to Linus.
Let's check it. Let's check in with the list. All right. See you soon, Anthony. What's your name? Anthony. You're Alex.
Yes.
See you in a second.
Andy, are you rooting for me?
Wait, you went back to Linus. I don't want no. All right. We need to see where these guys are at. Cause
I'm slightly concerned that Linus has missed a lot of things.
Right.
But has just barged along enough that the penalties that we have for missing those things will not add up.
Yeah, he's very, very confident, obviously. He's like, oh, I'm going to have it, no problem, but I wish Anthony the best, you know. What? We have a checklist,
yes. We have the checklist.
I mean, of the hard... Are we allowed to let the viewers know all of the errors? Okay, all right. So, it appears that... So, Linus reset his BIOS.
Yeah.
But I believe that one of the errors was that XMP was not set.
Yeah, he fixed that.
Okay, fixed it. All right. I didn't know whether he had got to that or not. But, I mean, regardless, Anthony hasn't gotten into it because he hasn't booted his system yet.
Yet to open or to turn on his computer.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep.
Obviously, Anthony's replaced the PSU. Most of the hardware issues they've both figured out, except Linus has not identified the radiator fans flipped the wrong way yet, right?
Yeah, I'm very curious what Anthony's doing right now.
I think that's maybe a necessary step to flip the fans. Oh, Linus's camera is gone. Hello. Anthony?
What are you doing to your radiator?
Why are you going in the top there?
I can't get to the rear screws for the fans.
Were you surprised by this, Alex?
No follow-up questions?
Oh.
No, that sounds annoying, honestly.
It's bad case design?
Yeah, that just is irritating.
Whoa. Throwing shade at, wait, who made the case? Corsair?
Yeah, Corsair. Those are actually a pain in the butt.
A little bit, but to Corsair's credit, you're supposed to have this, like, set up ahead of time, so.
Wait.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but
I'm taking that out.
On some of the cases, you can undo the top so that the whole thing flips out.
Hold on a second.
I don't see that here. It looks like it's riveted in. Oh, maybe there's screws. Either way, I had to take out the same number of screws, I'm sure.
Actually, Riley, I just realized something. We have an overhead cam.
Oh, we have an overhead cam. We haven't been using that at all.
Yeah, it doesn't really
Chase,
show us
why didn't you remind us about this? Come on, Chase.
We'll give them both overhead cams.
We're giving Chase a real hard time through this whole stream, but what are we going to say? Follow you on Twitter? That'll make it better, right?
Too much Contra.
Follow Chase on Twitter, @TooMuchContra. What is Contra? And how can you... I know it's a game, but how can you have too much? Oh, you're playing too much Contra. That's relatable. Hashtag.
You've never played an NES game. You've never played Contra.
All right. Anthony, we'll check back in with you in a second because I have something to say, Alex, that's private just to you.
Yes.
And the viewers. We had some people in the chat speculating that Linus's camera cut out for a second. Was he cheating? It's not something I would put past him. Basically, every competition that he's involved in.
What could he have done? He was putting his side panels on his computer.
I don't know, but he's Linus. He owns the company. Who knows what he's capable of while the lights are out?
We're not getting into this, Riley.
Okay.
All right.
Conspiracy theories?
I'm not about them.
All right, but it was out. It was out for like maybe a good 30 seconds.
I do not believe that the government has nearly enough competence to pull off a conspiracy theory.
Linus isn't the government. He's a private entrepreneur.
I do not believe that Linus...
He'll stop at nothing to gain the money from those shareholders.
I do not think that he has the competence.
We don't have shareholders, by the way. Okay, fine.
Let's go to Linus.
If you have faith in him, all right, here we go.
Linus!
Hi.
Linus, one question.
What?
Your camera cut out.
Oh.
And we want answers. What
Andy
were
was
you
swapping
doing?
the battery.
What were you doing in the dark by yourself?
I was putting my panels back on, putting all my PCIe covers in place. My system
Being
is
a
now
bad.
is now ready to be returned to the customer. I'm now rerunning my NVMe benchmarks here.
You think it's ready to return to the customer?
I think so. All I have to do is validate it now.
Okay. Well,
I mean, all
but
my
now
drives are showing up. Everything's
your
running
drives
at
are showing up.
PCIe Gen
Cinebench
4
was okay.
speeds. Well,
Okay.
Cinebench we haven't technically run without the panels on, but I'm sure it's going to be fine. I mean, I'm smoking these crystal disk benchmarks. It's not even close.
Dang,
Beat these benchmarks. I think you mean double them.
That does look pretty impressive.
Yeah, I feel like that whoever created those benchmarks did not do a good job at setting it up.
Yep. But that's fine because
Sorry,
well,
Chase.
It's not about. I mean, you know, they
That's
were
not
just
my
trying to make
problem.
sure that it's running.
that ain't
There
my
was a-
problem, boys.
There was a reason they were sending it in to, you know,
Yeah,
get
true.
fixed.
All right.
This hypothetical customer.
All right, CDM with panel, done. One of my benchmarks is done, and here's another one for the books. Here we go.
All right, we're
Just
not going
wait.
to watch the whole thing, but
I'm-
yeah, we'll check in with you in a what?
I'm
No,
feeling
I want to watch
confident.
the whole thing.
You want to watch the whole thing? All right,
Oh,
go
this
ahead
is
and watch
just,
the whole
what is this, multi-course?
Yeah,
It won't
watch
take
the
that
whole
long?
Are you guys, do you guys have some sort of like, you know, fantasy going on where I haven't managed to fix the computer and you get to watch me fail? Is that what's shaking here?
I dream about it every
Actually,
night.
precisely what I'm doing right now.
That's my fantasy.
I mean, the funny thing is maybe there's something that I was supposed to have noticed that I didn't, that I missed, but maybe I compensated with my other tech skills. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe I missed some CPU setting, but you know, by changing my turbo duration, I've overcome that problem.
You just kind of took a shortcut past the
Yeah.
issues?
That's right. I go straight to go, collect my $200, because that's my hourly rate, by the way. All right, we're at 14,773. I believe that is validated.
Is it?
Yes.
14. That's true. Yep. Okay, with the side panel on this time.
Got
so
him.
you get all right. Cinebench is in the bag for Linus. Big, momentous moment.
Okay.
Maybe.
Maybe.
right.
That is a
Big
momentous
dub.
moment.
That's
Now-
a big dub. Chase
now
just said it's a big dub. So,
3D Mark, I'm coming for you.
all right, here it comes. We'll check in with you in a second.
I kind of want to just. So, do you have it installed? I guess that's
do you-
not a question that you know.
Do you just want to watch me like blitz through the rest of the benchmarks here? Is that what you guys want? Because I'm down.
I really
I'm
want to see
super
what
down.
happens when
All
you
right.
boot up 3D Mark.
Okay.
I'm genuinely curious.
All right. Let's see. Let's see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. just gotta fire it up here. You know.
Wait,
Just-
and make sure he runs the right one, which is Time Spy
Waiting a little minute here while
Extreme
it fires up.
4K.
You know, it's getting
Yeah, Time Pie
fired
Extreme
up. Fired up.
4K.
All right. Just it's running. Needs a
This is
second.
what I wanted to avoid.
Okay.
Sitting here watching.
No, it's running. Don't you doubt me, Riley. It's running.
Oh no, hey, I'm not doubting. I'm just saying, you know, computers take a while to do things, and sometimes things don't run exactly the way
Yeah.
you want.
3D Mark should probably be launched by now. Future Mark System Info Service. What are you doing? Well, end task. See you later, buddy. I see Afterburner is like kind of stealthily running on here. So we're gonna it's at a 50% power limit. We'll deal with that. Yeah, I wasn't gonna run it without checking that, smart guy.
What? Who are you calling smart guy here?
Both
So
of
you just fixed the power limit?
You're both smart. I haven't fixed it yet. I'm still waiting to see what happens when 3D Mark actually launches here, which it is refusing to do. That's okay though. We have ways of making you talk.
Is it maybe someone else is on the Steam account?
Initializing. No, I just signed into my own because I didn't want to deal with that.
Oh, that's
smart.
Wow. He thinks of everything, this guy.
I have
Doesn't
my
miss a
own
thing.
copy of 3D Mark.
Okay, wait.
I'm
Chase
pro
has
like
something
that.
very important to say. See you in a second, Linus. What's up? Yes. So he is wasting a little bit of time. He's installing it? I thought he was trying to run it. No. Right? He already. It looked like that was just a play button. He already has it installed. But what, Alex?
Why
What's
is
your
he
prevailing?
restarting?
When in doubt, turn it on and off. You seem like you were wanting to witness firsthand something happen with 3D Mark, because you think that's going to happen.
Yes.
As soon as he tries to, he might get the 3D Mark interface up and running.
I think it's going to be.
What you mean? Even like just the program thing where you click the benchmark?
No, like the second that he clicks go.
The second that he clicks a benchmark. Are you going to go back to Linus?
So for the viewers,
yes.
He currently has a 550 watt power supply in his computer, and he has not figured out that that's what's on the go.
He did figure out that Afterburner had the GPU set at a 50% power limit.
Yeah.
But he has not changed that yet. And as far as I'm aware, I mean, looking at the error list...
Okay, 1 second. Let's go quickly to Anthony before Linus. Anthony.
Yes.
You're about to turn it on, I see?
Yes, and from what I hear, I am far behind Linus.
Who said that?
Well, there's no sound isolation, like he's got ears.
Yeah, it's true. Linus and Anthony are technically in the same room.
All right, we need to go back to Linus, though.
But our set is one big thing.
Hello, Linus. Did you fix the power limit?
Yes, I fixed the power limit.
Okay, excellent.
So you should be good to go.
Well, apparently I have to... wait. What are we running? Time Spy Extreme 4K. Oh.
Yes.
Well, apparently I don't actually own this one. That's fine. I don't even care. I got this.
We can tell you that Anthony is not currently running it right now, so you should be good to go.
No, it's fine. I'm just gonna buy it.
They're on different. I know he's on different. Oh, he's gonna buy it.
I need to not look at my payment info real quick here.
Flexing. Linus is just about to flex on stream.
I just flexed $10.99 Canadian.
Just dropping it like it was nothing.
I think it's not a very big flex. You know?
I mean, do you know how many lattes that is for me?
I have
that you
no
could have
idea.
bought me instead.
Look, I spend all my money on benchmarks, not fancy coffee, so I wouldn't know how much a fancy coffee costs.
I went to the car dealership, looked at the Lamborghini, and said, "You know what? No, 3D Mark instead."
Exactly. The Lamborghini was this big.
You know what's important? Yeah. You know what's important in life.
All right.
Maybe one day there will be a Lamborghini benchmark that we can use. We have a BMW one, don't we?
I'm installing Time Spy Extreme DirectX 12 benchmark for gaming PCs. I'm at 48%.
48% installed. Wait. Does he
run?
Chase, you said it was already installed. Oh.
All right, we need to go back to Linus.
He made it more difficult for himself.
Took off. Okay. You guys took
Linus.
off. Did I break
your game?
game?
Yeah, we were gone. We just had stuff to do.
Yeah, that's no problem. I got stuff to do too, like winning. Actually, I have no idea. Anthony might be done for all I know.
Yeah,
Anthony, you booted.
Oh, you gotta tell Linus. We gotta tell Linus. See you later.
Wait. Yeah,
okay, Anthony, go ahead.
No, we have to go back to Linus. Okay, we're back.
What?
We're with you, Linus.
What in the world? We're switching flip-flop.
Well, there's a lot happening
Snip,
on both
snap.
sides, and it's difficult to deal with.
It's true.
No problem.
no
problem.
I've never used a Stream Deck before. Did you know that, Linus?
Shit, this
I
is
also
the
haven't
demo.
either.
This is not the fastest way to run this. I mean, shoot, this is
He's
the
in his
demo.
own world. He just lives life on a different level than us.
Hold on, okay, benchmarks, details. We gotta not include the demo here. That is not necessary. We're gonna just run the benchmark.
This is not a demonstration. This is a execution.
No demo. We're not in demo mode here. Well, we're in demo mode. We're demolishing the competition.
I don't like it. I'm not competitive.
All right.
It's just, you know, I feel bad.
You know what, Riley? That's true. I never did get a competitive vibe from you. Got him.
I see. I don't even know how that's an insult, but we're not going to get into. We're not going to get into all that. You found me in a dumpster. I mean, clearly I have low standards.
If you ever wanted anything, then I might have gotten a competitive vibe. You know what I mean?
That's true. Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Riley wins at lots of things. Riley.
Hey,
has a good life.
I found this jacket, you know, on this rack that you got from the thrift store, and it's pretty. It fits me great.
It actually does. It looks really good on you.
There's a lot of stuff you can find on the side of the road that's, you know, perfectly great. My dad used to pick up chairs from the side of the road all the time. Our house looked fantastic.
You know what? My new chairs from my backyard. I found them on the side of the road. They're really nice. They're all
You're my
metal.
dad.
They're all metal. They're painted black. They're not even rusty or anything. I was like,
exactly.
Score. Do you have any idea how
Good
much
to go.
furniture costs with the like 400% tariffs from furniture from China right now?
Oh my gosh! Don't even get
Furniture's
me started.
expensive. I want to
Yeah,
get.
you might as well just find a computer on the side of the road instead of doing all this work.
Yeah. Well, this is a pretty good computer. I don't think you'd find a computer that's running this flawlessly now that it's all fixed on the side of the road.
Now that it's completely fixed.
Yes.
Now that
Every
it's
component
completely fixed.
back to normal.
You guys keep kind of going on about this. Are you guys just still mad that I didn't put all the memory in?
This is the PC Tech Support Challenge.
Are you just mad that I only have 16 gigs of RAM? Because you can take off points. I beat the benchmark score. I'm running it. I've got XMP, and the bonuses are for finding the errors. Okay?
Right.
So I don't actually have to. They're not necessary to complete. Oh, if you complete them. Well, you know what? No. I am sticking with my 2 sticks
No, the
of memory.
bonuses. There are specific bonuses in regards to certain things, but you do have to identify and correct all of the issues.
I want a bonus for that audio connector that was broken.
Okay.
I
we'll
want
give you a bonus,
for
Linus.
that. Yeah.
All right. I'll make sure that gets tallied up. 1 point.
So it seems like that Seasonic power supply is just doing it.
It's doing okay.
It's
Yeah. I mean, like I was wondering, it was like with the benchmark, I didn't notice anything like it stuttering or anything, or like a low frame rate. Although we're watching that monitor through a camera through another monitor, so you know it's not the perfect example. Oh, he has he wants to say something.
I want to go
Well,
back to Anthony.
Okay.
Hello,
Anthony.
Anthony.
Yes.
What you got here? What's shaking?
I'm just poking around the BIOS for a minute.
Have you found anything interesting in there?
Nothing's really standing out, to be honest. It looks
Any
like
treats? Any goodies?
In fact, I should just load the defaults. And
Oh, people are. Oh no, I'll say that.
save that, and then do my thing, just to be safe.
So how are you feeling about the hardware itself? Are you fairly confident that you? Well, I mean, you're booting it up, so I guess you'll find out. But how are you feeling about your work so far?
I mean, I think that it's quality work, but fast work, I don't know.
Is this the type of work? Is this like the same type of ethic you were using while working for Geek Squad?
Pretty much. We didn't really gut and rebuild PCs, though. That was more of my previous job, and that was a little bit more ad hoc.
I mean, okay, so we're not supposed to really give each other updates on each other, but I have to let you know that a moment ago, Linus was, he just took a second to floss in front of the camera. So, if you can find a way to kind of put in an equally, I don't know, what do you call that, taunting move, at some point. I mean, no, you don't have to do it right now. I'm just saying.
No,
Right.
I'm just
okay,
putting
he's
the
picking
side
up the
panels
panel.
back
Right,
on.
yeah. All right, fair enough.
Let's
All right, we're going
just
to check
go
back in
to
with
Mr.
Linus.
L.
Linus, that was some moves. I
ran
gotta
the,
say.
I ran the 1080p version of the stupid Time Spy benchmark.
Oh, shoot.
That was a big waste of time. That could
dang
cost
it.
me. That could cost me.
That, I mean, I don't want to say anything, but this
That's
might be a
okay.
tortoise and hare situation.
That's
and
okay. I'm super
You're
confident,
one of them,
though.
for sure.
I'm super confident, though.
Also, did you take off the front panel of your computer?
Yeah.
I feel like you should put it back on.
I feel like this looks really good.
But
Right
I
there.
believe that one of the rules is that you have to have all the
Gorgeous.
panels on.
No. Do you?
No,
I thought it
why
was
not?
just the side panels.
panels.
Oh.
I mean, let's check here.
Fair enough, I guess.
I mean, look, if I've got an RTX 3080, this case, no offense, Corsair, is not the best for optimal, super extra great airflow around your GPU.
Correction. The rules do state all glass panels must be attached/closed when running benchmarks.
Hold on a second, because I've got the rules right here. Rules.
Yes, so do I.
If you miss any errors, it's a small penalty. There are bonus challenges. Use only the hardware at your workstation. All critical files are on a flash drive. Here's
Those are the rules.
These are the rules.
Okay, so I gotta say, Chase, that's true, and I have that same list of rules without the
Cool.
bit about the glass panels.
All right.
But There was a slide. There was a PowerPoint slide with the glass panels thing. So actually, do we care about that this challenge at all?
This
or no?
case, look at the aesthetic.
All the rules about panels are off.
It's clearly designed to be run this way if you want to. Look at it. It's awesome.
Oh, Chase says keep the side panels on.
Yeah, of course the side panels have to be on.
But
Nobody
it's not
runs
part
a
of the
computer
rules.
like that. Look, you got all your dust filtration right here. All right. I mean, hell.
We're talking about the front panel.
Let's just lose the top panel too. Why do we need that? Why do we need that restriction? We don't need airflow restriction.
No. Okay, you do not have to have the front panel on. We've got it from HQ.
All right.
All right,
good
so
to go.
let's go back over to Anthony. Cinebench, how's it going?
It's going. This is a preliminary run. I don't have the other side panel on, I just realized, but I just want to see where it goes.
Is this single core or multi-core we're looking at? Multi-core, it looks like?
Yeah, it is multi-core.
Or is it, we're only doing the multi-thread, right? We're not doing single
Yeah.
core? Yeah. That makes sense. We don't want to
I wouldn't imagine we are.
We don't want to be stuck here for another
Single.
hour. Oh,
Now-
my goodness. Oh,
I guess we should tell Anthony that Linus has gone rogue and decided that the front and top glass panels do not have to be on.
right.
So you can take those off
Yes, apparently.
because
Oh.
it's more effort to
Well-
convince Linus that he needs to put them on.
More effort to try and
My
get Linus
score
to do something.
is significantly lower. XMP is enabled.
Cinebench?
Yeah.
That was your Cinebench test? It was running a bit lower than you wanted?
Yeah, it is on.
Hello? He's deep in thought and concentration. Let's,
Yeah, it looks like Linus found something.
well, I don't know. There, cut back to just us for a second here, Alex.
No, I want to be on Linus. What are you
Oh,
showing
Why
us,
don't you want to
Andy?
talk to me? Why don't you want to talk one-to-one, Alex?
This is
What
really
happened
funny.
between us?
I don't think I'm supposed to be able to run this benchmark with a 550 watt power supply, but it's working fine. Hey, did I mention that Seasonic is a regular sponsor of ours? They make great quality power supplies. We've got a freaking Focus Tier GX 550 running an 11700K and an RTX 3080. Now, the thing I'm checking right now, because even though I might be able to complete the challenges with this power supply, I wouldn't in good conscience ship it to a customer. The thing I'm checking right now is to make sure that the ROG Strix 850 that I have here and this Focus use the same pinouts, because then it's a super quick swap. I can just throw a new modular power supply in and I don't even have to rerun any of the cables. I just got to check if they're pin-to-pin compatible. So a hack that I figured I would use to figure that out is I would check the compatibility on CableMod's website.
Oh.
Yeah, I was genuinely disappointed that your computer did not shut down when you booted up 3D Mark.
We were,
I
we were
had-
waiting.
I was so ready.
Oh, that's so funny. Okay, so RT series is Asus and Seasonic, but
I feel a little
Seasonic what?
robbed. Feel a little robbed of a spectacle.
Yeah, Linus, just for the lulz, would you be able to run Prime 95 and Firmark at the same time for us?
I can try it for you, but I actually did not see that in the goals here, so I'm not going to
It's
waste
not in
any
the
time
goals.
doing
No,
it while I'm on the clock.
Okay, Anthony accidentally hit his button, so you can pause it, run that, see what happens.
No, I'm
just
good.
curious.
Wait, no,
I'm
what?
good.
No, don't pause it.
I'm just gonna complete it. Now, hold on a second. You guys are asking for a minimum score of 8100. Oh, perfect. Okay, then we're good. Oh,
What did you get?
I got
Time Spy?
8175 in Time Spy Extreme 4K.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Excellent.
So you found the power limit in Afterburner, and you're
Yep.
using the 550 watt power supply that you were supposed to replace.
Yep.
What kind of a tech support challenge is this?
The kind where I win. All right, time to fire up Minecraft here. Now, this link
All
is
right.
broken on the desktop here, so we're going to want to
All right,
go
well,
ahead and figure
We'll
that
leave
out.
you. We'll leave you for a second,
Yeah,
Linus.
goodbye.
Wait.
Yes.
Was that supposed to? Is this valid? I need to understand what's going on.
I think it's valid. He got, like we say, benchmarks. Do the benchmarks. He did the benchmarks.
But the 550, I gotta say, the 550 watt power supply is one of the errors listed. So does he have to replace it? He got the score. He noticed the 550.
He did say that he was going to swap it, so...
He did. Oh, right. Yeah, he's looking right now at the cables. He intends to swap it. I'm not sure whether he knows that he has, a somewhat sizable lead over Anthony at this moment, given that Anthony hasn't discovered the other errors with the Gen 3 and Gen 4 SSDs being in the wrong slots. Although that's a pretty
he might have
quick
swapped
fix.
those right at the start.
Oh,
I
you
don't
think
remember.
so? I don't know if he did.
I don't. Yeah,
because
he
you
might
wouldn't
not have.
you wouldn't really know until you went and tried to bench Crystal Disc Mark. Should we ask him?
Sure.
Anthony?
Yes.
How's it going?
I guess we'll see. I just set up the Minecraft benchmark. I might have to overclock the CPU a little bit.
Why do you say that?
But you're just getting to the end. What's
there
your
it is.
score?
That is significantly better. 14,886.
14,886. Okay, well that's a passing score. Looks like your Cinebench is good to go.
Quickly
screenshot that sucker. So have you run Crystal Disc Mark yet?
Not yet. Do that now.
Oh, was it a success?
What then?
Did you success it, Crystal Disc Mark?
Did you success?
Yes.
Did you success it?
We'll see.
We
shall
see. Indeed.
Did you do anything with the SSDs yet?
I kind of sort of reseated the Corsair MP600. I'm seeing that the read speeds are not quite what I'm looking for. So...
Oh boy.
Don't tell me there's an...
We're not going to tell you anything.
Well, I know you're not going to tell me anything.
What are you thinking? What's your thought process right now?
My thought process is that there's a M.2 slot that I am not aware of. Oh my god, why is it an accordion? Roadmap, whatever you call this crap.
I mean, those are the funnest ones. Why have a book when you can, like... It's like a treasure. It's like you're watching a Nicolas Cage movie.
Yep, okay. Well...
Specifically called National Treasure. And that's it.
All right, just a second. I want to go to Just Us.
Just Us. Now you want to talk to me, Alex?
No, I want to talk to the viewers. They're all saying that I'm giving too many hints.
Okay.
But well,
what's your response?
I don't know. I like giving hints. It makes things progress.
To a certain extent, I feel like we have to give some hints because... Or no, maybe we don't. I'm trying real hard not to give any hints. I feel like I'm like a Tom Holland situation here where I'm just like letting leaks out all the time.
No,
unless I really try.
I like giving hints. I want to see Anthony's success.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you're an impartial, not an impartial observer.
He's
here.
also just quite behind at this point.
He is.
And I wasn't totally sure if he'd found that yet.
So as far as so the only thing left for Linus to do at this point is to run the Minecraft benchmark.
Well, but he also has to swap the power supply, and I don't think he's done the fans. He has not swapped those around.
Oh,
that took Anthony quite a bit of time.
So, but this, I guess this comes back to the same question we were talking about, where if he doesn't catch all of the hardware errors that are listed, but he achieves the benchmark results, is that a win?
Yeah, what are our penalties here, Chase?
Oh, he gets a penalty. And in the previous challenges, if I remember correctly, I don't think we really addressed this time around, but what they said in the previous challenges was that if you get the penalties aren't worth overlooking, like it's not worth overlooking the hardware errors in order to get the benchmark result, and because the penalty is so bad that it's going to screw you over. So what are we doing? What's the rules here? Couple minutes. Okay, so each error that they do not correct gives them a couple minutes.
So 2 minutes.
Added to their time.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Right.
But a bonus is 5 minutes. Have either of them completed any of the bonuses so far? We have Windows set to power savings plan currently. So the idea is that they were supposed to take it off the power savings plan in Windows. The other bonus one is using IQ software and LED strips, which I also believe did Anthony might have added that, but I'm pretty sure Linus did not.
I think Linus did not, or I mean Anthony did not add it. He was just
He
kind
did
of
not.
like,
He was thinking
I'm
about
good
it
if I don't
right.
add this in.
And then the third bonus option was to keep the riser kit installed that we were talking about, that cable mod riser kit.
Although in fairness, I would put the GPU in the slot because it's going to run slower with that riser cable.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, that's a Gen 3 riser cable.
Oh, right, because it's a Gen 3 riser cable and this is a Gen 4 connection. Yeah, I mean, from what I understand about those riser cables, they're not supposed to affect...
Oh, wait. We need to tell Linus what his thing is that he needs to do, right?
Oh. What, the Minecraft thing? He knows what he has to do in the Minecraft. Once you load the world save, then the challenge is going to be self-explanatory.
Okay.
There's going to be a bucket and a rock, and you're supposed to put it in there.
Hi.
You're booting up Minecraft. What are you seeing?
I am trying to figure out how to get the... I don't play Minecraft. I am trying to figure out how to take the punch a tree thing that's in my USB folder and import it into my game. I found a guide how to locate Minecraft Java Edition world saves. It's apparently supposed to be in app data, but it's... Ooh, oh, Minecraft. Hello. Hello. Okay, we've got progress here.
You found the save?
I have found the saves folder.
That's step one.
I guess, yeah, perfect. Okay, yeah, punch a tree just goes, it looks like, right in there. Perfect. So now I'm probably going to have to relaunch the game. So you can quit the title, let's find out.
You gonna play it in that tiny window there?
No,
yeah, make it bigger, please.
What are you doing? We can't see anything.
Look, I was trying to
What
figure
kind of
out
a
the
showman
challenge.
are you?
I was trying to figure out the challenge first, all right?
Okay, that's fair.
I think I'm in pretty good shape here. I just gotta figure out what the hell sodium is and figure out how to turn on full screen. Bloody hell, where is the full screen option in here?
Oh.
Well, whatever, there. Problem solved. Okay.
All right, we're gonna come back to you in 1 second.
Collect the wood. All right,
he's got,
cactus,
never mind.
Don't count. Punch a tree, collect the wood. Punch a tree, collect the wood. Okay. So I have to...
Wait, so
I can't fly, so that's inconvenient.
All right, we're gonna let you try and figure this out for a second. We'll be right back. We got some people in the Flowplane chat suggesting that the PSU error should be worth more than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Because this is, I mean, like, is the fact that he was able to get everything running and everything's just like totally fine. He didn't swap the fans. He didn't replace the power supply. There's some other things that he didn't do in the hardware, I believe. Or no, that might be it. But regardless.
Yeah, people are saying in the chat that 15 minutes is the power supply swap. Some people are saying it's a 20-minute penalty.
Because Anthony actually, yeah, I mean, that's fair because Anthony went through the whole process. But is the goal to equalize or is the goal to, see that Linus got it running regardless?
I think we can just have a democracy. The chat, people just put in how long you think it should be.
I mean, some people are saying 45 minutes, 10 feels. I'm seeing a lot of 10s. Linus lost power. Did he just lose power just now?
Okay, let's go back to him.
Linus,
what just happened?
What has happened?
I finally ate it on the 550 watt power supply. Minecraft was what defeated it.
Hey,
now,
I mean, it's a very, very popular game. There's a lot of people out there.
I thought I was out of the woods, so I never actually double-checked these pinouts. Let's, compatibility, here we go. All right.
Wait, so you were trying to look at the compatibility and you just stopped and was like, I don't need to do this, I'm better than this?
Well, I didn't need to. It's not about being better than it, it's just if I don't need to, I don't need to.
Well,
all right.
But the regular people do, is that what you're saying?
Focus GX 550 works with both SE series and RT series, and ROG QRS. That's probably under ASUS. Wait.
WX.
Why is ROG not on there? Oh, here it is. ROG Strix 850 Gold White Edition, SE series, RT series. Oh, fantastic. Okay. I don't even have to change out the cables. This will be quick.
Got lucky there.
I did not get lucky. I got knowledgeable.
Yeah, that was actually pretty smart. I don't think I would have thought of that.
You would have just tried to switch out the
Yeah, I
cables
would
right
just
away.
swap all the cables.
Yeah.
Yep.
Google.
Okay.
It's very, very powerful.
You can't see what I'm doing, can you, Andy? So I'm just taking all the cables that are wired up in here already, and I'm going to do a quick swapperoo, and then we're going to chuck this power supply back in there. We're not going to have any more power issues.
Okay, well, let us know how that goes. We're going to Anthony. Anthony, you got a
Hey, how's it
score on
going?
your screen.
Yep.
How does it make you feel deep inside?
Huh?
You got a score up on your screen. How does it make you feel?
Bad.
Oh. Sorry to hear that.
Mostly because Microsoft Edge decided that, okay, it just stopped. Well, it decided that it wanted to install partway through this test, so,
Edge? Microsoft Edge?
yes.
No one's ever been mad at Edge before.
Isn't that supposed to already be installed in the system? Why was it?
Windows Update or something.
Oh my gosh.
So it's messing things up. These two speeds are fine, the write speeds, but read is way down after the first test, so I just need to redo those tests, I guess.
Redo them
Unless we want to
with
call that good.
no modifications?
What modifications are you talking about?
I'm not talking about anything. I didn't even... Alex, did you... I think Alex said something.
I said nothing at all.
He is very soft-spoken, though, so sometimes it's hard to pick up.
I did move the Corsair MP600 to the appropriate M.2 slot. That's why we're getting these high scores. However...
Wait, which drive?
What?
Which drive did you move to which...
You cut out.
Sorry, which drive did you move to which now?
I moved the Corsair MP600 that was installed in the lower M.2 slot to the upper M.2 slot where the crucial P5 was.
Right.
And moved those around. So that was the modification that I did, and yeah.
You know, full disclosure, Anthony, that was the modification I was referring to, and we weren't sure whether you had done that or not, so...
Okay, yes, I have done that.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just a result of Edge. I'll need to redo these tests. So,
we will tell Microsoft how upset you are about this.
And
see you later. Okay, so that answers the question. I was actually getting worried because I thought that he had not switched the SSDs yet.
No, he swapped them, but he needs to enable more cores in Crystal Disk.
Ah, yes. That's not even something that was listed as an
I
error.
think that he can get the scores that he needs without doing that.
Face is saying he potentially could. He's supposed to. They're just supposed to figure this out. So it's not part of the official rules or goals that you assign more cores to Crystal Disk Mark. That's just basic. Well, not basic, but that's computer stuff that these highly technically proficient individuals must know.
Okay.
Would you do that? Would you know to assign more cores?
I don't use Crystal Disk Mark very often, but I do normally just give it all the cores that I have if I'm trying to test an SSD.
Give it all the cores you got.
Yeah, I just completely destroy it.
Well, it looks like Linus has his power supply plugged back in.
All right, let's go
check
to him.
back in. Linus, it looks like you've got your power supply plugged back in there.
Sure
I see
do.
lights, pretty
Didn't
lights.
burn her down.
Sure do. All good.
You're not going to burn down the build corner.
Nope.
Well, I mean that's always good. That's
Right.
usually the goal.
Let's get our Minecraft fired up here. Okay.
And
okay.
then what happens?
Are there any settings that I can... Come on, full screen, please.
Actually, I'm going to go back to Anthony for a second.
You're more than welcome.
Steam link. Okay, so I'll do it.
Anthony, how is your Crystal Disk Mark?
It did not come up to speed. I am wondering if the original tests were in fact correct. This is an old NVIDIA driver too.
You're wondering whether Edge had any effect or whether that was just kind of a annoyance.
I'm wondering if the original tests were these results on the paper here were done correctly.
Whoa!
As in, we're done on both machines, and this is what we got on both machines.
He is throwing.
I don't think this SSD
doubt.
has quite the same performance.
He's casting doubt on the initial testing configuration,
I'm
wondering if
just
they
going to
did not
say,
do it properly.
I'm just going to say you can beat that score.
Well, this is the score that I have. The score is much higher in most parameters except for this here.
Wait.
And I'm thinking
you
that
have
is
a passing score and almost okay. Yeah.
Yeah, almost everything passes except for a couple of tests. That's why I'm wondering if the drive might be slightly different, and this was just run on.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Camera person, can you zoom in on those scores real quick? Anthony, can you tell the camera person to zoom in on the scores real quick? Okay. All right. Gotcha. Yeah, you're so close. Oh man. Okay. I think you can figure it out.
Yep. I can figure it out?
Yep.
You can figure it out.
So you're telling me that there's more to this?
Well, computers are, there's lots of moving parts and electrons flying all over the place. So many things are going on in there. I'm sure there's something you could do. Linus is trying.
Okay, one second.
Anthony, we'll be right back.
Linus, I've heard that you're trying to cheat right now.
Yeah, you're not Anthony. You're Linus. What are you doing?
Well, there's nothing wrong with enabling flying in Minecraft. That's a perfectly
You're on
legitimate way
camera.
What?
You can't fly.
What do you mean you can't fly? I can do whatever I want. Oh no, I don't want to lock the difficulty.
Chase?
Accessibility settings. Hold on a second.
Chase!
Accessibility.
Can he fly or no? He's gonna come over. There. Everyone wanted you to have a mic anyways.
Oh, yeah, I should have had a mic. Just for the audience. I specifically disabled the cheats on that world save. He cannot fly unless he gets a level editor and does it in a third party.
Linus can hear you right now. Did you know that?
Oh shit, you can't. Can't cheat. Don't cheat.
All right, one sec. Let's go back to Anthony.
Anyway.
Anthony.
Yeah.
Well, have you successed?
What's up?
Have you successed Crystal Dismark?
Not quite yet. I am going to disable Windows security real quick. I know that this is not something that I should have to do.
Sorry, Anthony, if you can hear me, if you can hear me laughing, it's not at you. It's at something completely.
I really want
hear you
to give you a hint,
Okay, good.
but I know that the chat will get really mad at me.
What?
I want to give Anthony a hint, but the chat will get too mad.
We probably could. I'd say we could.
Okay, chat, can we give Anthony a hint?
Yeah, let us know in the chat, okay? Well, you did, but then... wait,
People
Anthony
are saying
can
give
hear
him
us
a
right
hint.
now. Hold on, Anthony, we'll be right back. The chat is saying that Linus can enable LAN mode, and he could enable cheats that way. I'm not a Minecrafter. But what do you think about that, Chase? He could.
Okay, apparently.
If he knows about it. You don't think he knows? He doesn't play Minecraft. He only ever plays Fortnite Save the World.
Yeah, according to Chase,
I think
Linus
he might...
could just walk and find a tree way faster than he has done all of this.
Is the challenge, just to be clear, is the challenge here literally just to walk to a tree and punch it? Okay, and Chase is coming back.
All right, one more time,
they
guys.
They can't hear us right now.
No, I know. Okay.
We're clear on that.
So, Linus is wasting a huge amount of time because, basically he spawned in a desert, but the trees are, maybe less than a minute away. It's a little ridiculous. I don't know what he's doing right now.
So if he just started walking.
Yeah, if he literally just started walking, he would find some trees really quick.
Oh, boy.
He's probably already doubled his time in...
Okay. He's probably already doubled his time in the game.
Let's go back to Anthony. A lot of people.
Oh, he's got a no clip thing going on here. Go ahead.
Hello, Anthony. How are you doing?
We'll see in a moment.
Have you changed anything?
I trimmed the drive and I disabled Windows anti-malware. So.
All right.
Hopefully that'll do something.
Have you done anything in Crystal Dismark?
Anything in Crystal Dismark. The settings appear to be exactly the same.
Right, the people are saying no hints, so that's all that I can say.
Okay. Well, Some people are saying no. Yeah, most people are saying no hints.
Yeah, there were a lot of yeses at first, and now there's a lot of no's.
Okay, let's just do zero fill and see what happens.
See what happens. What? I didn't catch.
All right, I just want to go back to Linus for a second.
All right, let's check in.
What's your strategy now, Linus? Like, what are you doing?
I'm trying to add a tree.
Trying to add a tree?
I have no idea how to do that, though.
I feel like you're...
I don't know if that's... That's breaking the matrix. I don't think that's...
say punch a tree. So all I have to do...
It's true.
All I have to do is add a tree.
But the rules also say you have to use the world save provided in your flash drive.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
I started talking there hoping there would be something to save it, but nope.
Okay,
nope, there was nothing. Well, I mean, that's a strategy for sure.
This may take longer than figuring out how to enable flying.
All right, well, good luck. Classic Linus, you know?
He's trying to cheat so hard that he's just he's screwing himself
These
over.
competitions for Linus are
all
more
he has
about
to do is walk.
Finding out a way.
He's in the middle of a desert. It's a totally normal world. All that he has to do is just walk 1 minute to another biome.
Okay, so right now, as it stands, obviously Anthony is a bit behind. Hopefully he figures out the core thing with Crystal Discmark, although from what he's been saying, I'm not super optimistic.
Yeah, I think that he's treating it as if the test is the test.
Yeah.
As opposed to you can just change the test and get higher numbers.
But as it stands now, what kind of penalties are we looking at for both sides? That's what I'm interested in. So the PSU, they actually both got that. So now Linus, they're both running on the proper power supply. Anthony flipped the radiator fans around, but Linus, I believe, did not. We were going to ask him about that, but then we didn't.
Yeah.
So that might be 2 minutes. And then they got the rest of those. XMP, Linus got that. I'm not sure whether Anthony got it, probably. Let's go to the Raid 0 drivers. They both figured that out. Afterburner, I'm not sure Anthony has had reason to look at Afterburner yet. So, I mean, there is actually quite a few penalties that is on the table for both of them, even if they were neck and neck in terms of the actual benchmarks being completed right now. So I'm not sure.
Right. Let's go back to Anthony. Anthony.
Yes.
Anthony. Hello?
What's up?
He's like, I'm busy.
Hello?
Hi, yes, we can hear you. What benchmark run is this?
5 or 6?
No hints, though.
Nope. All right. I'm going to go back to Linus. Oh, wait. Okay. What?
Hello?
Let me just make something very clear.
Yes.
We're all listening.
If I set these settings to anything else, these change. So what I'm looking at right now are the settings that I've been using, and they are the same as the settings that are here. If I change to NVMe SSD, that changes what these are. If I change to peak performance profile, that changes what these are. So if there's anything that I can change in here that has not already been changed, like not everything is exactly the same visually as what is on this piece of paper, and also the drive that is on this piece of paper is significantly different from any drive that is installed in this machine. So I am 110%. Like, I'm getting kind of mad.
Oh, no.
So,
Anthony, don't get angry. Please.
All right, the people are saying the tides have turned. They're saying hints. Just change the number of cores, Anthony.
There it is.
Number of what do you mean?
Available.
What are you talking about?
Like in Crystal Discmark?
Yes.
Are you saying to change the thread count?
Yes.
Because that's not what's shown here.
Maybe Chase should just talk to you.
Yeah,
right,
Chase is coming over. All right, he's there.
We're going to go to Linus.
Chase is on the scene.
Oh, wait.
All right, we'll talk to you again in a second.
Well, you trimmed it.
Come on.
What are you doing, Linus?
I'm trying to figure out how to change the biome, because that's one thing I have figured out how to do. So
Linus.
Why are you doing this?
The challenge is not to hack Minecraft.
Well,
like, it's not...
It's just to punch a tree.
It's literally just punch a tree.
How is this thing so utterly impossible to use? I don't understand it. How is it not as simple as right-clicking on shit and then it doing things?
You know what? You know what's not impossible to use? Regular Minecraft, where you go in there, find a tree, and punch it.
No, I don't want to hike.
You want to go the opposite way. This is like the ultimate tech nerd solution to a problem. Oh, Linus, what are we gonna do with you? Well, good luck.
All right.
Yep.
Even if it were one of the drives over here, because okay.
All right, we're back on you.
We're back on you, Anthony. What's what? So even Chase is confused. What's going on?
So that's the MP600. That's the drive we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Yes, one drive is missing, but that is the drive that is supposed to be benchmarked.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at exactly the same settings. I don't know what you're talking about with regards to change the number of cores. Are you talking about this drop down here? Because if that's the case, then it says 5 right there. Are you talking about setting it to NVMe SSD so that we have a higher number of threads in these random 4Ks? If that's the case, that's not what it says right here. So something broke down along the line.
Yeah, something seems to be broken down. I think you can skip this one.
So what? Wait, what's the?
Yeah, what's our problem here?
What's the conclusion here?
For whatever reason, you're not hitting the speeds that you should.
There was something wrong with the testing methodology before the challenge even started.
Yeah, so like one of them is missing. That's probably on me. Like that's probably one of the wait. Yeah, that's probably one of the SATA SSDs. I probably disconnected it on.
So, sorry, what I'm trying to say is the ones that you have installed that are showing up are the two NVMEs on your server.
Yes.
And
what exactly? I mean, yeah, we're a little.
They are
okay.
in the right
we're gonna let them troubleshoot a little bit here. Anthony, Alex, I just want to ask you, if it turns out to be the case that Anthony's system is a little borked by no fault of his own, what do we do? We just let him go past this one?
I guess we ask Chase, since he is the arbiter of this competition, but...
He is, but also Jake Belvance is over there, and, I mean, he's got a head on his shoulders.
There are a lot of people saying that it's the raid, but I don't think that's the problem, because
That's not the drive he's benchmarking.
Yeah, those aren't the drives that we're benchmarking.
Yeah, so there's a number of drives in the system. There's the RAID 0, which is set up on a pair of SATA SSDs. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's a Gen 3 M.2 SSD. There's a Gen 4 M.2 SSD, and that's it. So he's supposed to be benchmarking the Gen 4?
All right, let's just go to Linus. It
All
looks
right.
like he has something cooking.
Linus.
What are you doing?
Have you hacked the Matrix yet?
I am trying to learn how to use World Edit. I do not know how to Minecraft, so...
Well, I mean, it seems like instead of learning how to Minecraft, you're learning how to hack Minecraft, which is not...
Basics. Here we go. Found a YouTube video. This is the how-to basics. World Edit basics. Here we go, boys.
Minecraft.
Setting a block. Oh yeah.
See how that guy just walked up to that thing and punched it?
Yeah,
That's something
just wait.
you can. WASD is our keys. You could use.
Okay.
People in the chat, I don't even want to give you this, Linus, but people in the chat are noting that World Edit is not something you just pick up in 2 minutes.
Okay, hold on a second.
But little do they know, you're Linus Sebastian. So Linus, Lil Sebastian Tech Tips.
Now the console.
He can do anything.
Next game. I have no way of typing anything, which is interesting. Is the console disabled?
Linus, try typing this. W. A.
I'm not cheating.
S. D.
I'm trying to put down a tree.
Then you want to click the right mouse button. Left mouse button? I forget.
Yeah.
I haven't played Minecraft in a long time.
Yeah, get that working in a few minutes. Wrap it up, Mark.
Okay, World Edit commands. Here we go.
I gotta say, even though Linus is very hesitant to actually play the game the way it's meant to be played, the Intel processors are working great. Thanks for sponsoring this stream, Intel. All right, see you later, Linus. Yes, Chase. What the heck is going on? What's going on, Chase? Come here. Come talk to the people. We need a lav on Chase next.
The problem with Anthony's computer at the moment is that his C drive, the drive that we're testing, is the larger capacity, slower speed one. And for whatever reason, the NVMe 4 SSD was not showing up for him.
Oh, weird.
So that's why when he's testing it, it's not getting the right speeds.
But are they supposed to be testing the boot drive or the Gen 4 drive?
The Gen 4 drive. Yeah.
And it wasn't showing up.
It wasn't showing up.
So he ended up testing the boot drive.
I believe so, yeah.
Well, that's your problem.
He ran into...
Okay. So should we check in with Anthony now? Oh.
The boot drive is supposed to be the PCI Gen 4 drive.
Yep.
For some reason, his system, it's not.
The boot drive is supposed to be the Gen 4 drive?
Yeah.
I thought the RAID 0 is the boot.
No.
Oh, I see. That's just for Minecraft. Oh, the RAID 0 drive is for Minecraft. Gotcha.
All right.
Okay.
Let's go to Anthony.
Anthony, you
How are
poor,
you feeling?
poor boy.
Yeah, you poor soul.
What has happened? What have they done to you?
What have they done to me?
Oh, these fools. So, wait. The problem is that the Gen 4 drive is not showing up. And that's the one you need to...
No, the Gen 4 drive shows up, and it's working. It's a different drive that's in this test. The drive I have is 1 terabyte. This is 512 gigs. That's on this piece of paper here. It's a different drive.
You're guessing that you are getting lower numbers because your drive is a higher capacity one than they used to get the initial numbers.
Not necessarily that it's higher capacity, but because it is different.
The different drive. I believe it was supposed to be the same model of drive at least, right?
So, are you testing the MP600?
It's an MP600, yes, but it's a 1 terabyte that I have.
And the one in the
test is an MP600 512?
Yes. Well, it doesn't say MP600 at all. It just says 512. We're actually 480 gigs.
I'm guessing that either way, you would need to have the MP600 as the one that you're testing to get those numbers.
Yes.